Junk's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. I am Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram. Go give a follow if you're not already. It is appreciated. I'm joined this morning, this Open Line Thursday morning by Jason Bishop.
Johnny Cakes, what's up?
What's up? By John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
And by Eric Bickle.
Good morning. Big day today.
You didn't call in tired.
Well, I mean, as James Hetfield says in the song you just heard, I definitely felt like I was sleeping with one eye open after I believe I turned in last night,
12.
got under the covers. No, it was definitely past 12.
Was it?
I think I got into bed right around 12:40. When I set my alarm, it was a devastating, because it always tells you how many hours then you have till the alarm goes off. I set the alarm. It says you have 3 hours and 49 minutes until the alarm goes off.
That's not enough.
That's just
Not
devastating.
Not enough.
And the reason I was up late, and Valdez is up late too, is because we went to go see Noah Khan down at Nationals Park.
Right.
Now, my
Khan.
first mistake was not renting a hotel room and not thinking ahead. That's what I should have
saved you
done.
an hour, right?
It saved me at least an hour,
Yeah.
because Nats Park was completely sold out. Place is just teeming with people, and Noah Khan put on a great show. I can't
What
say.
time did he go on stage?
He took the stage right around, I think it was like 8:25.
Wow, and it went that late? How long did he
He
play
played
for?
from 8:25. I think, Valdez, you can back me up on this. I think he finished right around 10:40.
Yeah.
10:45.
So he did about 2 hours plus? Little
Yeah,
over
he
2
gave,
hours?
He gave people their money's worth for the show last night. And we got lucky, too, because the weather was great.
Weather held out.
No thunder boomers.
It was definitely humid
I
though.
mean, it was a little warm, but I mean, look, it's late July.
Yeah.
Okay, in DC,
You're
it's
gonna
gonna
get
be
that.
just gonna be. That's what it's gonna be.
When they do a concert at Nats Park, because I don't think I've been to a concert at Nats
Yeah.
Park, how many people can they pack in there? Do you know what the number
I
is?
mean, I don't know the number, but I mean,
There's a couple sections that are blocked off.
there's a few like in
Behind
the
the
outfield.
stage.
In the outfield, because you'd have an obstructed view because they put the stage out
home
in
plate?
like center field.
Oh, they put the stage.
Stage is in center field.
Okay.
They have to put these protective mats all over the outfield.
Right.
Of course, they've got the
Right.
infield like blocked off. Nobody's on that, but there are at least a few thousand people on the floor. Maybe I'd say 3,000 to 4,000, and then the entire stands, all the sections,
Yeah.
ringing the stadium outside of the outfield bleachers. Not an empty seat.
Yeah, because
I mean,
those
it's
tickets have been
insane.
hard to come by. You guys got them and used good avenues, I guess, to get them. I just went through our one person I get Nats tickets from.
Yeah.
And she told me months ago
no,
that it
no,
was sold out.
we paid.
Oh, you did?
Oh, you
Well, I
did?
got lucky. I have to thank Kelly from Live Nation who
Yeah.
set me up in a suite.
I just asked one person here, and she said it was sold out months and months and months ago.
I knew Noah Khan was popular.
So,
But about 6 to 8 months ago, when I saw like his tour itinerary, I didn't know he was popular before this summer to the level of selling out multiple nights at Fenway, selling out baseball stadiums
Right.
across the U.S. He's going to Australia and New Zealand. All like everywhere he's playing is sold out. And
Wait.
when I left yesterday, that big open spot in Navy Yard, across from like where the Chipotle and the line of restaurants are, you guys know, like, where Savannah was taught to ride her bike, that
Right.
big open area. They pulled up a Noah Khan trailer for merch sales at 10 a.m. When I left, 10:15, there was a line of 250 to 300 people snaking down M Street back towards the Department of
imagine?
Transportation, lining up to buy merch at 10:30 in the morning.
but $80 T-shirts.
Wow, was he?
Actually, the T-shirts were they were reasonable because I bought one for my daughter, $40.
Was he known 2 years ago?
Yes.
Yes, because he came of prominence during COVID, and
Okay.
like COVID and TikTok together for him were like a huge like force as far as like people like connecting with him.
He was
and his
playing the
audience.
930 Club 5 years ago.
Yeah, he mentioned it.
Wow.
He's playing last night, and he referenced DC. He's like, it's been a while since we've been here. He turns to somebody like at the back of his stage, like, where do we play last time? And then there's a pause for 5 seconds. He goes, oh, the 930 Club, which is a great venue.
So
It's
different
awesome.
scale.
930 Club holds about 12 to 1,500 last time I checked,
Yeah.
and Nats Park was holding well north of 40,000.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it
awesome.
had to be. And he sounded great. His band was amazing. And Valdez can vouch for that too. Like, even if you're not the biggest fan of that type of music, if you're not into I don't know if Valdez coined this, but it's a great descriptor. Sad boy music, which is kind of what it is. It's like sad folk, I guess. Rock.
I saw his documentary. He talks about being depressed and kind of down. And
Yeah.
he's very self-deprecating.
Yeah, but like he's mega talented. His band is outrageously talented. Like they're just switching back and forth from banjo, guitar, mandolin. You know, he had a woman violin player who's playing multiple instruments. Turns out I really like violin merged with rock/folk. It's a good sound.
Right.
It works for me.
Bought our tickets for I think $120.
Well,
we
that's
could
a
have
seems like
we
a
could have
steal.
sold, we could have sold them I think for $500 apiece.
Wow.
Yeah, I would
Had to
think
be.
so.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was.
so.
It was a.
Also, Cakes, you're a donk.
Why?
Because I stayed at Homewood. It's the best decision you ever made. My
I-
head hit pillow 11:05.
I clearly made a horrible mistake.
Woke up at 4:50.
I actually considered staying in a hotel. I just didn't. I didn't pull the
Didn't pull
trigger.
the
on it.
trigger. Too cheap.
Just dumb.
Why didn't you pull the trigger?
I don't know.
Well, also a bit complicated with your
Stu-
wife, right? A
I mean, she
little
could have
bit.
stayed.
No, right, but
Yeah,
I mean,
and
then
then you-
getting home, she could have stayed there while you do the show, I guess.
Yeah, it was actually a really dumb decision.
It's a faux pas.
It was a faux pas after the.
How long did it take you to get home?
Well,
You said it ended at what time? You say?
I can't stress enough how many choke points there are between Nats Park and getting onto 395. Mm-hmm. Like every intersection was full because every person from every suburb around this area was down here last night.
Right.
Every single one.
The lights
I
are
think,
still on this morning.
I think every one of them drove.
At the park?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't notice.
I'm pretty well. They have to take down the entire stage and
They got game tomorrow.
and load it into trucks.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do that in 2
You
hours.
got to get that done.
That's a lot of work that goes into that. There's a lot of manpower.
I guess that's why there were so many cars on the street today when Jason and I parked over at Homewood.
Yeah.
That's probably
Because
what it
people
was.
staying there
People
at the Homewood
hotel's probably
except
just packed.
Cakes.
Yeah, except me. I was just.
I'm surprised that Matt got a room. When did you book your room?
He's a planner.
Months ago.
Oh, okay.
months in
All right.
advance,
That
yeah.
makes sense then.
Yeah, this.
Because
you
I
know what?
guarantee it's sold out.
Oh, it had to be.
Had to have been.
Had to be.
Because
I mean,
there's all kinds of cars on the street. Because when there's all kinds of cars on the street in the valet stand, it means there's no room
Right.
in the garage.
Right.
Booked it with rewards too.
Oh, that's
That's a silly
that makes
feeling.
me makes me feel even worse.
So Matt, you just hung out here all day yesterday,
I watched the O's in the room,
right?
and then I went to Circa and had an amazing pregame dinner.
fantastic.
That stopped at the bullpen on the way in,
Oh,
and
man.
then got to our seats
What a day!
and enjoyed Noah Khan
Fantastic.
on a Wednesday on a school night.
Were you upset? Were people singing during the concert?
Yeah, that's my big pet peeve. People singing. I don't mind you wooing, dancing around in your seat, but
Yeah,
paid that money to go hear Noah Khan, not you.
yeah, that's true. And like the whole.
What was the percentage? 50% of the people sing?
Everyone's
Everybody
singing.
sings.
Everyone is singing but me.
I think
Yeah.
he's
He doesn't
just gonna
like
be
Joy.
he's just going to be
No, I
unhappy.
love joy. I love joy.
We just got to let it be because that's a sign of joy.
Yeah.
It means people are loving the concert.
Yeah.
They're singing along. It's a great
I'm,
testament to the
I'm,
artist.
I'm loving the concert too, but I want to hear Noah Khan and not John Allville.
yeah.
Understood.
I don't want
I
to hear. I don't
completely
want to
get
hear Amy Allville's sweet voice. I want to hear Noah Khan's sweet voice.
That's completely understandable. You're
It's
paying
just-
good money for
it's
those
a
tickets.
losing battle though at a concert.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
I know I'm on an island.
Yeah.
You're the old man shaking your fist at the sky. We get it. We know the move. I do.
It's
plenty
also
of that.
it's become hot with the artists because they basically don't have to work as much
Well,
or
you can
as
save their
hard.
voice a little bit.
Yeah.
definitely
it's,
helps.
It's just a huge.
It's actually I get most tilted when the artist takes their mic and points it to the crowd.
Yeah.
If you do that, you're persona non grata
Like
to
you
me.
can
it's not
imagine
your thing.
what a huge like ego boost that is when the whole stadium knows all your lyrics.
It's awesome.
I mean, that's
And then you
incredible.
have this bracelet that's lighting up, and
And
then
your
and then
mate-
you see a billion of it.
No, it's amazing. And he has to look at the merch sales and just be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe how much money we're printing on the store."
Cakes is so money motivated. Do you think he actually thinks that? He probably just has a good time. He's
sure-
going to get rich. He's having a good time.
he's already
I'm living
rich.
out his dream.
He's
He
already
doesn't,
rich.
he doesn't think about
He's
it on
not
stage.
looking at a merch sheet.
No, he's thinking about creating his next song that like this silly. I'm the one thinking about
I know.
the merch profit.
You
You're
are.
money obsessed.
It's kind of my thing. It's my toxic trait.
Takes you want to set up a merch tent at the Bay Sox appearance.
You're probably right.
Hey, are we supposed to be there at 5? I
you
saw
know what?
something yesterday which
I
said
don't know.
Junky's appearance 5 to 7.
I don't know anything
We
about
have to
it.
ask
We've
Draft
got
T-shirt
no,
for all the details.
We've got no leadership
The
on
sta-
this.
You've
I
had
mean,
plenty-
whatever.
You're just not. You haven't been listening.
What's up?
The station will be out there from 5 to 7.
Okay.
You guys are going to be. I told them you guys would be there at 5:45 because that's when you guys told me you'd
So
be there.
5:45 arrival. That's perfect.
Yeah, and you're going to go meet the marketing director, and they're
Yeah.
going to take you on the field.
They're going to outfit us with Chesapeake
That
Bay
means
Sox
we need
merch.
To be at, need to be at our spot
4 o'clock?
4-ish. If we want to
Well-
have a nice meal.
Yeah, we can be there for.
Yeah.
They're expecting us.
Yeah.
I can leave Gaithersburg at 3:15.
So I'll see you at the park.
Yeah.
I'll see you at the park.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
I'll see you
me,
at the
Cakes,
park.
and Bick.
Yep.
At
I
Jared.
don't know. I might be peeling off and doing a separate bit.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to see my brother who works in the area
Nice.
at a different restaurant.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to hang
okay.
with him, and then I will be at the Chesapeake Bay Sox
All right. So
game tonight.
it's
You guys are going to have an intimate candlelit dinner
Windley
tonight.
down. It's
Might get there by
down to 2.
4:30.
All right. Did you have a half hour?
Yeah.
40 minutes.
But bottom line is, come hang out with us tonight at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game in Bowie at Prince George's Stadium. We're throwing out the first pitch starting at 6:15 p.m. There is a meet and greet after that. You're welcome to call us, too, here on an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. Call us throughout the show. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back on an Open Line Thursday.
Cakes, you know what are back?
I know. I'm well aware.
What? No, I'm saying you know what is back.
Oh, I thought you said that we're back.
No.
I know that my brain is barely firing because I've had about 3 hours sleep. But yes.
Those dumbass lantern flies.
Oh, they're back. They've made a return.
JP, remember I
return
talked
appearance.
about those last summer?
Yeah, you went on a mission
I went
to
on a
eliminate
mission.
them.
Those
Went
are
on
the
a
things that
mission.
hurt the trees or something.
I
That's
think
what they
so.
say.
I think so. But
They
they're
look so freaking
They're
harmless.
like an
to me.
invasive species. Like you're supposed to kill them.
I had never
Yeah.
seen them
You see
before
them.
last summer.
Yeah.
But that's what they said. They said when you see them, kill them because they
Right.
kill trees. They're back.
Yeah.
They're back with a vengeance.
I mean, they're not as bad as they were last summer, but I think it's just kind of early in the process.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing the babies all over the place.
Well, they were up in Long Island.
And that, they were?
yeah, so it was at Joe P's. With some of the moms were running around stomping on them.
Yeah. I mean, now they're not all over my garage like they were last summer, but they wanted it 1, 2, 3. But eventually, I bet you in August, they're going to be all over my house again. Those dumbass lantern flies.
Well, can you?
And I'm going to have to go get that spray at the
There is a spray for it.
Zevo, I think.
Is it specifically for those? Doesn't it?
Well,
Probably-
it's for all flies, but it really does. It kills them like on contact.
Yeah.
But I spent a lot of money on that stuff last summer. And those dumbasses are back. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of mice. I've been buying glue traps at Lowe's and Home Depot.
So gross
And
when you
every
catch one,
2
though.
3 days,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been pummeling. I think it's from the heat, maybe, that they're out more.
Isn't the
Probably.
glue trap super like it's vermin? Okay, it's a rodent. You don't really
Yeah.
care, but like, isn't that a super inhumane way to kill like a mouse
it's
or
got
a
to be a
rat?
slow death.
I mean, they just get stuck there and then they
Yeah.
starve to death. Like
Yeah.
it's much. I would think,
But
it's
it
much,
happens pretty quickly, though.
Here's
Right?
the
You
problem
could-
I have
like,
with that
they die
term.
overnight.
Yeah.
They're not human. So maybe it is inhumane.
Yeah.
But they're not human.
I
It's
know
a
that-
mouse.
I'm well aware that a mouse
Yeah.
is not a human, but for it just to get its cute little legs.
Okay,
stuck
how
in
would
the-
you rather kill it? Would you rather have an old school
No.
mouse trap with the little piece of
Well,
cheese
no,
and it
those-
snaps on
peanut
them?
butter.
Those are too
Peanut butter.
Those are too terrifying to set because I always feel like I'm going to
gonna
snap
snap
off
on you.
one of my
So
fingers.
how are you
plastic
killing
ones are
mice
okay.
in
Yeah.
the Oval House?
I think it's the newfangled version.
The plastic
It's
clamp.
plastic and it's got like teeth.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like.
Those are a little easier. Put a
I
little,
have one of those.
put a little peanut butter
The
on
glue
there.
trap,
Yeah.
if you want to say it's inhumane, it is. Because sometimes when I see, I check every day because it's just the last month. I think I've probably killed 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't.
Right.
It's a glue trap. And at least twice the mouse is still alive. And then
Yeah.
I just get a bag, wrap
need
it
to-
up, then I get
yeah.
another bag, wrap it up.
You'd hit up crop.
You guys guilted me. Now I'm putting it in my own trash bag. Like usually I would just walk it over to the park
Yeah.
a couple blocks away and use that trash can.
just double bag it, throw it in the trash. You'll be fine.
They stink.
Since we've had Crop's been doing a service at my house for a couple of years now. I haven't really had to deal with it, but I don't know if you guys get a lot of this. We get occasion. I would say once or twice a month at least, where you get people knock on your door, and it's I knew it wasn't a neighbor.
Yeah, they're
Right?
trying to
I
sell-
knew it was
sell you something.
a salesperson, and I was just cooking some steak, and I didn't have time, and I don't have time for these people anyway. But I try to be a nice person,
Yeah.
nice human. I open the door, and the guy's like 3 or 4 feet back, so he's trying to not be intimidating.
Yeah.
And I open, and I wonder, I was like, "Yeah, what can I do for you?" And he goes, "Well, I've been dealing with a lot of your neighbors, and with the ants and mosquitoes and bugs
Yeah,
and
pest
everything."
control company.
And
They're
I
all
go,
over the
I
place.
say, "You know what? I already have that. I got Crop Metcalf. They're great. They come out once a month. They handle that for me." Thank you very much. He goes, "Oh, well, you're really going to love me." And I go, "Oh, no, really, honestly." He goes, "Oh," and he keeps going to his playbook. Right?
Yeah.
And finally, I just said, "Bro, I'm closing the door." And he just sunk his shoulders.
Really?
And he was so distraught. And I just,
Young-
first of all, I
younger
was-
kid?
He was probably 25.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him because I'm like, the only thing next is, I don't know, slinging drinks or driving
yeah.
Uber. I don't know what it's. This will not be successful.
Right,
This is
right.
impossible
It's
to be
gotta be
successful.
hard to get hits with
It's
that.
the hardest thing ever.
because like my next door neighbor Kevin has a sign right next to his door that says no solicitors.
soliciting,
yeah.
I've seen there's a guy
still
on,
do it?
on my walk when I walk my dog with my wife. He's got a big sign. It's literally as tall as I am right next to his door. It's like it's only like this wide. It says GO space AWAY.
Yeah.
He's basically telling you just Get out.
Get
It's
out.
not
Right,
like,
but
it's
if-
unnerving for
don't
like
even ring the doorbell.
it's unnerving for like my daughter or my wife. You know, they
Yeah.
don't like having strangers
Sure,
knocking on the
understood.
door. And,
Yeah.
you know, they're usually a few feet away, and
Yeah.
it's not that intimidating.
But it's clearly worth it for them because if they get 1 out of 20, they're getting a contract for $800 or
I can't
$1,000 a
imagine you
year.
getting 1 out of 20.
It's got to be so hard.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
they've hit
Whatever
me
the
100
numbers
times,
are.
They're 0 for 100.
The companies have run the numbers, and there's guys who do it.
Yeah, but who knows what their cut
I
is?
can't believe.
I actually might.
How many people come to your house to pitch a new roof?
I mean,
that
it's-
happens
it's
to me
happened.
all the time.
They come all the time.
Yeah, they
I
come,
get
but-
in a borderline
They're
panic
0 for a million.
because
to me.
I know I can spot them from a quarter mile away. They're wearing like khakis. They've got a tucked in polo shirt.
Yeah.
You know, like they've got a clipboard or an
Now
iPad.
they have the little scooters.
They've got one of those things, and I see them close to my house, and I'm just like, please don't let them come into my house. Please
Yeah.
don't let, because I've gotten better as far as like just making it abrupt. You know, like a minute
Sorry,
or two.
not interested.
I'll listen to part of their spiel, but then it's like, I appreciate your time, but no, thank you.
The
Yeah.
ones that
Then
get me
the
are the
door
kids.
closes.
The kids that are selling the magazines.
Well,
they
that's-
usually get me.
That's got to be the biggest scam ever. I mean,
No, I've received the
If it's
terrible
a kid, I might give a kid just a
Scholastic
few bucks.
Americas.
I just give him a few bucks. So you know
Yeah.
what? I don't want any of that stuff.
Yeah,
Just
here's a
take
few
$5.
bucks. Yeah, right.
You know,
Yeah, but they want their points.
or the guy
I don't
who
care
used-
about their
or the
points.
guy with the sad song that was an inmate, and now he's trying to turn his life around by selling.
Oh, that's never happened with my
by
house.
selling magazines or whatever it is. Like I've had that a few times.
Oh, really?
but it's a
Oh, yeah.
combo of you feel bad for them, but also you're annoyed that you're now like I'm cooking a steak right now. I'm burning my steak
Yeah.
because you know, it's just a combo of annoyance and you feel bad.
You're
for
gonna have
Isn't
a
there a
well-
way
well
where
done or-
isn't there a way where you can just look outside to see who it is after they ring
there
the doorbell?
is, but
and you just don't answer.
there are windows you could see people
Yeah, yeah.
walking around in my house.
Bickle, I've done this.
Yeah.
I did this. By the way, it was an awesome summer job. I mean, I don't know if you're 28 and doing it, but when you're in college, I was making way more money than any of my
What
friends.
were you doing? What were you selling?
Security systems, door
Okay.
to door.
Right.
The worst thing that somebody could do is string you along and waste your time.
Yeah.
And waste 20 minutes of your time. Like, just no, thank you. And
Yeah.
shut the door or whatever. I'm not interested.
Scoop of
But
vanilla,
I'll tell you
scoop of
this.
chocolate. Don't waste
When-
my time.
When I saw people that had no soliciting signs in their window,
Yeah.
I got butt sized.
Oh, you
To
want
try to win them
turn 'em.
over.
The sign is in their window because they can't say no.
Oh, is that what,
Interesting.
is that what it
Yes.
is? Like
For a lot of the times.
Oh, I think my neighbor Kevin says no if they're ringing on his
that would get-
doorbell.
and sometimes he would be like, "Can't you read the sign?"
Right.
You get, whatever. I've had people throw rocks at me, at my face. They try to fight me on their. It
Sure.
didn't matter because you're just on to the next one.
Yeah.
How much did you make the summer that you were selling?
I probably
remember?
I probably made like, I don't know. I mean, this was 25 years ago.
Sure.
I probably made $5,000 in,
Well,
in,
I'm
a, in a
surprised
month
that
or
you-
something,
I
or a
mean,
month and a half.
You were
That's
great
good on you
rejection,
for being
though.
successful at it. I can't imagine anyone being successful at it.
Well, just because
It
you
just
don't have
seems hell.
to, you don't have to get many yeses.
No,
You
I
just have to be
understand the
persistent.
process. I just couldn't handle the constant rejection.
Yeah, it's a lot of
It-
rejection.
I've got 3 ways to turn them away.
Okay.
Number 1 is I've got a beware of dog sign on my front porch.
Okay, that's can be effective.
All right. So I actually watch some kids come up and they see the sign and they turn around.
Mm-hmm.
Or I just have my dog out on the front lawn and she barks at whoever comes up the street and they don't come within 100 yards.
Yeah.
All right. That's one way. Number 2, if I get caught outside and they ask me, I tell them, sorry, man, I'm a renter. I don't own the house.
I
right, I don't own the house. I
That's a
can't-
good method. I like it.
I can't. I
like your
I
playbook.
can't accept your whatever they're selling.
right.
Or number 3, especially with the pest control systems, I got a buddy who owns a company. He gives it to me for free.
Which is probably true
It used to be true.
for some services.
Yeah.
They actually sold the company, but I say, sorry, man, I don't pay for
Well,
pest control.
supposedly,
My buddy hooks me.
my wife says on our interserve or whatever it is, in your neighborhood, we have like a listserv or whatever it is.
Yeah. I don't know what that is, but
Well, just like an old little internet whatever for
Okay.
the people in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
Little whatever.
Like a
That-
Facebook group.
kind
Okay.
of that a lot of people in our neighborhood demand to see their permit because I guess if you don't have a permit, you're not
Okay.
even allowed to knock on people's doors. So that's how our neighborhood tends to deal with it. But God, it's just I just feel I'm sorry. I guess Drab's super good at it, and I take his word. But
And
I
every once
feel
in a while-
bad for them.
every once in a while you get some Mormons sprinkled in there. I
Yeah.
saw 2 guys walking down New Hampshire Avenue in their
Yeah.
standard like dark slacks, button
Tie.
down short sleeve, no
Short-
tie, but short
short
white
sl-
sleeve shirt,
short sleeve.
and the little badge on their left breast.
Yeah.
with their name and
Well,
I
that's
guess where
when
they're from.
If I ever see them coming down the street, I'm putting my dog out in the front yard.
They're going to get the business.
well,
they
they-
definitely root for BYU football.
Yes, they do.
100%.
Has your dog
It's a
ever
lot.
bitten anybody?
She didn't really.
That sounds
she
like a
didn't-
yes.
Well, she didn't really
That
bite.
hesitation's a yes.
Tread lightly here.
She didn't really bite the guy. She just kind of jumped at him and almost got him, but it was an Amazon driver.
There was a
or
lunging.
UPS.
There was lunging.
It was lunging, but
Yeah.
she didn't bite him. So pretty close. But she's on a
No
leash.
broken skin.
No broken skin.
Yeah.
But if she could, she would.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know, I've
but
thought-
all those drivers, they know her by now because they're
Yeah.
all the same drivers that
Right.
come down.
Sure.
Right.
So they know where to if she's out there to stay away. That's when they'll honk their horn.
Oh, because the dog is out?
Yeah, and
Or-
they'll say, "Hey, I'm outside." It's like a signal to me. I'm outside. So a
okay.
lot of times I'll just come outside and I'll pick up the package.
Gotcha.
I
my
got
God.
it. I got it down.
You got to be constantly aware of what's going on, though. I mean, can you ever just unplug your brain? No.
But I can hear them driving up the street.
Yeah.
So if my dog is out
He's
in the front,
aware of everything.
I am. I can hear him. And if
Plus, he's monitoring the purchases, right?
Yeah.
He's checking the bank
Does
account
your
every
brain
day.
ever chill?
no, not really.
It doesn't, right? It's going 100 miles an hour.
No, especially today.
Because
What's going on today?
No,
Oh, the
just-
Bowie Bay
just-
Sox thing?
No, just other stuff. going on.
Chesapeake Bay Sox?
Just there's always stuff. Always stuff going on.
Yeah. I don't know. I
My
pride
da-
myself in turning my brain off.
Yeah.
Wow,
my
I'm
daughter's
Turning mine off at about 11:15.
Yeah.
my
And I'm going
daughter's
straight to bed.
My younger daughter's live internship up in New York might be ending early.
Okay. Yep.
Don't know that for a fact yet.
A lot of stuff going on with Liv.
It's a possibility because she's supposed to work the New York event, and if you read all the stories, the New York event might might not happen. I hope it does, but
Martin
it might not
Keimer said 5%, right? Did you see that quote?
I saw he said that the Michigan event won't happen, and then because they're playing in UK this weekend, and then Indianapolis next, and then I think it's New York after that.
Wasn't there speculation when Liv first launched that people were like, well, the Saudi fund, it's a limitless supply of money.
It is
Apparently
until
it's
they
not-
pulled
Well, it was for 3
Apparently
years.
It's not limitless.
well, until they pulled it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Apparently there are limits.
Yeah.
so that's just a lot of stuff going on.
Did you guys see the story out of Culpeper? This story has been fascinating to me because I can't imagine being 72 or 73 years old and getting into a heated altercation with a neighbor.
Yeah, I heard bits and pieces of it.
So here's the story. There were neighbors, 173, then a couple, 72 and 70,
Okay.
that got into a dispute
Olds.
because one of the neighbors blew grass clippings into the other's yard.
Okay.
The next thing you know, they're getting into a physical altercation where the couple allegedly punched the 73-year-old man, beat him with a leaf blower, struck him with a hammer, and bit his finger.
Well, I mean, you could
Well,
definitely donk somebody
Those
off.
guys
by
are all going. They're
hitting
going to jail.
somebody with a hammer.
They did go to jail. The couple went to jail, but it all started over a property line dispute and whether the grass clippings were being blown
Right.
into their yard.
So here's my question. I don't know much about Culpeper. I know people call in occasionally from Culpeper. Is it like the Laurel of Virginia or something?
That I don't know. I don't know much about
Does anybody
Culpeper.
know
I'll
anything
be
about
honest.
Culpeper?
I would say maybe Woodbridge is the Laurel of Virginia.
But it's cold, but-
it's similar. It's in
So
the same
similar.
area.
It's in the same vein.
I think
okay,
so.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's great.
Yeah.
I mean, was there beef?
I don't spend a
between-
lot of time there, but
Was there beef between the neighbors prior to this incident? It sounds
Must
like
be.
there had to be like
Must be some built-up-
back and forth, and this is like the tipping point.
The police chief said there are some very hard feelings between these two particular neighbors that led to the event.
Okay, so
But I can't imagine having that much passion, venom, animosity that I would have a physical altercation at 73 years old where you're punching and eye gouging and biting somebody's
well, you're
finger.
hitting somebody with a hammer and with the leaf blower. I mean, this
That's
is,
serious jail time right there.
I would
Hit somebody
think.
with a hammer.
you could definitely donk somebody off. If you hit them in the head with a hammer.
100%.
I mean, I don't know if they hit him in the head with a hammer, but if you hit somebody with a hammer, that's a pretty effective weapon.
Here's the couple. I mean, you can tell. I'll just turn my laptop. The guy looks angry. Now, it
Yeah.
looks like he's got some
You-
bruises.
You'd be angry too if you were getting a mugshot taken of you.
Yeah.
Okay. I would guess most people are angry in their mugshot photos.
But at that point in life, when you're a 72-year-old man like Gail Chevalier, how about you just let the grass clippings slide over to your
Right.
yard,
Should-
right?
Just
You
get your
should-
leaf blower and blow them back over or something.
you shouldn't
I
be
don't
getting
know.
into fisticuffs with your next door neighbor. ever, let alone in your 70s.
Hey, real quick, let's go to Rob in Winchester. Rob, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
On an open line Thursday.
It's true. True
Good
story.
morning, boys. How we doing? Happy 30. Long time listener.
Thank
you
you.
fellas.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Rob.
man.
We appreciate
you.
that.
What's up?
Hey, so for the donks that come to your house trying
Yeah.
to sell things,
Yeah.
my dog had the same surgery as Cakes did 2 years ago.
Okay.
My wife printed out a letter or a warning or sign that said, please don't ring our doorbell or knock on our door. Dog just had surgery, can't react. We've never taken it down. Works like a charm, just like
What do you
Lurch
mean
and
the
his
dog?
Beware
I don't
dog
understand
No,
that.
they're basically telling the solicitors, our dog just had surgery. We don't want the doorbell ringing, and that's a trigger for a lot of dogs are going to either run to the door or react
Because
to the doorbell
because
or
the
a door
dog's not
knock.
supposed to move after surgery.
Right, like the dog's supposed to recuperate. So
Got ya.
he left the sign up in
right.
perpetuity, which is brilliant.
Got it.
I love
Oh,
that move.
it was fantastic.
Yeah, that's a
it
good
was
one.
great. It's been wonderful. It's been wonderful.
You got
Nicely
you. Well, a guy
done.
like Drab won't care. He won't care about your dog. He's just
just
gonna,
walk
he's
right
just
up to
gonna
it.
just
Forge
forge
onward.
ahead. If you throw a rock at
He'll
him,
probably bring
he'll
treats.
be fine. He'll be fine. All right. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you.
Drab's
Yeah,
got some
have a good
Sam
weekend,
Weiner
boys.
in him over there.
Yeah, he-
Elite salesman.
That might be your next career, bud.
It might be. Well, my dad told me, I remember, that if you don't make a certain amount of money, you're not going back to college.
Oh, is that right?
Because
It was
I
the
was like,
ultimatum.
because like for all of like June and half of July, I was like screwing around at the house, not
Yeah.
doing anything.
Probably playing tennis
That's
every
when you
day.
should have started your
Sleeping
top hat
in.
And it
lawn
was like
service.
video games and sleeping in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was like, "You better figure it out, or
Yeah.
you're not going back."
that's right. He runs a
So
tight ship.
I took the worst job possible, which is a door-to-door salesman. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's the worst job there is, but you
were
get enough
successful.
you get enough cracks at it. Again, you just don't care. Your people are spitting in your face, whatever, 100 times a night. So
I think door-to-door salesman and the job that I had for literally one day they're neck and neck for worse jobs. Try doing inventory for a company where you walk in, you've got that calculator like on your hip, and you're typing in the calculator like with all the inventory in the store. I did it for one day. One.
At Toys R Us?
No, it wasn't a Toys R Us. It was just some random company. I did it for one day. Quit. Didn't even get my paycheck for the one day.
Because it was just too
It was difficult.
annoying.
It was an annoying job. It was tedious. And I said, I don't see myself coming back for day 2 of this job. Day 2. Not week 2 or month 2 or year 2.
But see, that seems
Day
like a
2.
mindless job. I used to do inventory at a place where I worked, but I didn't have a machine. I had to do it with yellow
By hand.
by hand.
It's
But it
just
was mindless.
terrible.
I mean, you're just counting.
Yeah, I would never, ever do that again.
Yeah,
Not in a billion years.
right. I'm sure the inventory wasn't as much as yours.
I would rather sell my body on a street corner first over doing inventory.
Really?
I would
All you do is just type it.
I'd become a male prostitute.
You couldn't just you couldn't turn your brain off.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Serious as a heart attack.
Right. All right. Hey.
I'm not sure Cakes as a male prostitute's going to get a lot of business.
Probably not, but I would do that over over inventory.
Right, right, right.
100%. Are you welcome to call us on an open line Thursday? 800-636-1067 is the number. It's brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. When we come back, we'll discuss, is the NFL going to regret moving all of their stadiums, or a lot of the stadiums going forward, including the one here in D.C., indoors instead of playing a lot of their games outdoors? We'll discuss next here on The Fan. Coming up at the end of this segment, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Soja with special guest Pigeons playing ping pong. They will be at Nats Park on August 1st. We'll do that before this segment is done. All right, so I teased the NFL shift toward indoor stadiums before the commercial break. So the NFL, they're full steam ahead as far as building stadiums, either indoors or with translucent domed roofs.
Yeah.
10 of 30 venues already have roofs in 2025, and projections are that 16 out of 30 stadiums will be indoors by the year 2031, including the stadium right down the street here in D.C. for the Washington Commanders. Yesterday, we saw renderings of the new stadium for the Chiefs. It's going to be a $3 billion dome stadium opening in 2031.
Is that the one that's in Indiana?
No, they're moving from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas.
Oh, they're going to be in Kansas. That's right.
You're speaking of the Bears, who could possibly be moving to, I think it's Hammond, Indiana, which is very close to Chicago, but it's across.
I got them crossed up.
State lines. So
I think it's sad. When I saw the renderings,
and this one, by the way, is going to be done.
When I saw the renderings,
2031, so a year after the Commander Stadium.
Yeah,
I thought the renderings looked great. But there's something about watching a Chiefs game in December, in January, where there's weather conditions. You're taking weather conditions away, and part of the NFL's charm, I think, are the outdoor games, whether it's snow, whether it's cold and you see the guy's breath, and they're taking that away.
Well, yeah, but as fans, true, and I agree with you. But the owners of the stadiums, they want to hold other events there.
Right.
That's how they're going to make their money to pay for these stadiums.
And like when you're buying,
that's why they're doing
when
it.
you're buying the Seahawks for $9+ billion, or you're Josh Harris and you bought the Commanders for $6+ billion.
You want to make that money back.
You want a stadium that is not only going to host NFL games, it can host concerts year round.
Sure.
It can host World Cup games. It can host fill in the blank. So I understand your sentiment, JP, that like you're going to miss some of these weather related games, but the way the league is trending, like they don't just want the stadium open for 10 days.
Yeah, but how do you feel about it?
I don't like it.
I can understand why they do it.
You're siding with billionaire owners.
But
Like,
No, we're not siding. I understand why they're doing it.
But as
I'd rather
person,
watch Matt. I'd rather watch a game outside, of course.
it's also it's an inherent advantage.
I know.
Look
It is.
look what happened to Houston in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They went up to Foxborough, played outdoors, and then they're a wussy house cat dome team.
But if you're
they got punked.
If you're asking me personally, I, as a fan watching at home, I don't have a problem with the games being in domes. You know why? Because it's a controlled environment. Teams score more. Because I'm more into the gambling side, the fantasy side.
That's
like
true.
my viewing of the NFL, I've talked about this, has been perverted over the years. But that's fine. The NFL doesn't care. I'm still watching, but the way I consume the game has changed. So I'm okay with there not being a foot of snow on the ground during games.
I don't go to a lot of
Even
games.
though aesthetically it is pleasing to watch it on TV. I understand the allure of it.
I mean, the only games I really have gone to in the last 5 or 6 years are Hokie games, and it's great to be outside.
Right.
I'd much rather be outside than in a
That's
dome.
true, but unless you're in Green Bay at Lambeau Field, do you think people in Chicago want to be out in 5-degree weather for 3+ hours or more if they're tailgating? Maybe they do if they're from hardier stock and they want to be outside and experience all that. Mm-hmm. I like climate control. I like knowing that I can just go to my seat. It's going to be 72 degrees, and I know that the weather is not going to affect the outcome of the game. But that's just me.
I don't have a strong opinion on it.
I like having a variety. One of the charms in baseball is that the parks are different.
Right.
Yeah.
That there's now a lot of the stadiums will look the same, but you'll have a green monster here, you'll have Wrigley Field, which is a little different. And I think one of the charms in the NFL is that you do have some stadiums that are outdoors where the weather conditions come into play, and they're sanitizing it. They're sanitizing the sport. If all of the games are in domes, and you're saying half, you're not going to get those weather conditions.
It's true.
You already got Minnesota in a dome. You've got Detroit in a dome. So you've got Green Bay left. What other cold weather teams are left? Like a Chicago,
Yeah.
New England. I mean, there are a few.
Detroit.
But the Bears
it's becoming less and less.
The Bears are going to be moving into an indoor stadium.
Right.
Their
Yeah.
next stadium will be indoors. So that's a cold weather team traditionally.
I mean,
that
you already got
will be taken
you've
away.
already got warm weather teams in dome. I mean, Atlanta.
Yeah, Jacksonville is currently building a
Jacksonville,
stadium with a
yeah.
dome that's going to open in 2028.
You know, you wonder though, when a
Houston.
stadium's
Yeah.
going to cost $3 billion, are they going to make up that revenue in the one Super Bowl they host and the couple other things they do? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to make it up. The
Sure, it
cost
takes-
is getting so crazy.
Well, I just saw the
they've figured
numbers
it
for the
out.
NFL. There was I could probably find it, but there was a picture of Roger Goodell online and how much the NFL generated in a year, and it was more than the NBA, the NHL, and Major League Baseball combined last year.
Right?
So they're generating so much money with their TV contracts,
I get it.
and then it gets spread out to the teams that they're able to make up that $3 billion.
It just seems like a lot of money.
And then
It's
they're
not
going to
like $3
sell
million.
PSLs.
I
You know, they
But
sell
remember,
these
back in the
licenses
day,
for
a stadium
seats.
would be like $300 million.
Sure.
Then it'd be $600 million.
Yeah.
Then it'd be $1 billion. And then, oh my God, a $2 billion. Now we're up
Right.
to $3 billion stadiums. I think it's just
In
at
10,
some point.
in 10 years, they're going to be $6
Yeah,
billion.
it's going to be $10 billion stadium, and we're going to make up the money
Well, that's
without
why-
having a Super Bowl?
Well, that's why Baker Mayfield's going to make $50 million a year,
Yeah.
and the teams are worth $10 billion.
Well, it's also eventually why.
Well, that's why Morgan Wallen tickets. How much from the Morgan Wallen tickets in M&T?
I don't know.
Can't imagine they were. I mean,
Well, at some
weren't
point,
cheap.
with the franchise valuations being what they are, there aren't going to be like individual buyers of teams anymore. Like the NFL is going to have to eventually open it up to like letting corporations at least help people buy teams. Because if the franchise goes up to say $12 billion, like
yeah. There's only so much.
Like
there's only
how-
so many people have that kind of money.
yeah. So at
I
some
got you.
point, they're going to have to be more flexible as to who's allowed to purchase teams.
Well,
Going
I think they
forward.
already are. I mean, Josh Harris only owns, I'm going to be off on the number,
there's
but
a-
it's like 35% of the team.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there's a bunch of owners.
true, but I'm talking about like Google being allowed to buy a majority stake in a team. Like that's not allowed at this point. But eventually, I think it's going to have to be because with the franchise valuations going up and up every single year, how can individuals like afford that price tag? It's going to be tough.
I would rather, just as a fan, a viewer, I'd rather watch an outdoor game.
Yes. It's to me,
Even though
it's sad.
I'm not there. I'm just watching it in my living room. But I'd rather
Yeah.
watch a outdoor game than an indoor.
I'd
game.
rather watch a game on an indoor fast track.
You're soulless.
Takes the
You're soulless.
The
That's
scoring is
fine.
barely
You
up
can tell-
indoors.
You can tell me that, but it's not going to change my viewpoint.
It's barely up indoors. It's
Okay, that's fine.
Well, so it's not an indoor fast track. Having everything look exactly the same, every stadium, I think it's sad that the Commander Stadium is going to look exactly the same as the Chief Stadium, as the Texan Stadium.
Yeah.
As he said, variety is the spice of life. That's what makes football special. And everything under the same lighting, the same dumb, clear roof, it's just going to be so boring. Like, they're cookie cutter. And in 10 to 15 years, everyone's going to say, what have we done?
You may be right.
I know.
I bet
mean,
you'll still be watching in 10 to 15 years.
I mean,
I'm going to guess you're still going to be watching the
that
product.
that doesn't mean it's as good as it used to be.
Okay, it might not be optimal, but
I still watch the NBA, and it's way
I mean, I'd
different,
much
you know?
rather
Yeah.
watch when the conference championships in college football, when they in the SEC they go down to Georgia Dome or whatever wherever they're playing, the Big 10, Big 12, they're playing inside. I'd much rather watch games at Georgia than in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? As a
Yeah,
college
the Big
football
Ten
fan.
championship in Indianapolis, that sucks.
I'd much rather watch a game at Michigan or at Ohio State.
I'm intrigued when the weather conditions come into play. When it's, negative 10 degrees and you watch a game. Or even if you play Madden, there are settings where you can choose to play in the snow,
Yeah.
in the rain, in wind. You want to take away all of those things.
Pretty much.
Cakes doesn't want to deal with
Give me
the
indoor-
possibility of a field goal kicker
Give me
dealing
indoor
with
football.
30 miles per hour wind.
Yeah.
It just adds a little intrigue to it. Cakes wants a sanitized version of the sport. You want to make it like basketball. Okay, basketball's fine, but it's the same.
I like a roof over my football personally. And as a fan going to the game, I always want to just be able to go in a jacket or a polo and just watch the game, not have to worry about getting my fingers frostbitten.
Cakes,
during
don't
game.
you like wax poetic about football in the cold and the gridiron and gritty and teams pushing against each other for every inch?
It's fine. I mean, do we really need like a 10-7 slugfest in 5-degree weather where there's a foot of snow on the ground? Isn't that kind of what happened in the AFC Championship game this past year?
Yeah, New England, Denver.
Was that a great game? Was it a fun
No,
game?
it wasn't a
to
great
watch?
game, but it was kind of intriguing to watch just because of how the weather affected the players.
You guys like boring, low-scoring games. I like offensive games in football.
But that
There are
is
high
but
scoring
that is-
games
but
in,
JP
in the bad conditions
yes.
too.
Snovers, ever heard of them?
okay, I'd like to see your data on the Snovers.
But that is kind of rare that you see that you see like a blizzard
Right.
in the second half of an AFC Championship game.
Right.
It's rare, but that's why it's intriguing to watch.
It's probably not rare if it's in Denver.
You never get those
No.
shots of the guy's breath and how cold it is.
Okay.
You never get the shots of the flags and how the wind is going crazy.
Now that's a game I regret not betting. I knew that the wind was going to be like 50 miles an hour sustained in that Buffalo game, and I didn't bet it.
You're just going to
Yes.
your overhead of a stupid dome.
What
it's
is the
okay.
total number of indoor stadiums you
He
said?
said it's going to be half the league.
It's 10 now.
It's
up
10
to,
now.
Up to
Yeah.
16 by 2031.
16.
Takes his $10 bets.
Yeah.
He's worried about.
And those can add up. Or that you can get Felton pretty quick. Either or.
I think
All right,
it's sad.
If you want to weigh in on the trend towards dome stadiums in the NFL or more, you're welcome to do that on an open line Thursday. 800-636-1067 is the number. 10th caller right now. I promised that we would give away the tickets. I did not forget. I was close to forgetting. Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to Soja. Special guest Pigeons playing ping pong. That show is Saturday, August 1st at Nats Park. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. 800-636-1067. 10th caller right now wins.
It's Bish here for Golfdom. Their legacy began back in 1982. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf has been your trusted golf shop for generations. From the early days to the present, they've been serving local golfers with excellent service and expertise. Their goal is to empower your journey with the best gear and advice you can get in golf, all backed by their legendary 90-day guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf is here to help you get there.
Cade Cavalli threw 6 strong innings. Luis Garcia Jr. hit a 2-run homer as part of a 6-run seventh to break open a tight game, and the Nationals beat the Rockies 8-0. Cavalli allowed just 4 hits and walked 2 while striking out 8. And another offensive highlight of the game, C.J. Abrams continued his red-hot stretch. He had a 4-hit afternoon. The Nationals took 2 of 3 from the Rockies to win a 4th consecutive road series and get themselves over 500 yet again. Keeping it in baseball, the Baltimore Orioles ended Boston's franchise record-tying 15-game winning streak behind Kyle Bradish's 6 innings of 1-run ball, defeating the Red Sox 5-1 in the nightcap of a doubleheader. This was Boston's first loss since a 10-2 setback to the Washington Nationals at Fenway Park on July 1st. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up at 7:25, we will unveil the latest NFC East power rankings unit by unit. Today's unit to focus in on the offensive lines. We'll tell you where they stack up coming up at 7:25. Speaking of the NFC East, we wanted to play audio that went pretty viral yesterday of John Harbaugh when he was speaking to the New York Giants. He has them assembled prior to training camp. This is John Harbaugh, the new Giants head coach, trying to rally his troops and inspire them.
Is this the whole team or just the rookies?
Oh, this is the whole team,
the whole
coaches,
team.
like in a big conference room.
Okay.
You can tell me what you think of his speech right here.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? A little nervous, man. You nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. So give this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. This is a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow, it's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Certainly, yeah.
It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we're late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
Now,
It's where it started. It's where it's beginning.
perfect.
We're about to start.
Perfect stinger to play there, Valdez. And Drab brought this up during the break, and it does make more sense if you watch the video that accompanies this.
I was gonna say it sounds awkward. Just listen to the audio.
It was pretty cringeworthy because, like, he gets a little bit of response from the players at the very beginning,
right.
but then when they're showing him repeating the New York Giants, like the room is just like has all the air sucked out of it. Like those guys are just looking at him.
It's probably awkward for them.
It probably is awkward.
He's
like,
been doing it so long.
yeah.
It's got to be tough to come up with new speeches to inspire as you're about to start training camp. And to that point, there was a story this week about Nick Sirianni. And Nick Sirianni's heading into his 6th season coaching the Eagles.
Yeah.
And so to try and connect with his team, he flat out has told people he's using ChatGPT to spice it up because he needs to change the messaging some.
I mean, I think that's a horrible idea to admit it. I mean, I feel like you can do it and just maybe not take it word for word, maybe take some guidance from it, put your own spin on it.
Well, he's also searching for stories. So Sirianni said he asked ChatGPT to give him a great relentless effort true sports story. And then he found one, which was a story about Anthony Robles, a wrestler who was born with one leg and won a national championship. but he's leaning on ChatGPT to
Sure.
help him with his speeches.
Now, I'm not going to take too much away from John Harbaugh's terrible speech there. It doesn't mean they're going to have an awful year, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It didn't look like there was. Maybe there's buy-in from the players. And they're just not showing it. Maybe it was early in the morning and that they're
they're still tired.
They're just waking up.
but it doesn't matter, though.
Nope.
It doesn't matter because think about it. They're going to go through an entire training camp. Do you
Yeah.
think that speech
No.
really matters?
No, it doesn't matter.
That's what Cakes' point.
But it's just interesting that the charisma is not
But
there.
hey, maybe the players, they've heard the reports that Harbaugh runs really hard training camps and hard practices. That was part of the critique of him toward the end in Baltimore. And maybe they're like, this guy's going to put us through the ringer. We're going to get injured before the season starts, or we're going to get beat up just from practicing super hard like this guy's used to doing.
I think they're just pros, and they're just a little bored, and it's day one.
And they've heard speeches like
they've
that
heard
from
that,
every
yeah, their
coach
whole
they've
life.
ever had.
It's
Yeah.
like us going to like a meeting downstairs
Right.
sometimes. Like
That's exactly what it is.
Sometimes. How about every single meeting?
every time.
But not the first time. This is the
Yeah,
first
this is
time
the
he's
first
probably
get-
talked
yeah.
to a lot of them.
Yeah, but it could be a new CEO. You're still going to be like,
Yeah, right.
Well,
get me
He's not going to
Price.
get you that
he
fired
should
up.
rewatch that video and get rid of anybody that's not buying in. This is his first year there.
Right.
You got guys that aren't,
I don't know that it
excited
means
to
they're
be
not
there.
buying in. I just think that they're just, vets. I don't know.
losers. They're loser vets. Yeah, I mean,
I guess he didn't deserve much more. He's got no risk.
What do you want him to do? You want
I
him to
don't
do the
know.
whole "Who's got it better than us"?
I don't
the
know. what I would
Harbaugh
want-
staple.
I don't know.
He does that after games sometimes, but his brother got the riz. His brother's weird,
Hold on, didn't he?
but
say
his
they're both
brother
weird?
has more charisma.
I think they're both weird.
Well, didn't he steal that from? Was that Marv Levy's line?
Well, it was his dad's deal.
Oh, that was his dad's.
I mean,
Okay.
maybe I'm not saying his dad originated it, but in the
Right.
Harbaugh family, they grew up with their dad saying, "Who's got it better than us?"
It's a good line.
And then Jim is the one who's more popularized it, but
Yeah.
I've seen John do it in the locker room too.
Right.
My perception-
that he uses for post game wins. He's not going to whip that out.
I don't know, Valdez. You're a Ravens fan, so you pay keen attention to it. But when Harbaugh was with the Ravens from afar, and I did not pay much attention, but from afar, I always felt like Harbaugh was kind of an ogre. I never saw him as some like
In what way?
I don't know, just I never saw him as like some super happy-go-lucky, fun person. I don't know.
He was kind of soft spoken towards the end.
Maybe it was more towards the end. Maybe because as he felt the pressure.
Well, remember, Harbaugh was going to be fired in 2008 until Lamar saved his job.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right?
I mean, he's not. The perception of Harbaugh is different from
In what
people.
year? You said 2008.
Oh, sorry, 2018. Sorry. The perception of Harbaugh is different from people on the outside than people who have seen, who've watched all of the Ravens games.
What's
So,
your perception of him?
He lost his fastball. He was stubborn. He refused to make changes when Zach Orr was a problem on defense. They lost 13 games in the fourth quarter by 14 points or more the last 4 years of Harbaugh's tenure. Like he refused to change, stubborn, and it cost him his job, cost the Ravens games in the season and in the playoffs.
is Valdez willing to put his money where his mouth is? That Harbaugh's lost his fastball?
What, that the
I
Giants?
don't know. Like,
bet
get-
on-
I
He's
don't
not
know.
gonna turn the
I
Giants
mean,
around?
I listen to him clown on Harbaugh all the time ever
Yeah.
since he got fired. I still think Harbaugh's a great coach, 62% winning percentage over his career. I think most teams would kill to have Harbaugh. There was a reason why he was the number one wanted coach
Absolutely.
this offseason. Sometimes it's just you've been in a job long enough, and it's time for a change.
Valdez valued by a big giant John Harbaugh voodoo doll.
Valdez is
Stick pins
ungrateful.
in it.
He brought him a Super Bowl ring, and he treats him like trash.
I mean, it's the dustiest ring in the world.
But along the way, he
Wait, I mean, I get it. You got a shiny new ring grab and everything,
But along the way, he would lament that it wasn't Lamar's fault, for example, which would also mean maybe it wasn't Harbaugh's fault when there's
Yeah.
a drop at the end of a game to advance in the playoffs and those sort of breaks.
Look, it's the messaging and everything got stale. Sometimes it's best for both parties to move on. Harbaugh
yeah,
probably
yeah.
needs a new change of
He
scenery,
probably,
and
yeah.
the team.
Definitely
He
needs to move
probably
on.
wanted it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely true.
I don't think
It's-
John. I don't know if John wanted it, but like he probably didn't want to get fired.
He's probably ready for it,
No,
though.
but he was-
knew
but
it
he
was
kind of knew.
coming.
He kind of knew the
Yeah.
writing was on the wall.
Yeah.
A fresh start sometimes is
But
good
when
for
you
everybody.
watch the video, it's not as awkward when you watch it.
Oh, I think it's more awkward when you watch it.
I mean, the players,
Personally.
every team is going to react like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think
it's just not going to be a reaction.
he could have the
What are they supposed to jump
He
up
could have some super fiery speech
don't
and be
know.
the same reaction.
Yeah, but
and
if you
high
got
five
Jim-
each other?
Yeah,
Because
but like,
Harbaugh's
if-
giving
it
his speech.
depends on the guy. Like John Gruden, you're not going to be dead when he's. There's certain guys command more.
I almost feel bad for him because now everything is videoed, right? So this is part of a Giants reality show. So maybe it's not Hard Knocks. I can't remember what the label is, but it's clearly a series. And I know the Commanders did that. When I wrote my book, I leaned heavily on I didn't have to be inside the locker room because they showed you what was happening inside the locker room. They showed you, and you could get quotes and everything. And all the teams do that. So he's got to crank out how many of these speeches just in the preseason before the games?
Yeah.
Your father was a pastor. I mean, 30 years into the sermon for Palm Sunday, it's hard to come up with something new all the
Yeah,
time
he
and
didn't
be
have
fresh.
Chat GPT back in the day.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what these opening moments are across the league. I don't know what the expectation is.
And this is like
I don't know what to
syllabus
compare
day
it
for a
to.
class, too.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, guys, we're back.
Maybe he tried to
Was
get
this-
more out of it than he should have.
Was this right before minicamp?
I don't know the exact setting. Maybe it's like pre-training camp about to kick off. I'm not sure why they were all assembled.
I mean, is it just from like a couple days ago?
Well,
Or
has
is it-
anybody started training camp yet?
I don't think so. I
I
mean,
don't
maybe
think so.
they've reported. I don't know if they've reported already.
Yeah, I would guess it
But
was
I don't
one of
know.
those
I don't know when this
mini camps.
happened.
Yeah. By the way, the show is Giants Life. Is
See?
the name of it. It premiered yesterday, July 22nd.
Okay.
Like on YouTube or wherever you get your dumb Giants content.
Right, so it was probably their last mini camp.
Well, the rookies report here to Ashburn tomorrow.
Yes.
They're already back. I mean, those rookies are here. And then the vets come in, I think, on Monday.
It's Monday or Tuesday.
So-
You won't show up
Monday or
and throw
Tuesday.
flowers at Antonio Williams because he gets so sized.
I like Antonio Williams.
I do
I don't know
like
if I'll
him.
go throw carnations at him, but I kind of like what his potential is in his offense.
All right, real quick. Before
Sonny Styles going to walk in.
So I'm a big Sonny Styles guy. Big Sonny Styles mark.
You won't fist bump him, show up in Ashburn,
I mean,
give him a fist bump.
He might knock me over. He's so big and muscular and strong.
He's a handsome guy. Let's go to Gary in Culpeper. Gary apparently upset at Cakes for calling Culpeper the Laurel of Virginia.
I didn't call it that.
Oh,
Now I'm getting thrown under the bus.
Hey guys, I do take offense to a certain degree.
Go ahead.
Of you guys downgrading Culpeper.
I know
Jason-
nothing about it.
What?
Jason,
Yeah.
when Jason states that he doesn't think it's very good, and one of you say that it's like Laurel, and one say it's like Woodbridge.
Yeah.
That could be further from the truth, guys.
All right.
I've been on the community board of supervisors here in Culpeper for 10 years.
Boring.
All right.
All right, what's great about it? You got neighbors hitting each other with hammers.
Is in the middle of everything. It's a beautiful community consisting of 60,000 people.
Yeah.
And a lot of those people, watch you guys and listen to you guys
Yeah, for sure.
on the radio.
That's
because
all right.
there's a lot of commuters that live in Culpeper.
Right.
So I'd be careful about downgrading Culpeper. It's
Well, we don't have to lie.
20
If
minutes-
it's
20
a
minutes from, let me
Yeah.
finish.
if it's
20
a
minutes
rundown
from the toe of the
town
mountains.
full of hillbillies, it is what it is.
It's 3 hours from the beach.
Right.
It's 40 minutes from
Hold on.
Charlottesville.
3 hours from the beach
and
is a calling
45
card?
minutes from Dulles Airport. So
Okay, you're
Isn't every town around
but
here
you're
3 hours from the
pointing to
beach?
other places. What are the highlights of Culpeper itself? Like if you told me right now, here are the top 3 spots in Culpeper you have to go to. What is it? The Slaughterhouse?
What's the slaughterhouse?
Culpeper has a lot
I don't know,
of
it's on
life
Wikipedia.
projects here in Culpeper. The tax rate is the lowest in Virginia.
That's not what I asked. I said, give me the top
It's
3 places to
90%
go.
Agricultural. It's a beautiful community with shops. And at one time, it was voted one of the top 10 communities in the nation.
Okay, but right now,
I
what are the
think you're
top
all
3
wrong.
places to go to?
If I went to
And
Culpeper,
think
what would
by
I do?
Downgrading Culpeper, you're not helping yourselves any.
It doesn't really matter.
Just my opinion, guys.
it's just-
Okay, can you help
laid it
us?
out there.
Can
I'm
you
just
help
thinking
us
Culpeper,
understand?
It's a beautiful
Oh
community.
my God.
Do they have a good golf
Beautiful
course out there? Do they have any golf courses out
Can you
there?
help us understand what is great
I
there?
live on the golf course.
Which golf
I live
course?
on the golf course.
Which
I
one?
have a golf cart in my garage. I go down to the golf course all the time, hit balls.
Yeah.
I'm a 5 handicap.
All right.
Pummel you.
kills it.
Yeah,
And,
pummel you.
and
Come on, I
I've
might
been
have a
golf
shot.
for a long time.
Is it a country club or is it the public course?
It's the Culpeper Country Club. Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna look it
I actually
up.
think I've played there before.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Yeah, I think
that
so.
makes sense.
But I'll be honest with you, I haven't spent a lot of time
I
in
would
Culpeper
I
at
would
all.
just
so.
say, Gary, it's
just don't know.
We're just having fun.
Yeah, well, that's why you do not speculate.
Well, I would
that's what
just
we
say
do.
that don't take it so
Try
seriously.
Yeah, don't-
and come and visit Culpeper. Then you can
Appearance
give your
fee.
opinion.
Appearance fee.
I never seen a guy with so
I'll
much
be there.
pride.
But you also haven't answered my basic question. I'm going to give you another chance. Give me the top 3 spots. If the Junkies were to go for a day, where do we go in Culpeper to have a good time?
Yeah,
Give me
top
the
three-
top 3 spots.
Top 3 attractions.
Specifics.
I would say you could visit as far as restaurants. We have Davis Street, which is one of the finest streets in the region as far as restaurants and shops.
All right.
It's
Restaurants?
About Time is a great restaurant to go to. 1938 is a great restaurant to go to.
All right.
We have. All
right, besides the restaurants, what else would I do?
Pool. We have a field house we just opened up several years ago. We have the mountains that are 20 miles away, the beautiful Blue Ridge Mountains in Spurrierville, Virginia.
That's another city. You keep naming other things. We're 3 hours away from this. Go to the mountains, which are 20 minutes
Hey,
away. I'm asking you what's in
Very
Culpeper.
awkward.
He's not going to answer. He
Very
loves, he
awkward.
loves
He
Culpeper.
loves him
Just
Culpeper.
answered you
All right.
as far as Culpeper. Plus, we have a lot less congestion than you do in Northern
Now
Virginia.
that is an
It's
attraction.
90% agricultural here in Culpeper.
Yeah.
And the traffic is not as bad as what you all are living in up there.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on what type of quality of life that you want.
Right. Listen, Gary, God bless you.
Don't take it so
Don't
serious.
take it so serious. We're just having fun. We're kind of making fun
Hey,
of
I'm
it.
a serious guy much of the time.
All right.
Okay.
We
yeah.
can tell.
Sound like it.
Yeah.
Real party.
God bless you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary.
I bet you're
When
awesome
I
at
hear-
parties,
when I hear
Gary.
Culpeper being downgraded, I have to stand up and play a little defense here.
All right.
Okay. All right. All right.
Have a good
no
day.
problem.
Just pay me an appearance fee. I'll be the grand marshal of the Culpeper Parade. Just contact somebody in the sales office here at the Fan.
Whatever.
Hey, one of the highlights is in 2014, they installed energy-efficient LED street lighting across the downtown cakes.
Hey, I'm sure Gary was spearheading that whole thing.
And you could visit the 1904 Culpeper train station.
All I know is I'm never going to be on the board of supervisors for any town or any city.
You don't have that kind of pride.
No,
You know, kind of
No,
kind of
I don't-
work
I don't-
ethic.
I'm not about public service. It's not really in my wheelhouse.
You know what? He's proud of his town.
Hey, good for him.
He's proud of his
Good for-
town. He should be.
Good for Gurry.
I'm glad he called in.
Good for Gurry and Culpeper.
I mean,
I'm not
it doesn't affect me. I'm glad he called in.
Right.
all right, when
defended his
and
town.
he can do that. It's an open line Thursday. You can do that throughout the show. When we come back, we'll do the NFC East power rankings. We'll break down the offensive lines in the NFC East next on the Fan.
JP from the Junkies here for the Michelle Radley Automotive Group. Right now, they got great deals. How about 0% for 60 months? That offer, they're extending it right now at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg and Radley Chevrolet in Fredericksburg. You score 0% APR for 5 years on a new Silverado, plus no monthly payments for 90 days. That's awesome. And here's a silly perk for Junkies listeners. Buy any new vehicle this month at Michelle Radley Chevrolet, and they're going to toss in a set of all-weather mats absolutely free. Don't sleep on the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, too. Stop in, you take a test drive in any new Mitsubishi this month, and they're going to hand you a $50 gift card just for taking a spin. And, of course, you always have the Radley VIP Rewards program. It is legit. Buy any new or any used vehicle, and you're getting oil changes, tire rotations, routine maintenance, service specials, and so much more. I love my new Traverse, and that's why I keep telling you about the Michelle Radley Automotive Group. That's Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, delivering memorable driving experiences.
Welcome back to an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows, they are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live, my friends. 800-636-1067 is the number. It's time now to get back into the power rankings for the NFC East. Today's unit to focus on, the offensive line. And spoiler alert, the Commanders do not have the fourth-ranked unit.
I was going to
in
say,
the NFC East.
Of all the units
Really?
we've gone through, this might be one of the better ones as far as where we match up, relative to everybody else.
So we'll go 4 all the way up to number 1, starting with number 4, the New York Giants, who were put to sleep by their new head coach, John Harbaugh, in that speech that we just listened to a few minutes ago. Andrew Thomas is a stud in the room, but the rest of the line is a work in progress for the Giants, which led them to spending high draft capital on Francis Mauigoa, number 10 overall, out of Miami to help upgrade that unit. He allowed just 2 sacks in 522 pass blocking plays in 2025. The big question for this group, can they help keep Jackson Dart out of the blue medical tent in 2026, where he spent a lot of time as a rookie? So they're looking to add pieces around Andrew Thomas, but it's not quite good enough to get them out of the number 4 spot, in my opinion.
Isn't a lot of that, though, because he was just taken off, right, Dart? It wasn't because he was necessarily getting pummeled in the pocket. He was taken off.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly a
And
part of it.
he's a smaller guy.
I mean, if you're Harbaugh and the offensive staff there, you want him to play a little more under control, rely on his offensive line to buy him time.
Yeah.
And to seek out his weapons instead of just tucking the ball and
I'm telling
running.
you, I saw video or these guys that like evaluate the way people like foot plant and all this stuff and the way their feet work and everything.
Yeah.
And they were just totally mocking the way like Jackson Dart walks and runs.
Oh, really?
And like he's basically a disaster waiting to happen, an injury waiting to happen.
Okay. Guess we'll see how that
keep
bears
keep
out.
that in the back of
It's
your mind.
interesting that Cakes ranks them 4th in the division. I'm just looking at an offensive line ranking page on a website. They've got the Giants 10th overall.
Really?
10th in
Wow,
but maybe
okay.
Now, a lot of that has to do with the health of Andrew Thomas they're talking about, but they also went out and drafted Malguad, who's going to be a starter as a rookie, but they're pretty high on him.
Look, nobody's ever confused me with Warren Sharp. Okay, let me just put that out
all
there.
right,
First
we'll
and
take it.
foremost.
I'm not
But
gonna
you
kill
might be
yet.
right. You might be right.
All right, so I have the Giants at 4. I have the Commanders at number 3 in the NFC East.
Not much better.
Laramie Tunsil and Josh Connolly, they're an above-average tackle tandem, mainly carried by Tunsil. I mean, he's basically a future Hall of Famer. Though Connolly looks stronger and leaner heading into year 2 for the Commanders, and he's still very young. So
He had a better
there's still a lot
second
of
half.
upside for him.
He had a better second half of the season by
Right.
most accounts.
And he's a rookie getting acclimated.
And
thrown
Tunsil
into the
finished
fire.
number 5 in that ESPN poll of top 10 players,
Right.
where the Commanders only had one guy in the top 10 in any unit.
Yeah, and he was up there.
He was number 5.
But Cosme's got to stay healthy.
Yeah, Sam
mean, the guy's-
Cosmi, he's a promising young interior lineman, but he didn't even get honorable mention in the ESPN list that JP was talking about of top 10 at their position this preseason.
Well, I mean, who cares?
I don't. Don't you think that
He's very
the
confident.
unit with Tunsil, Paul, Allegretti, Cosme, and
Very-
Connolly
I think
could
it's
be
very
could be
solid.
sneaky good?
I think
You
it's
know what I
very
mean?
solid.
Yeah.
I think the
They stay
biggest
healthy.
question, though, for this line, you mentioned it, how effective is Nick Allegretti taking over at center as Tyler Biotish departs? He was released this offseason. He signed with the Chargers. Can Allegretti be close to as effective as Biotish in the middle of that offensive line?
All right. How about this? Washington was a top 10 group in time to pressure, 2.5 seconds, and yards before contact, almost 2.5 seconds. Team also made a curious decision, of course, to cut Tyler Biotish,
Right.
and he went to the Chargers.
They
But
signed him relatively quickly, too.
They did,
Like, he
so
didn't
they might
last-
like him.
He
They
didn't last
obviously
very long out on the market.
So we'll see if this unit can stay healthy. But in some of those little geeky metrics stats, they were top 10.
It's one of the units that we didn't really worry about. I know they went after Linderbaugh or whatever.
Linderbaum.
The money was
But the
just
Raiders
too
are
great.
like, here's $29 million per year. And Adam Peters is like,
Yeah.
that's not a neighborhood I'm very comfortable with.
Man, for whatever reason, I'm pretty okay with the offensive line.
You're good with them.
I'm okay. Yeah.
All right, so I have them at number 3 in the NFC East. I have the Dallas Cowboys as the second-ranked offensive line in the NFC East. Tyler Smith is a stud at guard, and even though their tackles are not elite, they were effective in providing time for Dak to deliver the ball consistently last year to CeeDee Lamb and Pickens. Expect more of that this year. Javonte Williams posted career numbers running behind this offensive line last season. So I have Dallas as your number 2 ranked unit.
Last year,
for offensive line.
Last year, Dallas was 20th in the league in pressure rate at almost 31%. So they were allowing their Dak to get pressured. Time to pressure, 2.3 seconds. So that was also ranked 20th.
So I have Dallas at number 2, and this is no surprise. I have the Eagles atop the power rankings for NFC East offensive lines. Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata form perhaps the top tackle duo in the entire NFL, so they have to be atop the NFC East rankings. There is concern with Lane Johnson entering year 14 in the league, with him slowing down and injuries taking a toll. But this group should open plenty of holes for Saquon and Hurts on the ground in 2026. One slight area of concern, their longtime offensive coach resigned during the offseason. He was there for 13 seasons, so there's going to be some flux there as far as who leads this group. But I have the Eagles atop your NFC East power rankings for offensive.
Yeah, they're
lines.
number 2 overall in this list.
Right.
Right behind Denver.
People were kind of surprised, right, when the O-line coach just
Got up
left
and walked
in the
away.
middle of. Do you remember that when that story hit? It was kind of a surprise.
I can't remember exactly when it was, but it did seem like it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah. So I don't know. Listen, they got to keep Jaden healthy, and they got to get some workload out of Rashad White and Katron and Bill. So there's a lot of pressure on that O-line, but I think we're going to be okay.
I think it's one of the strengths, as you said.
It is one of the strengths.
Little nervous about the center position.
Yeah.
We'll see how that fares.
Although I feel like when Allegretti's played in the past, he's been capable.
They obviously felt comfortable because when they missed out on Linderbaum, they settled in on Allegretti. They didn't go out and get somebody else.
Right.
And they didn't draft
They're
somebody.
clearly comfortable with him.
Like they got rid of Biotish. He wasn't making a ton of money. I think his cap number was like $8-ish million. Like he wasn't making $12 or $15 million. Like
I would love to know.
It seemed like a reasonable salary for a guy who was performing at the level he was performing at.
Maybe
so kind of a curious move to
maybe
to
they didn't
release
like
him.
his reads. I don't know.
Could be.
I just think they could be sneaky good, especially if Connolly starts. He like you
He's
mentioned,
ascending.
he got better in the
thought
second
the second half was better.
So if
and,
he gets even a little bit better in this offseason and in the camp, I think they could be a sneaky good unit.
and Tunsil's seemingly taking him under his wing. I know he's been working with him a lot individually. His body looks better. I don't know. I have reasonably high expectations for the O-line.
But when Jaden's dropping back, you just got to protect the kid.
And you'd like to see, too, that Tunsil was a guy who had the rep of not showing up for OTAs, like before he got here. He was at the OTAs this offseason.
Yeah.
So that shows a lot of buy-in on Tunsil's end as far as being like a leader for the unit, helping the young guys along, showing them how to be pros. So that's a positive.
It's all just a bit of an unknown though with David Blau, with the offensive coordinator, and not really quite knowing until you see it how it's all going to work out.
Yeah,
how it's all going to play in. I watched an interview of David just in the last day or two of him being interviewed about his journey and becoming a coach. And man, he couldn't rave about DQ and the culture he sets and the way he's groomed them and the promises that he's given them and lived up to and all the different mentors that he's had. I mean, he's worked with some great offensive coordinators. He's played with and behind some great quarterbacks. I'm super excited to see what kind of offense he puts together. He's obviously a really bright guy. Dan Campbell was asked about him. Everybody talks about how competitive Blau is. Blau talks about how competitive he is. So I can't wait to see what he puts together for this offense.
By the way, just a note, I may irrationally overrank the Commanders' tight end room whenever we get to that position unit rank. Because I'm big on
Chig.
I'm big on Chig.
Yeah. So the one battle that
Just
they're going to
so you know.
have on the offensive line is left guard, Brandon Coleman and Chris Paul.
I would imagine they'll be battling.
That's your
for
battle.
starting spot.
Everything else is basically set.
Well,
that's
Cosby's set.
That's okay.
Alec Reddy's set.
I like having guys battle for
The
their
tackles
spots.
are set. So
They drafted the Gulbin or whatever. Was that the
Goldman,
guy's name?
6th round, yeah.
Yeah. So you'd imagine it'll take him some time to break in.
All right, we'll talk more Commanders coming up at 8:25 as we're joined by our pal Chris Russell. He'll give us a training camp preview coming up at 8:25 here on the Junks. Junkies World Tour 2026 stops in the hometown for 3 of the 4 Junks. Bowie, Maryland tonight. We will be at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game starting at 6:15 p.m. for a first pitch and meet and greet. We would love to see you out at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game tonight. Get your tickets. We'll see you down there in less than 12 hours.
I
It's
can't
looming.
believe
It's right
that-
around the corner.
So I guess technically one of us or 3 of 4 of us, whatever, however they're going to do it, it's going to throw out the first pitch at 6:15. The game starts at 6:30.
6:35, I think, is first pitch between the
Yeah.
Bay Sox and the Erie Seawolves.
So I think if you want to kind of hang out with the Junks, you probably get there by like 6-ish, something like that.
That sounds like a good idea.
You know, get parked and everything.
Get in there.
And then, we'll hang out afterwards.
Very good. So 6:15, first pitch and a meet and greet at the stadium.
You know how it's list season?
Yeah, of course.
Before the football season starts,
Yep.
you're seeing all of these lists, whether it's PFF, whether
Yep.
it's the NFL Network, ESPN, they're all putting out these lists. Last night, kind of out of nowhere, Sacktown Mike sent me a text message and goes, "What's your top rap song of all time?" And then he said, then we kind of had a back and forth. Would you guys be opposed to? It's been a long time since we've done lists.
Okay. I like lists. They can be fun.
And we could start with rap songs where we just did our top 5, because I know
Okay.
you don't have that many.
Yeah, I don't have a lot in my arsenal.
And then we
over here.
compare our top 5. He was Jonah because I just immediately shot Lean Back.
Yeah.
I've always liked that song. But then I just started sending him a bunch, and he's like, he's an old school. Like he's like Jason, where
Yeah.
he likes EPMD. And
Yeah, that's
I
okay.
mean, it
all
would be,
those.
it'd be very limited just based on, when we were into that era of
Yeah, it'd be
music.
very 80s and early 90s for me.
You know, I'm not listening to
Mine's
hip-hop
more
today.
the Jay-Z, Kanye collab era.
Right.
Yeah, mine is.
I mean, I don't care.
Mine
Sure.
will have none from that era.
I'm
I can
up
tell
for
you
putting-
that.
What do you want? Top 5? Is that what you want?
Yeah, maybe we can do that next week at some point.
I'm totally up for it.
You won't be here next week.
Oh, that's true. Oh, we could
So-
maybe do it tomorrow.
Yeah. Could certainly do it
Well,
whenever.
I got to do my research.
I mean, I
gotta
have
do
a
my
play.
homework.
The whole thing is, I just kept sending him songs last night, and I have a hip hop playlist, and it has hundreds of songs, and so I've got favorites. It just kind of depends. Like, go old school. I love Public Enemy. Public
Yeah.
Enemy is one of my all-time favorite.
I would
bands.
definitely. I'd
But
probably
then I have songs by Drake in there.
Yeah,
got
I
Mobb
wouldn't
Deep.
have any Drake.
yeah, I'll tell you with certainty.
I already
my
know
list
one
would
song
not
which would be
include
on
Drake.
Cakes' list, which I love.
Yeah.
Ghetto Boys, Mind Playing Tricks
Well,
on Me
I mean,
would be in
spoiler
there.
alert. That would be a top
think-
of my list.
I would say this: Uptown Anthem by Naughty would be on my top 5. I think it's a great song.
I think both songs we're referencing are at least 25 to 30 years old.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
But I'd
Rap
have.
goes back a long way.
Anyway,
I
we
would
were-
have an EPMD. I'd probably have. I would definitely have Naughty. I'd have Eric B in there. I mean, that's. I'm 56.
That's okay.
That would be my top 5.
but they would still be your favorite songs, like hip hop songs.
Yeah, I love those. Love those groups.
I'm going to guess this guy isn't on your
EPM.
list. Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne will not be on my
Nobody
list.
named Lil
I
is
never
gonna be
got
on
in.
your
I never
list.
got into Lil Wayne.
Because you're not into, is it mumble rap? Is that
Not
kind
really.
of
No,
his-
he's not really mumble rap.
I don't know. I mean, how am I going to know the different genres?
Not really into Lil Wayne.
I had a Lil Wayne song that I sent to him.
I mean,
You know who else would be in my list? Tribe.
I love
Tribe's
Tribe.
pretty damn
Love
good.
Tribe.
Yeah.
It is open line Thursday for you to chime in, 800-636-1067. So is that a homework assignment for tonight or when I get back from vacation?
Maybe when you get back.
Okay.
Yeah. Give it some
It's
time.
gonna be- we're going to be out hanging out tonight. There's not going to be any homework being done.
So I guess
You gonna
Lil.
loosen up your arm for tonight?
I tried to throw the baseball in my house a little bit. I picked
you
up.
did?
I had a signed Eric Davis one. I threw it to my chair.
Yeah.
because it feels like a golf ball. Because
Yeah.
I haven't thrown a baseball since I coached my kid.
Right, right.
Yep.
15, 16 years ago. And as you get older, you might play softball, but you don't really throw a baseball.
I haven't thrown a baseball
Yeah.
in years.
I think. I can't remember the last.
You'll be fine. We'll be 15 feet from whoever. catches.
I'm lobbing it. Trust me.
The last time I threw anything even close to resembling a baseball was we had some expired eggs in the fridge. So my daughter and I did an old-fashioned egg toss in the backyard.
did.
Egg toss is fun.
So
Who-
hold
who
on.
won that?
How do you? I don't even know
I
what
think I
egg
won the
toss
first-
is.
You
just-
don't know what an egg toss is?
I've never really done it.
Well, an egg toss is when
You just throw it to the other guy and try to.
until it breaks.
Yeah, until it breaks.
I-
And then you back up a
take
step.
Well, there's
steps
no
back.
way you could
You
actually
catch it
catch it
soft.
and then not break. You can?
Of course you can. You catch
Yeah,
it
of
soft.
course.
Yeah, you catch it and you let it go.
We were like probably, I don't know, 30 to 35 feet apart when
Are you
it
kidding?
eventually broke.
Oh,
There's an art to it. There's an art to the egg toss, EB. You sleep a little
yeah,
bit.
I do.
Did you do it in the grass, right?
Yeah.
He didn't do it over your basketball court.
No, in the backyard, in the grass.
Remember I told you that my house got TP'd the other day? That was
Yeah.
what they did to all
Yeah.
the swimmers and divers or whatever. I still have toilet paper up in one of the trees.
Yeah.
Even
It'll
after
be
the
there.
downpour.
Might be there forever.
I'll have to check again today, but yeah, as of yesterday, yeah, still toilet paper
You won't
way
take
up
it
there.
and stash it in your bathroom and dry it out, use it.
My wife and I did comment that they TP'd with good toilet paper.
Oh, they did like 2-ply?
It was
Like
good.
Thick toilet paper?
It's softer than what we have in the house.
You live in a good neighborhood.
I don't know. I don't know. By the way, somebody says that EB Culpeper worse than Woodbridge. It's a dump.
Wow.
Just
Gary's very upset.
Oh,
I don't
Gary's
wanna
gonna call
upset
back.
Gary,
Gary's
but
catching a lot of shrapnel
I
for
did
his,
get a tweet.
his
Gary's
Culpeper.
answer was restaurants.
Listen,
Well, what town doesn't have restaurants?
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's a fine town.
We appreciate our listeners from Culpeper. We've had listeners from Culpeper since we started on the weekend shows.
Certainly do. I love them.
Somebody also
Well,
said
I love them. I just would never move to Culpeper.
somebody else.
That's okay.
Somebody also said the great move that Jason said about telling them you're renters. That is what a lot of people will do
Renters.
when
Yeah.
people come and they try to solicit.
brilliant-
you
it's a
say-
brilliant move.
I've never thought of that.
It's a brilliant move.
That's
Why
pretty smart.
Why do guys from Bowie love to clown on other towns?
Because Bowie's poopy.
Hey, Bowie is
When we
it's
grew
so
up, Bowie
nubs.
was awesome. When we grew up, it was awesome.
Maybe
Yeah, it was a lot different.
Yeah, but that was 50 years ago.
I agree. I agree.
There's, I mean, you're making fun of it. Like
I know, but
I can't think of a more boring suburban town around here than Bowie.
You can make fun of it. I'm not going to sit there and
Hey,
defend
we're
it.
going there tonight.
You
Go
can
easy over there,
yeah, no,
killer.
you could take shots. Yeah, you should.
It has a lot more
I
than
don't. I'm not. I
Culpeper.
don't have some.
Well, Culpeper's
It's got a minor league stadium.
Culpeper is a small town.
Yeah.
It's different. Totally
You can
different
make
layout.
fun of.
Not
You
a
can make
suburb.
fun of Bowie. I don't have some illogical Bowie pride.
I can't talk good or bad about Culpeper because, like I said, last time I was there was probably 8-9 years ago. I played golf there.
I have very little
but I've
file
never.
on it.
I don't spend time in Culpeper.
I'm
I don't know
making
anything about
fun of it with complete ignorance.
Right,
I've
right.
never been there once. I know nothing about
But
Culpeper.
I haven't been to Bowie in probably 20 years.
Listen, Bowie's nothing to brag about. You can make fun of Bowie all you want. Not going to hurt my feelings.
Drabby, if you saw where I grew up, you would kill it.
I mean, JP hypes up Three Brothers restaurant, and I went there one time. It was one of the worst dining experiences of my life.
Well, again, we
Why
love
were you
Hype
there,
the place
Brothers.
up is great.
We love Three Brothers.
Did you
when we
go
were
there when
kids.
we were working in Lanham?
I think so. I don't know. Went there one time.
Does it still exist? Is it still up and running?
Yeah.
Three Bros?
But
When
Probably.
we were
I
in
don't know.
college, we'd go to
It was
Three
slop
Is
Brothers.
that Beltway Plaza?
Yeah,
Is
We
that the
would
one
go
in
to Beltway Plaza
What
and
you call
get
it? Slop jalop?
Is Beltway Plaza still there?
yes.
Yes.
We would
Yeah.
go to Three Brothers and get a shrimp parm. It was silly.
Totally different.
I like the
That's
chicken
what we would
parm.
get.
I hype up.
Nobody said it was a
Let me tell you
delicacy.
something. I hype up Rips. Rips is silly.
Last time I was in Rips, it was kind of falling apart. I looked at the ceilings and it was like smoky and earthy. I mean, I'll be honest. Rips
That may be the case.
Well, I mean, it's old.
been
Hold
there
on.
probably since the
And now
40s.
here's a question: do they still have the rips in the hotel? Or
I'm not sure if it's active.
It's a motel. It has to be. But
Yeah. I'm not,
is that
Hey,
still
if-
there?
I gotta hear you hype up P section one more time.
The
P section.
Pointer Ridge.
Pointer Ridge. I mean,
That was our section. We're gonna have love
that was
for
our
it.
section.
It's just
we loved
something
it
that's
growing up.
unique about
it's
Bowie.
nothing to brag about. You can make fun of it all
I
you want.
might drive around Heather Hills before the game today.
You're
Just
gonna
to
get
see-
some nostalgia.
Go see your old.
I mean, I don't even know if I could find it, but
Yeah.
just to my old stomping grounds. I'm definitely going to drive by my old house.
I think you should do that.
Drabby, I'll drive by my old neighborhood. I'll take a picture. I'll send it to
You're
you.
returning to your roots today.
Yeah, I haven't been there forever.
Somebody drive by Bruce the Hugger's house too.
I don't know
Believe
where
he-
that is.
He's in the K section.
Okay.
That's all
So
I
close.
remember.
Yeah, but I mean, how do we know which one's his house? By the
We'll
way,
give
the
you-
houses
we'll
are
give
all
you the
similar.
address. Valdez and I
Yeah.
have it.
I don't remember the case. I don't even know the case section exactly where that is.
It's right down 450.
Like near the Bowie Library in that area.
There's I think there's like a
so.
school around there.
Yeah.
You gotta turn right.
I think it's close to Tasker. I think.
Man, we're giving all the landmarks in Bowie during the segment.
right.
All the hot
Dude,
spots.
you can make fun of Bowie all you want. Not going to hurt my feelings. That's for sure.
All right. Speaking of Bowie, I believe I signed you guys up for a physical challenge tonight.
Okay. What,
Cakes and JP.
and what does that entail?
Well, he asked Valdez and I if you guys would rather do like trivia.
Yeah.
With the answers revealed on the video board.
Okay.
A video
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
And that's boring.
Okay.
So I said, no, we'll be up for a physical challenge. And he said, okay, we can do bubble ball or the bungee challenge with two of the junkies.
Bubble
All right.
ball might be fun.
What is
Bubble
that?
So I don't know.
You go into a big giant bubble and we
Oh,
try
we
to
smash each
try
other?
to knock each
Yeah,
other
like bumper cars.
That's
yeah.
fine.
I mean, that'll be fun.
And what's the bungee one?
That one I don't have any idea about.
I don't know.
Whatever. Whatever they want to do. I'm prepared to be embarrassed.
And
I'll cheer you on.
Yeah.
Well, I said Jason Bishop really wants to do the
Bubble ball.
on-field activity, so
Yeah.
ask him first.
I'm sure you did.
That's what we're gonna do.
Big Lurch's head is poking out of the bubble
That's
ball.
like at the fourth inning. Is that like the fourth inning entertainment?
They said around that time, before then.
But it's
probably.
definitely going to be something like for 30 seconds where to entertain the fans while they're changing innings.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys have fun with it.
It's a minor league staple.
Yeah, this
kinda
Pickle
what they
and
do.
I'd be like this.
I figured I was going to be either punching a mascot, doing a dizzy bat race.
Something wacky.
Bubble ball, that's next level.
Yeah, we're ready for it.
So we'll be hanging out in PG County tonight.
Yes.
Piggy County.
It'll be like old times.
Well, you and I are definitely going to meet before Jerry's.
Yes, we are.
100%.
We're going to be at Jerry's Seafood at 4.
Gonna have a romantic
I don't know how long
dinner
this-
with crab bombs.
It's probably going to take me from Loudoun County to Bowie. I'm going to guess an hour and a half.
You need to plan for 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to take me an hour and a
Yeah,
half.
it's gonna be a while.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back on an open line Thursday, we'll get into the Nats' latest exploits against the Colorado Rockies. They
Another
win
series won.
Another series out west before they return home. And don't forget, Chris Russell joins us for a Commanders camp preview coming up at 8:25.
This sports video is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The August 3rd MLB trade deadline is quickly approaching. The Nationals' fate is still up in the air. Whether they're going to be buyers and the front office is all in on this season, or they're going to be sellers that kind of pushes their timeline back at least another year, that's dependent on how they play during this stretch. A 4-2 road trip, which ended with an 8-0 shutout win over the Rockies on the road and a second consecutive series victory, well, that should help them move in the right direction. They have an off day today, and then they return home tomorrow to face the Arizona Diamondbacks, kicking off their final homestand before the deadline. Currently, their record is 52-51, and they are very much in the hunt for a National League wildcard, but they've got a handful of teams, including the D-backs, they're going to have to leap over first. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team right there in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
You know how we've done the Brandon Ayuk saga, and that looks like that's winding down.
Yeah.
Looks like that's pretty
It's
much
just going to go away.
that's
Go away.
Just pretty much over.
Has he been posting?
And little things, nothing extraordinary. We've seen Stephon Diggs and his workout videos. Him working at Maryland. Him working with who else did he work? He worked with Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
We see him, on the treadmill doing various things. Well, yesterday we saw Tyreek Hill. He put out a video, and I don't know if you saw, and this is just 10 months after completely shredding his leg, his knee. The thing that got me, he didn't fully do it, but he basically did it. He did the bit where he's in the pool, and he jumped out of the pool.
That is impressive.
He didn't make it to the top, like out of the pool. There's
Yeah.
a step. There looks like there's steps, when you walk down, but he made it to the top step, which I don't know if you've ever tried to do that.
Right.
It's like horsing around at the pool with your kids or something. That's like impossible. It's like so
course
hard
it's
to do.
impossible.
And coming off of his injury, and he's sprinting around, it's not a formal environment. He's just like in his house, in his yard, doing sprints. He's doing exercises.
He's the one I'm most intrigued by.
He
Yeah.
looks.
So he looks good, huh?
He looks pretty darn good.
So now he goes up your list.
he goes up the list a little bit.
I told you,
He
he's
goes
been
up
my
the list
number
a little
one.
bit.
That's what it takes. It just takes a video. One of these guys to put out
That's
a
all it
video.
is.
Like
Yeah.
show people where you're
If
at.
Ayuk was out there catching balls and running a 4.3, all Commanders fans would be jacked.
Yep. They'd be pumped.
It would
for
help.
Bring him in.
It would mitigate some of the other nonsense.
Yes.
Debo's been in the news the last couple of days. One, he had a back and forth with Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel Acho has a show, I believe, called Nightcap with LaShawn McCoy, and LaShawn McCoy was talking about him. And then Acho shot back, I wouldn't pay him top-tier money. He's a glorified mascot at this point. And then Debo shot back and was like, glorified mascot, look at your career.
Right.
I know. I was totally Team Debo on
But
that.
Debo shot back, I guess, yesterday, just in general. He said, quote, I'm ready to rock out when the opportunity comes. But he's been lamenting that he hasn't been given these opportunities.
Yeah.
He's still kind of waiting patiently, but he's ready. But yeah, Tyreek Hill, to me, intrigues me the most because his skill set, which is just flat out speed, is different than everybody else.
Right.
Now, you don't know what he's going to be like post-injury and don't know when he would be ready. But if you put Tyreek Hill out there with Terry McLaurin, I think it's totally different than Terry McLaurin with any of those other guys.
Oh, I would agree.
I'm sure Peters has him on his radar. I don't know how serious he is, but he has to be considering all options to help make the wide receiver room better.
Hey, what do you make?
Yeah, well, and then when Tyreek puts out a video like that, I mean, besides the Dolphins, I would think every team would be interested.
What do you make of these Kevin O'Connor reports? Kevin O'Connor is an NBA reporter, longtime NBA reporter, not a hack. He works for Yahoo, I believe, and maybe The Ringer. Not quite sure. he's put out reports that the reason LeBron James's decision hasn't happened and is on hold
because of Davis.
is still trying to see if his potential suitors can acquire Anthony Davis.
Oh,
Yeah, I buy it.
I guess.
I buy it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I buy it.
Yeah.
I told you mentioned Davis and somebody else. I can't remember who else the other person.
Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie. I do buy that. I know that
The salary makes it hard. Like Golden State was a team who at one point was rumored to be interested in Anthony Davis, and then that would help bring in LeBron James. The problem is fitting in the salaries. But this is a situation where I think the Wizards may have the intent of keeping Anthony Davis,
I think they do.
but this is a situation where I believe, my opinion is, they should explore this because teams may be desperate to get LeBron just because LeBron's going to generate so much money for them.
Right.
So an owner might be like, hey, go for it. Try and do whatever you can do to get LeBron James here for a year or two. It's going to help us compete for a championship, and we're going to make millions upon millions of dollars selling merch, selling out our arena every night. And essentially, the Wizards might be able to hold these teams hostage.
I mean, I guess if they get some crazy haul, then certainly it would be ridiculous not to consider it. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think they're pretty committed to keeping AD.
I trust Will and the brain trust he has
And then
around
Will-
him, but
yeah.
I can't. I'm just being greedy. I kind of want to see what he can do in a Wizards
I do
uniform
too.
with this
I would much rather.
cast of talent.
And
that's
Will
being built
kind of said
around him.
that. He said, didn't he basically say, no, we're not trading you.
Right.
You're not on the trade market.
That's
Yeah.
at least the public stance at this
Correct.
point.
Right, but I think to JP's
mean, we
point, if
don't know.
someone offers you some crazy haul,
Sure.
you have to consider everything.
And I'm sure they would.
But I think that by and large, I don't think that's going to happen. But I do buy. I don't. For some reason, and LeBron is a lot of things, but I don't think he's like just desperate for people to talk about him every day. And he already knows 3 weeks ago where he's going. And I don't.
It does make you wonder why he's waiting so
I
long.
think because he is trying to see
Maybe that is the
every
reason.
chess piece move, every chess piece, see the whole board
Yeah.
before you make your decision.
Yeah.
And
And
that
I know
makes
how
sense to me.
we kind of react. Oh, he just wants all the attention.
I don't know that he does.
I don't-
He's been doing it so long.
You're
He doesn't
right.
need
You're
it.
right. I'm sure there's a logical reason, and maybe it is because he's waiting to see if Davis gets moved. Maybe.
Davis or Kyrie or
Or
something.
Kyrie,
Both
right.
those guys is interesting though. Certainly with Davis, isn't he the one that people thought at the time he kind of okayed the deal to move on from him?
Mm-hmm.
Like, didn't Davis feel a little backstabbed at one point? I thought
I mean,
that was the narrative. Maybe it was false,
Yeah,
but I
I
thought
don't-
that
I don't
was
know
the
what to
narrative
believe
when
on
they
that.
moved Davis.
But I kind of agree with Cakes. I mean, I'd certainly want to see what Davis can do here.
Oh, totally.
And I think Will Dawkins believes that too.
Did you see the workout video from Swish Culture that had Keyshawn and Trey? And I
did
don't know
not.
where Swish Culture is, but it looked like a bunch of college guys, maybe some pro guys. They're just basically playing pickup. But I mean, Keyshawn just looks great. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. It's not NBA competition. But I just think that what these guys are doing in the offseason is just so impressive.
Can we focus on a lesser group of athletes at this point, namely us?
What do you
tonight
mean?
with the first pitch?
All right, what do you...
Drab brought up an interesting tidbit during the break.
Okay.
Like if one of us has a really bad first pitch and just flubs it, they should serve a breakfast penalty.
Have to buy breakfast?
Yeah.
So if
Sure. I don't think
you
anybody's
throw in
gonna,
the dirt,
I don't think anybody's going to seriously flub it. I
Yeah.
think we're,
Well, no EFIS pitches either.
I'm not going to ephus it, but I'm just going to throw it in there softly.
I was telling Drab I might just bring whatever heat I have in this.
Cakes' arm is loose. He's ready
I'm
to
ready.
go.
I delivered him solid pitch in the hallway.
I'm not going to bring heat.
I think I might have to just.
I'm not
throw
gonna
as-
bring the
I'm going to
heat.
throw as hard as I can. Why not?
What happened
Why
to
not?
all that?
you're not going to throw as hard as you can. You're not going to be that far away from the catcher.
I'll just tell the catcher I'm bringing the heat.
Get
I'll
ready.
Just
Get ready.
Just get ready. I'm bringing
Hey,
the heat.
tell him to put a batting
Here's
glove
the thing.
underneath.
You're probably not going to have the catcher. Maybe you will in the minor league. Anytime
Probably
I've ever
a
done it,
mascot.
they
Well,
give you a
whoever.
mascot or some doofus
Or like
with
a-
a big fake
Of course,
glove.
It's minor league baseball.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, you're not going to get the catcher. You're going to have a doofus.
Like the catcher's so busy.
This is what I've learned about Bickle. he's all talk. He's got all this fake bravado.
Yeah.
But
I don't have any. I have no more swagger. I don't have any athletic swagger. I'm 57 years old, 56. Gonna be
I know, but
57.
sometimes you pull me aside and say, you know how silly we are. You know, we're the big silly.
That's not true.
You're
You're just making up stuff.
That's true.
But you're just making up stuff.
Don't ever forget it. Hey, did you not say that in
What did he
Dewey
say?
Beach when you pulled Valdez and I aside?
Oh,
you
about
said,
the show.
yeah,
But
you
if you're
said, don't
talking
ever
about, like,
forget that we're big sillies.
oh yeah, I have that. I have that swagger for the show. But I mean, athletic swagger. I don't have golf swagger. I have nothing. It's all gone.
I don't want you, my idol, to go out there tonight and lob a pitch in.
I'm not gonna lob it like Dabonza, but I'm not gonna go in there and fire it. I'm just not gonna do that.
I'm hopefully going to deliver a strike.
I'm not concerned about it.
Now, I'm not going to
Strike.
throw my arm out, but I'm going to try to bring at least a little bit of mustard on it.
Yeah,
Why not?
I've done that
How often
before.
do you
I've
get a
been there,
chance to
done
throw the
that.
first
JP
pitch?
will hum it in there a bit.
Yeah, hum it in there. I don't want to like when they wheeled out Ted Williams in the '99 All-Star
Now,
game.
I may choke under the
You
pressure.
do it. You do it then.
I may sail it. I may lose track of it, but
I'm not from Bowie.
but you
I
know
can't
what?
throw the ball.
At least I'm going out swinging, baby. I'm bringing
it.
that thing tonight.
I brought the Heat that did it
Bay Sox game.
in Loudoun County, and that's when I one-hopped it. So I'm
Yeah.
not doing that. I'm not doing that. Because I was on the mound, and it was too much angle. I wasn't used to it.
I'm just not that worried about
Aim
it.
for the catcher's head. That way, if it comes out
I am.
low,
I am, but I'm not going to bring heat. Plus, I don't have heat anymore.
I mean, look, I hope there's tons of people there, but
Yeah.
this is the reality. Even at major league games,
No one cares.
with stars,
No one's paying
like it
attention.
could be John Wall.
Yeah.
Hardly anybody's watching.
I know, trust me.
Hardly anybody's there because they're getting their food before the game.
couldn't have been more
so
nervous.
We've done minor league games before. I mean, it's been years since I've thrown a pitch at Fred Nats or wherever we've done these things before. Think about the major league stadium and how nobody's watching, and then bring it down to the minor league level. It's going to be dozens of people watching.
For
That's
some
it.
reason, I threw out the first pitch at Nats Park with you guys as
Yeah.
a group at one point, and I
Right.
also did it individually.
I did too.
And when I did it, there literally were 300 people in the stands, and all they were doing was eating
Not
their
paying
ice,
attention.
eating their ice cream, drinking their beer, talking to their friends. But I thought you feel like when you're out there, you feel like all the eyes of the world
You
are
do,
upon you.
but it's also humbling because you'll
Yeah.
hear the PA announcer and go, "Here, celebrating 30 years of the
Right.
Sports Junkies. You know them from Bowie, Maryland. John Cakes Orville, Eric E.B. Pickle, Jason Lurch Bishop, John Flynn Flame." And then there'll be like two people.
I know there'll be a
clapping.
smattering of applause.
It'll be, Mr. Mercier.
We've been there, done
Ross,
that. We've been there,
Cakes'
done that.
brother.
My brother's working. He can't even go.
I did send a correction email.
For JP's name.
Well, because then
I think it'd be classic if they write it as John Flynn Flame.
That would be funny.
I was on MLB.com because
Yeah.
and it was on there. Like it was a press
really?
release.
Okay.
Right? And it said John Flynn. And
Yeah.
I was like, they're going to say that at the stadium on
Yeah.
the PA. And then
That'll
that
be
will
embarrassing.
be embarrassing. So I sent a
Good.
correction email.
Okay.
But they'll mispronounce my last name. They'll call it Eric Brickle.
It doesn't fine.
It's gonna
I'll be John
happen.
Allville. It doesn't,
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
whatever. It's
Oville.
fine.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
all that
matter.
matters is just delivering a decent first pitch.
You'll be fine.
All right.
And
so,
whoever, if anybody flubs it, you're buying Egg McMuffins. You're a whole round of them tomorrow. Okay.
That's fair.
Sure, I don't think anybody's going to flub it. I think it's going to be fine.
I hope I don't sail it over.
I like
catcher's
I like
head.
caviar on my egg McMuffin.
hey, what is a flub? Like, what do you consider a flub, Cakes? A bounce
Yes.
or an
I think a
overthrow?
bounce
Or if an overthrow,
like 10,
yeah.
if it's 10 feet over the catcher's head, that counts as flubbing it.
How is that going to happen?
I don't know.
10 feet over?
Like you just
Well, he
lose your
doesn't
mind
You'd have
temporarily.
to do
I
that
don't
on
know.
purpose.
Some people have done that. Yeah. Not on purpose. You've seen it. You've seen some of those first pitches out there.
All right, let's go to
The
Mike.
true challenge,
Who
which would
was it?
make us all look bad, would be if they put us on third base.
Yeah.
In the hot corner and hit a ground ball and we had to throw it to
I'm not
first.
doing that.
Yeah, ask if you can take fungos
You think,
before the game.
you think I want to lose my choppers and have a ball hop up and hit me in the face?
But they can
No,
throw a
thank you.
dribbler. I mean, they can
A
hit
dribbler is fine.
They can hit a dribbler. But my point is, the throw from third base would be a challenge.
That would be tough. I don't know.
You're
if I'd
from the
have it.
hole at
You're
shortstop.
almost 60
Right.
years old. It's
You're
over.
not really almost 60.
Yeah, well, I'm almost 57. That's
Pretty
close to 60. It's over. The athletic days are over.
I understand.
Yeah.
I've had cortisone shots in my shoulder multiple times.
Me too.
You're not going to feel the ground in the
saw
hole
I saw
and
his
rip
ball,
a throw
man.
to first.
I know. My point is that the
Yes, for a
first
56-year-old, that
pitch
would be very difficult.
is not a big deal.
Correct.
All right, let's go to
And
Mike.
probably if we're in front of the mound, it's a 45 to 50 foot toss.
Yes. Mike in Woodbridge.
I'm bringing it.
Hey, out of all of you, no offense, the one who would make it to home plate would have to be Jason, the 6-footer,
The 6-footer.
Big Papa Bishop.
All right, he's taller than 6 feet.
I'm tall.
I mean,
I'm slightly taller than 6 feet.
What do you mean make it to home plate? You don't
Yeah.
think any of us can
I said
make it
over
to home
6
plate
feet.
from a
I said over
mound?
6 feet.
over.
I said over 6 feet.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, all the guys are going to make it to home.
We're all going to make a fine pitch.
It's going to be fine.
Jason's Randy Johnson
I
because he's
think,
butt
I
tall.
think everybody else is just a little bit tiny compared to the Big Papa.
Well, he's a giant. Yes, of course.
He's a giant.
That's
He's
the
a giant of
genetics.
athlete.
That's the
He's
genetics
a
I
genetic
have.
freak.
A freak, right?
He's
All
freakishly
right,
tall.
thank you, Mike. Thank you. Todd Turner, shocker. Todd Turner calling in. Todd going to make an appearance
I mean,
tonight?
anytime he hears
Is he a
buoy,
representative
if
of
he
buoy
hears
or something?
buoy, it's like a dog whistle for him. He
He's called
automatically
before,
has to
right?
call.
Yeah.
He's a councilman.
Is he elected official?
Believe so.
Still?
He can remind us.
He can let us know.
Todd, what's your official title? Do you still have a title?
No, I don't have a title anymore. I'm no longer an elected official.
You're
I
civilian.
tell people I'm a former, recovering elected official.
All right.
I just want to say happy 30th anniversary. Glad we were able to put something together tonight. Sounds like it's going to be a great time.
Are you going to be there? No.
Unfortunately, I cannot be there. I'm celebrating my wife's birthday, and we're going down to Ocean City. So
I mean, that kind
we're
of same
definitely
thing.
stopping
Ocean
by-
City,
we're
Bay
definitely
Sox
stopping
game.
by Fosco's.
Yeah.
Are you going to
Good.
go by fast?
But he did help set it up, so thank you, Todd.
All right. Very nice. We appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank you,
Todd. Todd, tell Fausto
Yeah.
that you and I are friends when you get in there. Say, ask for
All right.
Fausto and tell him, and he'll give you a nice little appetizer.
All right, appreciate it. Hey, listen, Lutterch, have you ever been to Spain? The restaurant over at the Cambria?
Yes. Yes, I've been there.
No.
It's over by
Valdez
the
has
boardwalk.
been there
Yes,
No,
it's silly.
I have not been there yet.
It's up in the hotel.
Yeah, you definitely got to try that out when you go down there. That's like my wife's favorite spot. It's up on the
It's
rooftop.
actually a somewhat
Rooftop.
classy spot.
Is
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty nice.
All right, I'll check that
Oh,
out.
good.
Yeah. All right,
So
enjoy,
who's
Todd.
good at- Say again?
Thanks, Todd.
I
Thanks
just
for
said
calling, buddy.
enjoy. I'm trying to make you go away.
Anyway, have fun tonight, guys.
All
Make
right,
sure
man.
you get lots of videos so I can see it and laugh.
Okay, we'll do. All right, enjoy your wife. Give her some loving tonight.
And happy 30th anniversary for you. I'm 31 years this year with
All
my
right,
wife.
you got me
so-
by a year. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate you. Really. Thank you.
All right, take care, guys. Good
Yeah.
luck.
All right, thanks,
Congratulations
buddy.
again.
Yeah, thank
He's
you.
in the private sector now. He's out of that political game.
I don't even know how they're going to squeeze us in because aren't they doing
Yeah,
Margaritaville,
there's a
hat
100 things.
giveaway,
100 things
and
going
the
on.
Congrejos tonight?
Yeah,
I'm a little bit concerned about parking. Should I not be concerned about parking?
I think you're going to be fine.
It's Thursday
Yeah.
night.
I mean, I
It's
sleep.
Thursday night in the minor leagues.
I always.
I
I
think
think
you'd be-
parking. I think you're good.
It may be tougher to park.
I mean,
at
I
the,
haven't been there in
Maybe
10
tougher to
years.
park at the Home Depot on your way in.
I
Yeah.
think you're going to be good.
Yeah. All
Or
right.
isn't BJ's on the way too? They've got like if you take that road to the minor league stadium,
I haven't been to that stadium since the Allen Iverson thing. I'm sure
Okay.
I know everything around it.
but I believe that you take that road and there's a Home Depot and a BJ's warehouse, and
It's
then you
all
finally
built
get
up.
to the stadium.
It's barely recognizable.
I don't remember.
All right, when we come back, we will talk more Commanders. Chris Russell, host on the Team 980, he'll give us a training camp preview. Rookies report tomorrow in Ashburn. Chris Russell joins us next. Every great team has a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan when it comes to your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet, knows the value of independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer. Maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right plays, to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Jason's out there warming up his arm because his shoulder, his frozen shoulder. Here's the
frozen
thing.
shoulder.
I don't think it would.
Does feel
I don't
frozen
think
this
it would go viral, but the whole throw it over 10 feet high,
Yeah.
that has viral possibilities.
Sure. Of course it does.
So one could intentionally
Just to get
How
some
much-
attention.
spike it.
How much for one of us to throw it left-handed?
I'd do it for $50.
You would?
Probably. I mean, I don't think I could make it 60 feet. I think I'd be close.
It's gonna look trifling.
Oh yeah, it would look terrible.
Yeah, I don't think.
Like there is that possibility that if
Sure.
we want attention, attention's always good.
Right.
We should, wear some sports junkies gear, and then intentionally throw one of the world's worst
Over top.
opening
Then you
pitches.
just get goofed on.
You'll get goofed on. Don't you always
Too
say
much.
that Gary from the Stern Show got goofed on for
Yeah,
years?
he probably
I think I saw.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst
But his
enemy.
night terrors about it.
He had to have intentionally done that,
No,
right?
he's just nervous.
No, it's just an
He got super
uncoordinated
Nervous,
donk.
man, nervous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just an uncoordinated
These things
donk.
happen.
Yeah.
All right, let's head out now to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to our pal Chris Russell, the Rooster, host on the Team 980.
By the way, a year ago, maybe it was 2 years ago, Rooster at the preseason dinner with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters
Yeah.
was hyping up his pitching days in high
Oh,
school.
I forgot about that.
Rooster, radar gun back in the day, how fast could you throw the ball?
Well, what I told Adam, it's funny, JP, that you mentioned this story because I was just telling this story the other day on the air. Yeah, it was like between 80 and 85. I mean, listen.
That is sick.
That was 35 years
I don't believe
ago.
it. I just don't believe it.
Hang on a second. Wes Clark, who I call Harold, who's one of our young producers, right? You guys know who Wes is,
Yes.
right? He said he threw 90.
Well, I don't believe that either.
Little
Everyone's a liar.
We need to go
Everyone's
out
a liar.
and throw the ball.
We used to go to the game, and I would do they have the gun.
Right, yeah,
With
Evie
a
and I went
throw
together.
hop, it would get
Listen,
to like 74 or something.
I could throw really hard. I can't say I could throw a breaking pitch. I can't say I couldn't command it. And especially when I had to go to 60 feet, I was done. And then I blew out I hurt my elbow and blew
Doesn't
it
make
out.
sense. None of it makes
So you
sense.
threw 80 when it was 45 feet? Come
By the
on.
way, nobody says 80 to 85. Like if you could throw 85, you say 85.
You say 82.
Then you know exactly
No, I'm
what
saying,
it is.
I'm saying it was between that. Like like I didn't always throw 84 or 85.
I need to see Wes in
Yeah.
action. 90? Come on.
One of our
Why
best
is he a
friends in-
board op?
One of our best friends in high school was dominant.
He was a college pitcher.
Pitched, it was recruited all over,
Yep.
and he threw like 88.
Well,
He was
congratulations.
dominant.
I thought it was 85.
I mean, wasn't anywhere.
He wasn't a hard throw, but he threw strikes
listen,
and the ball moved.
He had
He
an
had a
amazing
curveball,
breaking
too.
ball.
Listen, you guys have been at this for a long time, right? 30 years, right? I've been at it 30 years with much less success, okay? But one thing you know about me, one thing you guys know about me
Yeah.
is that I never make anything up, right? I never
I just never heard a guy say
stretch the
80 to
truth.
85. Like whatever you did, that's what you.
Do you have,
range.
do you
your
have any
max was.
video or pictures of your high school
Oh,
baseball
JP,
playing
it was
days?
35 years ago, for God's sakes. I mean,
I just want a picture of you
wanna
on the
put it a
mound.
VHS cassette.
Well, do you have a yearbook of your high school yearbook where you're in your baseball uniform?
No, because it was in my junior year, so I didn't even make the team because I got hurt. Because I was trying to impress people.
I believe you. I don't believe you're lying
Thank
about
you,
that.
Jason. I appreciate you.
By the way, that's what happened at the
could've
last
been?
meeting with Adam Peters and Dan
Are you
Quinn.
gonna
It
be-
somehow
Are you going to
turned
be there
into-
Monday? Are you going to be there Monday for the happy
Of course
hour?
I am. Would I?
Yes.
Do you guys think I would miss free good food and free cocktails?
DC Prime. That's right.
I mean,
Good
of
stuff.
course I am. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I should be there on time, which is a rarity for the Rooster. But I should be there with bells on. I wouldn't.
What
miss
time does
that
it start?
at
Does it
all.
start at 5 or 6?
6 p.m.
o'clock, I believe.
6
yeah.
o'clock.
Hey, do you think you'll
It's a little late for me.
will you bring your boy Brandon Ayuk with you?
As I like to call him, or when I was calling him when he was a legitimate shot, Baby Bop, because he's best friends with Jaden. Apparently, we thought he's He's not invited. I did hear, though, that he is one of the first Commanders fans to sign up for PSLs for the new stadium because he lost a lot of money, but he still has a lot of money, and he really wants to be a part of the Commanders family. So I've heard through a source that Brandon Ayuk actually signed up early on the preliminary list for the PSLs in the new stadium.
Very nice. All right, so one of the major storylines to training camp, which gets underway tomorrow with rookies reporting, obviously, is Blau and Durante Jones in their first go-rounds as offensive and defensive coordinators. This is a pretty bold move for Dan Quinn coming off a 5-win season to replace both coordinators. Are you bullish or bearish on the fact that you've got two new coordinators heading into 2026?
I don't know if I'm bullish or bearish, but what I would say, Kixie, is I would say I'm semi-confident, somewhere in between. I guess more towards bullish. I think Durante Jones is probably going to be more noticeable than David Blau, but we're going to notice David Blau too, just because of under center, play action, bootleg.
Yeah.
I think more sprint rollouts by design, getting Jaden to a launch point where he can set his feet, where he can get away from pressure by design. That's the one, everybody talks about play action, bootleg and all that. I want him to roll away by design, like the way they set it up, the way they draw it up, to get him into an open space where it changes his position, it changes the pocket, it changes the launch angle, and he has an opportunity, again, to set his feet, flip his hips, all of that stuff. So that's part of going under center, right? You can do that even without play action. Of course, you can do it from pistol and gun, so they could, and they did do it to some degree, but I don't remember it a whole lot with Cliff Kingsbury. But I just want them to do the things that make him special, but do it on their account, as opposed to by necessity, i.e. the pass rush or the pocket collapsing, or they can't protect him, or they can't block. Who's the dude in Philadelphia that just crushes them?
Jalen Carter?
Yeah, Jalen Carter. I want them to get him away from pressure in other ways than just a play-action bootleg. That's part of this for me, from a David Blau standpoint. The other part of it is making sure Terry is extra involved early and all that stuff. Making sure Chig Okonkwo, who you spent some good money on, is not just a dump-down option and we know he's not a catch and fall down guy, but not just a last resort and option. Feature the damn tight end. Let him rock. Let him roll until he proves that he can't do it, i.e. not catching the ball or whatever, because they have not had an athletic tight end like that since, I don't know, Jordan Reed, right? And when Jordan was healthy, Jordan was great when he was healthy. The problem was he was never healthy. So all of that being said, I'm not as confident in Blau as I am, I think, in Durante Jones, because I look at Durante Jones as he got major upgrades. We all know that across the board, every unit. And I think that scheme is going to make the defense look better than maybe it is naturally. And then if you start having some success, start getting major heat on the quarterback, start launching from every point, and start creating takeaways. For God's sakes, takeaways. They have 27 in 34 regular season games. If they get to 24, 25 takeaways, guys, we're talking about a world difference in terms of success and results on this defense. So I guess a long answer. I guess I'm a little bit more favorable towards Durante Jones than David Blau.
What are your expectations for the running back room, specifically Bill? We were kicking that around yesterday. JP's throwing out the possibility. He had 800 last year, so kind of some inconsistent playing time, carries. Maybe he could get to that 1,000-yard deal. It wouldn't be that big a deal, but they drafted Katron in the sixth. This is the all-time leading rusher at Penn State. I don't think they're just going to sit him. And he seems like he's, of any of the backs they have, he's one that could probably carry the load most consistently. His body could handle it.
Yeah, and he is, I think, Chris Rodriguez plus. Like that's the thing for him. Now, Chris Rodriguez could never regularly crack the lineup when everybody was healthy, and which was part of the problem because Austin Eckler was never healthy. So Katron Allen, I expect to be a big factor. How much early on in the year, it'll depend on what he can do in pass protection, what he can do as a pass receiver. And quite honestly, that is some of the issues with Bill. And Bill's got a little bit of a ball security issue. And that's why he lost playing time last year after that Chicago game, because it was the Charger game and the Chicago game where he had some ball security issues. And quite honestly, they lost confidence along with the other normal things as a rookie. Now, I hope he's improved in all of those areas. We will see. Obviously, he was banged up during the OTAs and all that stuff. But in order for him to get to 1,000, in order for him to be the lead back, he's going to have to improve in all three of those areas outside of just running the ball. And we know he can do that. There's no doubt about that. Now, how many opportunities he's going to get with Rachaad White, who's a great receiver, and I think a interesting slashing type runner. Not just a guy that's just going to run away from you, but I think he's got some shake and bake might be a little bit strong, but I think he's got some of those skills to make bounce off of people, slither away from people, if you will, in traffic. So I don't know if Bill gets to 1,000, but I certainly expect Bill to be a big factor. I mean, we're not talking about like, oh, Bill's in trouble of not playing at all, or Bill's in trouble of not making the roster. What's interesting to me, guys, I don't know if you guys have talked about this, is how many running backs do they carry every game?
Right.
Because normally they only do 3 under this staff, right? So you got Bill, you got, assuming everybody's healthy, Bill, Rachaad White, Katron Allen, and Jeremy McNichols or Jerome Ford. I mean, one of them's probably not going to make the roster, and one of them is not going to be active on game day.
That'll be interesting.
If they stay with 3 as opposed to 4, which they certainly can do on the game day roster.
I would think they would keep Allen. I don't know if they keep him on the practice squad, but I would think it would come down to McNichols or Ford.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For
in terms of making the roster, Jason, or
out of those,
in terms of
because I think Allen's going to make the roster.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to be able to keep stash Katron Allen on the practice squad, but
maybe not.
I guess the point is you have a roster decision, and then you have a game day roster decision. Now you can expand it to the 55 on game day, but you only have so many of those elevations, and it has to be from the practice squad. So that kind of factors into all of that decision making. My point is they've got legitimate depth, right? We talk about whether Bill can be this and Bill can be that, and they've got legitimate depth, I think, in a lot of positions this year, even at wide receiver, guys, which I know everybody wants. What's his name? Brandon Ayuk and all that stuff. They have legitimate depth for the first time, I believe, in almost every position on this team in the 3 years that they've been here.
And they probably feel it.
Years.
Peters and Quinn probably, and Blau probably feel like we've got enough at receiver.
Yes. I believe, we were talking about Adam Peters and that cocktail thing, right? If you get him in the right spot,
right,
and privately, I would be willing to bet that he feels way better about wide receiver than he does. It's kind of like the Antonio Williams thing, right? Everybody's talked about Antonio Williams. Oh, he's only a slot guy. I'm telling you, I was with Adam Peters the night that they drafted him, a small group of us, and he was adamant that this dude could play outside and be really, really good. Now, again, that's got to be proven, but I mean, what do you want me to say? If Adam Peters is adamant about it, right, I got to think that he knows more than me or you or any of us, right? So I think he thinks they're better and deeper at wide receiver. He could be proven wrong, as he was last year on certain things, right? He's not always right, but I don't know if there's this immediate rush. I always say this. Check back with me on August 27th. Then we'll talk about the wide receiver position.
Well, you get him into a private conversation on Monday at happy hour, and then you let me know what he says.
You do it. Let us know.
I'll tell him that I gassed it up to 92.
Perfect. You do that. All right, Rooster, we'll see you Monday. You don't have to bring your big salad. They'll provide the food there for you, my friend. Okay?
We can have some steak tartare with the junks.
Yep.
How about that?
You're good to go. That's our
How
pal.
about them apples?
Chris Russell,
Thanks,
the
buddy.
Rooster, host
Thank you,
on the
buddy.
Team 980 with a little training camp preview. When we come back, we'll do EB's entertainment page. We'll do that next.
All right, guys. The Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing. And FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game. And if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Maybe CJ will hit a bomb for you. Maybe Woody will go yard. Are you ready to play your game? It's so simple. Just head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
guys are all gone.
I feel like I'm wasting all of my good practice pitches here in the hallway at 106.7 The Fan. Like, I need to save one for tonight at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game.
Mm-hmm.
Join us there tonight. We're doing the first pitch and a meet and greet starting at 6:15 at Prince George's Stadium. That's the place to be tonight. Just so
what time do we
knows.
have to show up to the stadium?
We have
I
to
thought they
ask
said they
around.
wanted us there around 5:45.
I mean, if we're going to be on the field at 6:15, you probably should be there at 5:40,
reasonable.
5:50.
So leave Jerry's at 5:30.
Yeah.
Yes.
That seems
Okay.
reasonable.
I should be able to make it.
Yeah, Bickle
I
and I
leave Gaithersburg 3:20, 25-ish.
All
We'll
right.
see.
Bickle and I are going to have a nice little din.
Very good.
Take the ICC.
Get a little-
Maybe I'll tell you to order for me.
Yeah.
We'll get a little crab bomber.
We'll figure it all out.
Crab bomb silly.
All right, let's get into EB's entertainment page. He's going to regale you with entertainment-themed stories.
I am?
That's allegedly that's what's going to happen.
Of course, the entertainment page is driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's a general manager. Because you check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. This is a sad story, but I noticed a couple days ago that there was a Maryland connection.
Yes.
I don't know if you saw this about
It's very
this,
sad.
This Kaylee Hoddle.
The
You know,
actress.
I saw that story.
I
Yeah.
guess she's a deaf actress, maybe from Frederick. I think that's where the accident occurred. She was in Godzilla or
She was in
Godzilla
two
versus
Godzilla movies.
Kong.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with either one of these. She played a young girl who could communicate with King Kong using sign language in the 2021 film Godzilla vs. Kong and its 2024 sequel, Godzilla X Kong, The New Empire.
It's a horrible story.
It's a horrible story.
She was a passenger in the car.
Passenger in a car. I can only assume that she didn't have a seatbelt on. I mean, I'm just assuming.
Don't know.
Because the driver and the other passenger were okay.
Right.
They hit a ditch, and you see the car. The car's damaged. The front is really damaged. They say she died from blunt force trauma. Really pretty girl, 18 years old.
It's horrible.
Just a horrible story.
It's terrible.
Horrible story, Case.
Yeah, it's awful. Like his
I think the driver, they
Her
said the
dad
driver was
had
just
to-
going too fast.
dad had to fly
I'm
in
sure.
from Texas, I guess, to like ID the body. It's just a horrible.
Oh, so was she
horrible
not
story.
from Maryland? She just happened to be in this
I don't know
part
her,
of town?
I don't know her origin story. I'm not sure where she's from.
Actually, I think they said that she was going to a high school, like a deaf school in Frederick.
What's her name? Gracie Hoddle?
Kaylee Hoddle.
Kaylee Hoddle.
Kaylee Hoddle. Just
Tragic story.
terrible.
18 years old. I mean, just
Terrible story. Not trying to bum people out, but just, I don't know, acknowledge it. Poor thing.
Kaylee Hoddle. Yeah, she's.
Did I don't know if I
I don't
told
know.
you
If,
this
I don't know
story.
if she. I don't know if she went to school here, but
I
she's.
thought they said that there was a deaf school here that maybe she attended.
Yes.
I don't know. I read it quickly.
She was fluent in sign language.
I think I told you we were using Ubers all over the place when we were in Indy. We decided not to rent a car. One of our Uber drivers, we picked us up from the airport to take us back to our hotel. He had his seatbelt strapped in behind him so that he didn't have to deal with it.
oh, so the car's not dinging
So
at
it's not
him.
dinging at him the whole time. He didn't want it because I guess you got to get in and out all the time. I don't know. You get the luggage out. He just, to me, it's crazy.
It's insane.
He just, a professional Uber driver, did not feel like dealing with a seatbelt, so he just had it plugged in behind him.
I mean, I've never seen or even
I've never
heard
never
of
seen
that
it,
move.
never even thought of it.
Now he's thinking 2 steps ahead,
Yeah.
but he's gonna be bitter when he
Hits a
crashes
ditch.
through the
Yeah.
windshield with
Exactly.
no seatbelt on.
Yeah, I don't resent, like, I don't know. Do some people resent seatbelts because it's kind of mandated or whatever? I don't resent seatbelts at all.
I don't either.
Not even one bit.
Yeah, I feel.
How about it's the most important safety feature on your car?
When you get in an Uber in the back seat, do you put a seatbelt on?
1,000%.
And you always do in the back seat?
Yes.
And 90% of the
If
time
I-
I do. Sometimes I don't.
If I'm in
I
a
have to
cab or
say.
an Uber, maybe I would because I don't know the driver. But
Yeah.
if I get if you're driving, I probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
You know
trust
I would
us
try.
that implicitly?
I would probably trust you.
You know
I just
where
don't think about it.
I feel vulnerable on a bus.
Front seat, definitely.
Like even when we went to live and it just took the bus 15 minutes, whatever.
Yep.
There's no seatbelts on there for anybody.
No, you're
That's
right.
when you're just rolling the dice. You hope you got a silly bus driver.
You're just floating.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're at risk.
Valdez, I know I saw this yesterday. I wasn't surprised by this, but maybe, those of us that are golf geeks, Paige Spiranac revealed she's going to return to the Internet Invitational after her cheating allegations. Very similar to the Bryson, right? Remember, she got behind it and she actually acknowledged moving the hay
it
and
wasn't
everything.
Allegations.
Yeah.
It was full blown cheating.
By the way, the biggest upset so far of the Hawk is that through, I think, 5 or 6 episodes, we haven't had a Paige Spiranac cameo.
Is she not in it?
I don't know. Valdez has seen the entire
No.
series.
Why would she be in it?
She's kind of
I just
golf
figured
celeb.
she would make like some sort of cameo in it.
Mm-hmm.
But
because it's a goofy Netflix show, like she might have a part.
You guys would
I saw
probably be better.
Sansi
I
yesterday.
watched another episode, so I've watched the third episode.
Yeah.
And
Of-
one of the Corn Ferry tournaments that he's trying to win,
Mm-hmm.
which ultimately wins. He comes back from 11 back. He beats to win.
Well, I mean,
On the last day.
Hey, it's an amazing
birdied
golf
every
story,
hole.
It
JP.
can happen if a guy, let's say, guys, he goes 5 over
I
and
know.
you go 6 under. That can happen.
And then his son's
that's
on
how
the
it's done,
PGA
JP.
Tour, and he finds out, and he's supposed to be some silly that's won a couple of PGA Tour events, and he hears about his dad, and his dad's talking trash to him, and he basically swings and misses his first tee shot.
Just think, Ryan Fox came back from 10 back to win the British Open.
That's right.
Is that what he was on Sunday?
No, it was 10
No,
back
no,
on heading into the weekend.
Oh,
Yeah,
heading
on
into
Friday
the
it was
weekend.
10 back.
Yeah.
You think it's not funny when he wears a women's golf shirt during a
That
round?
was butt funny.
It's pretty funny. I'm a mark for the Hawk. I don't
You're
know.
not done
It's
with
the
it
most
yet.
golf I've watched in years, and it's not real golf.
Right.
I'm watching golf right now, watching the 3M Open on my computer.
Jason,
Cakes, you'd have to pay Cakes to watch this.
This is correct.
Jason Alexander's in the news. Of course, you're basically only known for Seinfeld, right?
Yes.
He's Costanza, and he loves poker too.
believe he was
loves
a Pretty
poker.
Woman. Didn't he have a prominent
He was in
role in
Pretty
Pretty
Woman.
Woman?
Sleep on Shallow Hal.
Shallow Hal. He's
Yeah.
also in that.
Didn't he say part of the reason why they asked, I think it was him, that said part of the reason why they were asking for like $1 million an episode or $2 million an episode, whatever the hell it was, is because the thought was the show's so famous, I'm never going to be able to work again.
Yeah, they're gonna be
'Cause people are
typecast.
only going to see me as this guy.
It makes sense.
It's true. It's actually a good argument.
And they walked away, even though they were begging him to do more.
Right.
Why is he in the news?
He's in the news because, it's terrible. He's apologizing to this woman. I don't know if you remember her. She was kind of famous when she was younger.
She married the Brady.
Courtney Stodden.
I think she married
No idea
Peter
that.
Brady or one of the Brady from the Brady bunch.
Was he
Isn't she
married
the,
to her?
Isn't she the chick that?
that was that was
thought-
not her.
No,
I thought that
it-
was Courtney Stodden.
No, Courtney Stodden married this guy named Hutchinson who was like in his 50s when
This
she was
old
17.
guy.
And he was
Yeah.
from Lost and
Are you thinking of Adrian Curry?
Adrian
Is that-
Oh
Curry,
yeah.
That's who you're
completely
thinking
off.
of.
Drab's
Curry.
Drab's a Stodden expert.
I know what that means. I know what he's getting at.
Yeah.
But she was very
That's because she's from your home state.
is she?
No,
You know,
'cause she was like a
you didn't know
hot
that?
blonde, but she was like 15 or something
She
when
was
she got
very
married.
young.
I know, but I'm just
this
saying, she's-
old guy was dating her.
That's why he's a
flying
fan.
around.
She's from Washington.
Tiggles all over the place. But I guess Jason Alexander says he was inappropriate with her in a skit they did back when she was 17.
Sound
He's
like he rubbed the
apologizing.
phone on her tiggles.
Really?
So many
That's what I
creeps.
saw.
So many creeps.
How old was she
That's
at the
not
time?
the way it's quoted, but yes, it's the same
17.
thing.
She was
Well,
17.
how's it quoted?
Well, Alexander touched her breast with a cell phone.
Okay.
Kinda
Well,
like-
So it's pretty close.
I'll say this. I remembered Courtney Stodden and this whole thing when it came up. Everyone was telling her what she was doing was inappropriate, and
Yeah.
she was sexualizing herself, and she was way too young.
When she
and
was like 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, I mean, it was like outrageous because she looked like she was like 35,
Right.
you know, and she was way too young to be doing that. And then, yeah, I mean, guys, I don't know if Jason Alexander was
maybe
his idea or
maybe he
somebody
didn't even
else's,
know
but-
how old she was.
No, it was like a whole thing. She was like a very famous name for like a year or two.
And real quick,
Still famous, the Drab.
I'm bitter that I didn't bring it up right after the golf thing. But speaking of golf, Charlie, remember we talked about Charlie was trying to get that one of those last 2 spots.
Charlie Woods.
Charlie Woods for the
He's
US.
not, he's not a one-name guy yet.
I'm sorry, Charlie Woods for the U.S.
Yeah.
Junior Amateur. Didn't make it, didn't advance fast. I think his first playoff hole. There was 14 guys going for 2 spots at that point. I mean, he wasn't going to probably make it, but he had an unfortunate incident where after he had a bomb tee shot, I think it was his third shot, might have been the second, on his backswing, like a fan's phone goes off or whatever, completely distracts him. And I mean, it's just, I think you have to see it to feel it. Here you go. Yeah, I mean, I know that sounds trivial, but when you're in the golf world, it can be
Oh, yeah,
distracting.
yeah. Was that an
It
actual
totally flubbed
camera?
it.
Was someone taking a camera?
It's your phone. It makes that sound when you're
Some
when,
can make
when
that
your
sound.
volume's
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, and it just made a big sound, totally
Well,
distracting.
that guy's a
him.
dog. You gotta have your volume down. If
You
it's
gotta
gonna,
have
if it's
your
gonna
volume
click,
down.
You got to be
Yeah.
on mute.
yeah. Did he shank the shot?
He
Does
just
he go,
kind of
"Really,
chunked
dude?"
it.
Is that
He
what
just
he
kinda
said?
Yeah, he
chunked it.
says, "Really, dude."
Yeah.
I probably would have said the same thing. Dude, what are you doing?
I feel bad for him. I mean, who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah, yeah.
He wasn't going to advance anyways. 14 guys going for 2 spots.
Right.
You know?
Well,
But it made waves. And
That's-
the day before, they see him like talk. He's got a temper to him.
It's kind of like his pops.
It's kind of like his pops.
Chip off
yeah.
the old block.
Yeah. But anyway,
Charlie
Charlie
Woods.
did not qualify for the U.S. Junior Amateur.
Very good. Thank you for that, EP. When we come back, we'll get into the Commanders, and we're going to get the callers involved at 800-636-1067, as we should, because it is an open line Thursday. Hello. Besides Jaden Daniels, who is the Commanders' most important player
So number
currently
2.
on the
Because
roster?
we all acknowledge it's James the
Jaden.
most important. Right?
Well,
The future-
quarterback's most important on every team.
Yeah.
Who is the next most important player on the Commanders roster currently? 800-636-1067. We'll discuss that and take your calls on that next.
The Nationals picked up a shutout 8-0 victory over the Rockies last night, securing a fourth consecutive road series. They're now back over 500 with a 52-51 record, and they're only 1.5 games back in a very tight NL wildcard race. With the trade deadline looming on August 3rd, these next few games are really important. But these guys are doing everything they can to show the front office why they should be all in this year and buyers, not sellers, at the deadline. And Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett has reportedly made it to the start of training camp yesterday, despite ongoing conversations about his contract for NFL Network. There's no news about a new contract, but he is in the building, which is a positive start for Arizona. Brissett skipped the start of Arizona's offseason program after he asked for an extension worthy of a starting quarterback. He is expected to be their QB1, but yet to be seen if a new contract is coming. From the Crop Cap Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So we tossed out this topic before the break. Non-Jaden Daniels category. You cannot include him. Who is the second most important player currently on the Washington Commanders roster? Tell us who it is and why you feel that's the case. 800-636-1067 is the number.
I kind of thought of this because we keep going down all the different position groups, etc., and none of it matters if Jaden doesn't perform. So take Jaden out of the equation. Who's the most important performer beyond Jaden for this team to be successful?
Isn't that what Cakes just said?
I know, just giving you the rationale for where it came from.
I think maybe this is maybe a little too obvious that people would say McLaurin, but I think Tunsil's pretty big. I think Tunsil is, I don't know if I'd put him 2, but he's up there.
My guy, I think it's pretty easy for me, and this is a defensive player, which is an upset. I think it's Odafe Oweh.
That's who I was
there's a reason they gave him $68 million in guaranteed money,
right,
and $100 million total. Now, does he make that whole $100 million? Who knows? But he's an important piece. He's a guy they clearly targeted to upgrade the pass rush, and if he can jump from his career high in sacks, which was 10 with the Ravens back in 2024, if he can get in that 13 to 15 sack range, he's well worth the money. And it's a vital asset that they just didn't have on the roster.
But isn't your stud left tackle almost just as important, certainly on the offensive side?
I think Tunsil's very important. But
I think Tunsil's a given.
If you put a gun to my head and said who's the second most important guy, I go with Odafe Oweh.
I can see Oweh.
I see why you're saying Tunsil, but I just assume Tunsil will be healthy and he'll play 17 games and he's going to be a stud. Yeah. I'm assuming that.
I just think that left tackle, especially when you have a young, kind of star quarterback who
it's definitely true.
Who throws right and likes to run. I think that left tackle position is just huge.
So you're going Oweh as well.
I'm also going Oweh, but it also because obviously the same reasons we gave him all that money, but we were so bad on defense. Like he not only has to prove that he's worth the money, he has to be super impactful. We have to generate a pass rush. We have to force teams to turn the football over. We just have to be a completely different defense, I think, if we want this team to do something meaningful.
I'm going to throw in an honorable mention. I think Antonio Williams is super important because there's not a lot of depth at wideout outside of Terry McLaurin. They spent the 3rd-round pick on him, and there's whispers that this could be Terry's last year here in Washington. You need depth at that spot and talent. They clearly think that he's a talented guy. That's why they spent the 3rd-round pick on him. I think he's hugely important for this team.
You may scoff at this. I don't think you should. I think the second most important player, and I think he's going to define Quinn and Adam Peters' tenure moving forward, It's Sonny Styles.
Yep.
He's
There's no scoffing.
replacing Bobby Wagner.
Yep.
And Bobby Wagner got a lot of crap, especially the last season. He had 162 tackles last year. He had 8 tackles for loss. He had 9 quarterback hits. He had 4.5 sacks. I get it. He wasn't great in coverage. He wasn't as fast as he used to be. But those are big shoes to fill. They spent a first-round pick. You want a third-round pick to do well, of course. That's cool. Give Antonio Williams honorable mention. But when you have a first pick that's that high in the draft, that guy has to hit. That is mega important. He's going to be hugely important on the field, especially now because they don't even play linebackers. It's not like the old days where they run 4-3s. A lot of times there's only 2 linebackers on the field. Majority of the time, there are 2 linebackers on the field.
He's going to be asked to do a lot.
Right.
Even as a rookie.
If he has that skill set, you should utilize all of it.
You're usually running
with that
5 in the secondary most of the time.
Yeah.
4 guys up front. It's usually only 2 linebackers. So to me, Sonny Styles has to ball out. It's a lot of pressure. He's going to be a rookie.
I don't know that he's capable of it as a rookie.
He's got big shoes to fill in Bobby Wagner. Everybody just is like, Bobby Wagner.
I don't think he's gonna have 170 tackles.
He may
I don't
not,
think
but,
he's going to
but
be.
He's going to contribute in other ways where Bobby Wagner couldn't.
Right.
He's going to cover guys like Saquon Barkley
He's gonna
coming
cover
out of the
guys,
backfield. He's going to cover quick tight ends, which were we saw this huge mismatches for Bobby Wagner, especially last season.
There were only 2 guys on the team last season who had more quarterback hits than Bobby Wagner.
Right.
That was Jacob Martin and Von Miller.
I'm fine with Styles maybe not having the gaudy tackle numbers as long as he's checking a bunch of other boxes, which is the reason he was drafted so high.
You hope that he'll have some sacks, force some fumbles, maybe have an interception or 2, some game-changing plays, use his athleticism.
I agree, but I think gaudy numbers need to come from guys like Owe, maybe Dorrance Armstrong.
Yeah.
They need gaudy numbers. I don't think Sonny Styles is going to put up gaudy numbers. I think he's going to be a rookie. He's going to be a transition. He's going to make some great plays, and he's going to F up some plays.
800-636-1067.
I think Owe needs to start.
The question is very simple to the listeners. Besides Jaden Daniels, who is currently the most important player on the Washington Commanders roster? 800-636-1067 is the number.
No one's throwing out McLaurin. I mean, he's going to be the number 1 passing target.
I just assume he'll be fine if he's healthy.
No, he's important, especially if they don't pick up another receiver.
Right.
He's hugely important to the offense. But in terms of second most important player, I look at Jaden Daniels on the offense, most important player for the whole team.
And then you look at Owe.
And then, I think it's Sonny Styles.
He's Sonny Styles.
Let's put it this way. Let's go in reverse. If he is a bust, it's a disaster.
I agree.
If Owe's a bust, it's a little disaster.
He's not going to be a
bust. You paid him
bust.
a lot of money, but you got other guys, and I don't have these grand expectations for Owe. I think he can be solid, but the last couple seasons, what has he had? 7.5 sacks, 10 sacks. I don't expect him to come in here and all of a sudden be a Myles Garrett.
No. Nobody's expecting 20 sacks. I'm hoping for 13,
12.
14 sacks.
That would be
If
great.
you get in that range,
I think
that's something this team hasn't had in a while.
That's what I'm looking for.
That would be perfect. Now, if he does anything past that, that's freaking gravy.
Von Miller in part-time play gave us 9.5 sacks, whatever that was, and they were all not impactful. Just not impactful. He needs to be way more than Von Miller. All right, let's go to Marcus in Bowie. 800-636-1067. Everybody knows Jaden's the most important piece. Who's the second most important piece for this football team? Marcus, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Congratulations on 30 years, guys.
Thanks buddy.
Congratulations to the Junkies, man. The pride of Point of Red.
Thank you.
Hey, so if Jaden Daniels
and Seabrook,
is the
Maryland,
most important player, I got you. And Seabrook. If Jaden Daniels is the most important player on the Washington Commanders roster, then I would argue that the second most important player on the Washington Commanders roster is the person whose job it is to protect and keep Jaden Daniels upright.
So you're with Jason.
So you think Tunsil?
I'm with Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
If Laramie Tunsil goes down, right off the season.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, your big left tackle you traded for, you paid a lot of money to, protecting your young stud quarterback. Yeah.
What would they do in that
I think
instance?
they'd move Brandon Coleman over there.
Coleman who's
probably
done it before.
I think Coleman would be your backup
Move
left
Coleman
tackle.
They don't they still have Wiley on the roster, right?
He's still there as depth, as backup.
Yep.
He could do it, but he's a bit of a turnstile. Maybe bad news. I mean, if Laramie Tunsil goes down,
Or maybe
is
Trent
ineffective,
Scott. They still got Trent Scott, right?
That
I have to pull up the depth chart. I think Scott is still here.
Yeah.
I would say over. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you, buddy.
Okay.
I would say over Antonio Williams, and I love Antonio Williams. I love that pick, and I think it's going to be a great pick in years to come. But I think for this season, almost more important is your boy Chig. Chig has to
Love Chig.
Antonio Williams, if he has 30, 35 catches, that's pretty great. You know, but we need Chig to double that.
Right.
He has to double that.
And I'm just guessing this. I think there's a quiet confidence in that building that whatever deficiencies they have at the number 2 wideout spot, you feel like Chig can kind of fill that void.
Yes.
Because he's not a prototypical tight end, doesn't have prototypical tight end size, but he's got speed, he's got wheels, and he's gonna create mismatches over the middle of the field.
I just can't believe Marcus is ready to write off the season if Laramie Tunsil gets injured.
I mean, he's very much a fatalist.
No, you don't do that, but he is a big part, Matt. Don't you agree? I mean, left tackle.
Who would be for you?
He played every game last season. Didn't keep Jaden healthy.
Yeah.
Well, it's because Jaden was out there running to the right side, getting hurt.
Right.
How many touchdowns do you need out of Chig for it to be a success, Cakes?
Touchdowns?
I mean, touchdowns are fluky, but if he gives you, 5 to 7 touchdowns, I think that's really good.
And how many catches?
65 to 70.
So you want Zach Ertz numbers?
Yeah. If he's a 1-for-1 Zach Ertz replacement, Zach Ertz was pretty productive.
I think they're gonna.
I think you want more.
7.
No, I want more. Like, he's gonna actually break tackles. Like, he's one of the better players in the league, not just tight end, but tight end / wide receiver at breaking tackles. Let me know when Zach Ertz ever broke a tackle. Pretty sure recently in his career. Maybe he broke some when he was with the Eagles, but I don't think he broke many when he was here with the Commanders. I think Chig plays a pretty big role in the offense.
I like JP's choice of styles. I mean, he can't bust. I just don't know. I think he's just going to have his hands full in his first year. I just don't see him putting up crazy numbers.
Well, you just need to see freakish plays, right? He was drafted because he's a freakish athlete, and they believe he can turn into the best player on the defense. They believe when you draft somebody that high, when we went through those top 10 lists and only Laramie Tunsil was in the top 10 at number 5 for his position out of 11 position groups, they believe Sonny Styles can be a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro.
Well, I think he should
one of the
be.
best, if not the best, at his position.
But he's not
So he
gonna be
needs to
as a
show some
rookie.
signs. I'm not saying he's going to do it as a rookie, but he needs to, blast some guys with tackles.
He may do it
He
as
needs
a rookie.
to. He needs to
I'm not
pick
ready to
off
just-
some passes.
I'm not ready to just write him off and say the rookie year is a
Right.
complete learning curve. Like, I feel like he has to make an impact relatively early. Like,
think-
they're counting on him to be a big
No,
part
he
of
has
this
to be
defense.
impactful, but I don't think he's going to be like the leader of the defense. I mean, he might be in terms of calling the plays, but he's not going to be in terms of making the plays. He's not going to make the most
I
plays
think
on
he's
the defense.
pretty mature and wise beyond his years. I think his leadership skills are going to flash pretty early
All right.
on this
I hope
defense.
you're right.
That's just the vibe I'm getting. I hope it happens.
I need the guy we gave $100 million to play like he's worth $100 million.
Absolutely.
Because
he
I
needs to
know
live in the offensive backfield.
who was the guy that we had from Florida that had like the 9 sacks before that Von Miller replaced?
Hold on.
Fowler.
Dante Fowler.
Dante Fowler. Both those guys. Fowler's sacks, I would say, were actually more impactful than Von Miller's.
Yeah.
Like early on.
Did he go back to
if I
Dallas?
remember.
I think he signed a 1-year deal with Dallas last year. I'm not sure if he's still there. He might still be there.
But those two guys both put up numbers that, Oweh might, in a typical year, be happy with, but it didn't really affect winning.
Your defensive rookie
now
of the
he's with
year
Seattle.
last year. Do you know who the defensive rookie of the year last year was?
No.
Hold on. What? Is it Schlesinger?
Correct.
The linebacker from Cleveland, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
He
I don't know
won
his first name, but
Carson.
Carson Schlesinger. That's a mouthful. What if
So
Sonny
he
Styles-
finished-
What if he wins defensive rookie of the year?
Well, I
So
mean,
he finished with,
that'd be
as a
great.
rookie, He finished with 156 tackles, which was sixth in the NFL, including 11 for loss, 2.5 sacks, 3 passes defense, 2 interceptions, and PFF ranked him 21st amongst all linebackers. So he did that as a rookie. I would hope that Sonny Styles puts up at least similar numbers to Carson Schlesinger from the Browns.
Did you guys see they did ESPN did a bit on I guess they do this every year. They rank the talent based on under 25 and under.
Yeah.
And Washington was like 26th, something like that. Last year we were third.
Yeah, 3rd to 26th.
And it didn't help.
That's
Won
what
5 games.
What's weird is last year they were 3rd in young talent, and yet they were the oldest team in the league. So it makes no sense.
I wouldn't put much stock in it, and it's because Jaden aged out and all these other guys have aged out.
I thought Jaden still ages in there.
No, I don't think so.
Think so.
I think if you look at it, I think by the time the season starts, I think they said with Jaden aging out. I mean, that's what I read.
Okay.
He turns 26 in December.
So halfway through the season. Yeah.
Well, roughly, yeah.
All right, coming up at
9:45,
we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see our pals, OAR, when they play Merriweather Post Pavilion. That show is tomorrow, Friday, July 24th. We'll give those tickets away coming up at 9:45 here on The Junks.
Bish here. If you've been firing darts lately, great. If not, my guy Josh Cochran and his team at Buyer Subaru, they want to help you score well. Whether you're chasing birdies or just looking to go low on your next ride, Buyer Subaru has you covered. Right now, drive off in a new 2026 Outback, just 1.9% APR for 72 months. You can go crazy low in your choice of a 2026 Forester or a Crosstrek, both with 1.9% APR for 36 months. And my guy Josh may not just fix your swing, but he can definitely help you drive. Plus, one thing I really love about these guys, they don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the community as well. Buyer Subaru is always finding ways to give back, whether it's supporting local animal shelters or other great organizations right here in Northern Virginia. It's pretty cool to see. So do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru. Ask for my buddy Josh Cochran. He's the general manager. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check him out at Richmond Highway in Alexandria, or you can start online, buyersubaru.com. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you.
At 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see OAR when they bring their hometown show to Merriweather Post tomorrow night. So keep listening for your chance to win.
Did you guys see this story about Ty Lawson?
I did see the story. It's a sad story.
For stealing?
So Ty Lawson made $43 million in his NBA career.
Yeah.
Yep.
He started at North Carolina.
Yep.
Was a first-round pick. Mostly played for the Denver Nuggets, and then towards the end of his career, he bounced around a little bit. His career ended in 2017.
Isn't he from Virginia or no? Am I wrong about that? Where was he from originally?
Ty Lawson?
Is he from Maryland? I think he's from, I'm going to say, I think he's from Clinton, Maryland.
Is that right?
That sounds right.
Ty Lawson.
I may have usurped Jason.
Went to Bishop McNamara in Oak Hill.
Okay,
Yes.
there you go. That's why I thought Virginia.
He attended sixth grade at Gwynn Park.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy, I knew he had local ties.
So local ties. Anyway, ended as a Wizard. I don't remember him with the Wizards.
very
in
forgettable as a
2017.
Wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Again, made $43 million. Well, he was arrested for shoplifting at a liquor store. He grabbed a bottle of Tito's and tried to get out of there.
Well, not only that, but like if you read further, he not only grabbed the bottle of Tito's, he left the store and then immediately cracked it and started drinking it.
Right.
Like
He's got issues.
he clearly has issues. And
Well, if you look
some
deeper,
sort of a problem.
he's had multiple DUIs.
Yeah, I mean, he has,
All right, so
he
he's a
has
drunk.
a problem with alcohol.
That's sad.
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably has
you
no.
don't walk into a liquor store and grab a bottle of booze and then start chugging it outside the liquor store unless you've got some sort of booze problem.
Probably has no money.
Probably needs to go into rehab.
Where
From
did
the
this
sound of it.
happen?
Where?
Was it in Denver?
Colorado.
It was in Colorado? Yeah.
Somewhere in Colorado.
Yeah. So that means
Happened in Colorado Springs.
it doesn't necessarily
Castle
mean,
Rock,
by the
Castle-
way, that he's busto. It just means that he's a drunk. and made
Well,
a terrible
true, but I
decision.
assume he's probably busto.
I mean, he's got a laundry list of arrests and transgressions.
Why? Give me some of the others.
Okay, like in
Alcohol related.
domestic violence call on 2013 with the girlfriend. January 2015, arrested in Denver after driving almost twice the speed limit while under the influence of alcohol.
All right, not good.
July 2015, just 7 months later, arrested in LA, suspicion of DUI.
Yeah.
All alcohol related.
Well, February 22, arrested in Madrid after 2 altercations at an airport restaurant. Not one, 2 altercations.
Well, you might as well call it an airport bar.
Reported he had thrown a glass at a customer.
Yeah, I mean, you're
When's
only
the last
doing that
time-
if you're drunk.
When's the last time you were in 2 altercations and threw a glass and smashed it on the wall?
Only guy I've ever seen throw a bottle is you at a restaurant.
And I had been overserved at the Starboard.
Overserved.
I was overserved. I'll stick with that as long as I can.
And they only kicked him out for a bit.
That's correct.
He got back in.
Somebody talked my
think
way
Brett
back
did.
in. I think
Yeah.
Brett did. I had no business going back in to the Starboard. I clearly had enough evening.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
That's terrible. Yeah.
It's a terrible story.
All right, something
Here's what's
positive.
not a terrible story.
Something positive.
The Nationals.
Nats.
And Cade Cavalli. He was freaking dealing yesterday.
This is just one of those series that, you got to take it. You got to win series against the Colorado
You
Rockies.
got to beat the
bad
dregs, the
teams.
dregs of the league.
And it's a defining part of the season. When we had Paul Timoni, the president of baseball operations, on the show yesterday, we've been really kind of prodding for the last month about the trade deadline coming up on August 3rd. So now we're about 10 days away. I have to do the math. Let's see, July 31st.
Yeah, about
31
10.
days in July. So about 10 days, maybe 11 days, whatever it is, to the trade deadline. He kind of said, well, it kind of depends. If we go 10-1 versus we go 1-10 or somewhere in the middle,
Yeah.
kind of depends. So it's nice to see them get wins because I would like them to be a buyer. I would like them to be in the postseason. Because even if you get in the postseason, you're a dog, you have a sweat.
Yeah.
You got a sweat. You can go on a run, and this offense is good enough where they could win series.
But they're not going to go all in, even if they're a buy. It's going to be on the fringes. I really
But why
feel
not
like,
go all in?
Because they don't think they're ready for it. They don't think they're ready for it.
I
Well,
don't
that's
see any-
stupid.
Well,
To me, that's malpractice. Like, if you're knocking on the door and you have a chance to get in, you should go all in. I'm not saying trade Willett's their number one prospect.
Yeah.
But go all into an extent. Like when you say fringe, to me that's getting just a journeyman. They could go
They're gonna
after
get-
a top closer.
They're
If
not
there's
gonna
a top
happen. It's not
closer
gonna happen.
available?
I'll bet you right now they're not going to
No,
bring in a
I'm
top
agreeing
closer.
with you
Yeah.
that that's likely to happen.
not
What you're
gonna
saying is
do
likely
it.
to happen. That doesn't make it the right move.
I
I think the right
I
move
don't
would
know
be
what right is.
if they're knocking on the door of a wild card, or who knows, in 10 days they might be a wild card team because they're, what are they, 1 back, 1.5 back?
1.5 back, yeah.
1.5.
And they're playing the D-backs who are just ahead of them in the wild card race.
Right.
It's a big series
So
starting tomorrow.
on let's say August 1st, a couple days before the trade deadline, if they're in a similar position, they should try and get a top closer and another arm that can help them close out games, because then they'll have a chance not only to make the postseason, but to make a run in the postseason.
Don't be surprised also if they don't sell a piece too, like they do both.
They might.
They may
Yeah.
do both. That's kind of the vibe I got when we had Taboni on. That they're gonna do whatever they can to tweak it, and that might include. I know I see Grant yesterday threw out there that Grant would be for getting rid of Luis Garcia right now. He feels like he's at his peak. That would maybe make people crazy.
I wouldn't
but
want to.
You might
I
get some
want him
good
for-
value for the future.
Maybe, but I just think that I want them to stay in it as long as they can. And with this lineup, they're not going to go 1-10. They're just not. They're not that bad of a team. They're too good offensively. They're not going to go on this long
I don't think
losing
they
streak.
are either.
Well, wasn't there
But
a low water
and
mark of runs against the Rockies 7 in
7.
3 games? I mean, this
Yeah.
is what they do.
Yeah, I mean, you go to
It's
Denver,
also
you're going
Colorado.
to
Yeah.
score some
I
runs.
mean,
it's a
last I
little
checked, which was
artificial.
2 days ago, they led the major leagues in home runs and they led the major leagues in stolen bases.
Right. So they might think they could still squeak if they get rid of a bat to bring in something else.
I mean, I guess the thought is, and I was listening to Grant and Danny, and it's basically getting rid of him at his peak.
Right.
And you're almost betting that he won't duplicate the success of this season in the future.
Man, he could be just getting better. I mean, I don't know if he's at his peak. He could be this type of hitter.
I know talking to Clary, he thinks Foster Griffin is never going to have another season like this.
He might not.
This is just an aberration. This is a one-off.
I mean, that's not a stretch. I mean, he's got a great.
But he could
season.
still be good. So
ERA's
say
under
next
2.8.
year, instead of being 11-2 at this point, he's 9-5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Right.
You know what I
You
mean?
take
With
it.
a 3.5 or 4 ERA.
He's been so good that I just feel like this team should, at a minimum, offer him like a 2-year extension. I know he's 30 years old. I'm sure Taboni and his staff are a little bit wary of his age, but
He's not 37. 30's fine.
I wouldn't be
but
too
look-
worried about his age.
This isn't basketball.
I just want them to. I would agree with Eric. They're not going to get a top-notch closer. I mean, teams just don't give up top-notch
I don't
closers,
think they're going to do it.
especially with the wild card as tight as it is. There's probably 5 or 6 teams that are just completely out. They're done. They're not. They have no chance. But everybody else pretty much does. But I want them to go out and at least get a couple of middle relievers.
I think that's what they're likely to do.
And you can just use that closer by a committee, like they've been
Hope
doing.
Lord gets healthy,
But-
it gets better.
But you just get a couple guys that can get outs in the 6th inning and 7th inning to make it a little bit easier for the guys who are coming in 8th, 9th. Because right now they just don't. You just don't know where to go. I mean, last night they threw a couple guys I'd never even heard of.
yeah, I looked at those names coming out of the
Eddie
bullpen.
Yeen and who's the other guy?
They were very
Max Kranick?
unrecognizable.
How long they had Max Kranick?
I mean, I can look at their transactions. I'm guessing they were just picked up
Max-
like within the past week.
I mean, Max Kranick pitched against the Athletics on Saturday and gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning.
Yeah.
Now, last night he was much better, but I just think they need a couple guys, maybe a righty and a lefty, to help them win some of these closer games. Because their offense is so good, they're not going away. They're going to still be in the mix.
So when we had Taboni on, he did say that he thought that regardless of what they did at the deadline, he felt like they could still be a playoff team. He said that. I
He
thought
did
I
say
heard him
that.
say that regardless of whether we're sellers or buyers,
He says they could still
we
be in
could
the
still
mix.
be a playoff team. So I think that assumes that they're not trading Abrams and they're not trading Griffin, because I think that your chances of making the playoffs will go down dramatically if you got rid of those two in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Abrams is just having such a
Right?
beast year. 4 hits last night, hitting close to 290. He's second in Major League Baseball in RBIs. Second. Why would you trade him?
Right.
I mean, he's one of the pieces you traded Soto for. Why would you trade one of the pieces you traded your best hitter for? Well, that doesn't make any sense to me.
What about picking up a starter?
I would be fine with that too.
I'm seeing right here.
Joe Ryan?
No, I did see his name, but I was looking at Jose Soriano, Angels.
The Angels are dead. They're 22 games under 500.
All right, he's 8-6. His ERA is around 3.
I'm sure they'd be. Is he one of the guys on the list of potential trade prospects? Or
I'm on
trade pieces?
I'm on MLBTradeRumors.com.
Okay, so there you go.
But he's a $2.9 million salary.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not
Seems
some
reasonable.
monster.
Sounds like he'd be very attractive to the Nats with under a $3 million salary.
Yeah, the guy right underneath him is Foster Griffin.
I was told that the Nats are talking to the D-backs about a potential trade for one of their middle relievers.
Oh.
Now, it's someone you had never heard of, but this player had heard from his agent that there's two teams talking about him. The Yankees were one, the Nats were the
Is
other.
the source a name that I would recognize?
No.
Okay.
No.
But I think that's the kind of move they're going to do. They'll bring in some veteran relievers, there'll be some stability,
Yeah,
but
right,
nothing
right.
great.
Nothing
Not going to bring
crazy,
in
nothing major.
Chapman or somebody's going to,
Yeah.
Well, especially with the Red Sox winning.
Chapman ain't
Yeah,
going
I'm saying,
anywhere.
or anybody like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be anybody like that with pedigree like that.
Well, the big guy is Mason Miller.
Well, he's
That's
just
the guy who everybody supposedly wants.
Of course, because he throws 118 miles an hour, strikes out everybody. But I don't think he's going anywhere.
I'm
Well,
surprised.
why would the Padres trade him?
I mean, not that they need him, but I'm kind of surprised that Brady House has been down the whole time. Right? Like since they sent him down, they haven't called him up yet, right?
I don't believe so.
Nope.
I was kind of surprised when they
seen or heard his name in a long time.
Well, Meade is produced.
Yeah.
Meade's been a
Maybe
big,
that's a guy
big
that they,
find for
maybe
them.
that's a guy that they unload. I don't know.
Think about me defensively, little dicey.
Yeah, but they love his bat.
Oh, his bat's been great.
What does he have? 17 or 18 dingers?
Something like that.
Yeah, but was House known for his defense?
No, that's why they sent him down, because his defense was so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to get better defensively on that left side. But
House in the minors this year is hitting 296, 8 home runs.
Is that right?
It's pretty good.
I don't think
196 at bats.
I mean, dude, that's really good. I think.
I don't. Think,
I'm just surprised he's been
that's
down
not what
that
they were
long.
worried about. I think they wanted to get him cleaned up in the defensive side of it.
Meade has 17 dingers. By the way, does he just do work on the road with that Australian accent? When I don't know his I don't know his setup. I don't know if he's married or has a girlfriend, but he breaks out that Australian accent on the road.
You think women swoon?
Probably does well for him. I would guess. It's just a guess. All right, this is what I'm not guessing about. This is a fact. At 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see OAR at Merriweather Post Pavilion.
It's always
That
a great show.
is tomorrow, so keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up at 9:45. Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That's Friday, July 24th. That's tomorrow at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. I have to thank Kelly from Live Nation again for setting up my wife and I with seats in the Live Nation suite at Nats Park last night for the Noah Khan show. Thank you again.
Amy was swooning about it on Twitter, thanking her love.
She had a great time.
Johnny
we both had a great
Cakes.
time. It was really fun.
For making that happen.
It was a fun evening.
I bet. Did you cap it off correctly?
I think I capped it off
Yeah,
correctly.
we got over
I'm just
one.
asking.
I got into bed at 12:42.
I'm just asking. It
This
put you to
morning.
sleep. It might help put you to sleep.
No, I did not.
Like crying too much.
No, yeah,
Hone.
I was hanging out in my sad boy phase along with Matt Valdez and about 40,000 other people
Right.
last night at Nats Park. So no, that did not happen last night.
No, okay.
No, tonight-
Probably won't happen
tonight
tonight,
might-
either because we're throwing out the first pitch at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game. I may throw my arm out. I'm going to try to just throw a missile into whoever's,
I don't know why you're doing that,
whoever's
but
catching the ball. I'm going to try to throw a BB tonight. We're doing the first pitch at 6:15 and then a meet and greet immediately thereafter. So come join us tonight at Prince George's Stadium.
Prince George's.
Yes. Drab wanted me to talk about this because he's particularly outraged
He
about
is?
it. Yes. Here's the headline. Powerball players outraged over lottery's historic expansion abroad. Some players in the U.S. have vowed that they are done playing the popular lottery game after it reached the shores of the U.K. amid its international expansion, accusing officials of corruption.
All right, so why is Drab upset about it though? What's the
He's
downside?
upset that the Euros now have a shot at his jackpot.
So it's spread out a little bit
yeah,
more.
but
So
you
you
get
got
more money
players.
in it, right? A bigger pot.
It does. I mean, possibly. I mean, it's not like every pot's going to be $4 billion or something all of a sudden. It's hard enough to win without all these red-faced idiots trying to take our jackpot.
I mean, your chances go from infinitesimal to infinitesimal. I mean, it's still the same.
Hey, we're getting in on this Powerball craze.
When's the last time you bought a ticket?
What's today?
Oh, okay.
I guess Monday.
I'll be honest.
Really?
But since Mega Millions upped the price of their ticket, my lottery ticket
You don't ever buy 'em.
purchases have gone down by 99%.
Well, I know, but Powerball's still $2.
I know it's still affordable, still reasonable.
Look, you're just inviting more idiots to the party,
Yeah.
right? I've spent my entire life dreaming about this jackpot, only for it to be stolen by some a-hole from Cornwall that
Right.
hasn't been putting his whole life into this.
Hey, remember-
We already know that every winner comes from either California or some terrible town like Culpeper.
Yeah.
And I want my shot. I've been spending my entire life.
Do you play the same numbers?
Pickle, my
No.
life is miserable.
Random.
The only joy I have is from the time I buy a ticket to the time I read in the numbers. That's it. That's the only time I'm happy.
Hey, don't forget our 5% lifetime swap. Even though I'm
That's
actively-
over.
Hold on, it's
Why is it
officially
over?
over?
He's not buying the ticket.
Part
That is
He
true.
just admitted to
I
it.
did just admit to not buying tickets. I have 5% of you swap, and I have 10% with my guy Mikey Bots. We have a 10% lifetime swap.
What's
But
the
hold on, shouldn't you have a strategy? Aren't there guys that have kind of like documented strategies that have hit these Powerballs like multiple times? Aren't there some guys that claim they have
like maybe state lotteries.
Yeah.
I
they
don't
have
think
the whole
Not the
thing.
big one.
Not
They
the
have
big seller.
they have systems.
Yeah.
There used to be some sort of mathematic edge for the state lotteries. There's a whole movie about it.
I used to think I had edges on slot machines too, and then I grew up and realized that was idiotic.
I feel like if you played like the same numbers, at least maybe you would have more of a chance than if you played random.
Here's why I don't do that. This might be a myth, but when I was a kid, I heard about a guy who played the same numbers every single week.
Yeah.
And then one week he didn't play it, and those numbers hit, and he killed himself.
Right.
Wow.
So
Well, just play your numbers.
I know, but I don't. You might miss a week.
And then you
know?
would kill yourself if you didn't bet that.
I don't want it to kill myself.
Okay. All right.
Some Englishman's going to win it soon. It's just
Yeah.
what's going to happen. We got to play. What's Harry Kane's number? What's David Beckham's number?
Is it Jude Bellingham? Is
Yeah,
that
we
his
got to play
name?
Bellingham.
Jude's number.
Maybe that's the move. I don't know.
You guys don't play enough
What's
to
the
get
current-
upset about it, but us white trash people, we're upset about
Do
it.
you ever play? You don't play the horse racing one, do you?
No.
Keno?
No.
Is that just Keno?
No. There's an electronic.
Electronic.
There's
or
an
whatever it
electronic
is?
horse thing
Oh,
where
that's
it's
different. That's different than Keno.
it's
okay.
it's like a simulated race where there's certain odds.
Oh, yeah, I've
I
seen
mean,
it.
there's one spot that I go gas station where there's the. I just think loser.
You thought we were sad boys yesterday? Those are the real sad
those are
boys.
It's
real sad
actually
boys, right?
it's actually there's something to just sitting down sucking on a Coors Light and then playing some Keno numbers or playing some Keno horses.
Yeah.
Really? You
It's
could-
kind of fun. Yeah.
You
There's
could
some
do it.
attraction
You could
to
see
it.
yourself killing an hour doing it.
Yeah, that used to be some vacation in Ocean City. The first night we would go, my mom and dad would play Keno and give us money to go to play the arcade.
You're
Love it.
kidding.
No, whatever that mall
Did they
was,
ever hit Keno?
whatever that mall was that was next to
Oh,
Roses.
Like Gold Coast Mall?
no, it was the one by Roses.
I know, the one,
Yeah, I think
I know
that-
the one you're talking
It's not
about.
there. It's
I
not
think
there
it's not
anymore.
there anymore, yeah.
But
Yeah,
there
tore it
used to be a mall in there with a pizza shop. They get a big pie. Me and my brother would pummel slices. I'd play Tekken and Time Crisis in the arcade, while my parents would suck back Miller Lights and play Keno.
Well, that sounds like just a fun evening all the way
It
around.
was. It was.
For all the parties involved.
Did your parents ever play bingo?
We used to be big on bingo.
Now, when they do like bingo at like the Knights of Columbus or something, I don't even know where they do it.
Yeah.
Are there cash prizes involved?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I remember my cousin. It was a whole family affair. My cousin went. It was the end of the night. Fill your card up. First one to do it took home $500 cash. She won.
So is it a deal where it's like a fundraiser? So like half the money spent it goes to the prize pool, and the other half goes to like the charity or
I
whatever.
think something
It's
along
like
those
that.
lines. Yeah. For the half of it goes towards the firehouse.
Yeah, right.
I
could see getting
I
into
always,
that.
Big business,
I always
man.
think about if I'd won a huge, Powerball, how much I would actually save and keep and give away. I always think about that.
I know why.
I would give a lot of money away to people. I would
You just
just
want to
hook
make people happy.
I just want to see their face when I give them $1 million.
Well, you
It's 567 now, right, for Powerball?
567, yeah.
Roughly let's
Yeah.
call it 600 million. So you took the lump sum. I don't know. What do you get?
This is an
270.
Evergreen Junks bit.
275?
I love it. I'm here
Yeah.
for it.
What do you
All
get?
right.
275.
Something
All
like
right.
that.
All
Probably
right.
less.
I
but
would
yeah.
keep 200, and
Yeah.
I would give away $75 million.
I want you to see the look on my
Nice.
face when you give me $3 million, because
Well, that means we're getting at
Quite
least
a
$1
look.
million.
No, you guys
yeah.
would all get. You'd get more than $1 million probably.
Nice. I'm all about
Can
it.
you buy some tickets?
It's just burning money.
I
Just
think
get
you would be
lucky.
one of the most generous people of all time.
I would just hook people.
Right.
A theoretically generous person.
Yeah.
You think when push come to shove, it wouldn't be anywhere near
Oh,
that?
100% I would. I couldn't live off 200 million.
Yeah, I know you could.
Yeah. I would hook those valets up at Homewood. I'd probably give them $5,000 each.
That's nothing.
Benji
That's
the
like-
kid.
Yeah.
Imagine if I gave him $5,000.
No, you should give
They
more.
wouldn't know what
if you're
to do
gonna
with
give
it.
No, he's like 20 years old.
Yeah.
$5,000 is like $1 billion to him.
Yeah.
right.
Can Benji just worry about being at his post in
Yeah.
the morning?
He's never there.
Do his job.
Do your job.
Well, the other morning he was on the toilet.
Yeah.
When you
He had
guys
diarrhea.
When you guys get
Oh,
when you guys get there in the morning,
Cyclospora.
you just leave your car running. You just leave the car and the
Oh,
keys.
no,
on
I
the-
lock
the
do that.
door.
Oh no, we
You can't do that.
So what do you do?
You can give it to the security guy.
we can give it to the front desk.
Sometimes I'll leave it on the little
and
podium.
then when you
there,
leave
then.
here, is it always there, or no? You gotta
Yeah.
wait for him to go
I mean,
get
if
it.
you
Sometimes
left,
you wait.
If you left your
can
car
give it to my
running
girl Lauren
on that
who works
corner
It
and
ain't
just
gonna
walk
be there.
inside, this is the next time you're going to hear. Okay? It's not going to be you revving the engine. It's going to be a stranger.
I've left the
taking your
keys in the car though before.
Yeah.
Oh, I would never do that. Never, ever, ever.
I'm not going to do that.
That whole thing would just give me too much stress. I don't know
I
how you
did get
guys deal
special
it.
glee last night when the woman downstairs tried to bang me for $60 to park here, and I just showed her my badge and I gave her the Dikembe.
Uh-huh.
She waved me in. Felt good. Felt pretty good. Then I got sad and wanted to cry at the Noah Khan show like Valdez. All right, we have to get out of here. Beamage
All right,
and
Bickle,
Finley,
I'll see you
they're
at Phil's.
coming up
I'll
next.
see you, buddy.
Phil and
Next
Jerry's.
week, Bay Sox game tonight. We will see you there in Bowie. Later.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Coming into the season, a matchup in late July between the Washington Nationals and the Colorado Rockies wasn't expected to mean anything when it came to the National League playoff picture. But with the Nats in the mix for a wild card spot, yesterday's game was a pretty big one. Washington's manager Blake Gutierrez said as much after the game, and his team was up to the task. They put together a dominant 8-0 shutout victory on the back of yet another explosive offensive showing and a gem from Cade Cavalli to take 2 of 3 on the road against the Rockies. That victory put the Nationals 1.5 games out of the final NL wildcard spot, entering their off day today. And the Red Sox needed to win both games of a doubleheader in order to bring their winning streak to a franchise record 16 games. They won the first game, tying the win streak of 15 games, but then they lost the nightcap, so the 15-game winning streak is over. From the Crop Medcast Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Got plenty to get into. We got to talk a little Nationals.
Yeah.
Training camp just around the corner. Talk a little LeBron. And who would have thought? Who would have thought that Anthony Davis and the Wizards are the ones slowing this all down? Apparently. So we'll talk about that and plenty more. But B-Mitch, how you doing on Thursday?
Hey, I'm doing good, but you know, I haven't bought into this Anthony Davis dude since he got here.
Just too much stuff going on, or
Just
not
like,
interested in playing?
He showed up, to the summer league games, and everyone. But he has not said one thing convincing that he wants to be here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see how they going, blah blah blah. Yeah, but dude, you trying to go? Him and LeBron the same people. Go with him.
Yeah,
go join somebody that's already good, win a championship, and act like it was because of you.
Be interesting to see what exactly happens. We'll get into that around noon. Andrew Golding going to join the program around 1:30. But B-Mitch, I got out on the golf course yesterday.
All right.
I was hitting it a little bit wayward at times, but I felt decent.
Did you hit any houses?
I did not hit any houses.
Well, you good. You're not Jeff.
And let me tell you, the course we're playing at, they got some nice houses.
Jeff
so
never hit a house neither. He just played on the course with no houses.
Well, if Jeff was playing where I was playing yesterday,
I think he would have broke some windows.
He might have had some damages to pay for. And it's one of those that I don't think you want to pay for the damages at those houses.
Nah. They got some nice ones. Like let me see, 1, 2, the end of number 3, right to the right on the corner.
Yeah.
The stone house.
Yeah.
Bruh. Ever since I remember when I was playing this course when they were building this house back in the day, I was like, they gonna make sure this house don't fall. They got some stuff in that house right there.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful. So I got to get out a little bit more often. I feel like I'm starting to get the swing down, but I just got to get out a little bit more often and
make time for you, Toby.
I made time yesterday.
I say this about everything in life. You get on the airplane, what do they say? Put the oxygen mask on yourself before you put it on somebody else.
Yeah.
We got to do that in life.
Yeah.
If you don't take care of you, how the hell you going to take care of anybody else?
Yeah. No,
and taking care of you is sometimes, like my daughter's mom was like, I said, babe, you don't have to go to work? Oh, no, we have mental health days. I'm taking a mental health day today. Okay, I like that they give it to them, but utilize it. How many people wouldn't? So,
we need one of those.
You have to be able. Look, man, listen. when you're sane and you're feeling good about stuff, you can do anything else in the world. Take care of you, bro.
No, I got to get out a little bit more often. So it was good to get.
You like White Brian? I mean, White Brian got more vacation days than anybody I know. So he's always taking mental health days, taking care of himself.
Well, him and JP are fighting for that.
No, JP leaves for 2 days. White Brian leaves for 2 weeks.
Hey, I applaud that.
He left on a Thursday and came back the following Monday. Not that Monday after the weekend, the other Monday after 2 weekends. That's what he did.
That's a vacation right there. But that's also, so my mom lived in Australia for a little bit, and that is how Aussies do it. Like they say they're going on vacation, they're going on vacation.
Yeah,
they ain't going for like 4 days. They're going for like 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
They're gone.
I need to start doing that. Yeah, I think I got some more days left. I'm gonna have to just do that before the season starts.
I couldn't do that. Or I would have to put like all my passwords and stuff in my notes because I completely forget my passwords, how to sign in the computer and everything.
Put it on your notes.
It is funny.
Jeff, it might be nice for you to take 2 weeks off, though.
Who's it better for, Jeff or everybody else?
Everybody else.
So last night,
I'm never missing a day.
Oh, hell.
Last night, the Nats, yesterday afternoon, the Nats got a big win, beating the Rockies 8-0. Go figure, by the way, B-Mitch, that the pitching is a big question mark, and in the finale of this one, they shut out the Rockies in Colorado.
Hey, man, what did they score? 8 in the first game, I think. They scored 6 or 7 and lost. Came back at 8 again. Man, they're averaging more points than some football teams.
The offense scores.
They can play, man.
I don't. Every single night they're going to score runs, it feels like, which is incredible because you still look at the lineup from time to time. Obviously, Woody can play.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Abrams can play. Garcia's having a great year. But some of the guys, you're like, really? That's
You know what happens when you're around people that can actually play? It rubs off. When you're watching guys do something at a high level, you start to emulate what they're doing. You start to imitate stuff, and you start to catch on a little bit. You start changing out your routine, figuring out stuff, and it makes you start playing more like them. When you're around people that suck, guess what start happening? You start looking like them. Same thing happens.
Yeah.
That's why if you want to get in golf, if you want to be a better golfer, don't play with bad golfers. Play with good golfers.
Yeah. Ryan, you're not going golf with me anytime soon there.
But I just like the question, Ryan, is like, can they both buy and sell? That may be what they need to do. You can hold on to some folks, but you got to get rid of somebody to get some other stuff. But they need pitching.
Yeah.
If they can find a way to hold on to what the bats are doing right now and get some pitching, this team could change up drastically.
I thought it was interesting. Grant had Paul Taboni on his show, and we're going to play some cuts from when Paul Taboni was on with the Junkies yesterday in a little bit. But he had him on his show, and Taboni feels like they can teach power, which power is what costs money in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go sign a guy like a Pete Alonso this past offseason, that costs a little bit of money, and the Nationals have not spent a lot of money recently. But when he says they can teach power, you kind of got to believe it right now.
But the thing of it
career
is,
homers for some guys like Garcia, Abrams,
but look
guys
at
in the
CJ.
minors.
Do you see power with CJ? He's a technically sound guy.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's more about it. Like you watch golfers, they don't look like no strong people, but they absolutely murder a golf ball because they do everything technically perfect.
Mm-hmm.
When you watch Ken Griffey was never huge, but his the swing. Hell, the guy in the home run derby just the other day, he didn't look like he was swinging at all. But every time he hit the ball, it just pops off the bat. If you find that you can get the barrel of the bat on the ball instead of hitting it on top of the barrel or bottom of the barrel, if you can start hitting that thing square every time, you can hit home runs. And it's not teaching power, more or less it's teaching technique, and they're consistent with it.
Yes.
If they do that, then they can start doing some stuff. You're not going to get a guy that's 160 pounds and, I'm going to teach him power. No, you teach him technique.
Yeah.
He is technically sound, and he's hit the ball solid every time. Then you'll get some balls going out the park.
Yeah, no, I agree on that because I think what they're doing is they're refining some of that stuff like you're talking about, and they're giving them a better approach.
True.
Like you see guys stepping up to the plate with a plan. And in years past, and one of the things that I don't love the way that Nationals fans have been talking about Rizzo and Davey, they won a World Series in 2019.
Yeah.
They work with a certain type of clubhouse, but the way that this team transitioned into more of a rebuild, I don't know that they were as equipped to handle that. And so it was a little more of an old school approach.
Yeah.
Which works when you have guys like Bryce Harper for a little bit, when they had guys like Anthony Rendon, Strauss, Scherzer. Like, it works for that type of a clubhouse. So acting like they didn't do anything correct, I think, is wrong. But
they won a World Series.
Exactly.
Let's be real.
But with this new staff, I think what they've done a really good job of is the oldest guy, and Stallion could double-check this, I think I'm correct here, the oldest guy to take an at-bat for this team this season is Drew Millis. He's 27. That's the oldest dude. So you need to have a coaching staff that can work with those guys so that it's not just hey, you're in the big leagues, man, figure it out. It's, hey, we're still developing here at the big league level.
You can develop, but I think you don't get overly analytical.
Yeah.
Because there has to be some level of feel and some level of a guy knowing and understanding himself. Everybody's not going to operate the same way. And the analytics I think analytics should be a part of what goes on not the answer to everything.
Yeah.
You know, because like now you start going up telling guys, well, you don't give a guy any way to have some level of feel. You know, hell, he may know the pitcher, and they telling him analytically what to do. And he may know the pitcher, and he knows exactly. All right, every time this pitcher is about to do this certain pitch, he does a thing. So now I'm not supposed to look at that anymore. I'm supposed to just go based off of what the analytics tell me.
Yeah.
No, if I know he moves his shoulder a certain way before he throws that damn fastball, I am swinging on it. I don't care what they told me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and I think the hitters, I think they're still trying to figure out the pitchers, and some of that may be just the lack of talent on the pitching staff.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what you've seen for the hitters is they've done a pretty good job of marrying that, where they're going to go in with a plan of what they think is the best approach. But you've heard them talk about this a couple of times this season, where they're facing a really good pitcher, first 3 or 4 innings, cruising, and then all of a sudden they're able to get an onslaught in the 5th inning, and it's not like you're saying, hey, let's go to the iPad and look, and it's, hey, 45% fastball second time through. It's James Wood goes to the plate and sees, hey, his curveball. Yeah, they pick it up, and they're sharing it in the dugout. They're working together. And that's why I think it's really tough when you look at this deadline and what they're going to have to do. The team chemistry for this team right now is the best I've seen since I've been covering this team. It's incredible to see.
But see, that's why this is a perfect thing. Can they buy and sell? Can sell and buy, whatever. Because baseball has always been, at the trade deadline, you have to buy or sell. Sometimes you go down the middle of the damn road.
Yeah.
Because this team right now is set in a way where they need to hold on to some stuff. And maybe they can hold on to a part on the pitching side. But they got to get some other stuff in here. And if it's a way of, if your pitcher is out there that you think can make a drastic change, you may have to make that move. And I understand there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of faith in the learners to spend money. Either, what do they say, either poop or get off the pot.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not going to do the stuff that is necessary to build the winner, get the hell out the way. Let somebody else come in and buy this team and do it. But if you think you want to try and compete, you want to stay in this thing, you got to start doing things that it's going to take to start winning. And just letting every star player come in here and leave is not that way. It's not going to happen.
If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Do you think the Nats can buy and sell? Because I do think there is a world in which that can be something that they do at the deadline. Paul Taboni was on with the Junks yesterday, and EB kind of asked him about that. Was like, we can talk about some of the changes that you want to make, but ultimately you're the guy in charge. Like, are you going to do something or are you not? And I think when you look at where this team is at, the tough part is if you're a hitter in this lineup, if you're James Wood, if you're CJ Abrams, Luis Garcia is on the trade block. I do want to talk about if they maybe could trade him, but some of the other guys, Curtis Mead's not going anywhere, and he's having a career year. Doesn't it feel like if they decided to sell and just straight up did that and not the buy part of it, that it'd be a little bit disheartening in that clubhouse where, man, we're putting out a great effort every single night. We're one of the best, if not the best offense in the sport, over 100 games in. So it's a big enough sample size to say, this is who we are, and you're going to sell? Like, I feel like that'd be tough to stomach.
If you get rid of all the pitching, you telling these people, hey, we don't care. So that's a waste of a year in a sense. You know, you got to do something to keep the morale up. You know, because just think about it. If those guys that are lacing the ball, just doing their thing, all of a sudden you just take everything away from the best pitchers are gone, and then you bring it up to people that we don't know what the hell they are. And to be honest with you, though, they already know who can't pitch. They know it. Yeah. They've seen them.
So I thought this was interesting. Paul Taboni was on with the Junks yesterday, and he was asked if what they've been able to accomplish this season has moved up their timeline at all. Here was Paul Taboni.
No, what I keep going back to is it's this line that I really believe in, which is that we should be stubborn on the vision of what we're trying to achieve, but then flexible on the details of achieving it. And if we're projected to lose 100 games this year, that's a different dynamic than if we're doing what we're doing right now. So I think you have to be flexible. How much does it accelerate it? Those are conversations that we'll have, but I just, I think it'd be foolish to say that it's not accelerating our timeline by some amount. But we also want to be really disciplined, so we do this right? So we're not winning one year and then losing 90 games the next year and then, just going through that.
I understand that. That's the way you got to think. But because let's be real, how about the people that projected you to lose a certain amount of games just didn't know what the hell they were talking about? That could be it too.
I'm one of those guys. By the way.
I'm just saying though, like there are some times where we judge everything based off of last year. We never think about the fact that some people may take a step forward, may do the things that we thought they should have been doing last year. It may hit this year. So that's the thing I'm always trying to say. Like, if you start seeing things happening, and like you stated, you have a big enough sample size to say this is who we are, and you see that, if you don't be flexible and start trying to adjust a little, then you're stupid.
100%. And that's why I think going into the year, I would assume that they thought there's a chance they could have traded C.J. Abrams at the deadline. That's off the table now. There's no chance that that's going to happen unless you get the craziest offer in the history of baseball. That's not happening, right? So I think they have adjusted some. I wonder if they've adjusted enough to realize, like, if you look at the standings right now for where the Nationals are at, regardless of what you think they are and where you feel like they are at as a team right now, they're a game and a half back of the final wild card spot in the National League. And the team that holds that spot is the Diamondbacks. They're going to be facing them in just tomorrow, right? Like, so there's a chance that you take 2 or 3 in that series or you sweep that series and you take their spot. And you're realistically sitting in a playoff spot with less than 60 games to go. So they have to be able to have a little feel with where things are at right now, because Paul Timoni was also asked by Jesse Doherty of Notice whether he felt like the feelings of the fan base over the last couple of years, where there's no doubt that it's been a disheartening time to be a Nationals fan over the last couple of years, and this year has been so much fun and an encouraging time. Does that have to factor in at all into your decision-making? And Paul basically was like, I've maybe not factored that in enough, but I also don't know that he needs to be everything with the fans' thoughts at the forefront. He's got to make the best decisions for the franchise. It don't need to be at the
forefront, but you better never say, no, it don't matter.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You tell the fans publicly it don't matter, you find out how many people be sitting in them damn seats.
Yeah, so I think that's the tough part for me is they feel like they can thread a needle where they get enough in that they feel like they are still improving the ball club so that they could get better this season, while also moving on from some assets. Foster Griffin is probably the top one there, and that's tough to get rid of your best pitcher. But maybe they feel like we're not going to be able to re-sign this guy, and we can at least get something for him now. But that's going to be the tough thing that they have to thread. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. So do you feel like it realistically is something that if they go into this, that they can find a way to both buy and sell going into the deadline coming up on August 3rd?
That's what I think they should be doing. You know, and can they? Yes. Will they? That's a different ballgame. Because your offense, your batting is so good. I don't think you want to completely deplete the other side to try and build something for later, because, you know, that may not be like that again.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And if you were to just go the other direction, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I know as an athlete, if I know I'm doing everything right, then all of a sudden management takes everything away from you, that's disheartening as hell. And it's hard as hell to just be on your A game all the time after that.
Yeah. I mean, you look at this team right now, and they're number 1 in runs scored by a pretty significant margin, by 24. They lead the Pittsburgh Pirates 567 to 543. They're outscoring the Dodgers by 32 runs. Now, the biggest difference between them and the Dodgers have allowed 378. The Nationals have allowed 541.
Yeah. The Dodgers got pitching.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
That's the thing, is what makes this so difficult, and why I would say I'm on the side of, if they did a little bit of both, I can understand that, but I would be more on the side of let's do some small buying here, understanding that if you were to trade away from pitching, you're probably not going to suddenly get back. Like if they decided to trade Foster Griffin but add a couple bullpen arms, I don't see how that improves you for a chance to go on a run, because you still need starting pitching.
The bullpen arms you get may be just like the ones you have.
Exactly right. And so
at least Foster Griffin has been a steady.
That's what makes this tough, because the team right behind them in runs scored is the Pittsburgh Pirates. They've allowed 50 fewer runs, and they've got a pretty good starting rotation. Mm-hmm. But what would the Nats look like if they'd allowed 50 fewer runs? You're probably 4 or 5 games better at a minimum. So that's kind of the tough part here in trying to thread that needle. 800-636-1067. We're talking about the Nationals. Do you think when the deadline comes up on August 3rd, there's a way that the Nats can thread the needle of buying and selling so they stay in the playoff hunt, but also maximize some of the return they can get on some of their assets? Again, 800-636-1067. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley.
If you want comfort and convenience, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control from your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out on vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Now, here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
The Nationals are in the wildcard race, and their strategy depends on this team's performance leading up to the August 3rd trade deadline. Yesterday, they secured an 8-0 victory over the Colorado Rockies, getting yet another road series win, and that is exactly how they need to play if they want this team to be buyers versus sellers at the deadline. Unlike the past 5 seasons where they were definitive sellers, they could buy this year if they believe they can make a playoff push. Now, if they do decide to sell, the names that keep popping up are C.J. Abrams, Luis Garcia Jr., and Foster Griffin to be the top trade candidates. But news came out yesterday that Foster Griffin, he'll have plenty of suitors if he's made available, but apparently there isn't a guarantee that he's going to be on the trade block. Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reported that the Nationals are, quote, still assessing whether to trade Griffin or keep him the rest of the regular season, and an extension is also a possibility. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Want to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
800-636-1067 is the number if you'd like to hop in. Do you think there is a way for the Nationals to buy and sell at the trade deadline? Paul Taboni was on with the Junkies yesterday and talked about thinking they have a real shot at the postseason. I think that's why Nats fans are so intrigued by what they're going to do at the deadline, as they feel like there is a chance that they could maybe go on a run. So here's Paul Taboni yesterday on with the Junks saying that he thinks they do have a shot at going to the postseason.
I think we got a real shot, and man, that goes, independent of what we do at the deadline, right? Like, it's what I keep going back to in my mind is with this offense, right? I think that, if you buy, if you sell, if you thread the needle in some way, I think we got a real shot. And, I'm obviously biased because I got personal attachments to all these guys and so on and so forth. But no matter what we do at the deadline, I really think that this team can make a run because, I believe in the folks in the clubhouse, both the staff and players. And, I'm excited to see how they play down the stretch.
Okay, well, I'm thinking they need to be doing this right here. Threading the needle.
Yeah.
Try to figure it out, man.
Yeah, and that's the difficult decision they're going to have to make. I don't envy him being in that spot because it is difficult. If they
completely sell, they're not making no damn postseason.
No, and that's the thing. If you sell, you kind of end that route. Yeah. But it is good to hear. He can't really say anything differently necessarily, but it is good to hear him say, this offense is special, man. We can't just squander this and not try something.
Yeah.
Let's get out to Kurt in Ashburn. Kurt, do you think there's a way that they could buy and sell at the deadline?
Good morning, Jeff. Obviously, there's a way they could do both. But the most salient issues for me, alphanumeric issues for me, are 78, COPD, HF. I'm 78 years old, I got COPD and a heart murmur. They've got to win now for me, guys. I may not be around for the future. Now, here's the other thing. One way to address this is I have not heard anybody address. Do you folks remember or are aware of a guy named Dennis Eckersley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was a lights out relief guy, closer in Oakland. But in Boston, he was a starter. He was good, but he wasn't top notch. And I heard him talk about that. He said, when they just see me once, I can get them all out. It's the second and third time, John, I had problems. So he became a lights out closer. If we could identify somebody on the starting staff who may have to be moved anyway when somebody comes back, that might be the answer.
All right.
Yeah, appreciate the phone call, Kurt. Yeah,
I like that, looking outside the box.
So one of the interesting things is they do have some guys coming back potentially. Now, a couple of them have dealt with setbacks, but they do have pitchers in the organization that could help them. Trevor Williams is on the road back. Could he help you out of the bullpen? It's not like he's a flamethrower by any means, but he can give you a couple solid innings. He's shown that for the Nationals over the last couple of seasons when he's been on the mound. He can be solid at times. DJ Herz dealt with a setback. It's unfortunate because I do think he could have helped them out of the pen. Josiah Gray is another one that's dealing with an injury, trying to come back from that. He had a setback. No, Jeff still couldn't hit his fastball. But I think Josiah Gray is someone that maybe could have helped this team out. So it's a difficult spot for them to be in where they've got to make a decision. And one of the reasons I think this makes their decision maybe a little bit easier, even though it's still difficult figuring out, it's so obvious what the fix is. Like, you don't have to think about it. It's like, do we need a left-handed bat or do we need an outfielder? No. You need pitching.
You need pitching.
Pitching. Like starting pitching, relief pitching, any pitching.
Any type of pitching. Yeah, anything that starts with a P.
Let's get out to Calvin in Rockville. Calvin, what's going on?
How's it going, guys?
Going well, man.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. Pitching. If we had an 8th inning guy and a closer, we could have won half the games that we gave up in the 8th and the 9th inning. It's so frustrating to sit there and watch a game, especially the late games, and we're winning and dominating, and then we get to the 8th or 9th inning and we give it up.
Yeah.
We are so deep in other positions. We're deep in the farm club. We've got if some of these pitchers that are coming back can pitch, especially in the bullpen or a closer, then maybe we don't have to sell. But we definitely need to buy. We need to get a pitcher. If we can get a guy who can get us this year and maybe even at least next year, maybe that'll convince our other pitchers that are thinking about leaving, or maybe we'll stick around. We'll sign and we'll stick around because these guys are serious.
Yeah. Appreciate the phone call, Calvin.
The message you're sending has to, you want people to receive it as they're like, just like people looking at the Wiz. They're like, oh yeah, they building something here. You can understand. You need to start feeling that with the Nats.
Well, and one of the reasons that I've been more prone to say they should buy or make some moves is, B-Mitch, you look at it, and I laid out some names that could potentially help them next season, but it's not like they have standout guys. If they traded for someone that is going to be under contract for 27, maybe even 28, they're going to need pitching in 2027. They're still going to need pitching in 2028. It's not like magically they're going to go into the offseason and everything's going to fix itself and they're going to get pitching.
True.
So I think this offense, maybe it doesn't lead the sport every year in runs. Maybe they take a step back, but I think this offense, you've seen just with the way this staff works and James Wood being one of the best players in baseball, I think they're going to be good year in, year out.
Yeah.
The pitching, they just don't necessarily have guys that are going to take that leap to suddenly be big leaguers in the next year.
It doesn't look like it, but like the pitching I'm talking about, but the hitting is right. Like, early in this year, people were questioning things about James. He worked it out.
Yeah.
Which tells you the dude knows how to figure it. And what they're doing now, but you got to find a way. Like I've always said, the best support for a pitcher is great run support. Well, the great support for run support is great pitching.
Yeah.
You scoring 8, 10, and lose, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It should never be like that. They got to find a way.
Yeah, if they had a middle-of-the-road pitching staff, this would be a totally different decision for them to make. 800-636-1067, do you think there's a way the Nats could buy and sell? So Paul Taboni was asked basically that exact question by the Junkies yesterday. Here's Taboni once again saying there is a way in which they could do a little bit of both.
Yeah, I do. That's not to say it's what we're going to do, but I do. And I mean, like I said, who knows, like how we thread the needle if we do, if we do end up selling a couple pieces and then, buy a couple other pieces or, no matter how it shakes out, like I believe in the team. And, I think we do have a chance to make a run.
Yeah.
And I think
they're going to thread the needle.
Yeah, and that's what I'm interested to see.
It's too flowy out of his mouth to think he has not already been discussing this.
Well, and that's the tough part, too. When you talk about organizations that are so analytical, one of the knocks on them a lot of times is they lack the feel. specifically in-game things, right? You go back to the Rays in the 2020 World Series and pulling Blake Snell. I think that's the biggest high-profile example. We've seen a couple examples this season with the Nationals pulling pitchers that you're like, really? Are you know? And sometimes it works out, but other times it blows up in your face. I feel like for an organization that's so analytical, even in the front office, is there the correct feel of, hey, this team's in a playoff race versus, hey, this is kind of what our plan was before the season?
No matter what position you're in, everybody wants to look good and feel good about something. And you also have certain standards you have to reach to get to a certain point. And him looking at this offense right now, if he's human, he's thinking, we got to find a way to capitalize on this while we got it going. I don't care how analytical you are, you can't be thinking, oh, man, we got to just get rid of everybody on the pitching side and just try to work on some stuff for the future. No, hell no. That makes him look smart. Everything he said about the hitting has worked.
Yeah.
Makes him look smarter, right? You win some games, but to get into the playoffs, it make you look even smarter. That's how you get extensions. That's how you stay around a long time. And analytical or not, human being, we all want to be satisfied. We all want people to praise us when we do something good.
So, real quick, here's some of the names that they have to consider. Realistically, I think they have 3 guys with real value, and you kind of got to decide what you're going to do with those 3 guys. C.J. Abrams, I don't think they're moving him. I think you'd agree with that, right? Like, he's off the table.
I think at this point he's proven that he needs to be here.
Yeah, so C.J.'s not going anywhere. Here's the 2 interesting names. Luis Garcia Jr. is having a career year. He's already got a career high in homers. He's been one of the best hitters at the first base position in the National League. Could have been an all-star with how hot he's been over the last basically month and a half, 2 months. I think there is a route in which they could sell him and still improve. So they've got a guy in AAA right now, Abby Ortiz, that he made his major league debut against the Yankees in the Sunday game, came up, was 1 for 2 with a double in the left center field gap. He, I think, could step in and not give you the level of Luis Garcia Jr. at first base in terms of hitting, but could give you a pretty above average, let's say, output as a bat. But if you could get a reliever, if you give me a above average bat, Abby Ortiz, and a reliever, I think that might be better than Louis. So that could maybe be a way in which they could, quote unquote, sell, but it's more of a lateral type of move.
Yeah. If I can get close to what I'm getting or the hitting and a reliever, I take it every day.
Yeah. So I think that's a way in which Nats fans would look at that, depending upon what they get back. If they don't get, they're not getting a Aroldis Chapman or something like that, and the Red Sox are no longer selling. But if they get a big-time name, maybe they look at it a little bit differently. But if you get a reliever that fans aren't as keen to know, they might look at that as a sell-type move. I think that fits into the buy-sell trade category. I think the most polarizing name and the one that they're going to have to make the toughest decision on here is Foster Griffin. So he's going to be a free agent after this year. I would bet that they're trying to get some stuff done with him. Paul Taboni was asked about it by the Junks. He was kind of coy on that. Griffin at the All-Star game was asked by Grant about it, and he said that they haven't had any preliminary discussions about an extension or anything. But no one expected this guy to be one of the best pitchers in the National League this year when they brought him over.
Not even him.
Probably not. And yet he is, right? Yes. He's done something that no other pitcher in Nats history. Scherzer, Strasburg, Gio, Corbin, Jordan Zimmerman. No one's ever gone 8 straight starts with 1 or fewer earned runs. And that's what he's on the streak of right now. Do you think that they could trade him? Because that to me is, if you move off of Foster Griffin, even though you might acquire another reliever, you ain't making the postseason. That dude's your only reliable starter.
What I've said the whole time was, you don't want to deplete the pitching completely. You want to try and add on to it. And if you got somebody that's already cooking, give him some other pieces. You get rid of him, then you dug yourself into a deeper hole. I feel that way. If you got someone that's already playing, you bring some extra help in that make you better quicker. But if you get rid of him too, then think you're gonna build it, it ain't happening. Not real quick.
I think the tough part for the Foster Griffin decision, the Tigers have to make a similar decision with Tarik Skubal. Tarik Skubal's the top guy on the market and could arguably get one of the best hauls ever for a rental. I don't think you're getting that for Foster. So if that's the case, there are some times when, I might not even re-sign the guy, but having him pitch another 10 times for me is worth more than the prospects I'm going to get back. And I think you can make the argument that that's the best case here for Foster.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, let's talk a little bit of football before we get into the Commanders training camp getting underway. We'll get into that at 11 o'clock. I want to talk about the tight end position, but a new stadium, not RFK 2.0, Arrowhead. Is this something that's a little bit disappointing to see the Kansas City Chiefs move? And we'll talk about it next here on B. Mitch and Finley. Football season is almost here. Crazy to think about. Rookies reporting tomorrow for Commanders training camp. We'll get into Commanders camp countdown, talking about the tight end position coming up at 11 o'clock. Who's going to stand out? How big of a year do you think Chigakonkwo is going to have? We'll talk about that coming up in about 10 minutes or so. But right now, I want to talk about another team that's going to be getting a new stadium, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs. And they put out some new renderings of what the new stadium is going to look like for Kansas City. And they look cool, as all renderings and different things are going to look like. But there's a little nostalgia to Arrowhead. We were talking about it in the break, and it hasn't aged well. Arrowhead has not. It's, definitely an older stadium that has, started to look old. But there's something cool about Kansas City and playing outside and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's going to go away with the new Arrowhead. It looks like it's going to be similar to RFK 2.0. It's going to have that translucent roof. But there's something fun about Kansas City playing outside, and it's snowy, and it's 10 degrees out. You're going to lose a little bit of that.
Yeah, you will. And the players are probably happy. but you know what, man? The thing of it is, today, when you see stadiums, it's in mixed-use areas. They have shopping, they have living, they have, entertainment stuff. It's not just stadiums anymore. And if you, I was there this year, and last year at Arrowhead. It's like it's just out there.
It's a sea of parking lots.
Nothing around, nothing but parking lots. But you can tell. Just think about what they've lost by not having the suites like most stadiums do. Being able to capitalize off of Pat Mahomes being there for these last 7-8 years.
Yeah.
They want to see something like that. They want to have that stuff around, and they're going to move because it came down to the same area. Why do most stadiums move?
Yeah.
The people decide we don't want help no more, and then when they want to leave, you want to get mad. Well, they going out somewhere else.
Well, and this is the tough part about when you have a stadium, especially one that is a classic like Arrowhead.
I played there in the early 90s, bro.
Well, and the tough part is,
how old is this stadium?
You have to constantly be putting money into it to make sure that it stays up to date. We were talking in the break. Lambeau has done a pretty good job of making sure that you show up to Lambeau Field and you walk into the bowl, and that's classic. You know that.
Yeah.
But there are other parts of it that's not old classic Lambeau, but that's the nice stuff. That's the stuff they've added on. That's the upkeep that they've done.
But they've done it like consistently.
Absolutely.
They didn't wait as long as like Arrowhead. It seemed like, I don't know, the last time they did something there.
Well, and if you let it go just for even a little bit, you see how quickly it can go down.
Yeah.
Like we've seen it with Northwest Stadium. Like a credit to the new ownership group for trying to upkeep some of the stuff. But you saw that it's not like this stadium that the Commanders play at is as old as Arrowhead, but it just takes a little bit of time where you don't put the necessary love into places.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all of a sudden it's outdated, it's old.
Think about this. You have an old car. You can always get it fixed, do something to it, but it starts costing more and more and more. Wouldn't it be better just to go get a new one?
Yeah.
And I think this is what this comes down to at Arrowhead. Like, Arrowhead, you have to do so much to add the stuff they want. You got to bring everything to code. Like, when they put some of that stuff there, I guarantee you, the things have changed. It got to be a little stronger than when it was before.
It opened in 1972.
Okay, so if they try to bring everything up to standards right now before they start adding stuff onto it, that stadium may cost as much as a brand new one would cost.
Yeah, 100%.
Why not just go get the new one?
And that's some of the stuff that you got away. I will say, I'm a old school guy. I love the nostalgia, so I don't love that it's a new stadium, but regardless, the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of is how everybody's going to a dome. I understand the reasoning for it, but I do love still an open air. And I know some people go, well, you're not going to go sit out there. I'll go sit out there. I don't care how cold it is. I don't care. I'll go.
If you got
there are
a
a lot of
dome,
people that
you
won't.
can use it way more often.
Yeah.
And the amount of money that people are spending for stuff today, like, I know the fans spend a lot, but hell, the owners spend a hell of a lot to build it.
Yeah.
They got to recoup that.
Well, and look, again, I understand all that. I get all that, but I still enjoy the atmosphere of being outside, feeling the
Well,
elements.
go to Green Bay in November.
I have.
Go every year. You say you got it.
The last 2 times
Go
I've gone
watch it for me. And
the last times I went
I'll
to
FaceTime you.
the last couple times I went to Lambeau, I think the combined temperature was 41 degrees. I think it was like 16 and 25.
See, that's easy. You got to go when it's below zero.
Well, and I haven't had a chance to do that.
That's
My cousins went
That's
when
we
it was
need him
below
to go.
zero.
Ryan, if he goes when it's below zero 2 times and the combined temperature is around 2, then you come talk. Let us know.
I know Toby. Toby's a softie in the cold.
Yeah,
not
I'm sure.
not a cold guy.
Sure.
He's a warm weather Toby. That's what he is.
Whatever. I would gladly go and sit at Lambeau Field. Send the Commanders up there mid-December. I'll be there.
No.
You don't have to be. I'll be there.
I have to go there, but no, we don't want to do that.
You can sit in the warm suites and stuff.
Yes.
That's been updated. I'll sit outside the
I
bowl,
have no issue with
freezing
that.
my tail off.
I have learned that the sweet life is not bad.
My favorite part is true. That is true. I'll give you that. My favorite part when you go to a Packers game when it's cold out is, the Packers colors are green and yellow, but a lot of it is orange too. And all that hunting gear that they bring out.
Hell yeah. They're like, oh man, we love the cold weather. Yeah, you got on a damn thermostat. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's talk about the Commanders. The training camp is going to get underway pretty soon, just under a week from today. It'll be next Wednesday's the first practice, and the rookies are reporting for training camp coming up tomorrow. Let's talk about tight ends as we get ready for Commanders training camp with the Commanders Camp Countdown. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The 2026 MLB trade deadline is fast approaching, with contending teams deciding what they need to add before 6 p.m. on August 3rd. Here are the rumors ESPN is hearing today. All eyes are on the best pitcher in baseball, Tarik Skubal, ahead of the deadline. With Detroit's recent hot streak, though, it's making it less certain that Skubal will be changing teams before the deadline arrives. Red Sox closer could be a game changer for any team come October, but similar to Skubal in Detroit, Boston's surge back into the equation has lowered the odds of Aroldis Chapman being dealt at the deadline, which makes now one of the most coveted names on the market. That's Giants All-Star Luis Arraez. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in DC. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Want to talk about Commanders training camp. We'll get to that in just a moment, but we want to remind you that Ruud is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com. If it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
So I want to get into the tight ends here in just a second, but I'm curious, B. Mitch, when you were a player and you're inching up towards training camp, was it a thing that you were looking forward to and you were excited about, or was it more of a, all right, here we go again? What was the feeling in a couple days?
The first day of school. You're excited as hell. And 2-3 days in, you can't wait till it ends. So it's like, I'm serious, like, it's the same thing every year, but it's that one time when you know everybody is coming. Like, they have mini camps and all that stuff. Everybody might not be at the same time. They, like, at the voluntary mini camps, at the OTAs, everybody might not be there. You probably had a mandatory mini camp. The people came in, but it's 2 days. Now this is when we all getting ready to really go into it together. We're going to build this thing and try and hope to accomplish our goals. So it's exciting, you know, coming to training camp for that first time. But the excitement leaves rather quickly when you see the same dudes every day, and you just it becomes tedious.
I'm sure it's a little different when you're running 2-a-days too.
Yeah, and then back then it was 2-a-days, full gear all the time. You know, you love the dude, and my homie right here, and you and him have to hit each other every day. So now you can't stand him. So you get past it. It's a little different today, but still, I'm sure that same level of excitement is there for every guy, because this is the group that they're going to pick the 53, 40, or 47 that's going to play every week.
Yeah.
They're going to pick them out of this group, and we're going to have to go out here and try to build something very, very tight, great chemistry to go out there and fight everybody else.
Is it a little different when this year they're going to have 2 new coordinators, 2 new systems? Is it a little different when you're going into it?
It brings another level of excitement to it.
Yeah.
You know, and like they've already installed the things, but now you're getting a chance where it's not us going against each other, us practicing, getting it right. We now have to get it to a point where we can go out there and play against somebody else and try to take advantage, find out what we can do against this person or this team. And then next week, can we do the same, or we have to adjust some things? You know, so it's a little change. But I think that excitement is going to be something even better. That's why a lot of guys can't wait to get here, because they are now going, you know, there are certain guys saying, man, if we could do this, we could do that. Now you get the chance to come out here and do it.
Rookies reporting tomorrow for Commanders training camp. Veterans reporting next Tuesday. First practice next Wednesday. So plenty of good stuff coming up. You guys will be out at training camp next Wednesday and throughout most of training camp. So excited to see what's going to happen for the Commanders. And we'll get into some of the top storylines of training camp going into tomorrow. But let's talk about the tight end position and what we expect to see out of the tight ends for the Commanders this season. Obviously, the big question mark is going to be Chig Okonkwo and what type of a season he's going to give you. And yesterday, PFF put out a list of their top tight ends in the National Football League and their top 32. And I think it would surprise some people to see where Chig Okonkwo ranked, because he's going to be someone that's a major part of this offense. When you look at what he's going to have to be behind Terry McLaurin in terms of a receiving option, he's going to have to be a big part of the offense. He comes in ranked number 25 on their list. But what do you expect to see out of Chig this season, and how big of a portion of this offense do you think is going to go through him?
I'm expecting some big things. I know we turn on the radio every day. You can go anywhere if somebody want to talk about the number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
But I have watched over these last 10, 15 years where football has transformed to where tight ends are as important as the receivers. And when you have that bigger, athletic tight end who can run, who can get yards after the catch, they can become as important as anything. I believe Chig has that ability. Zach Ertz was amazing. But we know if he caught it at 10, he got 10.
Mm-hmm.
Chig could catch it at 10 and go 15, 20, 30, 40. You know what I mean? So I'm expecting some big stuff. And I believe that watching what Ben Johnson does and listening to Blau and all that type of stuff, I believe that the tight ends are going to be vitally important to where you'll see them on the field at times you didn't ordinarily see them, where normally we saw them when it was a running situation. Now they'll be out there on first down, second down, third and long. You don't know what the hell is going to happen. And I think that also helps you have an advantage on your offensive side of football.
I think you could hear some of the stuff from Chig in the offseason, the way that he's talked about joining this offense. He's really excited to see what he's able to do, because if you look at what he did last year was a career year for him, 56 catches, 560 yards, and I think there's a real chance that he surpasses both of those this year for the Commanders. But of those 560 yards, 342 of them came after the catch. So I do think that they're still going to do some of that stuff where he's catching the ball underneath and making a play after the catch. But he talked about in the offseason, he's excited to play in this offense where he can run some real routes. I think they're going to do some of that as well, where he can run, something up the seam or a skinny post, and they can hit him over the middle and allow him to even create a little bit more down the field.
I expect that to happen. And the thing about it also, for him, he hasn't had the quarterbacking that he's going to have. Jaden is better than any quarterback he's had, and that's going to also be a big plus for him. You look at his stats and stuff, and people go, "Oh yeah, just 500 yards his best year." Get the right quarterback. That turns into 900 real quick, 800 real quick.
Well, is that something you're thinking? Like, are you thinking like maybe you set the bar a little lower than that? But like, are you thinking like?
I'm not setting it low. I'm going 60 to 65 receptions, and I'm thinking somewhere around 750 yards or more.
Okay. So you're thinking he's going to be a major part of this offense. It's Terry and then Chig.
I think you look at Jaden, how much he would go to the quarterback. I can't see him not going to this guy.
Yeah.
Because the thing about Jaden, he's going to find the open receiver. Zach will get open, boom, he'll hit him, and then Zach a lot of times will go down. Chig's going to show some color. Jaden hits him, he's going to be looking to get some play, get some yards up the field. Just think about with Zach. Zach had, 800 some yards one year?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the same passes to Zach, but being able to run after the catch.
Well, so that's one of the things that I'm very interested in is Zach Ertz did not have any run after the catch. There's no question about that. But what he did have was a reliability of being open, understanding the defense, and being able to sit in those zones. I want to see Chig have that same sort of feel. And maybe not the same as a wily vet like Zach Ertz. He's obviously gained that from playing years and years and years. But is he going to be able to just step in immediately and be someone that is that reliable factor like Zach Ertz
I think he can be reliable, but it's in a different way. Like you just stated, Zach was capable of finding the zones and the spots and using his body. Chig can one-on-one cook a linebacker running routes. So it's a different way where now instead of me having to sit in zones all the time, I'm coming out, you coming in man to man, I beat you, Jaden leads me a little bit, I turn up the field, I'm running away from you. So it's a different way, but still I think he'd be reliable.
Yeah, and I think too, the way that they're going to use this offense this year, they're going to get him the ball short, they're going to use him in the intermediate, maybe even going down the field a little bit. And I think too, you started to see this in other offenses around the National Football League, and it's a copycat league. Whatever's working, you're going to try to take some of it.
Definitely.
You've started to see the emergence of 2 tight end sets, even 3 tight end sets. And so while we talk about Chig a lot and how important he's going to be, and there's no question about that, I think some of the other guys are going to have to step up. Like John Bates, we know what he can give you as a blocker, but can I get a little more in the passing game? Ben
I think
Sinnott, can I as
John
well?
has had his little chances in the passing game, and he's been able to do some things. But Sinnott or Yankoff's going to step up, or maybe another tight end comes in here and say, "Hey, I'm tired. I want some of that. I want some of that work." But I think they are really going to utilize 12 and 13 personnel.
And I think it's going to help them run the football because I do think that's going to be the foundation of this offense. One of the funny things I do find about the way some people talk about the NFL is it has turned into a passing league, but I do think you're starting to see a bit of a shift here where it's starting to go back to since you've seen the emergence of the 2 deep safeties in the defense and how most teams are playing the passing game and they don't want to give up the explosives, so they're making sure to play with the 2 deep safeties. I think you're starting to see a little bit of a shift back to the importance of the run game. And even the best offenses, when you think about Kyle Shanahan, they always talk about him, Sean McVay. You think about some of those best offenses, while they have really good explosive passing games, they're built off of running the football. And I think that's what this offense is going to be built off of.
You look at Seattle last year, they had a running game. They had a receiver that was unbelievable, but everybody else was way down. He had like 1,700, 1,800 yards receiving, 1,800 yards receiving.
Yeah.
The next person was about 600, 700 behind it. But they ran the hell out of the football. Look at the Patriots when they were going to the Super Bowl. They always can run the ball on you. Even the Chiefs. Andy ran the ball effectively. But Andy Reid believes in that quick pass out the backfield. That's a part of it. That's an extension of his run. So if I give you a toss pass and you get outside, if I let you run a flat route and hit your ball real quick, same result. And I think that's how you use it. But as you go and you start, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl just recently with Saquon, did they have that super explosive passing game? No. They had a super explosive running game. And then A.J. Brown made big plays one-on-one against people. So I've always said, if you don't have a running game, you're in trouble. They can stop your passing game. And then the thing about a passing game, Kyle Shanahan. The one time Kyle Shanahan forgot about who his daddy was, he wanted to throw the ball, they up 28-3, and the team came back and beat him in the Super Bowl. If he had been running the football like the Shanahans normally do, they don't lose that football game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I watched them play an NFC Championship game when I was still living up in Milwaukee and working there. They beat the Packers. Jimmy Garoppolo threw the ball 6 times.
That's what I'm saying. Look, man, running the football, yes, passing the ball has gotten a lot of people in fantasy happy and all this type of stuff. But if you can run the football effectively, you can close out a damn football game. You remember back in the day, they would run the 4 corners they'll score 2 and then they run the 4 corners the rest of the game, and you can beat a team. If you can run the football effectively, you score, they get the ball back and kick it to you, and then you can run it, and they can't stop you from running it, you could take time off the clock where they are going to have to throw it. And then it makes it a lot easier for your defense to combat that, right?
Yeah.
When you know they're one-dimensional.
Well, I mean, even you look at the difference. I know last season, and this is where stats can lie a little bit. Last season, the Commanders were one of the best running football teams in the NFL. It didn't feel like that a lot of the time, but they statistically were. But you go back to 2024, a big reason why they were able to go on the run that they did at the end of the year and then go on the run they did in the playoffs was their ability to control the clock, run the football. And the funny part was that running game a lot of times was Jaden Daniels. It wasn't necessarily B-Rob or anyone else. It was a lot Jaden Daniels. But if they're able to be more effective through that run game, I think running some of these 2 tight end sets and stuff, I think that's going to really help them out. Yeah. And in turn, it's going to help out Jaden because think about, too, when you've got guys and you're able to run some of those 2 and 3 tight end sets and you're running some sort of bootleg with Jaden, think about the holes that are going to be open in the second level because if Tom Brady's running a bootleg, I ain't got to worry about him running for 3 yards. If Jaden Daniels is running a bootleg and I don't go out there and cover him, he's going to run for 15.
Yeah. But last year, they were a top 5 rushing team. But they didn't run the ball all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I think back to the getting inside the 5 against Minnesota and throwing it 3 times. they had run the ball, I'm sure they'd get a touchdown. This year, if they can recoup that with a better defense and not dropping behind so much and having to just throw the ball to try and come back, this team can surprise some people. With the running game and the passing game, they can surprise some people.
Yeah, and a big part of that is going to be the tight end position. Yeah. And I think you mentioned Sinnott, you mentioned Yankoff having to step up. Sinnott's interesting to me because, to me, he's in the mold of Chig. He's not the same guy, obviously, because we've seen what Chig has done throughout his career. But he is more of that run after the catch type of tight end versus the feel and Zach Ertz type. But I don't know if he's not been given the chance or if he's not been open. But I'm curious to see if he gets more of those opportunities and you're able to get him the ball near the line of scrimmage and he can make something of it. Because remember last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, when Colson Yankoff had the one play in preseason, everyone went nuts.
Yeah.
Ben Sinnott had that same play in his rookie season in the preseason, and everyone went nuts then, and then it kind of got forgotten about because he's been largely an afterthought in his career. He only has 16 catches for 142 yards in his career.
How many Yankoff have?
Not many. Let me see exactly what his numbers were, but he hasn't done a whole lot in his career either catching the football. Last season, he caught 2 balls for 18 yards.
Okay.
So I'm curious to see if one of those two guys can step up because you know what you're going to get out of John Bates. And I did love the way that they would utilize him at times where he was the blocker, and here comes the fourth quarter. He's slipping out the other side. Yeah. They'll do some of that. But I'm curious to see if one of those other guys can step up and give you a little bit
They
more.
have to. And the thing of it is, like, a lot of people were blaming Cliff for certain people not getting opportunity. This is the NFL. This is not high school and college anymore. It's damn sure not a little league. You don't get given chances. You force the opportunities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you practice a certain way, perform a certain way in preseason, perform a certain way when you get a chance in the game, the coach have no choice but to keep giving you opportunities. So they're going to have to make this happen. Not a coach, the player. Got to make it happen.
Well, I think the tight end position is a big way in which they can solve some of the questions about who's the second leading receiver. Because, Terry McLaurin, we know what he's going to have to do, and he's going to have to be a major part of the passing game. Once you get behind him, any one of a number of those guys could step up, but it alleviates some of the pressure on an Antonio Williams or whoever you want to be wide receiver to if Chigakonkwo's doing what you're saying and he's going for 750 yards. And now I don't need a number 2 receiver to go for 800 yards. I just need him to go for 500 or something like that to give you what you need as that third option in the receiving game.
And that's what it is about. It's not just about, one guy going and do it. What if Terry has what he does, over 1,000 yards. Chig gives you 750. Let's say Antonio ends up getting 500. Diami give you 4. Van or Luke or both of them end up with about 300 apiece. Rashard White out of the backfield get you 300-400 yards. You can't tell me that's not an offense that's moving up and down the football field.
Yeah.
But people act as if both receivers got to have 1,500 yards. As good as Dallas receivers are, they were sitting at home for the playoffs last year, right? As good as Cincinnati receivers are, they were sitting at home for the playoffs, right? There was one guy with 1,800 yards, Jackson Smith-Njigba. No other receiver had, I think, over 600 yards on that football team. Stephon Diggs, the oldest guy playing for the Patriots, he had over 1,000. Everybody else, subpar, 600, 700. But they were in the Super Bowl. A lot of people call these stations and talk about having the number 2 receiver. It's just because that's fantasy led, and they heard somebody say it. But when you start breaking it down, not many teams have double 1,000-yard receivers.
Well, and one way that they can do it, like you said, is if Chig steps up and has the season you're talking about, then that alleviates a lot of it. Because I still feel like they do need someone to step up as a second option, but there is a way you can do it. You talked about Seattle. That's kind of the blueprint where you have one guy that really stands out and everybody else chips in and helps you out in those ways. And Chig, I think, is better than A.J. Barner, what he had last year, and he had somewhere around 500 yards. So I think it'll be interesting to see if they can get that type of production.
Jackson Smith-Njigba, 1,793 yards. Cooper Kupp, 593 yards.
1,200-yard difference.
Tight end Barner, 500 and something yards. You had Kenneth Walker with over 282 yards. They won the Super Bowl, people.
Yeah.
So your second receiver was 1,200 yards behind your first receiver.
Well, and a big part for Seattle, too, was they had a commitment to the run game, even if they weren't always the most effective. They made sure to take some of the pressure off of Sam Darnold. So I'm curious to see if David Blau is able to accomplish some of those things. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What do you make of the tight end position? Who do you think could break out? And what type of season do you expect Chigakonkwo to have at the tight end position for the Commanders? Toby Altizer sitting in for JP here on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. Major League Baseball's August 3rd trade deadline is less than 2 weeks away, and there's still a lot to be done when it comes to sorting out who's buying and who's selling. The Nationals are back over 500 and only a game and a half out of the final NL wildcard. So will they buy or will they sell? Well, that's still TBD. So we'll look at another NL East team. The Phillies have surged back to contention under interim manager Don Mattingly, and they're looking for a starting pitcher to add to the back of the rotation. And they're looking for a high-caliber arm, which should cost them a pretty penny. And the Yankees, who are in a heated race with the Rays, and now the Red Sox are back into relevance. So apparently the Yankees are looking to make multiple splashes leading up to the deadline. Introducing Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus 8-can cocktail inspired by your favorite classic sports drink flavors. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Cap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. We're talking about tight ends for the Commanders and what we expect to see out of that position. If you'd like to hop in, 800-636-1067. But before we get back into the tight ends, this is one of the things that scares you about training camp, one of the things you hope to avoid. During the break, Rhino pointed out that Nick Scorton, second-year guy, second-round pick last year for the Carolina Panthers, reports coming out that he suffered a lower body injury, couldn't put any weight on his right leg, dealing with a right knee injury. Hopefully he's okay, but that's the stuff that sucks about training camp and all these things. It sucks. Football's always going to have injuries, but for it to be in training camp, getting ready for the season, that's the worst part of it.
Yeah, it's bad, but, you got to practice.
Yeah.
You got to... and I know everybody tries to make football into a sport where don't do anything till the game come. Then they'll get hurt in the game. You know what I mean? It's an unfortunate thing, but that's why it's why people are constantly working, stretching and everything else it takes to try to get through it. It's not easy, but there are some people who get hurt all the time. Other people don't get hurt.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes it's what your cards, the cards you've been dealt.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that whenever you go into a season and you're trying to go on a run, there's a little bit of luck involved because you can't always control the injuries, right? Like things got to go your way. You can't have the injuries, and unfortunately for Washington last year, they ran into the injury bug. So hopefully this year it's the opposite for them. They stayed largely healthy in 24. Wasn't the case in 25. Hopefully 26 is more like 24. And not like 25. So we're talking about the tight end position and what we expect to see out of the guys that are going to be suiting up for Washington this year. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. But referencing this Pro Football Focus list again, Chig Okonkwo for Washington comes in at number 25 on the list. But I want to talk about the tight end position in general and some of the shift that we've seen the last couple of years and how guys are being used and how important they are to modern offenses, because now you're starting to see more of the two tight end sets kind of emerge back with some of the changes to the way that defenses are playing. But the guys at the top of this list, B. Mitch, you can tell how important they are, and I think Chig is going to be similar, maybe not to the same level as some of these guys, but in terms of importance. Number 1 on the list, George Kittle. Number 2, Trey McBride. Number 3, Brock Bowers. Number 4, Sam Laporta. And number 5, Colston Loveland. We can keep going. But when you just look at some of those guys and how integral they are to the success of their offenses, I think Chig is going to have a similar type of importance to this Commanders offense. And
I think they want that.
They do.
they definitely want it because you look at Chicago, their tight end was very vital.
Yes.
And I think many people believe that Blau's offense is going to be some way similar, not exact, to what Ben Johnson runs.
Well, and let's dive into that a little bit. So Colston Loveland is someone that coming out of college was more in the lines of a Travis Kelce type. So there's kind of like two types of tight ends, really like two archetypes. There's the Travis Kelce that's more the receiving tight end, can be questionable as a blocker. And then there's the George Kittle type, which is good at everything.
Yeah.
Really good blocker, but can, do a little bit more, but maybe isn't as explosive at times in the passing game as what a Travis Kelce is. Loveland definitely fits more in the Travis Kelce mold. He's more of a receiving tight end, but they have a guy that they drafted a couple of years ago in Cole Kmet, who is also a big part of it. He played a lot of their snaps. If you mention the Ben Johnson offense, I think that immediately tells you for David Blau, he's going to run a lot of these two tight end things. John Bates can immediately step into that Kmet type of role where it's more of a blocking, get in where you fit in the passing game. But you're going to expect a lot out of Chigakonkwo in that type of a role. And Loveland had an incredible rookie season where he was catching the football all over the place.
Yeah. And I'm expecting that. Like that's why I don't get overly concerned about that number 2 receiver. They are going, like JP has stated many times, what he thinks they're trying to do is see where they are after like a week or two of training camp. And if they need to go get somebody, it'll be some guys available. I don't think most of these veteran guys that people are talking about signing really want to run the training camp on the first day.
Yeah.
If they can go there a week or two later, that'd be more power for them. They'll love it. So I believe that if you can get a tight end that can be a big part of it, it changes the dependence of having that number 2 receiver. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. And last season, you saw Colston Loveland and he came on definitely more as the year went on, but 58 receptions for 713 yards. I believe he was their second leading receiver for the Bears last season. And if you're running the Ben Johnson style offense, which we kind of expect, that's kind of what you're looking for right there, is someone that's going to step in and behind whoever your leading receiver is. In the Commanders' case, it's obviously going to be Terry McLaurin. You want him to go for 1,000, 1,100, maybe even eclipse 1,200 yards. But then behind that, you're going to rely on the tight end. I think the big question is, for Chig throughout his career, he's been a run after the catch the ball near the line of scrimmage. Can he evolve his game a little bit? So Colston Loveland is someone that stretched the field a little bit for them last year. His average depth of target was 9 yards. For last season for Chig, it was 4.7. So nearly half the amount of yardage in terms of where he's catching the ball down the field. Curious to see if he can evolve that a little bit and catch the ball in that intermediate down the field area a little more.
Yeah. I just think it's the offense and then how you deploy him. And I believe that in this offense, he's going to be doing more of the mid-range type stuff, trying to work behind those linebackers and things of that nature. Instead of like a lot of guys are block, leak. And I think that's how Tennessee worked it.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's too probably what John Bates' role is going to be, right? Yeah. When you're running some of these 2 tight end sets, one of the guys is going to be tasked a little bit more with the blocking responsibility. One of the guys is going to have to be in Chig's case, the second option in the passing game. So I'm curious to see how they deploy that. And I think, too, running some of the stuff that they're going to run this season, I think the play action, get the ball to the tight end is going to be a major part of their passing game this season, or play action just in general. Doesn't necessarily have to be to the tight end, but I think that's going to change things. Where last season, when they would run play action, it was more of a token fake. Like, I'm gonna stick the ball out here like I'm handing it off, but it's out of the shotgun. That's not real. This one's going to be more the traditional Jaden drop back, stick the ball out, hide it. You don't know who's got it yet, and then all of a sudden, here's a guy in behind.
It's just, think about it. When you in the shotgun and you do it, everything's in front of the quarterback. When the quarterback's on the center and he goes to turn, just the natural turn of his body hides the football. And the linebacker has to wait a little bit longer instead of looking and deciphering and going, So it's this play action is going to help in this offense.
Do you think there's a breakout candidate at tight end, 800-636-1067? I'm curious to see who does step up behind Chigakonkwo, though, because if he has the season you're talking about, then obviously he's going to be a major part. But can you get more out of Ben Sinnott? You just talked about it a little bit ago, that this isn't something that I'm just going to give this guy the reps because. I need to see it. You need to prove to me that you can play. He obviously has not proved it in his first couple of seasons to earn the football. I still feel like there's something there. Now, that's more on a feeling versus what I've actually seen, so maybe I'm wrong there. But I would love to see him take a step in year 3 where there's no more excuses, man. You've been here for 2 years. Figure it out.
That's what he was in college. He was able to make those plays, but after year 3, for sure, is when I'm like, okay, you got to move on. It takes some guys take 3 years before they really catch on to all this thing. And I know when a guy gets drafted, we immediately first year we expect them to doing something. Now, it takes sometimes year to 2, but some guys push out to 3. You start pushing out to 4 and 5, we got to go to somebody else now.
Yeah.
We need some fresh bodies to come in at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of put up or shut up time for Ben Sinnott. And remember, tight end throughout history has been a position that takes a little bit longer generally to get accustomed to the NFL level, because you just think about the tight end position, you got to learn so much. You got to be a big part of the passing game, but you also got to be a big part of the run game and blocking.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff that you got to adjust to. But at some point, you got to be productive.
Yeah. But the offenses now that are run, some of them are tight end dominant. And you look at the tight ends that are coming out of college now, they normally, the big boys, 6'5", 6'6", and they just are super athletic. And though the teams that you get them installed quickly, that's just what they do. You got other teams that try to do a lot of stuff, but then they want to bring them along. It takes those guys a little bit longer.
Well, and the funny part is, like, Sinnott, you mentioned, like, the 6'5", 6'6" monsters. He's not that. He's more of the, I'm going to motion you. I could line you up as, like, a H-back. I can move you around. And for whatever reason, he just hasn't found his role. I wonder if they can find something, because there's going to be a lot more motion. There's going to be a little more variety in terms of formations that they're going to run this season. I'm wondering if they can find something, but that's on him to force David Blau to find that for him.
But, like, I mean, when you don't get it, sometimes it messes with you mentally. And I hope he hadn't gotten to that point where, like, I'm not going to really get this.
Yeah.
You know, you got to, he got drafted. What, third round I think it was? Second round.
Yeah.
If you draft the second round, you've done something to prove to them that you can play. You now got to believe that yourself. And that's the way you need to operate. You know, people like to talk about guys are arrogant and they this and they that. Hey, you got to have some level of athletic arrogance, because all those other guys believe in themselves. So you got to believe in yourself. My mindset, you got to have a convinced mindset that you're one of the best. And that's the way you got to approach practice every damn day. And when you think that and you exude that, that's what the coach going to pick up.
Talking Commanders tight ends, if you'd like to hop in, 800-636-1067. We'll talk to Steve Palazzolo from Check the Mike Pod. We'll talk to him coming up at noon. Andrew Golding going to join us at 1:30 to talk a little Nationals. But we're talking Commanders here on B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
The Osmond Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they got to be doing something right. Conveniently located all across Northern Virginia, Osmond dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands like Toyota, with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, plus Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy Buick, and GMC. In addition to an unmatched selection, Osmond offers incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget about Osmond's tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, every vehicle sold is backed by the Osmond Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. You have a car to sell? Take it to Osmond. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Osmond. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Osmond customers, let's ride together.
I hear this song nightly at Nats Park.
Really?
James Woods' walk-up song. Usually good things happen after this song. So hopefully it's the same way on the show today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today on B-Mitch and Finley. We're talking about the tight end group for the Commanders as rookies report for training camp tomorrow. First practice next Wednesday. Is there a breakout potential for any of the tight ends on the Commanders roster? Let's get out to Nick in Maryland. Nick, what's going on?
Hey guys, what's going on? I called the other day and I was talking about my favorite tight end, and John Bates is my favorite player on the team. But with this new offense, this new coordinator, I mean, a tight end has to learn a lot more. I mean, he's got to learn the offensive line. He's got to learn how to block the run and grab passes. This might be the best thing for him, a new offensive coordinator, because Kingsbury didn't use him much. He didn't use John Bates at all, hardly. And Bates had been open. He can catch the ball. I think Senate, this might be a godsend for him. This might be exactly what he's been waiting for. And maybe Blau has known this and maybe got a little frustrated not being able to exercise his thoughts to use the kid. So I'm basically thinking that this might be the best thing for him. And like B. Mitch said, someone else might come along, a bigger, faster, a pure tight end is a blocker and a receiver. Then there's the specialist.
Appreciate the phone call, Nick.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they utilize him because it's not as if Sinnott hasn't had chances to prove himself. Yeah. So it's not as if he's played 2 full seasons. Regardless of whether you want to blame Cliff or not, he has not been productive in his first 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. He'll have now an opportunity to prove himself in this new offense. But I am curious because I still think there is something there. But once you get behind Chigakonkwo, who we think is going to have a really big season, and John Bates, who's a really good blocker, I think there is an opportunity to find that third tight end when one of those guys needs a break, or if they're running a 3 tight end set. I think they're going to utilize the tight ends in this offense a lot more than they did with Cliff.
They will, and I just think that he has to hit the ground running, man. I mean, we sit up here and what was it? His 4 seasons, he had 82 receptions for 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So he has the capabilities of running after the catch and things of that nature, but you have to do it. You have to be open, And if you're open and you get a chance, you gotta make the coach go, okay, let's just go to him again, And it just hasn't happened, And whoever is to blame, it hadn't happened.
The big question that I have still, though, too, is, again, I always find it funny when a guy kind of falls out of favor and people start to look at them a little bit differently after, he surprised them a little bit. I was talking about this a little bit earlier with the Nationals, with the way some fans talk about Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez and kind of forgetting what he did in 2019 and what those guys did together in 2019. And just things changed, and they obviously it didn't work out with the way that things went on. The way that Zach Ertz has talked about, I think, is a little interesting now because he did not give you the yards after the catch, and that's obvious. But he gave Jaden someone that was a reliable receiving option as that security blanket, and I'm curious who's going to step up into that role. Maybe it ends up being Chigakonkwo. Maybe it needs to be one of the receivers behind Terry, or maybe it is Terry. But I do think that is something that's a little bit slept on, knowing that I can always go to Zach Ertz, especially down in the red zone.
Yeah.
I think was something that was a massive part of the offense, and I'm curious who's going to take that role.
Well, I believe the person that they want to take it is going to be Chig. And I think he's going to get every opportunity. They're going to go to him a lot. They paid him in a way that they're going to go to him. And I believe he's going to stand up and do it. But you're still going to have some other guys come in. And I believe what I saw Jaden and Diami doing down that stretch, it's another guy.
Yeah.
But the little kid, Antonio Williams, people keep looking for these big old receivers. Not everybody is 6'2". And some of them 6'2" play like they 5'1". This kid gets open. He gets separation. And if you get separation with JD5, I know he will find you.
Well, you could tell me if I'm wrong here, because I have this feeling as well that we worry too much about, well, he's an outside guy, he's a slot guy. I'm going to tell you who's
Get open and catch the damn football.
100%. Guess who's going to play in the slot some this year? Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
Chigakonkwo will probably play in the slot some this year. They're going to move dudes around. I just want football players, and then it's on David Blau to figure out how to use them.
When you saw Santana Moss on the football field, he lined up all over the place.
Yes.
Went in motion, did stuff, and he caught passes from the slot, from the right, from the left. Didn't make a damn difference. You don't have to be as big as everybody wants you to be. You don't have to be in a certain position or being labeled. The best receivers know all positions at the receiver. They know every one of the receiver positions. They can play any one of them. That's the best. So I don't care about all this big and he's an inside out. If he's in the slot and he catches 50 balls, that's all I give a damn about.
Well, I mean, look at the Patriots. They used to get it done with 4 or 5 slot guys.
Yeah, and they were 5'7" and 5'8". They stayed open, did they not?
That's all that matters, is can you get open? And I think it takes a little pressure off if Chig can be a really good option for them as their secondary receiving option. But I believe that there are a couple guys behind. I would have liked to have had someone that's a little more proven as that second receiver option, but I am really high on Antonio Williams. I thought it was funny last year when we were talking about the Terry McLaurin stuff and whether he was going to get signed, all those different things. Everyone complained about his lack of separation, and then they draft Antonio Williams, who built his entire game at Clemson off of separation, and they complained that he wasn't big enough.
Everybody cares about narratives that they hear and they want to just repeat. I care about, can you play football? That's all I care about. I don't care how tall you are, how fast, how short, whatever. Can you play? And if you can play consistently, that's all I give a damn about. And I think more people need to get that mindset. Austin Eckler wasn't the tallest, wasn't the fastest. All he was productive.
Yeah.
And that's all I cared about. You know, we sit up here and we worry about stuff that don't really matter. How big the guy is don't make a difference. Does he catch the ball when it's thrown to him? Yes, that's all that matters.
Steve Palazzolo from Check the Mic with podcast with the 33rd Team does with Sam Monson. He's going to join us coming up next. Want to get his thoughts from around the National Football League. We'll also be joined by Andrew Golden coming up at 1:30. Next, let's take a look around the league with Steve Palazzolo. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
NFL training camp is finally here. Rookies report to Commanders camp tomorrow and veterans on July 28th, with the first official practice taking place July 29th. So in honor of football season getting going, ESPN is highlighting the biggest storyline or question each team is facing. For Washington, they're saying the biggest question is going to be, will the coordinator changes pay off? The Commanders have first-year coordinators on offense in David Blau and defense, Durante Jones, and there's room for optimism, but there's also a gamble there as Dan Quinn enters a pivotal third season. The Athletic highlighted both Blau and Jones as two assistant coaches to watch this season that could have breakout years in their teams. And no Nationals game today, though they did pick up an 8-0 victory over the Rockies yesterday, keeping them 1.5 games back in the NL wildcard race. They open up a series on Friday with the D-backs. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. We'll have a chance for you to win some Leonard Skinner tickets coming up at 1:45. Want to remind you, too, that Ruud is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing option with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com. Remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
And it is time to get out to the Ruud Guest Hotline, bring in our friend from the host of the Check the Mic podcast. That is Steve Palazzolo. Steve, how you doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, Steve. So, getting set for training camp, excited. Rookies reporting tomorrow for the Commanders. Taking a look around the NFL before we get into some Commanders-specific things. Who around the NFL do you think had the best offseason improving their team?
Well, is the Rams the obvious choice?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and now even maybe more so if Aaron Donald unretires. I'll touch on the Rams quickly, just because they had a massive need coming into the offseason, which was their secondary, and they attacked it by grabbing both Chiefs starters, one with a trade, one in free agency. And, of course, they make the Myles Garrett trade, and as good as Jared Verse is, obviously Myles Garrett's an upgrade. So in the short term, I would say the Rams are up there. I would say the Cincinnati Bengals are up there. I don't know if it's the best necessarily, but it's one of the most intriguing because of how bad their defense has been, and a subtle move like retaining their starting guard, Dalton Reisner. They've got their starting 11 back on offense, and they have a Dexter Lawrence addition on the defense, some other defensive line additions like Boye Mafe, Cassius Howell in the draft. And so I think they've done some things to shore up one of the worst defenses in the NFL, and it could be a massive move with Dexter Lawrence coming in and, you know, being that guy at defensive tackle for them.
When you look at the NFC East, how do you feel that that's going to play out? I mean, you've got so many different moving parts with John Harbaugh going to the Giants, two new coordinators here in Washington. Are they going to be healthier this season? How do you look at the NFC East right now?
I think it's going to be really competitive. I mean, the Commanders would also be on my short list of best off seasons, and I think the 3-year look at Washington has been, you know, they overachieved in Jaden Daniels' rookie season. I think, you know, the fact that they made it to the NFC Championship and were that close, I think, you know, no one expected them to be there. And then when they got close, it was like, all right, you know, maybe they can do this. But it always felt like the defense was a step behind where they needed to be. And I thought last year, you know, they made some aggressive moves, but I don't know if they necessarily improved. And now I think the Commanders are, you know, probably the best roster they've had over the last 3 years with Jaden Daniels. So I'm intrigued by what they've done there. I think Dallas, anytime you have a defense, kind of like what I said with the Bengals, when a defense is so bad on one side, or just like so one-sided for a season, it's difficult to be that bad 2 years in a row. And so Dallas has that going for them where they should be better. Plus they bring in Christian Parker as defensive coordinator. And I think their offense could be loaded and looking really good. So as long as they get back toward a mid-tier type of defense, I think they're going to be competitive. And I think the Eagles, of course, we know they're always competitive, and they're the team that it feels like their depth gets chipped away at every year, and they probably take a slight step back from an overall roster perspective, but they'll they'll reload and get some more young players, and they're depending on a lot of young players and some development from Jalen Hurts and stylistically in their new offense. But we know the Eagles are going to be there and competitive, and the Giants have made a lot of good moves. I'm just not sure if they hit the ground running under Harbaugh just yet. It was a fascinating offseason for them. So I think the Giants look like the fourth best team, but I think those top three, I think it looks really competitive in the East.
Look at that, Washington. They went out and they got a lot of defensive players. How much do you think they improved themselves? Because, you get Odafe Owe,
yeah.
And then also you get Chenal, you got Chason. Is this a much better team, you believe, than they had?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, 2 years ago, I think when they made the NFC Championship run, they had a lot of sacks on the defensive side of the ball. But I look at defensive line and production beyond the sack totals. I think a lot of those are dependent on game flow and opportunity. But you want disruption. You want that snap for snap, down to down disruption. And I don't think they've had it. I don't think they had it as well as the sack totals showed 2 years ago. They certainly didn't have it last year. And that's why I say that the Commanders might have the best roster since drafting Daniels, because the defensive line is potentially loaded. I think Odafe Owe was the prize of the free agent market. I think, his ability to rush the passer, in two different places between the Ravens, what he did with the Chargers down the stretch, he will create havoc up front. K'Lavon Chaison's coming off the best 2-year stretch of his career. He went from former failed first rounder to, hey, this guy could be a pretty good, number 2 type of edge rusher, maybe high end number 3 type of edge rusher. I think that's what he brings to the table. I think of Charles Omenihu, if he's healthy, his ability to move up and down the line of scrimmage. And so I think there's just much better depth. Tim Settle, coming back and being able to create disruption up front. I think there's a lot of potential there. And I look at the best teams in the NFL. They roll 8 deep on the defensive line, and I think this is the deepest defensive line that the Commanders have had. And you mentioned Leo Chenal, one of the best linebackers in the league. You get him at a pretty value play there. I think the defensive additions were a lot of the right moves that the Commanders were supposed to be making this offseason.
Speaking with Steve Palazzolo of Check the Mike Pod, make sure you check them out with the 33rd team. So sticking in the NFC East real quick, 2 new offensive coordinators that are in just their 3rd year of coaching. David Blau, just 30 years old, just retired from the league a couple of years ago. Sean Mannion, in that same vein, he was with Green Bay, but now comes over to Philadelphia. Do you think that we could see a little bit of a trend of going with the lesser known or hot shot former quarterback types and going a little bit younger with some of these coordinators? Or, obviously we got to see how this goes. How do you think their first season goes, and do you think this might be some sort of a trend we start seeing around football a little bit more?
The trend will happen if it works. if right? That's everybody says the NFL is a copycat league. I kind of hate that, but it's true. Because I think the best teams innovate; they don't copy. But once they innovate and something works, teams copy. So if it works, other teams will do it. I think what's fascinating when you talk about offensive coordinators, there's so much turnover at that position, that coaching spot every year, because as soon as if David Blau has a great season, everybody's gonna be like, wait, is he the next head coach? It's like, he's 30 years old. Is he a head coach yet? Like, let's just, wait a minute here. So there's always so much turnover there. And the other interesting thing is we always say, well, this guy's a Shanahan guy or this guy's a McVay guy. And in Blau's case, well, he's Ben Johnson's guy. But we know we've all worked for different bosses or had different coaches, and everybody's different, personality-wise, stylistically. There's a scheme and there's a system, but you still have to get into the art of play calling and being in there in the balance for a play caller between what the game plan was during the week and then what the game flow is and how you adjust. So all of that stuff is still to be determined. But when you look at a scheme and a system, obviously Ben Johnson has done some great things in Detroit and now in Chicago. Schematically, I think he's been extremely aggressive. He's done a great job of mixing in the ability to get playmakers into space, playing to their strengths, mixing in trick plays at the right time. So if Blau picks up some of that from Ben Johnson, I think he has a chance to have a lot of success. And, again, it comes down to leaning into the players and what the players are capable of doing, it more so than a system. And I think that'll determine success, whether it's Blau, whether it's Mannion. I think Mannion, the most interesting thing there in Philadelphia is that, the quarterback is like the ultimate artist, they have the poetic license to run the offense any way they want.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because it feels like Philadelphia's offense looks similar no matter who the play caller is. With Jalen Hurts, he has a certain style. He has things he likes to do.
Yeah.
I think Mannion's charged with taking Hurts out of his comfort zone, attacking the middle of the field more. So I think that'll be the big story in Philadelphia. They're going to try to maximize Jalen Hurts' potential and help him grow, and we'll see if Mannion can extract that out of him this year.
But here, everyone in town seems to be concerned about a number 2 receiver, but they brought in Chig Okonkwo, tight end from Tennessee. I believe he could be a big part of the passing game. What do you think about Chig?
I like him. I think Okonkwo's, he had a nice career so far, with Tennessee. I think he's more of your move tight end type. I think the Commanders have a really fascinating group of tight ends with Ben Sinnott there and John Bates. And we know how much the NFL, we spent a lot of the offseason and draft season talking about how tight ends were getting drafted high and teams want to run 2 and 3 tight ends out there often. So I think there's some flexibility to lean into Okonkwo and his receiving ability. I still think wide receiver 2 is an issue. I mean, for me, I think offensively, you really want to you just want to put the defense in a bind. You want to put 4 or 5 pass catchers out there where you can't just focus on one. You have answers. I think offense is all about having answers. When they show you A, you've got B. When they show you B, you've got C. And so I think that's going to be a big part of it. I think the tight ends will be a big part of what Washington does, though I would still rather have a more consistent wide receiver 2 threat because McLaurin, on the other side is outstanding, but having a consistent threat plus the tight ends, I think obviously makes this offense that much better.
Talking with Steve Palazzolo of Check the Mike Pod. So spinning around the league, the LA Chargers bring over Mike McDaniel to be their offensive coordinator. Do you think some of that dynamic offense is going to help out Justin Herbert a lot and be able to maybe let them take that next step where they get past, obviously last year they get into the playoffs, but do you think they can get past the Chiefs, assuming Mahomes is back, and get past Denver? Or how do you see it playing out with Mike McDaniel as their new OC?
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating, hire and, connection with Justin Herbert. Herbert's another one of those guys. When we talk about offensive coordinator turnover, he's had a different one pretty much every season of his career, and he's been pretty consistent, but you get little ebbs and flows and either how much he's throwing the ball down the field or how much he's putting the ball in harm's way versus taking care of it. I think the explosive plays of McDaniel coming from the Shanahan tree, the ability to, much like a Ben Johnson, get offensive skill players behind the defense, the speed that they like to put out there. They have an intriguing group of receivers, some big-bodied receivers. They added a ton of speed in the draft with Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State, one of the fastest receivers in the NFL. They have a year two running back in Marion Hampton, and I think that's a big part of what McDaniel brings to the table there is the consistency in the run game, some creativity in the run game, and I think that'll be the thing. If the Chargers' offensive line first stays healthy, and then secondly plays a lot better than they did last year, they were one of the 3 worst run blocking units, one of the 3 worst pass blocking units. That's tough to do on the O-line. It's 2 different skill sets. They were bad at both. If they're just a little bit better up front, I think McDaniel has a chance to really make a big impact and give Herbert the ability to use his arm and get the ball down the field more effectively.
You said you felt that the Rams probably had the best offseason. The Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl last year. How do you think they'll fare this year?
I think they're in really good shape. They lost. I argue with Seattle fans all the time because we'll say that they lost 4 starters, and then Seattle fans will say, yeah, well, Tariq Woolen, he was benched, and this, safety we don't really need, and Boye Mafe was a rotational player, but they lost 4 players, right? So they lost 4 players that are on their team, that starting running back in Ken Walker, but I think they've got potential replacements either in-house or in the draft when it comes to Jadarian Price in the first round, and they're loaded on the defensive line. Again, when I say the best teams are 7 or 8 deep on the defensive line, it's pretty consistent. When you look at the best teams in the NFL and you say, hey, it doesn't matter who the starter is or who the backup, you're going to get 50 snaps from a bunch of players. You're going to get 40, 35 snaps from. So they have that type of defensive line talent. I think Mike McDonald has really come into his own, obviously, as a head coach. He's got multiple years of success running Baltimore's defense and now running the show in Seattle. So he heads into year 3. They've got their entire offensive line back. They're actually their entire offensive unit minus Ken Walker. So I think Seattle is absolutely right in the mix.
going out on a limb. The defending Super Bowl champs. But you also have, really quietly, by the way, I know a lot of people that I'm with my analytics background, I'm not supposed to mention QB win-loss record, but Sam Darnold is number one in win percentage over the last 2 years across two different teams.
Yeah.
I think QB wins is informative if you put it into different circumstances and say the fact that he did it in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell and Seattle last year and made this playoff run. It is informative, and Darnold has been one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL last year. So they've got that consistency as well. Yeah, absolutely. Seattle will be one of the best teams in the league once again.
You mentioned Minnesota. Who's playing quarterback, and do you think they're going to be any good?
It's definitely Kyler Murray, and I look at this two ways. I mean, Kyler Murray is going to start, and the fact that Arizona releases him and they pay all of his signing bonus essentially. Minnesota's got him for like $1.5 million or whatever it is. So whether or not they win, I don't know, but Kyler Murray becomes one of the cheapest, best value quarterbacks in the league for 1 year. It's a 1 year deal, and for 1 year, Minnesota gets him on the cheap. And Kyler Murray's been a good NFL quarterback, right? And that's the fascinating thing about evaluating QBs. We only want top 8 or top 10 quarterbacks. As soon as they're outside, it's like, oh, this guy's terrible. Get it, move on. But Kyler Murray for $1.3 million, I believe it is, is a bargain and a steal, right? So they still have very good receivers with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jawan Jennings, TJ Hawkinson at tight end. So I think they have a chance to bounce back, be really good. I think the defense will. I don't know if the Minnesota had the best offseason as far as adding talent. I think they lost more than they added, but I still think they're coming from this baseline, especially offensively, where they can do some damage, and I think Kyler's going to have a really good season, and I think J.J. McCarthy ends up on the trading block somewhere.
Back again with Washington, Devontae Jones came from Minnesota and was under the coach there for a bit. Will you expect him to run a similar style defense or have his own little defense?
Yeah, again, it's such a tough thing to predict because football is like the only world where we say, hey, you worked under this guy. We assume you're going to do something similar. That's like the assumption in football. That doesn't happen in other industries, right? I'll make that joke again. Like if somebody looked at the bosses that I worked for and said, you must be just like this guy because you worked for him, I'd be like, no, please don't put me in that place. But football, but like football is scheme and style, but the reason why I think it's an unknown is Brian Flores is one of one in Minnesota when it comes to scheme and style. No one runs an offense or a defense the way he has, and it started a couple years ago. They would lead the league in 6-man pressures, and they would lead the league in 3-man rushes. And it's like, what? Like most teams run 4 or 5-man pressures 80-85% of their time, and they're on both extremes of we're going to send the house or we're going to send 3. Yeah. Almost like, I use all baseball analogies as a former pitcher. It's almost like your fastball, your changeup, right? And you're a fastball changeup type of pitcher, and you're just trying to speed up the quarterback and slow down the quarterback. And then you're doing that with some creativity on the back end. So I don't know that anyone who's recently worked with Brian Flores will copy that or bring that, but you can bring elements of it. And I think that's what makes it really interesting because Flores was on the extreme end of we're going to get very creative and aggressive with blitzes, but we could also drop out and drop 8. Flores has also been in places where he played a ton of man coverage in New England in his early days in Miami. And now in Minnesota, he was more of a zone heavy. Again, trying to, create trickeration up front with the front 7. So I think that's a big TBD, but Flores is one of one, like I said, when it comes to unique defense. But I think if you could pull elements of that, I think there's a lot of good stuff that Flores does that I think can, bode well in Washington.
Last one for you, Steve. Talking with Steve Palazzolo of the Check the Mic pod. Watching quarterback on Netflix and seeing Jayden Daniels and the injuries and just how forgettable last season is. I'm curious, around here, obviously we really believe that Jayden's going to bounce back to that 2024 form and have a really big season. Excited to see what he can do in year 3. But I'm curious, from an outside perspective, how do you feel about Jayden going into year 3, and what do you expect to see from him going forward?
I was so impressed with his rookie season. I was at the game in Cincinnati week 3 when he just didn't miss a throw. And then the whole time I was thinking Cincinnati's got the worst pass rush I've ever seen tonight. That's a factor. But then they blitzed him on that goal ball that he threw and puts it right on McLaurin's hands. And I was like, okay, that was it. Like that really sold me. I mean, I was so impressed by Jayden Daniels as a rookie because I thought when I talk about the offense having answers, I think Jayden has answers when things are covered, I think he's a very astute scrambler. I think he might be the very best scrambling quarterback in the NFL. So not designed runs, but when, called pass plays, knowing when to run. And even if there's nothing there, he could pick up 5 or 6 and keep the offense on schedule. I think that's why his completion percentage was so high as a rookie, because he just didn't force passes that he didn't need to force. I think that's such a great weapon to have. So I love what Jaden Daniels did as a rookie. I think the big question will be the injuries. And I don't think that's a lazy analysis, because he's been injured each of the last 2 years at different degrees. But coming out of LSU, the question was playing style. And I think, and maybe frame a little bit, but I think playing style for a quarterback, do you take hits? Not do you run, but do you take hits? Do you protect yourself? And, Russell Wilson was great through the years at running, but protecting himself. I think Lamar Jackson, even though he's had some injuries, has run and protected himself pretty well. Josh Allen doesn't protect himself, but he gets away with it, right? But then you see Cam Newton through the years. He never protected himself, and in 1 year, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, he's hurt a lot, over his life, and then the last 3 years of his career. So I think that's the biggest thing to watch out for. And one of the biggest stories in the NFL for the next decade for me is how, first, the elite quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, how do those guys age? Because they use their legs so much. Not exclusively, but it's a big part of their game, more than any group of quarterbacks in any other generation. And that's going to be the question, I think, for Jaden Daniels and some others. How do you balance, hey, I can run the ball 10 to 12 times a game, both designed and as a scrambler, and be a weapon, versus I have to stay on the field? And how do you make sure that you're going to be healthy? Because I think if he's healthy, he's fantastic. He could do it all, make all the throws, throw accurately, pick his spots as a scrambler, and then be a part of the design run game that keeps defenses off balance. Jaden can be fantastic, but the health thing, I think, is going to be the biggest thing, and that's the balance I think they have to strike, is figuring out how much do they want to protect him, because his legs are special. That's what makes him a potential superstar, but obviously you want him on the field as well.
Steve, appreciate you joining us.
Steve, thank you, man.
Feels like we've survived list season and all the off season, and training camp is finally around the corner, and we can break down real football. Appreciate you joining us.
I love it. Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
That's Steve Palazzolo of the Check the Mic pod. Make sure you check
Former
that out
pitcher,
with
man.
the 33rd team. Yeah, former pitcher. Maybe we call him up. Maybe he can come out of the pen.
Yeah.
Little fastball change
See if
up
you got
action.
anything left.
Let's talk about LeBron. Speaking of slow
We
playing,
have to.
let's talk about LeBron. He's not coming to DC. I don't think there's any grandeur of that. But who would have thought that the Wizards would be the team that's maybe holding up a LeBron decision? We'll talk about that next. Here on B. Mitchell
LeBron
Finley.
holding up his decision. Don't blame the Wizards.
JP Sports Update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick. Made from scratch, served from the heart. Left-hander Foster Griffin should have plenty of suitors if he's made available at the trade deadline, but there isn't a guarantee that he's going to be on the trade block. The Athletic is now reporting that the Nationals are still assessing whether to trade Griffin or keep him for the rest of the regular season, and an extension is also a possibility. The Nationals are currently sitting 1.5 games back of the final NL wildcard spot, and they open up a pivotal series with the D-backs tomorrow. And all eyes are going to be on the best pitcher in baseball, Tarik Skubal, ahead of the deadline. But with Detroit's recent hot streak, they're making it less certain that Skubal is going to be changing teams before the deadline arrives. Let Chicken Salad Chick cater your next event. Choose from a dozen varieties of made-from-scratch chicken salad, homemade sides, salad soups, and desserts. From office meetings to bridal showers, their sandwich platters and specialty trays are the perfect fit for any occasion. For more information, visit chickensaladchick.com. From the Crop Bakehouse Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. All right, B. Mitch, let's do it. Let's talk about LeBron James.
I'm gonna fill my mouth up.
It's funny that this is going on. So I don't know how much. There's so many rumors flying around about LeBron right now and what's holding up the decision. And
Man, you know Bryson and LeBron love attention.
Well, you have the Miami Heat and supposedly scheduling
that was funny.
A YouTube video for his announcement that is not coming.
Didn't Miami just get Giannis?
Yeah.
You think Giannis, does he seem like a person who wants all this drama?
I mean, I didn't think he used to, but now apparently I think he doesn't mind it. I don't know.
I don't know if he wants all this drama.
Well, maybe he doesn't, but there's a lot of drama following him around.
So, all right, go ahead. Bring Washington into this.
All right, so here's the angle in which the Wizards play into this, which is kind of funny. So, according to Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, one of the guys who's plugged in, LeBron is supposedly slow playing his decision because he wants to see if anybody that's going to bring him in can possibly go get Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving.
All right. Miami can't do it because they just signed, They just traded for Giannis.
Yeah, they can't make that contract work. No.
Anthony is making $58 million this year, right?
Yeah.
LeBron is going to take the minimum, about $6-7 million. Kyrie is still making dollars. What team is going to do that? He wants both of them or one or the other?
I think one or the other. It's not realistic to try to go get both of them.
Okay.
I mean, how ridiculous is this?
Bro, go sign somewhere. Listen, you're the king. You believe what you say you are? Go sign somewhere and make that team great.
Yes.
Don't go find a team already made, ready to go and go join it and then go try to act like you did it. Come on.
Well, and LeBron loves to drag this stuff out and continually have his name pop up in the news. And it's just so frustrating. For the Wizards, they have not made it sound like they want to move on from Anthony Davis. Despite all the stuff that's been swirling around all offseason with Anthony Davis, the Wizards have not made it. They haven't. I mean, they've said the opposite, that they want to move on from Anthony Davis. So I don't know. LeBron trying to get Kyrie doesn't seem like the Mavs want to move on from him. Doesn't seem like the Wiz want to move on from Anthony Davis. Why can't LeBron just make his decision?
Yeah, go because listen. Ever since the commissioner came out and said that they were waiting for him, so they wish he hurry up so they can put the schedule out. I think he's just trying to.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I think he's being just an ass now. To be honest with you, that's what I think he's doing.
I don't know how real that is, but I did see something on Twitter saying that basically there was a little bit of pressure, and he's waiting until LeBron makes his choice, and so LeBron's like, you know what, I'm gonna I'm going to wait a little bit
I believe
longer.
he's doing that.
He probably
I really
is.
believe he is.
He probably is. And I don't get it. So Bleacher Report put this out yesterday, according to Andy Baskin, saying that LeBron's irritated with Adam Silver pushing him to make a decision. They were going to make an announcement last week, but decided to hold off just because they're being petty.
See, that right there tells you everything you need to know. Big baby.
Well, and that's
the league is going to move on with or without you. And if I were Adam Silver, I know they want to get the best bang for their buck.
Yeah.
I just go put the schedule out there. And every team that you're trying to go to, I just get them all the bad stuff. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wild that this is going on once again. And look, it's impressive what LeBron has been able to do where he's still playing at an incredibly high level at this point in his career. But this isn't
They
2012.
still ain't carrying no team nowhere now.
Correct.
Right now.
This isn't 2012 LeBron when he first went to the Miami Heat, and that's one of the best basketball players I've ever seen. He's really good still, and he can still help you, but he's not that same LeBron that he shows up and immediately guarantees you a championship. Like, you know, he's been great at doing that throughout his career. He's not doing that anymore.
Nah.
Like, he's not signing somewhere.
Now he's
and-
trying to find a team already ready for the championship.
Yes, and if he wants to do that, you have every right to do that. Just make a decision already.
Yeah, man. Or just go.
How much do you think this affects his legacy?
I don't know if it affects his legacy because the people like Stallion and they
doesn't affect him a lot because this has already been a part of his legacy, right? Like
Yes.
him jumping ship in Cleveland to go to
Yes.
Miami, going back to Cleveland, going to LA.
So like I look at a lot of the former players with podcasts and then I see a lot of former players openly in interviews and stuff basically talk about all of that stuff he did. It's the reason why they don't look at him as like the GOAT.
Yeah.
And Shaq and all these people, when they ask these questions, this is the way they answer it. Because they say, if he had just done it, like I saw Paul Pierce talking the other day where he said, Steph has played on 3 different teams, but he was all at Golden State. Everybody came to Steph. And Steph won more during the LeBron era than LeBron did. And he said, so how am I calling him a GOAT when Steph, the babyface assassin, did more on the same team than he did?
Yeah.
During that time.
I mean, how many guys throughout MJ's era went home without any championships because Michael Jordan was always standing in the way?
Yeah.
It's similar in the NFL right now with Tom Brady did it to an extent. Patrick Mahomes recently has done it to an extent. Like, how many are we going to, in 10 years, be talking about how did Josh Allen never win a Super Bowl and we're going to look at Patrick Mahomes? Like, that's the type of thing where LeBron didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to say that he's not great. If you watch basketball, you understand how good of a player he is.
Definitely.
But it's
just make a decision, bro, and go. So let's get the season on the way. I got a game plan my season now.
Well,
I'm going to some games this year for the Wiz.
I'm excited to watch
check them
them
out. Yeah.
So to bring it back to the Wizards' point
And
of
in
view,
event you want Anthony to go with you, take him. If he don't want to be here, bye.
well, and that's the thing.
That's the way I feel about it at this point. Listen, dude ain't do nothing but play hesitant the whole time since they brought him over here. If you don't want to be here, go, dude.
Yeah. 800-636-1067. If you had to make your pick here, if you're the Wizards fan for the Wizards, do you want to see the Wizards hold on to Anthony Davis and play this out and see what happens? Or if LeBron is going to keep holding this up, do you want to see the Wizards go ahead and give in to his wish and give up Anthony Davis? 800-636-1067. Easy E is in Rockville. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Toby? What's going on, D-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Okay, I'm going to be straight up with you, okay? I'm not going to take away any accolades, any great things that LeBron has done. But for a man at this age to be playing this game, it is childish. Quit doing this crap, okay? Every team, every player, every time he leaves a team, he wants to be the GM. He wants to act like this. He wants to act like that. It is just, to me, it is just so childish the way that LeBron acts sometimes. All the great things he does for the community and what he did on the court, I'm not trying to take it away. But why does a grown-ass man need this type of attention? Are you kidding me? And you're just trying to do, well, if I can get AD, I'm going to hold out a little longer, too. Based on what the Wizards said, as D-Mitch said, one finger salute. We ain't trading AD right now. We're not trading AD right now. We're going to see what he could do for us, even if he only plays 65 games.
Yeah.
Okay, or if he only plays
65 would be a fever dream.
Well, it is a dream. Because I even told people if he plays 50-55, that's good for the Wizards. But what I'm trying to say is, and then if they end up getting a really good call from the GM, and they're sitting at 48, 49 wins with 25 to go, and they feel like there's a player or two that they can trade AD for to help them, then they'll pull the trigger. But right now, they've given a one-finger salute, and I'm doing the same thing. Move on, LeBron. You're not getting AD. He's here in D.C. Thanks for taking my call.
There you go,
Appreciate you, Easy E. Yeah, if you want to hop in, 800-636-1067 is the number. LeBron apparently is waiting on a potential Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving trade. If you're the Wizards, what do you want to see him do? You want to see him to go ahead and move on from Anthony Davis and help LeBron out, or do you want to see them hang on to him and see
I don't
how
want
this
to help
plays
LeBron out.
800-636-1067. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll have Bleep You Thursday. So if you're frustrated,
oh boy,
something going on, we'll get to you at 1 o'clock. Andrew Golding going to join us at 1:30, and we'll got your chance to win some Leonard Skinner tickets coming up at 1:45. Right now, we're talking about the Washington Wizards. Who would have thought that the Wizards would be tied to LeBron? Not necessarily LeBron coming to play in D.C., but apparently they could be holding up the process here because apparently LeBron wants to play with AD or Kyrie.
Oh.
Is this just, you think for LeBron, this is just a, hey, I want to enjoy my last year, so bring over my friends?
Well, that was his whole career. Listen, bro, I just want, as a competitor, I want to play all the best. I don't need to be with them. This is just my mindset.
800-636-1067. What do you want to see the Wizards do? Do you want to see them get involved here and move on from Anthony Davis if that's what's holding up LeBron, and go ahead and make a move? If they, they have the leverage here too, though, Mitch. They have Anthony Davis. Like, I think they can basically play this out. If a team is so desperate to get LeBron that they're willing to go above and beyond, you can make a move. You can also just
you can have
do nothing.
Have him and give us some stuff for him, and we need about get some first rounders too.
Yeah,
you want him that bad? Come on, hey, the King want him that bad. Tell him to play for free. We'll give you AD, and we want 3 first rounders.
What do you want to see the Wiz do with Anthony Davis with a report that LeBron wants to play with him again? Paul's in D.C. Paul, what's going on?
What's going on, man? I'm with B. Mitch on this one. At the end of the day, non-admission is a mission. And I haven't heard Anthony Davis and his team come out yet and say that they truly want to be with the Washington Wizards.
You know who his team is? His team is Rich Paul. That's LeBron's dude.
Yeah. I know. And so my thing, I'm with you, B. Mitch. At the end of the day, LeBron James is a media whore, and he wants to be this big king. The thing about Michael Jordan and what made him so unique and great, he didn't have to chase the media. The media chased him. He don't have to come up with all these antics and all of this. He knows that he's affecting other players. People like Jonathan Kuminga, who needs who's trying to find out where he want to go. He can't sign with a team until LeBron signs. And all these other little lower tier free agents, he's affecting other people's lives, and he doesn't care. And my thing is with Anthony Davis, as far as the Wizards are concerned, he'll be a cancer in that young team locker room because he has not come out. If he wants to end this noise, all he has to do is come out and say, man, I want to be with the Wizards, and I'm working on that, and we're trying to sign an extension, and we're working on making the long-term deal or a short-term deal or whatever. But if he don't want to be here, get rid of him because he's going to affect this young team, and they're in the right direction. They're moving in the right direction, and you might can get some assets for him now while you got the ability. And they still going to be a good team without him.
Yeah.
All right,
Appreciate the phone call,
Appreciate
Paul.
it, man.
Well, especially when you get DeAndre Ayton. Before they got him, there was no clear answer as to who could play the center position beside Alex Sarr if you needed to move on from Anthony Davis. There's a pretty easy option here. Now, there's questions behind the depth of those guys.
Yeah.
There still are questions regardless of whether you have Anthony Davis here or not. But I think that's an interesting part of it, too, is now that you have Ayton, if they wanted to move off of him, I think that it's a little easier. Selfishly, though, B. Mitch, I'd like to see him play. And it's not even necessarily for Anthony Davis. I'd like to see that combo of Davis and Sarr in the front court playing defense together. I think that'd be fun to watch.
Yeah. I'd love to see it, too. It doesn't seem like he wants it, though.
Vic's in Akakeek. Vic, what's going on?
What's up, y'all?
What's up, brother?
So they acquired him to play. And until somebody offers me a very valuable trade that is going to sustain my franchise for the next 5 to 7 years for the structure of what they've already built, Anthony Davis is going to play if I'm the Wizards front office. And that's that. I don't care about what Rich Paul talking about. I don't care about LeBron James talking about. They have nothing to do with my organization unless you're going to come and benefit my organization. And I need to weigh those options for the next 5 to 7 years. Anthony Davis is going to play because Anthony Davis has not said anything that he's not going to play. And as far as I know, he's under contract with us.
Yeah, appreciate the phone
that
call.
You're not valuable to us, then we'll trade you.
Yeah,
appreciate the phone call. Sorry, your
All
phone
right,
was
bro.
cutting in a
Appreciate
little
you.
bit out. Let's get to Mike in Dale City. Mike, what do you think?
Hey, what's happening, man? I think we need to let greatness do what greatness do. LeBron built this. Let this. And as far as AD, if he wants AD with him, let him get AD. If AD don't want to play with nobody else, what's the point of keeping him in Washington, D.C. if you don't want to play
Wait,
with him?
I didn't hear what you said. You said he built what? What did he build?
LeBron built this.
Built what?
However he want to end it, let him end it the way he want with who he want.
Well, no, that sound foolish. If he want to do that, tell him to go build his own damn league and do it. But in this league, you don't just let him do what he want to do.
Well, I'm not into calling billionaires foolish because they build all that. He can't be but so foolish.
Hey, I can call him foolish for what he's trying to do. Whether billionaires are foolish too, dude. A lot of rich people are dumb as hell.
I don't know, B. Mitch.
They may not be foolish because they made some money, but they foolish in other ways. Come on, dog.
B. Mitch, I'm smelling a hater.
Well, I know. I'm smelling one. You must be the hater.
Smelling a hater.
Well, you know what? You can smell what you want. All I know is you don't have to bow down for no damn body. And I'm not bowing down. And that's what I'm saying. If Wish Carlton is under contract, play. You got to worry about what LeBron wants.
If the woman don't want to be with you, why keep her around?
If the man don't want to be with you, leave that $58 million, walk away. You didn't think about that part, did you?
Appreciate the phone call, Mike.
All right.
I can't just give him up for nothing, though. That's the thing. Man. I hold the leverage. I have Anthony Davis. I'm not just giving him because LeBron. I'm not giving him his every last wish because this could be his last go round. No. If he wants him, pony up and give me what I need to get rid of Anthony Davis.
Bam.
If you really want him, fine. Give me the assets that I ask for. And you're going to get it done because you want to have LeBron James. LeBron gets what LeBron wants generally. So I'm sure wherever he decides to sign, they'll probably find a way to get it done. That's fine. Just make sure you give me what I need.
Yeah, give him what I need and let him go play 30 games, then be hurt the rest of the year.
All right. It's Thursday. There's frustration from the week. We got one more day until Friday.
What was the calling name?
Mike and Dale City.
Bleep Mike. Oh, hater. Ain't no damn hater.
It's Bleep You Thursday on B. Mitch and Finley. We'll get to your phone calls next.
This sports update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick. Made from scratch, served from the heart. LSU coach Lane Kiffin said he now regrets how he handled his messy exit from Ole Miss before the Rebels' surprising run in the college football playoff last season. Instead of fighting to coach the Rebels, even after he reached a deal to replace Brian Kelly at LSU, Kiffin says he should have just walked away when Ole Miss athletic director Keith Carter told him no. Kiffin said that he has had cordial interactions with Carter at SEC meetings this year, according to ESPN. LSU plays at Ole Miss on September 19th in what's expected to be one of the most heated games of the season. And it's a night off for your Washington Nationals, but they are back in action tomorrow, starting up a series with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are also in contention for that final NL wildcard spot. Chicken Salad Chick makes food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, there's something for everyone. Enjoy Chicken Salad Chick as a scoop or a sandwich, or grab a quick chick for life on the go. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Thursday, Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today on B. Mitch and Finley.
Yeah.
I want to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Also going to have a chance for you to win some Leonard Skinner tickets coming up at 1:45, so make sure you keep listening here to the program. But it is time for Bleep You Thursday. If you got something that you're frustrated about, you got something that you're mad about, we want to give you an avenue to express that frustration. Make sure you keep it PG for the radio. But if you have something you're frustrated at, it is time for Bleep You Thursday, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. B-Mitch, you got anything that you're mad about?
I already bleeped the caller. Mike in Dale City, I mean, from?
I think that's who it was.
Mike in Dale City.
All right, so I got a couple.
Bleep you.
I got a couple. So I'll start with number one.
Calling up here with the pom-poms and the megaphone.
This is a little bit, this is about a week ago, but bleep the air quality last week.
Oh, bro.
I had a weekend where I was going to be able to relax. I had nothing going on, be able to just enjoy a weekend. And I got sick because of the stupid air quality on Friday.
It smelled like you were sitting in a damn grill, didn't it?
Oh, I was fine. I was feeling okay, and I know it was the air quality because I'm not dealing with anything else except for the stupid air quality made me sick, and it ruined my entire weekend. I was sick all weekend because of dumb air quality. So bleep the air quality over the weekend.
It was the smoke.
Yeah, it got to me.
Smoke coming from Canada.
I'm not going to say bleep Canada, but whatever.
Well,
whoever's responsible for it, whatever.
It was the jet stream that changed it up and made it come down here.
Whatever it was, bleep the air quality. Yeah. And then my second one, I want to say bleep Ryan Clary and White Brian.
Good. I'm with that 400%.
So I'm sitting there, B-Mitch, and we got Steve Palazzolo coming on at noon.
Uh-huh.
I ask him a simple question to, you know how it is when you do an interview. You just like to throw him a softball first question, get him into the interview. I'm like, who do you think has had the best offseason? He immediately goes, oh, I mean, easy answer is the Rams. So Ryan Clary immediately gets in my ear. Great question, Tobes. Nice work, bud.
Yeah, you know what? I'll dish out a bleep you to Toby for that question. I mean,
I didn't think that was wrong with the question.
It was a bad question.
It's a softball question to get things started.
We're not in the soft. We get into the hard, cold facts here, Toby. Like, okay, let's think who's at the best.
How about you give us the right information and not have to change the stuff right before we go on air?
Exactly right. I did. I gave you everything right.
Yeah.
But Toby's like, who's had the best off season?
Yeah. So bleep Ryan and bleep White Brian for that.
It's opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to see if he thought anybody else. Whatever. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Manny's in Southeast. Manny, who you mad at?
What's up, Manny?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Hey, listen, man, bleep you to the NBA commissioner for even making this soap opera thing, man. LeBron James, ain't even the best in this earth. If y'all ask me, because y'all forgetting Steph Curry got just as many in less time as he went in there. But bleep him for making that. Bleep AD and Rich Paul, because if they don't want to be here, they don't want to be here. I really don't want them here, because if Rich Paul tell him to sit down, he gonna sit down after we give him that money. He's done it before. And last but not least, Brian, this gonna make you stand up and applaud. Man, please, Brandon, you, man, for not getting that paperwork right, have me out here in Southeast Washington, D.C., man, root for him, man, he ain't doing nothing, man. Please, that man, take your butt. Listen, I almost did it. Y'all have a good one, man. It's always good, always good, man.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it, Manny.
Yeah, man.
I'm glad you didn't do it, Manny.
Everybody like hey, fighting for him, and he's like, I ain't gonna try to get reinstated. Well, you won't be playing.
Wild Card Scotty, what's going on, man?
What's happening, fellas?
What's up, Scotty?
I got kill it, man. I got to bleep you definitely to all the LeBron, the LeBron fans as a whole, man. I mean, he's a good player, but LeBron fans drive me crazy. They fuel his $1 billion boys club fantasies. Brian, I got to bleep you for you too, man.
Bleep me?
Trying to golf, left me. Yeah, you said where, what time, and then crickets. You were gone,
bro. Listen, man. You asked me where's a place close. I told you it's over an hour from my house. I'm not finna ride way over there.
Name a place then. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing about it, you. This is the thing. Like, you want to play golf like on Friday. We scheduled it Wednesday. You call right after I get off air and ask me where I'm at, or you call right when you get free and say let's go play golf.
Well,
I'm gonna whoop your ass anyway. Why you care?
Play a time then. Let me know.
I'm gonna whip you whenever we play. So why you care?
But well, I'm trying to get better. I'm going to improve, and eventually I'm going to beat you. I mean, it's a matter of time.
You ain't going to beat me. You might want to. You might want to go play with Jeff. You might want to go play with Jeff.
Yeah, I think you'll beat
I'll
Jeff.
Play with Jeff. I'll play with Stallion. Whoever wants to play, I'm ready.
You might want to come back on the bike and stop being scared to ride now.
No, I asked you to send me the ride this
you
morning.
lost weight, and now you're gaining all the weight back because you don't ride anymore.
Appreciate the phone call, Scotty.
hey, hold up, B-Mitch, bleep you. Stop making it seem like I'm the easiest golf match ever.
Well, you are.
I beat Brian and Ryan, so you can't say that.
Hey, bleep you, Jeff.
Listen, they're garbage, and I wouldn't want them to hang out with Scotty by themselves. You know, you can handle it. They can't.
Scotty can't handle me.
Bruh, please.
Pause. 800-636-1067. Tay's in D.C. Tay, what's up?
What's up, fellas?
What up, Tay?
Real quick. Bleep LeBron. He's just trying to come to D.C. so he can get close to Drab's doctor. He's trying to get a new hairline. And bleep Jer. Jer, why you always calling the radio show talking about somebody's breath and you don't even have a nose? You like the Crypt Keeper. The man started Masters of the Universe last month of Skeletor. That joint went wood and went straight to DVD.
Yo, crazy.
I think that's all I got for you guys.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it, Tay. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Harold is in D.C. Harold,
what's up,
what
Harold?
you mad at?
What's up, fellas? Man, I want to send a big bleep you to everybody that say Terry McLaurin's not a number one wide receiver.
Yes.
And my reason for that is before Jaden got there, Terry led the league in contested catches because he was also the most underthrown wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah.
If they actually hit that man when he was opening their stride, he'd be up there with your CDs and your Jamar Chasers. And to my man to say billionaires are brilliant, Dan Snyder a billionaire, and I damn sure know he ain't brilliant.
Appreciate
Y'all
the
have a good one.
All right, bro.
Appreciate
Take care,
it, Harold. I agree on the Terry thing. I don't know how. I understand all the stuff that happened last year. I'm a Terry guy. I get it. I'm a little biased. I'm a big Terry fan, but
How can you not be if you're truly a fan of this team and how that dude stepped in, hit the ground running, and was all the stuff he's done? How can you not be a fan? If you're not a fan of him, you're just like, that's a hater.
Did people forget that he was put up during his first year? Like, they did not let him play preseason?
Well,
I know we did, but did people forget?
I feel like Terry's crime is he's not Justin Jefferson. Okay, There's not many Justin Jeffersons out there. They're mad that he's not Jamar Chase. That's okay. He's right behind those guys. He's fantastic, and I think he's going to have a big year this year.
The man handles his business point blank.
Yeah.
Those guys might have stats and all. He probably went farther than all of them.
Yeah.
He been in the NFC Championship game, has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
800-636-1067. Turner is in Alexandria. Turner, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I could bleep to a lot of things, but first, bleep to Bryson DeChambeau as his theatrical performance that could have been nominated for an Oscar the other day. I loved how Rory called it out and called it performative action, or his performative actions, and said everyone knew it was a penalty. I didn't like how Bryson posted about it on Instagram, and all his fanboys were talking about it, about how the Open was rigged. Bleep that. Also, bleep the Florida coach, Coach Summerall. I don't know if you guys saw it, getting all mad at the reporter for the ringer going off, or it was like for a picture, saying he wanted to throw the podium at it. I mean, are we for real? Is it that serious? And I understood Charlie Wood's frustration when the camera clicked in his backswing, but Coach Summerall getting all upset about that, bleep that. And also bleep Argentina, too.
All right, bro.
Appreciate the phone call, Turner. Did you see that?
He unloaded the clip, though.
Yeah. Did you see that video of Charlie Woods?
Nah.
So he was playing, I think it was the USAM, but he was playing in something big. And he ended up losing in a playoff. And he was struggling. I don't know that it led to his downfall. But on the first playoff hole, he's deep in the rough. He's trying to make a shot down by the green, probably 20 yards short. And in the middle of his backswing, you hear a camera click from like an iPhone. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Silence it,
Throw
please.
him out.
Now, I will say, us golfers at times can be a little bit soft with some of that stuff. It's not like someone screamed or an air horn went off. Like, it was still quiet, but
yeah,
please.
but it's like, it's when it happens.
Yes.
If you already, when I go to swing, it won't be a problem. But if I get right here, then it's a problem.
Yeah. No, I fully understand. I play golf. I get it. But
because I got to listen to music, talk trash. Don't bother me.
Yeah. No, I
But
agree.
I understand when people get mad when it happens right when they're about to make a transition or they're about to start.
It was right in the middle of his backswing. So
Yeah.
I do understand some of the frustration. So bleep that guy. Silence your phone when you're at the golf course. Hayden is in Canton, Ohio.
Well, Hayden.
Who you mad at?
I'm mad at my coworkers. They're all Browns fans. I'm the only Commander/Skins fans. I'll give a big bleep you to them. They're talking about how our quarterback's awful when they got a sex predator and a guy that was horrible in college at quarterback. It just gets on my nerves. I'll bleep you to them.
Appreciate it,
All right,
Hayden.
man.
I will say, if there is one fan base that should shut up when they're trying to talk about quarterback, it's the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, hell yeah. They better shut the hell up.
You want to try and trash our quarterback? Really? Go look at your quarterback room.
Woo!
800-636-1067. Jupe is in the DMWV. Jupe, what's up?
Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
We good, man.
Hey, first thing first, bleep LeBum. We don't need him here. We don't want him here. We good where we at.
All right.
Next thing, I'm with the other caller. Bleep all the Terry haters. I've been saying it for a long time. Y'all got to stop hating on this man. He does what he needs to do on that field. And then I'm going to say bleep myself. It's my birthday today. I just turned 40. I'm getting old. So, yeah, bleep myself. That's all I got for
Hey,
y'all.
man, you're not getting old,
Happy
man. You're getting
birthday.
better, dog. Now you know what to do. See, when you're young, you need energy because you make a lot of mistakes. When you're older, you know how to go straight to what you got to go to, bro.
Or you can still make
That's
mistakes.
true. That's true. Hey, look. Last thing. I'm gonna say. Yeah, the king of S Talk has returned. Wink, wink. All right, y'all. All
right, bro.
Appreciate it, Jupe. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in on Bleep You Thursday. We've had plenty of people that are frustrated today. Jeff apparently has one.
Yeah, for people that drive, when you drive right to the right of the stairwell, sometimes when you left, it's something that you press or you push it up or down, and it activate this flashing yellow light, whether on the left side or the right side of your car. People need to start using that, because I don't know you about to get over in the next lane just because you jump over across the line. That is disrespectful. You're going to hurt somebody out here. It's motorcycles, it's cars, it's people with kids in their car. But put your blink on. And not as you're going over.
You know Jeff is riding a motorcycle.
Not as you're moving over. Do it before. It's a signal. It's letting people know. It's not turn my right signal on while I'm going right.
Now, I got to ask you a question here, Jeff.
Yes.
Do you feel like one-stage drivers are the biggest culprits of this, or do you feel like it's even among the DMV?
It's even among the DMV. I used to be one of them people that like, is Virginia? No, Maryland drivers are bad. DC drivers are bad.
DC
Virginia
drivers are worse.
Yeah, like
they
it's
don't
just
use
crazy.
signals.
It's crazy. We have to do better. Remember we was having this DMV discussion that all areas of the DMV, past the metro lines, we have to do better on the road.
Hey,
we have to.
I got to give Jeff credit there. I gave him a chance to throw a state under the bus. He said everybody. He threw everybody under the bus. I appreciate that. 800-636-1067. Commander Tequila's on the line. What's going on, Commander?
Oh, boy.
Hey, old boys. Yeah. Hey, I want to bring my Uber driver and my Lyft driver.
Uh-oh.
Because they want to find shortcuts. I go, hey, man, I don't want no shortcuts, man. I just want to go straight to the airport. How hard is that? You know? Jesus Christ, man.
Cutting in and out, Commander. Appreciate the phone call.
Bleep your phone.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, sometimes you need those shortcuts. I tell you what, traffic sometimes coming in here, bleep that.
Yeah. Listen, that bridge.
Yes.
They need to hurry and get this done.
Oh, my goodness. Please.
That thing, bro.
Traffic-
You can see, since they already did the tool on what it's going to be better, but damn.
Traffic's already bad. Don't help it out. Please, by any means. Like, I appreciate you trying to improve some stuff. Please stop ruining it, making it harder.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to make traffic worse, bleep that. Chris is in D.C. Chris, what do you got?
I just want to say, bleep everybody that's saying that the Nats should be sellers at the trade deadline. Mind you, I haven't seen this team be good since my freshman year of high school. And the second that we start to heat up a little bit, get a little camaraderie, people are saying that we should send everybody who's worth a damn out to Chicago. I hate it.
Hey, I appreciate the phone call, Chris. I do understand that sentiment from a lot of Nats fans and the frustration, because when you think about where this team has been since 2019, B-Mitch, they've been a tough watch. There have been a lot of people that have stuck through it, and they've hung around, and now you finally get a season in which you're good, and everybody immediately wants you to
sell. Nah.
I mean, it felt the same way.
I'm not with that.
Remember when the Wizards won the draft lottery, and then immediately everybody's like, hey, trade the pick. Why? I finally won something. Well, why am I going to trade the pick? And now, luckily, they took A.J. DeBonsa. I think you kind of feel a little bit of that same way with the Nationals, where they're finally winning some ball games. They're playing competitive baseball into late July. They're going to be playing meaningful baseball into August. Hopefully it bleeds into September as well. I don't want them to move on right away when I'm finally having some fun.
Yeah.
And they can build something, I feel like, with what they're doing with the offense. It feels like they can actually put something together so that this isn't just a one-year wonder.
It just takes a little thought process and some money. Get this thing right.
Well, and I think a big thing, too, honestly, with what's going to happen, and it's not national specific, but this offseason, this lockout cannot go on long. It just can't. Like, I think there's a lot of positive momentum.
I don't think it's going to be long, bro.
Well, I think so, too. I think there's so much positive momentum around the game right now, though, with some of the changes that have been made. And as much as Rob Manfred got a lot of hatred early in his career as commissioner, and there's still plenty of people that don't like him as commissioner, you got to give him credit for the pitch clock, the banning the shift, this year the ABS.
Oh, you made it quicker.
That stuff has really improved a lot of people's thoughts around the game of baseball. So hopefully it's something that doesn't last long, and we'll see what the Nationals do with the deadline coming up on August 3rd. Let's continue talking Nats baseball. Andrew Golden covers the Nationals for the Baltimore Banner. I'll see him over at the ballpark this weekend with the Nats coming back to town. What does he think about this Nats team? What are they going to do at the deadline? We'll talk with Andrew Golden next. You're on Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by COP Defense Properties. Major League Baseball's August 3rd trade deadline is less than 2 weeks away, and there are rumors flying. The Tigers believe that they can win the division and are planning to hold out as long as possible in deciding whether or not they're going to trade Tarek Skubal. Some rivals believe that they can as well, which casts further doubt that he's going to be moved. Now, cutting their deficit in half by the deadline would make that decision a lot easier, so they need to win these next couple of games to decide what to do with the best pitcher in baseball. Speaking of some starting pitchers, Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reported that the Nationals are still assessing whether or not they'll trade for Foster Griffin or if they're planning on keeping him for the rest of the regular season. Again, the Nationals need to keep winning games in Sports Desk. Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby sitting in for JP today. We'll have your chance to win some Lynyrd Skynyrd tickets ahead of our final segment at 1:45, so make sure you keep listening. It's time to get out to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, most reliable HVAC systems in the DMV. Welcome in our friend from the Baltimore Banner, Andrew Golden. Andrew, what's going on today? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing good, man.
So, big question. We'll start off with the fastball because earlier today I asked a softball question. I got yelled at by Ryan and White Brian behind the scenes. So we'll just dive right into it. Are they going to buy or are they going to sell?
I think they're going to do both. I mean, or at least I think that's maybe the smartest strategy, right? Like, I think they're going to toe the line between making moves that will help them in the future without mortgaging, without mortgaging their future going full-on buy. I don't think they're going to be in a full-on buy mode, but I also don't know if they're going to be in a full-on sell mode. I think they'll probably be like somewhere right in the middle, making moves that make sense to help this ball club. But, obviously think about the long term. I think there's a way to do both.
They talked about CJ earlier. You think, is he off the blocks now?
I would think it's really unlikely to trade C.J. Abrams. And here's why. I don't know officially. I can't say definitively what they are or aren't going to do. But I think when you look at C.J., he's been the second best hitter on the roster. He's had a career year. He's on pace to have arguably the best season by a national shortstop in team history. And I think that with this offense playing as well as it is, the idea of trading your second best player on a team that has the best offense in baseball, I think the optics of that, at least in the clubhouse, just look really, really bad, right? It's like you can't trade away a guy who's having a career year on the best offense in baseball and then be like, yeah, we want you guys to still go out there and compete. I think it would deflate the clubhouse. And so to me, I just don't really see it. I won't say fall off a cliff over this next week, but even then, I still think it's really hard to trade C.J. Abrams.
I think that's the thing that I come back to so much, Andrew, is when you look at where this team is at right now and just the positivity from the fan base, but even in the clubhouse. I mean, you're around these guys. The vibes are so high. It feels like if they make any major moves that are selling without at least doing, like you're saying, maybe doing a little bit of both, that you might hurt some of those vibes. How much do you think of the decision-making has to go into how much of that does that factor into the decision-making of, I want to make sure that I keep the positivity because the team chemistry, everything about this team is just going so well right now?
Yeah, I think it absolutely has to matter, like the clubhouse vibes and the team chemistry. And I think, look, Faltabo, like the hope is that he's, in his role for couple decades, doing a great job leading the team in that way. I think you don't want to set a bad foundation by having, by upsetting the clubhouse in year one by not showing you want to compete. Like I think ultimately Paul in his initial press conference said like they want to go out there and compete and make every opportunity they can to be as competitive as quickly as possible, right? And so, like, I think if you have a team who's in the mix as being competitive, I think it's a bad message to send them and trade those guys away. And so I think it would have a bad impact on the clubhouse. That's just at least my perspective on it. I mean, I can't definitively say that, but I think just from my perspective, if I have a team who's performing well and I'm a part of that, like, I want that to keep going. So I think it's hard to sell anybody on a full-on sell. I just think it's a bad move for the clubhouse. Like, I think there are ways to supplement your roster by getting some prospects up there and trading some guys from the roster in a way where you're not full-on mortgaging the team, but I think you're also making moves that are smart. And so I think they can still do that, I think, if the opportunity makes sense. Like, whether that's a Luis Garcia or
Jacob Young if there's somebody interested, like things like that where you can easily replace them with other guys on the roster, below them in AAA.
Do they have any pitching in their farm system that can help them now, or they got to go outside?
I think Jackson Kent's a really intriguing arm in AAA, who I think is a starting pitcher, and I think he's somebody who could contribute and help. And I don't know in what role. Maybe because of the innings and trying to be careful with him because he's young. Maybe you have him in the bullpen, or maybe you do start him with if you trade away a Foster Griffin or you move somebody a guy on an expiring contract, right? But I think like Jackson Kent's a guy who I've heard has had a really good year and who the team likes, and I think Jackson Kent's a guy who I would like to see up there at some point. He's now on the 40-man roster, so he can do some shuffling at some point to get him up there, but that's the guy who I'm definitely keeping an eye on.
What about Foster? Talking with Andrew Golden of the Baltimore Banner here on B. Mitch and Finley. But what about Foster Griffin? Because to me, that's the most polarizing. They could maybe do a Louis deal, but I would think that they'd get something Major League ready back if they're going to deal Louis. Foster, though, is someone that he's your best pitcher by far. Cade's been impressive this season, but we're talking about things that haven't been done in Nats history when he's going 8 straight games of 1 earned run or fewer in his starts. And he's someone that gives this team so much confidence every time he takes the hill. If you trade that away, I don't know that you're getting back something that can give you similar type of production to help you out this year. And if you trade him away, even though it might be the better move for 27 and 28, doesn't it kind of signal that you're waving the white flag? And like we talked about, it feels like the vibes are so positive. You don't want to mess them up. What would you do with Foster, and what do you think they ultimately do?
Yeah, well, I think the reality is this, and like they obviously have they have 3 guys who are on expiring contracts in their roster, right? And so, and Michaelis, Littell, and Griffin, right? They have some internal options, obviously, for next year. You're talking about Jackson Kent and some other guys, but at some point they're probably going to have to sign a couple of arms this offseason. And so to me, like, if I'm the Nationals, like, I would definitely think to keep him and see if there's a way to extend him. I mean, like, obviously, I think if you look at, like, he's not blowing you away with fastball velocity, but he has pitchability, I think is the baseball term that people use. And, like, he has a lot of pitchability and knows how to command the zone really well. He's had a great year. Like, I think if you're the Nationals, you have to really think about, like, can we keep this guy and try to see if we can extend him or give him some sort of contract extension that would, maybe a 2 or 3 year deal or something. But the Nationals haven't given out a deal longer than 2 years since 2020. I wasn't even on the beat when that happened. I think I was still in college. And so I think that, like, I think that when we're looking at, like, something that would make a lot of sense. Like, I think extending Foster would make a lot of sense. I mean, maybe he doesn't, maybe there's some regression in there, so he's maybe not the guy he was this year, but I still think he's going to be a serviceable, number 3, number 4 in a rotation, for the next few years. And so I don't think it's a bad idea to try to extend him and see what you can do. And so that's what I would do. Like, I think you have to see what's out there. I mean, if there's an offer you can't refuse, you have to pull the trigger, right? But I think that, like, for me, like, I would look at it as, can you keep him, extend him, because you're going to have to sign some free agent pitching this offseason anyway.
What kind of numbers does that extension for him look like?
Yeah, I've seen anything from like 3 years to 45 to 60. I think is the range I typically see on social media. It's not social media, but social media and articles, like 40 to 60. Yeah. And so I think it's probably the range I would assume it'd be in. I don't necessarily know how contracts are comparable. What other contracts are comparable that have been done. Because Foster Griffin's a very unique case, right? Like a rookie who doesn't have a ton of experience, but he's 30 years old. He pitched in Japan for 3 years. So, like, I don't know if there's a ton of comparable contracts for that, but my guess is like 3 years, somewhere between like 40 and 60.
Do you think that they have, I mean, some of the guys coming back, I don't know, DJ suffered the setback. I don't know if they even think that maybe he'll pitch again this season. JoJo, the same sort of thing. But Trevor Williams seems like he's on the doorstep of coming back. Some of the other internal options that were on the Major League roster before, do you think they have guys like that? I mean, you mentioned Kent coming up from the minors, but do you think some of the former Major Leaguers that are coming back from injury maybe could help this thing out, and maybe that's a way that Taboni could feel like he's bolstering the bullpen or bolstering the pitching without necessarily going out and trading people?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. I think we have to remember, like, Jake Irvin's going to come back at some point, which I think will be helpful regardless. I think that Brad Lord's obviously injured, but at some point he'll probably come back at some point, right? Like, we're talking about, you mentioned DJ Hers, and DJ Hers maybe in Josiah. We don't really know, but it seems that Josiah wants to come back at some point this year. I do think Trevor can probably help to some capacity. I just don't know how his stuff is playing compared to, the last time he had an injury, right? But I think there are some internal options. They obviously, got Tom Cosgrove in July, and so I think, like, they are still trying to make moves to be
competitive in the meantime. And I think that like that has to mean something. So I think there are some internal options in addition to Kent too. And I think the hope is maybe if you can get Trevor Williams back, you can get Jake Irvin back. That gives you some depth in your bullpen and your rotation, and maybe you can shuffle some guys around to make things work. But obviously, the whole year they've been shuffling guys up and down. So I think they're going to try to figure out whatever combination they can do that will work.
They what was it? Taboni said he was going to be looking at the next 2 weeks to see what they would do. Do you think right now his decision has gotten harder?
I think the decision, I think it's gotten harder. I don't know if any of us entering the year expect them to be this competitive at this point in the year. But in terms of like whether it's harder now as opposed to like a week ago, no. I think they're in the same. I think they're basically in the same spot. They're basically like hovering around the 500 line, and so like I would imagine they're probably going to stay there. But I think if you look at like the wild card picture in both the AL and the NL, like there's just a lot of like everybody's just kind of in the middle there, and so I think there's just a lot of teams who aren't necessarily sure where things are going to go. And I think that like the Nationals aren't alone in that. Like I think there's a lot of teams who are probably not exactly sure of their direction for another week or so, right? And so I think we're going to see how it all plays out. But I don't know if it's going to get harder for him now as it was a week ago. But like I'm sure in a week, like if they're in the same spot, like I think it's going to be difficult. But I think what matters more is like how does the rest of the league shape up.
Talking with Andrew Golden of the Baltimore Banner, covers the Nats for them. Andrew, this offense this year has been spectacular, best in the league in terms of runs scored. It's been so much fun to watch and better than any of us could have imagined. What's impressed you most about this offense this season, and how sustainable do you think this is? Not for this year necessarily, because I think we kind of know what they are for this year, but do you think that you can kind of bank on this being a really good offensive ball club and they kind of go as far as the pitching takes them?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really just impressed by just their ability to respond really well. Like I think one of the things that like you would kind of see in like over the past few seasons is like when they hit a cold stretch, like things maybe fall off a little bit, or be like, oh, well, there's the beginning of the end kind of thing, or this is where they fall off. But they just seem to respond every time they have like a demoralizing tough loss. They respond to score 8 runs. It's kind of like, okay, this team just like really doesn't really have like an off switch. And so I think that's been the most impressive part for me is just how they keep responding. In terms of how they project for the next few seasons, like it's interesting. Like I think they've had some players. You look at like a Curtis Mead, who's had a ton of success so far this year, having a career year, and like they took a bet on how to improve him, and a lot of those adjustments they made have paid off. And so like I think in terms of like is this sustainable for next year? Like almost every guy on the roster is probably almost having a career year or having a career year. And so I think if you look at like next year, like you have to assume there will be some regression, but I think that there will be good enough to still be one of the top, a really good offense in baseball. Like I just don't know if they'll be able to sustain number one offense in baseball levels, just from the sense of like, I mean, you look at like across the roster and you look at their stats. I mean, almost everybody's having James, CJ, Jacob Young, Luis Garcia, like everybody's having a career year, and like that's just like it's hard for everybody to have a career year 2 years in a row, right? So I think there'll have to be some regression. I just don't know how much of a regression that will be, and maybe this is their peak, but like, if Luis Garcia hits 20 homers next year, like you take that every year, right? And so I think like I feel like they can still have success even if they don't have career years like they had this year.
Andrew, appreciate the time, man, and we'll see you over at the ballpark soon.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, take care, man.
That's Andrew Golden of the Baltimore Banner, covers the Nats for them, and I think it's going to be an exciting stretch, B-Mitch. We haven't talked about this Nats team, like, frankly, usually by this time of the year. Obviously, we'd be talking about them at the trade deadline and who they're going to sell off, but then after that, it's like, it's football season.
Yeah,
Who cares about the Nats? It's not going to be that way this year, which I think is going to be a blast.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wrap things up next. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. 800-636-1067 if you want to win some Leonard Skinner tickets. Congrats. You'll win 2 tickets to win a pair of tickets to Leonard Skinner and Foreigner Double Trouble Double Vision Tour on July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Again, 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 going to win 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner and Foreigner, the Double Trouble Double Vision Tour. So over the weekend, B-Mitch, they're going to be having a Harry Potter Day at Nationals Park. I believe it's on Saturday. They've introduced 4 different types of hot dogs.
Okay.
So I'm curious to get your thoughts on if you'd like any of these hot dogs. I don't know anything about Harry Potter, so I have no idea how any of these tie into it.
I'm probably in the same boat you are.
So we'll start with I would assume this is the Godric dog. So they give you a hot dog with spicy chili, sharp cheddar cheese, crispy fried onions, and pickled jalapenos.
I wouldn't mind that.
That doesn't sound too bad.
That's not bad.
The Serpent's Bite, in honor of Slytherin, has hot dog, pepper jack cheese, bacon jam, jalapenos, relish, and sriracha. Ryan's all over that one because it's got sriracha.
What's bacon jam?
I'm assuming it's like a sweeter... I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a sweeter thing with bacon infused into it. It's good. Okay. I've had it on burgers before.
Okay.
But you take the first dog over that one.
Yeah.
All right, third one is the Badger's Garden dog. That's honey mustard, bacon, and cheddar cheese on top of a hot dog. I'd be down if it weren't for the honey mustard.
I wouldn't mind that.
I don't know if I'm a honey mustard on a hot dog guy.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't like all that stuff on a hot dog, but I'll try that one.
Last one is the Ravenclaw Scholar, and that's caramelized onions, Gruyere cheese, and Dijon mustard. I'm not big on mustard, but I might do that.
I'll try that.
I might do that.
I had some Dijon mustard this morning.
What's your perfect hot dog?
Jalapenos. I want the dog to have jalapenos and cheddar in it.
Okay.
Then I'm going to add some American on it with some chili.
All right. I think I could do that.
Yeah.
I think I could do that. I think I get yelled at in Chicago. I like ketchup on a hot dog. I don't really care. I want onions and ketchup, and then we're good.
Just onions and ketchup.
That's all I need.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a big onion guy.
Yep.
I like a lot of onions.
The other person that's sitting in that seat right there hates onion.
Oh, there you go.
He say, what did he say?
We even it out.
He say he's allergic to onion.
He's making stuff up. That's what he's doing.
He's a fool.
All right, let's get to Heard It Here first. We don't have the sounder because...
Heard it here first.
There we go. See? That's the sounder. We got... So what happened yesterday with Heard It Here first?
I think I lost.
Everyone won except B-Mitch, and he lost his parlay. Both games in the parlay.
Oh, so he's got to go with the hot dog hats. This is the first time I've seen you wear that. It's a good look for you.
It's not the first time I had it on, though.
Toby, notice how it doesn't have ketchup on it.
Yeah, it has mustard only, which I do not like mustard, so I'm out on that.
That's crazy.
All right, here we go. Go ahead.
Well, first off, you got to take the hat off under. You're doing the Jeff bit.
Now I'm protecting my hair from your head. Well, I'm protecting my head from your hair.
I was going to say, what?
There we go.
Who's worn it the most? Ryan?
Probably me, yeah.
He should be. He was supposed to be wearing it all week because he claimed somebody stole it.
That's not true.
And was just sitting in the room.
It was not true.
It is
was
true.
The first segment and the last segment.
So
and I wore it both segments.
You're cheating yourself out of wearing the hot dog hat?
No. Toby, you should wear the hot dog hat.
No, I haven't missed
You don't
a bet.
like mustard. That's the stupidest
That's okay.
thing.
I don't like mustard.
Heard.
What is stupidest thing?
Oh.
I'll save that for another time. I've heard some stupid things before. A lot of them coming out of your own mouth, Ryan.
I tell you, that whole room, bro. I think that whole room doesn't have an IQ of 120.
We'll see what Jeff has to say about it.
All right, what do we got?
If he was here to defend himself, he could say something.
What do we got for tonight? There's really nothing going on.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, there's baseball going on. There's 3 games after our show today. Rays and Blue Jays at 3. Diamondbacks
Ryan
and
is
Cardinals
still going to
at
be a
5.
dodo tomorrow, I bet you.
Royals and Tigers at 6:40. Give me the Rays to beat the Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays?
They're not very good this year.
They're going to bounce back this year, tonight.
They have the better pitcher on the mound. Well, not really according to stats, but he's been better throughout his career. Give me the Rays tonight over the Blue Jays. What do y'all got?
Oh, well, I'm going to take the Blue Jays.
Go ahead.
Blue Jays money line. Shane Bieber on the bump tonight. Size.
Yeah, well, enjoy that stupid hot dog hat. on
Give
your
me
head
the
tomorrow.
Cardinals.
Cardinals for B. Mitch. Why, Brian? What do you got?
The Cardinals.
You guys riding together? All right. Michael McGreevy on the hill.
I don't like when they pick with me, man.
I mean,
There's only 3 games.
I swear, instead of a heard it here first segment, we should come up with a Fade Ryan segment, and he gives out all of his picks so I can pick the opposites.
I've been hot recently. I've been hot. Don't let me get hot. That's what I'm telling you right now.
I mean,
Ryan is 1 and 2.
He's not hot. He's never hot.
We did the season-long one with Grant and Danny.
He's cold as hell.
No, I always crushed in conference points pick.
You were dead last.
No, I was not.
Yes, you were.
Not true. Not this year.
Yeah, because you don't work on the show anymore.
Well, not this past year. In the 2 years before that, I finished number 1 both years.
You were dead last.
No. I had a 500 record, I had the best record on the show. I can pull up the notes to get
Pull
it.
them up.
Pull them up right now.
If you don't have them, you're lying.
I'm good. I am good when it comes to picking NFL spreads.
I don't believe him.
I am really good.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's been horrible on this show since he got here.
No.
I'm excited for the NFL season because I feel like I at least have an idea. College football is another story. Anything can happen in college football. And
Don't put your money on young dudes that may have a girl break up with them.
And I'm not full white Brian. I don't care about. I'm not like trying to get in deep in like Maction and all that stuff. I mean,
I don't care what White Brian does. All he bet is 5 cents. So he ain't losing nothing.
hey, we're not unit shaming, as JP would say. No
Well,
unit shaming here.
Yes, we are.
We're unit
When
shaming.
you
like
have
Brian.
you have like a 14 team parlay and you can win like 44 cents, that means you're horrible.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do sometimes, man. You got to put in a little action.
No, don't bet 10 cents. It ain't gonna help you.
Well, that's true. That ain't going to get you very
yeah,
far.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna help you.
When White Brian says he's up like 10 units and it's like 45 cents. That's pretty tough. He says, I had a good day. I won $1.
Yeah, man.
It adds up.
I mean, over time, if
So,
you're good
Brian,
enough
if you
at
were to go heavy, how much would that be?
Like $5.
All right. That's a little more respectable.
That's heavy.
It is.
That's not even light for most people.
I mean, we're not, the stallion over here just dropping hundos on things.
Nah,
I'm sure I drop hundos.
He lost so much money in gambling, dog. He's horrible.
That's going to do it for us. Appreciate you listening to the program. Appreciate Steve Palazzolo joining us at noon. Appreciate Andrew Golden for joining us last segment. If you missed anything, you can always go check it out on the podcast or use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. For the guys in the aquarium at Brian Mitchell, I'm Toby Altizer. Thanks for listening. Grant and Danny comes up next here on 106.7 The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. The Nationals picked up a shutout 8-0 victory over the Rockies last night, securing a 4th consecutive road series. They're back over 500 with a 52-51 record, and they're currently a game and a half back in the NL wildcard. With the trade deadline looming, it's August 3rd. These next few games are really important. These guys are currently showing the front office why they need to be all in this year and buyers, not sellers, at the deadline. After an off day today, the Nationals return home to face the D-backs and kick off their last homestand before the deadline. Arizona currently holds that final NL wildcard spot, but the Cardinals and the Pirates are both a half game back, and the Marlins and the Nationals are right on their heels, 1.5 games back. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical is proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon, July 23rd, 2026. You're listening live to The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way at full strength today from our Half Street Navy Yard studios in D.C. Happy the Nats are only 1.5 games back from the wild card day. We'll be giving away a chance for somebody to win tickets to see Muse at Merriweather Post Pavilion ahead of the Blitz at 4 o'clock day. Danny, what's up?
Speaking of the Nats, man, it's a big weekend for you, pal. So we're a day away from a regular old Friday radio program. Then I got Nats post game, so bet accordingly. Then your pal is doing color commentary. For real, not just at home making interesting quips to my children and wife and whoever is in the room, but to hopefully thousands of listeners. Charlie Slows and I will be doing the Nats broadcast against the Diamondbacks. It's a Foster Griffin Day, which is a lot of fun. So basically, I do that. Then afterwards, I'm headed to the beach. It's kind of a perfect Rainy New Year weekend. I'm calling a big league game and then get my ass in the car and going to have my feet up, and I won't be paying attention to any of you guys after that. So I'm excited.
It is a good time to be Danny Rouillet.
Yeah, man.
Just got some fresh shirts dropped off to you as well at the radio station.
Steamed up about that, little Collars & Co. I'm excited, man.
Business is booming for Danny Rouillet.
It's a good time. It's allowed.
July 23rd, the day of Danny. The summer, should I say? Summer of Danny.
All out. Yeah, with the voice. Let me try. So let me get the pitch whistle. It's the Summer of George. Summer of George. Summer of Danny. Summer of Rouillet. Yeah, it doesn't sound as good.
Summer of Rouillet sounded pretty good.
Not bad.
I don't think Summer of Danny works or plays.
It doesn't.
Summer of Rouillet, I think, sounds better.
Summer of Rouillet. Yeah, it does, because it's like guttural.
Exactly.
With the
you get that little growl with it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Excited about the show we put together today. Nats off day, so be a little bit lighter on the baseball front than we've been doing, although I do want to get into, in the 4 o'clock hour especially, a good call topic on the Nationals and how people would react, will react, how you'll react if they end up selling off pretty significantly at the deadline, regardless of record or where they're at in the wild card standings at that point. But I'm assuming you've finished Quarterback on Netflix at this point.
I literally have like 11 minutes left to go in the final episode. Kids get in the way, man, but I'm right there.
You're doing this thing, which I used to do all the time at school, where like a week ago I told my teacher I had a chapter left, and then she's like, "So you finished it?" And I'm like, 8 pages. You finished it, 3 pages. So you're. I get it. Life's happening. So you haven't finished yet.
I have not,
but I have, and a lot of our listeners I think have, and we have enough information now to get a pretty decent feel for the series and Jaden Daniels. And I only bring up quarterback. It's not a prerequisite to the conversation to say it is a reminder of the nature with which he just constantly was dealing with some type of nagging, awful, debilitating pain, injury, recovery, rehab. There was no adding to his game. There was no further development. It was just constantly trying to get back to being Jaden Daniels in what is supposed to be the most important year of your career. Shanahan told this to me years ago. He said the most important year for a QB is always going to be year 2. because you've got the experiences in game and everything that you did in year one to learn from. The game is starting to slow down. That's where you have to make your biggest jump. Hard to make a big jump from being an MVP candidate.
When all you're doing is rehabbing on the stationary bike or on that exercise ball, catching a tennis ball to regain your balance and stuff. Yeah, that's not development time. That's try to just be healthy enough to get into a game time.
But based on just all of the episodes that I watched of the quarterback series on Netflix, and then the topics of the week, which have been Daniel-specific nationally, things like, you've heard the Manti Te'o argument that he's the most important person in the division. Steve Palazzolo was on with B. Mitch and Finley today, and I know Toby was in with them today breaking this down, but Palazzolo talked about the idea that Daniels is the best scrambler in the league, and he'll basically make or break Washington. And I don't think that is a revolutionary idea. Most of the time, when you have a good quarterback, if that player's on the field and playing well, you're good, and the vice versa also is in play.
Yeah.
But because of that, I actually think there's a conversation that might be the elephant in the room that we need to have, which is, I wonder how confident people are that he will stay healthy this season. If we're saying Daniels on the field means they're good, and Daniels not on the field means they're not. And by the way, that's not just how we feel. I have talked to people within the organization who say the exact same thing. Hey, if Jaden's there and he's able to stay healthy, we could be a playoff team this year. That's how they feel over there. Well, then the obvious question is, do we think he's going to stay healthy? So what I want to set this up as is, was last year a revealing season where we found out that there's a lack of durability, or it's the beginning of some stretch where he runs around enough, he takes shots enough at that size with that frame, he's going to get hurt? Or was it just a fluke outlier? I think that's the debate we need to have. Was last year something we'll look back on in several years and say, what a terrible season that was. What a bad luck year where everything that could go wrong health-wise did. Or was it revealing? And where do you come down on that?
For me, I'm such a worrywart that to me it's revealing. It's the thing I was afraid of, and it came to life.
Is it possible for you to remove your pessimism and DC fan worrywartedness?
Yes. Because I think what I'm doing now is I'm putting my fan to the side and I'm going, what was the one thing I was concerned about with Jaden Daniels? It wasn't intellect, processing ability, it wasn't speed, it wasn't touch, it wasn't accuracy, any of the attributes you want in a quarterback. Really thin frame, too many hits. What happened? Really thin frame, too many hits. You get hit enough times, some of them turn bad. Some of them are innocuous that turn bad, some of them are bad that don't turn out so bad. But he was hit too many times over his first 2 years. Year one, it was quote unquote just broken ribs, by the way. Year two, it was the horrible thing in the pocket. Now you've got the getting caught from behind with the hamstring. Then, of course, the gruesome injury against Seattle. And then, of course, the injury against Minnesota. So I forgot one there because there were so many.
Make sure that you have the list in front of you when you do it.
You have to reference them because there's so many injuries. But when you're concerned about something and then that thing happens. In other words, the way insurance works is, hey, you're in a flood zone. And the flood happens, it was like, well, yeah, that's why we charged you more because you're in a flood zone. That to me is the flood zone. My insurance that I would take out on Jaden Daniels wouldn't be poor play or him, partying too much and him getting arrested for DUI or going 1,000 miles an hour on Fairfax County Parkway. It's he's frail and he gets hit too much, and that's what happened.
So the insurance analogy that just came to me is he got into 5 car accidents last year. You're going to pay a little bit more in car insurance.
Yeah, you got to pay a premium.
Pretty clearly, right? And the knock has been, I think, like, what is the knock in insurance? Maybe it's that you're 16 and a young driver or something. So, like, there was the expectation that maybe it's not going to be perfect and you won't be unblemished. But then you get into an accident, you get a speeding ticket. 2 weeks later, you get into an accident. You're in driving school, you pass the course, you're good to go. You get into another. Like, that's what happened last year with Jaden Daniels. So it is very reasonable for people to be nervous or anxious. I want to start with why I think he is more likely to stay healthy this season. And the first thing I'll give you is, I hope this is true. I think it's true, but I hope this is true. I think he will be running less. Now, folks have come out over the last year or two and said that he should stop running. And I would argue with that. Because the point of Jaden Daniels, the reason you take him to, the reason he was so unbelievable in his first season and has a chance to be the next great quarterback in this league is the dual threat ability. Is he outstanding in the pocket when he's right, seeing things, reading them out, processing, being anticipatory, being accurate, making throws. Yeah, that's the beauty of this kid. He's not just some running quarterback at the high school level, in some wing T offense that's going to go for 217 on the ground. He can do everything you ever want to do at a really, really high level from the pocket. And that's got to be what he majors in. But the notion that he should never run, which people have subscribed to, other than the occasional scramble, that they shouldn't have anything designed to take advantage of his legs in this offense, I think is ludicrous. It's taking away what makes him special and basically saying, Superman, you're not allowed to wear a cape or fly. I guess I'm just a strong dude that runs around and beats people up now. How different am I than Batman or some of the other super people, right? And so I'm not going to take that away from him, but I do think there will be less in way of designed runs in this offense. I think there will be more easy answers in the passing game, quickly. When you watch this, and I went back at one point early in the offseason, and I won't pretend like I watched every single scramble, but one day sitting at lunch, I watched a ton of his scrambles. And the vast majority of them, Danny, are either accurate or perceived discomfort within the pocket as something's not available or there right away. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So snap is gotten. I'm waiting. I'm processing. Okay, it's not there. Let me reset. I feel something breaking down around me. Gotta go. And I can do that. Most guys can't.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm the surfer coming through the waves, slipping through the linemen and the defensive bodies in front of me, and now I'm picking up 8 and dancing out of bounds right before I get touched. There was so much of that over 2 seasons. If there are quicker answers in the passing game, layup completions, that could be the running back, that could be the tight end, that could be the receiver, in a more quarterback-friendly offense, I think the scrambles go down. You're never going to completely deprogram him to a way that he's never scrambling. But if there are fewer design runs and fewer times he has to scramble, because as a coordinator, I'm doing my job making your life easy and getting you those easier throws, by nature, I would say, it's impossible to argue that the risk of injury does not go down significantly, right?
If that's the case, then yes. And that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping for those things as well. But the thing that I've asked for, and again, I don't want people to give away strategy in the spring and now into the summertime, but I want where's my paradigm? What I want to hear from people is we need to keep Daniels healthy. We need him to be healthy. We need him to make the right decision. So in other words, a lot of this is, Daniels, as you said, being Superman going, I can make that play. And sometimes it's 4th and 1 and you got to have it against the Eagles. I get that. I get your diving head first. Sometimes though, it's, the third play of the game against the Giants in week number 2 and you get your helmet spun sideways. Nope, can't have that. Danger, 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 danger. You're lucky you don't get hurt. I need those coached out. And I don't know what to me, when you have enough design runs and you have enough different things in there, you're basically reinforcing a certain paradigm. I need the paradigm to be health. You be healthy. So that means avoiding danger. That means less risk. That means less of some of these things. Now, the pocket breaking down around you and you getting out of trouble, as you said, it's a superpower. The exact opposite of that is what Patrick Ramsey used to do, where he would stay in there forever. God bless him. He's in the pocket and he's seeking defenders with his magnet inside his body.
Take that shot.
Looking for somebody to rip him in half.
But there are guys. See, the problem with that thought, I think, is a player like a Peyton Manning never gets sacked and rarely gets hit. He is as immobile as anyone in this sport.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like a Cousins or a Carr, these mostly cinder block footed pocket passers, it's about knowing pre-snap where you're going, and in those cases, being in offenses friendly enough to get you outlets and answers. And that's going to be up to David Blau.
It's the perfect combo. And then you've got guys all over the spectrum, like Aaron Rodgers, as prolific as he was always sacked a ton because he's that extra beat, that extra beat, that
Ball
extra
holder.
beat. Yeah. So there's a million ways to skin the cat when it comes to this. But I've got a guy that I have simply decided this is for me. This is for Danny, the person who's, if I'm asked for advice, I'll tell you, please stop that guy from getting hit. It doesn't matter as much if Justin Herbert gets hit or if Josh Allen gets hit. This thin little guy getting hit is catastrophic. So, every one is basically a lottery ticket.
But that's an
to
important
disaster.
point. So you're saying you think his frame makes him more susceptible?
Absolutely.
I've always thought that. There are people that still argue with that, though, right? I had the numbers. I don't have them anymore. Pre-draft about his height and his weight and his general body makeup.
Yeah, that percentile, whatever you call that.
Exactly. Yeah. And there aren't really guys in the first round that have had these long, successful careers that are that size. But what's interesting is, I remember actually I talked to Kirk about this. Would have been over a year ago now. I think he might have even been still with the Vikings toward the end of his time. And I was asking him about like the Daniels frame and size. And he basically was saying, like, I play a lot of the time as the season goes on and I lose weight and whatever else, like at like 205 pounds or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He's like, I think there's too much made out of the weight sometimes of quarterbacks because we think of guys that are listed at 215, 220 as significantly different. So to me, it is more of a body structure thing, almost like a frame where you're looking at Emmanuel Forbes' legs and they're skinny or something like that. And maybe that's where folks are going to knock him. I think you can protect yourself, even at his frame. Lamar Jackson is not a huge guy by any means. Lamar Jackson, as his career went on, has gotten better and better at how to take hits.
Yes.
I don't know if he's done this, but there are people that will work with like stunt doubles and folks on how to fall and what is better for my body. And that's the kind of stuff I would have been doing this offseason, and maybe he did, if I'm Jaden Daniels. Because I think the key is not going to be this fake idea of never being hit or never running. It's just not reality in this league with his skill set. As Palazzolo put it earlier today on the station, he's probably the best in the league at scrambling. He's got one of the highest rates of doing it, but when he does it, he's more effective than almost everyone who's ever done it in the history of the sport. Why not do that? But I come back to being able to protect himself. Another reason why I think he'll be healthier this year, the lessons learned. So let's use the analogy of the crashes, right? You're more likely, I would say, after a stretch where you had some issues, to be a better driver. I would say stats would bear that out because you're just a little more cognizant of what you had happened to you or were involved in before.
Yeah, you're checking texts and you rear end somebody and you got to pay a bunch of money. Maybe you don't check those texts anymore.
So that firsthand experience of what he needs to do differently, I think, will help him. There's also going to be a heightened level of necessity for this team to protect him. How does that show up? I'm not really sure. But I do think there's an element of fewer design runs. Still going to be some, but you're not going to have as many of them. In what other ways can they do that? I don't know. Do you keep an extra guy in pass pro on longer developing plays? Do you really prioritize the offensive line? It didn't seem like from a personnel standpoint.
They certainly did not, in my view.
They did that because they let their center go and didn't bring anybody in. They brought their left guard back, who was very good in pass protection, not quite as good in run blocking. Left tackle's elite. Right tackle, you need some growth from. Cosme's going to be really good. So it should be a very solid offensive line, but they even tried to go out, remember, they were linked to Linderbaum. So maybe it was an idea they had at one point of like, okay, let's do everything we can to protect him. But that's also got to be part of my argument, I think, as someone who thinks he's going to play in more games and be healthier this year. Remember, if year one didn't happen, I could sit here like you are and go, dude, you just saw what happened. He didn't miss a single game in year one. Now, he probably should have missed a month with a cracked rib. Kind of a fluky thing at the end of a play, but okay. Had he have missed 2 games, 3 games, that's not an injury-riddled crazy thing. He got through the whole year and basically had that one major issue. Took some big shots. I understand that. But it was a full season of football, running around as much as he did, where he had basically one problem. So if the argument is, look at what happened to him last year, his body's too frail, I can kind of play the same game from year one and say that body survived a lot of blows.
I suppose you could. To me, it's less about he got away with it than the process isn't good. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that's my point about year one for the whole team. The process of saying, that's why I keep bringing up, hey, I'm going to go for, here's our pass catching options for Jaden Daniels. A tight end that hasn't played a full season in years, who's a catch and fall guy, and a couple guys off practice squads. Let's go get him. And it worked so incredibly well. Just because that worked doesn't mean that should ever be your plan ever again. And they learned their lesson in year 2. Year 1, well, he just got hit a bunch. That's Jaden being Jaden. Oh my God. Helmet spun around. Air knocked out of him against Atlanta where they had to call timeout, and Mariota's picking him up going, dude, everyone's watching. You got to stand up. I mean, they got away with it with the broken ribs. And again, it everything could have been worse. So to me, everything that happened last year versus everything that happened in 24 was just a violent equalizing. It was a violent returning to the mean, and now we're back at 0 again. That's literally how I view it. It's because if you average the records, it's the same thing. If you average hey, we're going to go with a bunch of old vets and be slow on defense. Worst defense ever. Now you're back to starting point square zero. Square zero, I'm sure that's a phrase. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Square
one, ground zero.
Thank
combination
you.
Of
Or ground one. You ever been there?
I'm a big fan of ground one.
Ground one.
It's generally where the lobby is.
Ground one to Major Tom. I lost my train of thought. My point generally, though, is I'm hoping that the offense this year, under center, a lot more, as you said, good answers for the quarterback early is the paradigm, and they're just not going to tell me. I would just love to hear people say, we have to keep him upright, we have to keep him healthy. Wherever that comes from, it's going to manifest itself in games or not. Obviously, we'll get the answers then, but I'm hoping that's on everybody's mind at all times around the building.
The most recent list for this that I could find was a year ago at the start of the season. But this was most quarterback hits taken per start over the last 20 seasons. And the list is just a bunch of dudes who either didn't get to their potential or missed a lot of time via injury. So it's Daniel Jones, who's had a torn ACL, hurt multiple years. Yep. I think he had an Achilles. He's had all kinds of different things and hasn't reached his full potential. We've seen him flash, though.
That's right.
Andrew Luck decided to retire. He just couldn't deal with it. He's like, yeah, I got kids, man. I want to walk around and play with them one day.
Mm-hmm.
Carson Wentz went from 33 touchdowns MVP candidate to getting torn up diving for the goal line and bouncing around as a backup a few years later. Deshaun Watson, completely fallen off.
Yep.
Some of that didn't have a whole lot to do with football.
Well, remember, one of the quote-unquote good seasons, he couldn't fly with the team. Deshaun Watson had to take and again, I don't feel sorry for him because of what happened, but your point is he had to take the bus to games like he was John Madden in his prime. I mean, it's unbelievable what he went through with all the hits.
And then the last one on this list is Joe Burrow, who's been to a Super Bowl, but Burrow is
constantly hurt.
One of these guys who's been in and out of the tub his entire career, and it's a major question mark about whether or not he's going to reach his potential and win Super Bowls and become an MVP and be a Hall of Famer like he is on the trajectory to do. So a lot of it is just hit avoidance and not being involved in as many, here's where the analogy, I guess, becomes literal, of those human being-like car crashes. So that's the question for you guys at 800-636-1067 that we'll start with today. I just finished Quarterback. It is a really uplifting show, if you're a Daniels fan, that gives you a lot of hope that he's going to go on a revenge tour and that he is primed to have a monster season because he's an immense talent. But it's also a reminder of just how excruciating and exhausting and terrible last year was, where it was one thing after another in the second season of this player who, coming out, a lot of people felt like might have years like that. And so point blank, was last year revealing and you feel like it's the beginning of something, or was it a fluke outlier that we'll look back on in time as he is winning MVP awards and say that conversation was much ado about nothing? It was just a unfortunate, fluky season. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This sports update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Nationals get a well-deserved day off after taking their second straight series following the All-Star break. They capped off their road trip with an 8-0 shutout over the Rockies yesterday. They are firmly in the thick of the National League wildcard race, sitting just a game and a half back. The Nats are back at home tomorrow to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in what's their most important series of the season to date. Arizona holds the third and final wildcard spot currently. In the NFL, rookies report to training camp for the Commanders tomorrow. The veterans will report on Tuesday of next week. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
I was so impressed by Jaden Daniels as a rookie because I thought when I talk about the offense having answers, I think Jaden has answers. You know, when things are covered, I think he's a very astute scrambler. I think he might be the very best scrambling quarterback in the NFL. So not designed runs, but when, called pass plays, knowing when to run. And even if there's nothing there, he could pick up 5 or 6 and keep the offense on schedule. I think that's why his completion percentage was so high as a rookie, because he just didn't force passes that he didn't need to force. I think that's such a great weapon to have.
Steve Palazzolo earlier today on The Fan with B. Mitch and Finley. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 in 4 hours. No Nats baseball tonight. They're off. They kick off a homestand with a 3-game set against the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks have the last wild card spot in the NL right now. They're 1.5 games up on the Nats, so that is a massive series. If they're able to win that series and close ground, it would make Paul Taboni's decision at the deadline that much more difficult not to help this team out with some reinforcements. Right now, though, we're talking about Jaden Daniels, and you just heard Palazzolo, the longtime analyst at PFF, who's been with other outlets since. Check the Mike, really good show that he does, talking about how good Daniels is when he runs the football. No doubt about that. But they're trying to keep him healthy. And the question we have for you is, was last year a revealing campaign that is kind of what it's going to look like, where he's going to be in and out of rehab and in and out of trying to get back on the field? Or was it a fluke outlier? How do you come down on that? So your take would be?
I think this is going to be a recurring problem until it's fully addressed and hopefully solved, but at least there's a best practice where it gets better. I think he takes too many hits.
So you think it is fixable?
I think it's improvable. You'll never fix it. Quarterbacks get hit. Tom Brady, who was amazing at it, had his knee blown up, and Peyton Manning had his neck fused together. Great guys that are awesome at this still get hit. It's part and parcel with the position. But the extra hits, whatever you want to call that, I think that can be improved upon dramatically.
So I'm trying to drill down on then which room you're going into. One room says
I'm really worried about him getting injured a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not in that was a fluke outlier.
No.
Got it. I'm with you. I think there is some nuance, and I'm kind of fighting in the hallway as people are trying to tuck me into one of these rooms.
Yeah.
But I would be less concerned. It was certainly something coming out that I was worried about. On a probably like 7 out of 10, I thought this guy's constantly going to have issues staying healthy. After the first year, that went down to like a 4. And now it's up to maybe a 5.5, 6 again. But I think that the going to Blau, the team being more aware of having to help him being way more aware of having to help himself in this regard, and fewer designed runs are all reasons to believe. I think he'll be mostly healthy this year. Quarterbacks get banged up sometimes.
Yeah.
Concussion protocol, you land on your shoulder, like whatever. Might he miss a game? Of course. But do I think it's going to look like last year where they're constantly without him? I don't think that'll be the case. Let's go to Jermaine and Bowie on The Fan. Where do you come down on this?
So here's my take. I think it was a fluke last year. I mean, so I look at it like it was a perfect storm. I point to 3 things. One, of course, was injuries. The one thing I said is we couldn't have injuries. We had no depth, and we had a bunch of injuries. The second thing was offense and defense. I think teams figured out Cliff Kingsbury, and our defense was never good, even the year we went to the championship. And then the third thing I think was, of course, Jaden getting hurt, but it was Terry. That was a distraction. Whether you look at it as not a distraction or not, it affected the team some way. So I just think this year we've got rid of all that, and I just look forward to it. I don't think, Daniel, you got to play. I don't think he'll get hurt every year. You got to play how you play. And so I think that,
you wouldn't really make many changes to how you play if you're Jaden Daniels.
I would not.
See, that I struggle with.
Yeah. Here's the difference between me and everybody else. We look at 2024 and they go, see, just one thing. And I go, he got hit so many times that were terrifying and he bounced back up. It was the case with Griffin. I know no one's allowed to evoke the same guys in the same paragraph. He was bouncing around. He was Gumby. He got folded like a chair and he popped right back up. That's amazing. That's amazing until it wasn't. Until that one hit changed it. Again, that happened in 24 and it happened this past year 4 different times.
Yeah, the Panthers play where he broke the rib, which he's acknowledged since on some show that he broke the rib, but I don't think the team has ever used that term still.
It's amazing.
Which is funny. But that play in some way is avoidable. It's a 46-yard scramble run where he falls awkwardly and gets landed on at the end or whatever. But if you're not trying to get 46 and maybe you're content at 28 or 30 or you angle toward the sideline or what have you, you can protect yourself. And I think on a lot of these plays, that's the case.
Yep.
Part of what Dan Quinn was so frustrated about, you see it in the Netflix series where he gets hurt against Seattle. They're up. He has to do this mea culpa. The name of the entire season could be, I missed it.
I missed it.
That was his quote, right? I missed it. We talked about it on the show. He goes to Jaden before the series, as do other coaches, and they say, hey, man, let's not take any chances. Let's not take any risks here. We're way down. He wants to be in the game. They want him to be in the game to get some work or whatever. And you could say you just got to protect him and sit him down. And a lot of people said that. We don't need to relitigate that. But the point is there was a conversation, Danny, where they essentially said, hey, let's not take any shots we don't need to take here. They did that coaching. And then they call this play that Quinn said right after the game. They've always thrown the ball when they get this play and this look against this defense. And he happened to hang on to the ball and try to run. Which I'm not trying to make him the bad guy, and I don't think Dan Quinn was either. But my point is, I think people's feelings about that aren't quite exactly what happened. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do.
He had the option to not run the football. They had told him, let's not take any shots. You're down 31 points. And I only bring this up right now, not to rehash that or throw him under the bus, but to say that's an area where maybe this year he doesn't. He stays in the pocket or he does the thing and then he throws it. And if he doesn't see what he needs, he throws it away. But you don't need to be tackled there. It is unnecessary to be tackled as many times in a game as he is, and I do think he will make that adjustment. So I'll disagree with the caller that he doesn't need to play a little bit differently. When you can avoid contact, do it. Now, if someone, and you've been on record in the past, has been like, never run, stay in the pocket, don't scramble, and don't do any design runs or whatever. No, I'm out on that too, but I think there's a happy medium where there's always going to be risk. Everything we eat kills us. Everything we drink. There'll be a study tomorrow about how bad water is for you. It's coming. Just wait for it. But all you can do is the best you can do. And I think he'll do a better job. Brandon's in Manassas. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so, I do think it's an outlier, and I do agree with a lot of what he said. He does need to change the way he plays, but if you look at his college career, I believe he played 53 out of his 55 games, major college football, right? And then, so I think that he's going to be fine. I do have a faith in this organization. Maybe it's a blind faith. And Danny, I'm not to get on your point here, but your take is very prominent in the fan base now, where it's like, oh my gosh, the sky's falling, this organization. If you would have told us when Dan Quinn and this organization took over, what is going into the third year, out of the first 2 years, one of those years we would have gone to the NFC Championship. And the second year, the whole team, the best players were hurt. I think we all would have taken that 100 times out of 100. So I think we ought to have a little faith in this organization. Now it could go the opposite way, and I believe in this team, and I think we all do. But I don't understand the pessimism, especially when the circumstances with the best players on every position were hurt pretty much all year long, and sometimes that unfortunately happens in football.
Well, you're having a different conversation where you're talking about big picture pessimism. Are they going to win or are they not? Right now, we're just talking about Jaden Daniels' health and whether or not he can stay on the field, as far as I'm concerned.
Indeed, yeah. So we can, well, I'm sure we'll extrapolate to the bigger picture whole team a million times before the season starts and get into that. But again, it's as soon as you say, and I'm not picking on the caller, as soon as you say, I do think he needs to change the way he plays, but then you're acknowledging it's not an outlier. You're acknowledging causation there. Does that make any sense? If you go, dude, nothing was wrong. It's a fluke. You can believe that. I could disagree. We could have a fun convo. But whenever you go, yeah, obviously you need an overhaul, a dramatic change, a totally different paradigm, a different way to play, different offense, different personnel. But it wasn't a fluke. I go, you're literally saying by that there's because of this, then this happened. That's causation. So my point is, there's a huge sample of him getting knocked around and then it resulting in minimal injury, and then just the same process resulted in major injury. If the truth is somewhere in between of a 1 injury season and a 4 injury season, you're talking 2.5 injuries. See what I'm saying? Like, that's still pretty significant, right? If you average the two. Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable to have some reservation and some worry and some concern in that regard. And we're both hoping the same thing, that there is a paradigm now to address that. And they're never going to spell it out and say it the way that I want them to, but the proof will be in the pudding if and when they start playing.
He made a good point about Daniel's college history, where he was mostly very durable. And I want to talk about that.
Totally fair point.
As it pertains to this discussion next. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Talking about the health moving forward of Jayden Daniels, which frankly is probably the single biggest of the variables for the Commanders in 2026. This is The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
think the big question will be the injuries. And I don't think that's a lazy analysis because he's been injured each of the last 2 years at different degrees. But coming out of LSU, the question was playing style. And I think, and maybe frame a little bit, but I think playing style for a quarterback, do you take hits? Not do you run, but do you take hits? Do you protect yourself? And that's going to be the question, I think, for Jayden Daniels and some others. How do you balance, hey, I can run the ball 10 to 12 times a game, both designed and as a scrambler, and be a weapon, versus I have to stay on the field?
Steve Palazzolo, that is the $1 billion conundrum. Or in Jayden Daniels' case, probably like a $275 million conundrum.
Yeah, an 80 per year AAV conundrum.
Right. G&D, welcome back. You're listening to The Fan. So I got a tweet here from Pop-Pop's Barbecue or something like that. And he said, Jayden will get hurt 100%. He said he's definitely going to get hurt again. See, I think this is the unfair way of going about this. He's a quarterback. He plays in the NFL.
Yeah, football players get hurt.
Injuries will happen. You know who else could get hurt this year? Caleb Williams, Drake May. Like, a lot of these guys could get hurt. Joe Burrow gets hurt a lot. Aaron Rodgers has been hurt. Name a quarterback that was around long enough. Peyton Manning had the neck and the back and the hip and the shoulder and was out of football and almost was never going to play again. Tom Brady missed a year with an ACL. So this can't be every time Jayden Daniels has anything going on, everyone's doing the Leo meme saying, I told you so, I told you so. That is a different thing than what happened last year. Last year was you heal up one thing, another thing happens that's not really related. You heal up that thing and you rehab that, another thing happens that's not really related. And that is a different thing altogether. Yeah. That was kind of the fear pre-draft. That is the difference between football happening, quarterback who happens to take some shots, gets hurt from time to time, and being injury prone and frankly anti-durable, just incapable of staying on the field. That's what last year felt like. I'm saying, is that what we're in for, or is it a much more normal thing? Now, the point that was made on the phones, which I thought was really good, was his college career, where he didn't miss a lot of games, where he did take a lot of shots. And I'm guessing your point is, because I'm saying his first year was very similar in the NFL. You're saying the result worked out, but the process still wasn't great. Because when you go back and watch, he did take some massive shots that could have gone very, very differently. They just didn't. I also think after watching that Netflix series, I knew he was tough. I didn't know quite how tough this dude was.
Totally.
Like, I think sometimes we mistake being smaller for not as tough. And in his case, smaller is, I don't mean like in terms of height or anything like that, but like his frame. I mean, he is a real tough customer and a tough cookie.
There's no question about that. So the college sample to me is relevant. It's a data point, and that matters to me. So it's not basketball where your college shooting will translate to the NBA based on X number of factors. But there have been countless number of guys who you could not touch as college football players, from Vince Young to Reggie Bush to a million guys in between who didn't have the same success at the pro level. Running around. I know he's in the SEC for goodness sakes, and a roster might have one or two guys that can kind of keep up with him in space. Well, those one or two guys combined with the other one or two guys from every other conference is what makes up the NFL, and you can no longer get away with those things, right? I mean, now it's not to say he's not a good scrambler, he still is, but the one guy that chased you down from Alabama that cleaned your clock where you got concussed or avoided a serious injury, and it could have been, well, that guy now plays for filling that team that hit you or whatever. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that is an interesting data point. My refuting of that is he got hit way more at the NFL level, and that will continue because these guys, that's the whole profession. That's the whole design. Every defensive coordinator is figuring out how do I hit the quarterback enough legally, and you got the guys, you got the horses to do it, whereas not every college does.
I think they're absolutely trying to do that in college. That's not different. But maybe the bigger, faster, stronger element, like better players are able to do it more. Maybe that's the point.
That's my view.
Yeah, but it's not like in college when LSU's playing the early season game against some non-major conference
team.
The
Florida coaches were trying to get him hit too.
Exactly.
Totally.
They knew if Daniels is out of the game, we got a better shot. Let's go to Mike in Gaithersburg on the Fan. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
So I called into this for this before about Jayden hurt and whatnot. So I mean, basically, we're just talking about. I think Grant alluded to it earlier. You just don't take risks. you take what the defense gives you. If you're a quarterback, I loathe play callers who run their quarterbacks. There's no use for that. That's why you have running backs. I mean, I just think they should be in the pocket passing, extend plays, take yards if the defense gives it to you, and you don't take risks. You don't take hits. You be smart about it.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I think a lot of the things you just said are true, but they're not all practical. Like, you don't take hits. I get what you're trying to say, but you're always going to take hits. It's about minimizing hits.
Yes, it's
minimizing
a process thing.
risks,
Mhm.
because it is very much impossible to have no risk. And I think you're acknowledging that, and so I'm just kind of playing a semantics game. But I will disagree completely with the idea that there's no use in running your quarterback who's an excellent runner. Jayden Daniels is a running quarterback. Now, people hear that, and it's some pejorative for some reason. I'll never understand, where it means somehow it's some detriment to any conversation about him as a passer, which is not what it is. You can both be a running quarterback and an excellent passer, and I think he is. He is arguably the best running quarterback in the league, him and Lamar Jackson, right now. But the idea that there's no use in running your quarterback is not correct. Like, that's why you have a running back. Well, it's a little different with design quarterback runs and what kind of stresses you're putting on a defense and the rules that you're making them break and how they have to defend and account for that. And there's a reason why a lot of quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson have given a lot of defenses fits for a long time. It's a lot harder to stop him when you're not accounting for the run coming than it is the running back that you're a little bit more apt to defend because you've seen what he's doing on tape.
Yeah, it influences what kind of coverage you can play. On a 3rd and 6, you want to play man? You sure? You turn your back one time, and now you're on a highlight reel looking up at the scoreboard going, oh, crap, he just ran by me in the other direction. So, I mean, it is absolutely a weapon that I don't want totally put away. But I also, again, want the first, second, and third thing hammered into his brain. We need you available for the next play, too.
I want to talk about what's taken LeBron James so long to decide where he's going to play, and the fact that the NBA has just decided they won't move forward with any of their business until LeBron makes up his mind. The guy that once was famous for the decision will not make a decision. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NFL, free agent wide receiver Tyreek Hill says that he still has no power in his recovering left leg, indicating the free agent wide receiver could still be a long way from returning to the NFL. Training camp officially gets underway for the Commanders tomorrow. Rookies report to camp for the first time. The veterans will join them on Tuesday. In the NBA, LeBron James hasn't made a decision yet, and it appears the Wizards could be the holdup. Kevin O'Connor reports LeBron may be slow playing his decision to see if suitors can find a way to trade for Anthony Davis. Getting engaged or married, visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Decory, engagement, and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Decory help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan, sponsored exclusively by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
However, you are listening. Thank you for doing so. We're all over Washington, D.C. on 106.7 The Fan. Of course, we are live in Richmond for the next 3 hours on AM 910 and FM 105.1. You can take us with you coast to coast, wherever you go. Bring us with you via the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. And you can watch this show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Great way to check us out and to get your G&D fix. So thanks for making the show part of your day. I saw this statistic. I found it interesting. The average person uses the same pillow for 3 years and 2 months. In fact, only 18% of people even know that you need and should be replacing your pillows. So I ask you, Danny, how long have you had your current pillow?
Less than a year. There are two categories here. Are you a married man? In which case, pillows change. If you are not a married man, I'd be using the same pillow that's just my pillow.
So I think you could say this about a lot of things, honestly. Yeah. I didn't change pillows other than when I got one, like my mom would say, here's a pillow, or she bought one, or sent, like I'm coming back and forth from an apartment to their house visiting or whatever, and she's like, I got you new sheets and pillows or whatever. If something like that happened, then I might toss out the old one or probably put it at the top of the closet or something, and then I would use the new pillow. But I have never, in my entire adult life, I graduated high school in the summer of 2006. I immediately moved up to Alexandria that July, August, and started going to George Mason University in that fall. And since then, I have lived in Northern Virginia. Previously, I was down in the Fredericksburg area in King George County.
King George County.
Which is the greatest county in all the land.
You are a Hall of Famer there.
I have been known to be called a Hall of Famer down there. But I've now spent, this is a thing that'll date you. There's some of those that happen and hit you in the face. I've spent more time now in Northern Virginia than King George. Or basically, yeah, I guess it is, because I just turned 38 years old.
I was going to say, it's by a lot, dude.
So it's like 20 to 18 in terms of years at this point. In fact, I got a note from somebody that they're trying to put together a 20th high school reunion.
Yeah, those will kick you.
That made me feel 500 years old. I didn't like that very much.
No, it's not fun. My 30th is next year.
That's more embarrassing and
it's worse. I had my 25th 4 years ago.
Did you go to it?
Sure did.
Will you go to the 30th?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
St. Albans, roll in there with a really colorful shirt and probably pink pants.
You know it.
Something like that.
That's right. Pastels, baby.
The average person uses the same pillow for 3 years and 2 months. But I guess my point is, in the time from when I lived on my own from like 18 until I got married, my wife moved in 9 years later or 8 years later, whatever that is.
Yep.
Right around then. I don't think I ever changed pillows on my own accord.
So here is where I'm
And I wouldn't to this day, probably.
Of course not.
If it wears really badly, I'd probably think about it a lot or something. Maybe like it's one of those where my mom says, what do you want for Christmas? And I'm like, I'll take a new pillow. But I don't think I would have like ordered one online or actually purchased one.
I want to know how this is calculated. Because if they're taking a true average, who are the people that are helping to bring down the average? Because every dude out there would be like, you mean the pillow? The one I've had for 25 years? You're getting an average of 3 years. It means there's like 6-month people. It means there's like, this is my third week with the pillow. I have to throw it out. In order to counteract the regular people, the regular folk who don't change their pillow for any reason because they're comfortable with it, how do you bring down the average? I have questions about the scientific veracity or the way that they're calculating that or who the average person is. Because to me, I would have never once investigated, thought about, I have a pillow that I like. Otherwise, if I hated it, maybe I'd change it out or whatever. But I've been sleeping so many nights for so many years on the pillow.
So if you were single, had never been married.
That's right.
Danny Rouhier just doing radio and comedy and living on your own.
Yep.
To this day, would you have the same pillow you had in college?
Not only that, which would be the same pillow that I had so we moved into our house on Patton Terrace in 1986 when I changed rooms when we finally built an extra room in the house, and it was a big deal. And my parents then had a bigger room, and then I had a separate room from my sibling. When I moved into that room, that's when I got my pillow. That would have been around 1989. That's the pillow I would have.
You would have that pillow.
I would have that specific pillow with my Star Wars sheets, by the way.
We have the benefit of young single people in our midst. So Darius, well, you're my age. I wouldn't call you young per se.
Yeah, I'm kind of old.
But you are a single man. How long have you had your pillow?
So this is funny. Before my current set of pillows, I was probably the guy that was bringing that average down that Danny speaks about. I was probably buying pillows once, I would say, every year and a half or so.
What?
Why would you do that?
What?
I don't know. I always felt like maybe my mom kind of pushed me towards this when I was growing up in changing pillows. But yeah, I just always felt like,
was there something where it was less comfortable or your head was wearing?
Yeah, there would be times I would just be like, okay, this pillow feels like it's wearing out a little bit. Because, I'm just buying pillows from Target or Walmart. It's not like I'm buying
a little bit of a nubby pillow.
Probably. Yeah, right. So I was constantly changing out pillows probably at least once every other year and a half or so. Yeah. Now, recently, I bought a new mattress a couple of years ago. And when I bought that mattress, I got suckered into buying some expensive pillows. So I still have those pillows. And it's been probably 2.5, almost 3 years since I bought that mattress.
You got to be fiending for a new pillow.
A little bit. I kind of am. I kind of am considering getting new pillows soon.
That's interesting.
Spend a lot of money on those pillows, so I'm making sure they get their use.
Brendan Haywood put out a video on Instagram. We had him on the show. We should get him on again before the start of the basketball season because he was awesome. He's always been one of my favorite guests over the years. But he told us at that time he's been doing some of these really fun videos that have to do with his days with the Wizards, and he posts them on IG. And he did one that I saw yesterday that I actually thought was terrific. So I thought we could play that and then react to it here. This is from Brendan Haywood's video series that he does on Instagram.
Yeah, we about to go out before the game. They play in the club. The beat hits. Dun, 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 dun.
Let me pause this. This is not the right one.
It's a funny video.
Yes, it is. Maybe I gave Darius the wrong one.
This one, the one we're talking about is Kwame Brown demanded a team meeting?
Correct.
Yeah.
Kwame Brown wants a team meeting to demand touches like he's Jermaine O'Neal. And it's one of the funniest things in the world.
It's really good. Now, that one's good, too. That one, the 50 Cent song that had just released in the club, and Michael Jordan's dancing, and Brendan Haywood's point of the video is that Jordan's the greatest basketball player of all time, but he was a terrible dancer. And he and Jared Jeffries, Aaron Jeffries, there's no J, start cracking up laughing, and Jordan stops, turns around, and is like, what are you laughing at? I will trade you to Vancouver, which doesn't even have a team anymore.
Right.
Which is a good thing.
This series that he does, for the record, there are a bunch of these. It's called Tallest Tales, I think. Mm-hmm. But he swore to us these are all very true stories from the locker room from back in the day. He kind of feels like the
statute of limitations.
First refusal, and the statute of limitations is over, so no one can get mad at him anymore.
Yeah, it's been 25 years. You can tell a Kwame story.
Exactly. So this was his story on Kwame Brown, who was drafted 1-1 out of Glenn Academy and was a huge part of my childhood and your fandom as a teenager.
Jerry Stackhouse is one of my most gangster teammates of all time. Let me tell you about the time that he bullied our players-only meeting. Gilbert Arenas and Kwame Brown are having a difference of opinion on how we should start the game out offensively. we decided to have a players-only meeting to discuss it internally. Stack said, hey, man, we don't need to have no meeting. Practice at 11 o'clock. Well, we decided to have the meeting anyway. We just figured Stack was going to show up. Spoiler alert, at 11 o'clock, Stack was nowhere to be found. So we start the meeting without him. Kwame says, hey, at the beginning of the games, y'all need to kind of feature me the same way Indiana does Jermaine O'Neal. I'm thinking to myself, there must be another Jermaine O'Neal that plays in the NBA, because he can't be talking about the Jermaine O'Neal that plays for the Pacers. Now, for y'all that are too young to understand, Jermaine O'Neal at this point was an all-star. His first name was 20. His last name was 10. He was a walking bucket. This was a crazy comparison. And now the whole locker room was looking at Kwame crazy. Before Gilbert Arenas could even reply, boom, Stack kicks open the door. Hey, man, didn't I tell y'all ain't no damn team me? Then all of a sudden he zeroes in on Kwame. He said, listen, I'm going to tell you like this. If you averaged 7 last year, you might average 9 this year. Maybe 12, but you ain't going from 7 to 20. You're not that type of player. Meeting adjourned. I was like, meeting adjourned? Who does he think he is, Judge Mathis? Anyway, I start heading to the practice court. Kwame looks at me. He's like, man, can you believe Stack said that? I'm like, hey, man, don't look over here for sympathy. You lost me when you said Jermaine O'Neal.
Just so funny. And this is a real story that Kwame's talking about. The offense needs to go through me on the first possession. Treat me like Jermaine O'Neal. What's funny about that is I do remember there was a year or two where like the broadcasts and what they were trying to push was like that's what Kwame could become. Because he started to play a little bit better. He would get to a point where he would have the occasional 10.8 rebound game, and people like me that were all in on the Wizards were like, it's coming, it's happening.
It's loading, here it goes.
But he had a Jermaine O'Neal frame to him, essentially, with the long arms, kind of lanky. He had the cornrows and kind of the look, so that they pushed this, like, then he started wearing the headband like Jermaine O'Neal did. Like, he could turn into Jermaine O'Neal. He did not turn into Jermaine O'Neal.
The narrator, he did not.
But it sounds like he was pushing that a little bit behind the scenes as well.
Which is incredible.
I can get you 20 and 10. You remember when he had that one stretch? I remember a game against the Kings specifically, but it was in the middle of a stretch of a handful of games where Kwame Brown looked like he was arriving. He was 20 and 10. It was like 25 points and 13 rebounds, and it just looked like,
would it have been that
God.
year? Did it feel like that 03-04 kind of range?
If he was averaging 7, 8, 9 points, probably, it would have to have been. Plus, if you're confident enough or comfortable enough to step up to the mic and to talk to Gilbert and Stack and the guys in the meeting like you need looks, touches, then you got to be doing something. So it might have been during that run.
Well, he was always he really believed that Kwame Brown was the truth. Like in Kwame's mind, he was the best player. Just ask him. That, by the way, that fits. I mean, at that point, to Brendan Haywood's credit, referencing Jermaine O'Neal, I think that year he was 3rd or 4th in MVP voting. Like he was a bad son of a gun. Talking about O'Neal, who had been the success story, right? The high school kid took a while, took his lumps, took him a couple of years. Once he finally figured out, matured, that is an alpha. That is a superstar on what they thought may have been a championship caliber team before it all came crashing down. That was kind of pre-Malice at the Palace. But my goodness gracious, the delusion is perfect right there.
Jermaine O'Neal was one of my favorite players in the league.
God, he was awesome.
6'11", and for that run, this was not his whole career. His career averages are very different. But for a few years, he was like the guy I was seeking out in fantasy because he was going and getting me 20 and 10. He was going to be an all-star, and he was going to be second or third team All-NBA or whatever.
He was great.
Yeah, I loved his game. 6'11", didn't really, wasn't going to shoot a lot of threes, but could take you off the dribble because he was a great athlete. Yeah. Like operate around the elbow.
I mean, if he played today, he'd probably shoot threes, but that didn't occur to anybody in the right around the turn of the century. Like the 6'11" guy that can score on everybody down there. You go down there. Don't you come out here. That's our area. You go down there and you dominate people.
Yeah, nobody was asking him to shoot threes. I don't think anybody, to your point, was thinking about the game that way. All right, let's pivot and get into LeBron James, though, while we're talking hoops, because he has still not made a decision. The decision. That was his big coming out party as a, what would I say, like a selfish,
villain? Yeah.
all about me marketer, so to speak. Well, now he won't make one. So vitriol the first time, vitriol the second time, I guess he can't win. But here's what's weird about this. The entire NBA now, not just teams, but the association itself, is on pause until he decides what he's going to do. Adam Silver spoke about this. He said they can't make the schedule until they know where LeBron's going to play because there's networks on the schedule, whether it's Netflix or NBC or Peacock or whoever else. They want that team. They want LeBron. If LeBron goes there, there's a really good chance someone else goes there. We've heard rumors that he's waiting because he's trying to get Anthony Davis moved to that team, or he's going to try to get Kyrie Irving moved to that team. He's picking a club to try to win a title. And if that's the case, then going to be a relevant team. They're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be, hopefully, in LeBron's case, making a deep run. So they're going to be interesting for networks. And because he plays on them, you could put him on the worst team in the NBA or the most irrelevant team in the NBA, and suddenly you want that team playing on Christmas Day at 3 o'clock because of the way the sport operates.
Sure, yeah.
But the entire association is now waiting for him. And I guess they were under the impression his decision was going to come about a week ago, and he just keeps waiting and he keeps waiting. My prediction was early this week because I thought he was kind of waiting all along for the biggest lull in the sports calendar to have all of the attention dollars on him. But if he waits a whole lot longer, NFL training camp ramps up. You got to compete with some football storylines. So now would be the time to do it if you're LeBron, where there's almost nothing going on. And that's what I've always thought this was about. It's just him getting the most attention and having people talk about him for the most amount of time.
Yeah, if you put he and Ovi together, you get zero. Like the negative opposite of this, right? Where Ovi's like, I don't want the serenade. I don't want the swan song. I don't want all the glad hands and the handshakes and whatever. And he's like, I need more of that. Put a commemorative patch on this decision-making process so you can put another one on my jersey when it comes time. He is doing the fanfare thing to the nth degree, to the billionth degree. This is, this is the untelevised Jim Gray sit-down decision where he's wearing a shirt that looks like a picnic table cloth. My God. It'll stop when he's out of the league, maybe, but it still might not, honestly.
The Lakers wore a LeBron James patch last year.
It's one of the more under-talked about things that is just astounding.
So I don't think... I saw someone talking about it recently, and basically they suggested they wore a patch because it was going to be his last year, so to speak. I don't think that's what it was. They wore a patch to commemorate his career over 23 years. Which in and of itself, you can make the case is fairly ridiculous. But I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I'll make that case. It's ridiculous.
A technicality. But in other words, like someone's like, why would he let them wear the patch that says he's going to not play anymore if he knew he might play? And I think he probably knew he might play, and they probably knew he might play. But they just said, we're going to wear a patch. Maybe it's to suck up to him, to kind of kiss the ring a little bit, to hope he stays around or for whatever reason. But they wore a patch to honor year 23.
Yeah.
Is that the record as well, 23 seasons, or no?
I think it's the most, and it's incredible.
I know his next season would be, but if that's the most ever, then I could see wearing a patch to honor him doing something no one's ever done before on your team.
It just seems very self-serving, and that's what it is. If you like him, you have to do the universe.
Well, there's nobody more self-serving.
Yeah, that's my point.
In terms of professional.
Now, again, he was so great for so long that you just employ 15 of your friends as fake security, of course. Employ your friend as a special assistant, of course. Employ your friend to hand out lotion to people, absolutely. Oh, get guys that your agent also has on his roster, like Tristan Thompson, of course. Please, we definitely want to do that, Mr. James, sir.
It is the most seasons played. He overtook Vince Carter at 22 seasons.
Yeah, Carter 22. Then you had guys like Parrish, Kevin Willis, Kevin Garnett, Dirk Nowitzki, and Chris Paul at 21. So I think the argument about them wearing a patch to commemorate his season falls... I don't care about that because I think they were honoring something like history, basically, that had never been done before. It'd be like wearing something to commemorate him breaking the all-time points record.
Sure, I think a nice ceremony probably does that. I think a nice, a lot of things do that. But I'd like everyone to wear a patch, please.
But
and then everyone
did he
does
say
it.
He wants everyone to wear a patch? There's no chance.
I don't know that he said it personally, but I'm sure behind the scenes, it's the way it always happens. With
did
him.
Rich Paul make a call and say, you know what you guys should do is you should wear a patch, and him and LeBron, thought that up over wine? Maybe.
Yeah, the same guy that said, no one's allowed to draft my kid, and except for us, and we'll be drafting my kid, please and thank you, so I can play with my son. With all due respect to his son, not an NBA player. A lot of people are not. I'm not. He's not either. But he got to be one because his dad's there. The same guy hinted that a patch would be nice, got a patch. Just saying, it's part of the same pattern.
So I want to go back to this, though. When did he hint that a patch would be nice? Like, is that public information, or you're just speculating?
Speculating.
Like, okay, because I think there's a big difference. I don't think LeBron James ever suggested they should wear a patch. I think it'd be like the Capitals wearing an Ovi patch this year or something. Like, to me, they just decided, and maybe I'm wrong and I don't have all the details, so someone can correct me if I am. But I'll bet you they just said, we want to wear a patch to commemorate 23 years. I don't think that's a LeBron being LeBron thing. I just think that's something that happened. But two things are true. He's the second greatest player of my lifetime.
Yeah.
He is one of the greatest athletes in the history of the world. He's probably the single most important, influential, like culturally relevant athlete of my lifetime. And also, while I have grown to appreciate him more, I bristle at fewer things that he does than I did early on. Just as I've gotten older, I've told you this, I've made a concerted effort to not despise greatness. Like forever, I was like, I rooted against Tom Brady, I rooted against LeBron, and one day I just kind of had this epiphany where I'm like, why am I doing this? Like, what don't I like about these people? Why can't I root for them? And I just kind of decided I'm always looking for the underdog, and I didn't want to do that as much. But I do find he makes it easy and gives me a lot of ammunition.
Yeah, so he collaborated on the patch, so he was involved in some way. So again, I don't know who said what to whom, but there was a direct involvement, and I bet you I kind of know, based on some context clues, that he was intimately involved.
I'm just saying you can't convict on that. Like, I'm throwing that out of my LeBron hate court.
I'm not going to convict, but it fits my pattern. So this to me is less about rooting for or against greatness as it is rooting for someone that I just find so irritating. It's pretty simple for me. There have been a lot of great players that I like. I'm rooting for Giannis. I'm rooting for Luka. I'm rooting for I don't know. You could Jokic. You pick your superstar. I find him so annoying, and always have and always will. Then the next paragraph is he's the second best player I've ever seen in my life. He is transcended. The fact that he's able to play at a high level 23 seasons in is remarkable. Everybody else at the end is sort of shuffling up and down the court and sort of as a token here or there, and I'm doing a celebrity wave. We're doing a glorified Globetrotters appearance. This guy's still a helpful basketball player in year 23 and will be in year 24. That's incredible. I also find him annoying.
He can still play.
Yes.
It's amazing. Really high level.
It's amazing.
It is annoying, though, for a lot of people, I'd say, that you're still the son of the solar system in the sport, which I understand. But you're acting like you're still the best player in a sense. Like, by holding up league business, when he did this with the decision, you were the best player and the most important player in the whole thing. You can make the case maybe he's the most important player, but you're not the best anymore. I don't know where he would be on that list. It's still very, very high, by the way, because he is great. But you're going to a team that is probably not going to win. It used to be you're on the team, you're in the finals. It's not that way anymore. See the Lakers over the last couple of years, where you go get Luka, who's actually one of the 5 to 7 best players on the planet, and you're still not winning titles, like with that guy with you, right? But there's still a lot of acting as if, where the rumors, the reports out there have been, he's trying to hold this up because he wants the team he's going to trade for Anthony Davis. He wants the team he's going to trade for Kyrie Irving. And that's what is basically slow rolling this and taking so much time. Now, I do want to point this out because this just came out within the last half hour. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, he was on the Pat McAfee show discussing LeBron and Rich Paul, his agent. And he said, quote, so that my sources, Shams is talking to Rich Paul probably, but he says, my sources tell me that LeBron James and Rich Paul, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere, end quote. So this is Rich Paul's attempt to push back on that narrative, which is, and this story has been out there. Was it O'Connor that reported this today? Where'd this come from? Is that who it was, Kevin O'Connor? That the reason LeBron hasn't picked a team yet is he and Rich Paul are pulling the strings to try to have a trade happen first. They're figuring out who can get Davis or who can get Kyrie. And his camp puts out today, that's actually not the case. So then the question is, well, what in the hell are you waiting for?
Yeah, my belief is that is the case, and you're trying to win a PR battle. But again, it's all this is part and parcel. The league has transformed into this. So the person I blame as the catalyst. So there's a couple different things. If you're angry that the whole league shoots threes, you can be mad at Steph Curry.
Well, let's get back into this next because we got to step away. I want to tee this up though. So remember what you were about to say. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. First question, I guess, would be, what do you think LeBron James is waiting for? Why hasn't he made a decision yet? And then the other thing I want to get into that I want to ask people, because I've got a take on this, is should the NBA wait like this? I understand scheduling and different things, that they want LeBron's destination so that they can have him on Christmas Day and some of the different variables therein. But the entire sport is at a standstill, which was fine for a few days, but there's no imminent end here. He could make the decision tonight. It could be next week. You're just not going to do any business for a week because he's holding you hostage? What do you guys think? 800-636-1067, G&D on the Fan.
The Sports Update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Nats are back at home tomorrow to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in what's their most important series of the entire season thus far. Arizona holds the third and final wildcard spot in the National League. The Nationals chase just 1.5 games back of that final playoff spot following their series win in Colorado. With the trade deadline looming on August 3rd, the Nats' play could very well dictate if they end up buying or selling at the aforementioned deadline. In the NBA, we have new intel from Shams Charania on the LeBron James sweepstakes. It was previously believed LeBron could be waiting for Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving to be moved somewhere before signing. Now, Shams says LeBron is not waiting for Davis to get traded anywhere. The Wizards have never expressed any public interest in moving on from Davis. He becomes eligible to sign a max contract extension on August 6th. This month, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at Paul Henry's Windows. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
From my understanding, my sources tell me that LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, I mean, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions, but it's at a point now, July 23rd, it's really up to LeBron James. The entire NBA is waiting on LeBron James' decision.
30 minutes from now, the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny will be giving away tickets right at 4 to Muse at Merriweather Post Pavilion. That was the voice of Shams Charania. He was on Pat McAfee's show on ESPN discussing LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, and where LeBron could end up. We still await the decision from LeBron James. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I know. Cue Emperor Palpatine saying it's ironic. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, before it was the decision, and now it's a private one, but it's still, I would say it's less annoying than that one was. That was just such a callous, nose thumbing gesture at everybody. But this is kind of equally, no one move until I move. No one do anything until it's my turn, until I'm ready.
Does the NBA, I guess they don't have any flexibility with their programming, like flex scheduling in a sense, to pull teams off of Peacock and put them on?
You'd think there'd be some that they would have had it baked in, and I understand from the NBA's perspective, honestly. I know it sounds ridiculous, but you're in the business of getting eyeballs on your thing, and this is the best way to do that. But
think about the difference between a good Philadelphia 76ers team and a team with LeBron.
Yeah.
Right? It's like
in his last year, there's more intrigue.
You're going to want 65 national TV
The last
games.
time they go to the Garden, the last time they play against the Celtics with that old school rivalry, the last time they go to Cleveland for his final farewell tour. I'd want all those games if I'm the NBA. I would need to know.
So I don't think they have a choice. I was prepared to come in here and kind of kill him and say, move it on, move along here. Let's get the offseason going. But I think you got to just sit and wait, and LeBron can hold you hostage. Players do this sometimes with teams. Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre have done it. We talk about Alex Ovechkin taking as long as he needed to make his decision, and it ended up working out very well, and it was team-friendly, and I think he did right by the Capitals. But LeBron's going to take his sweet time here. And I guess if I want to play devil's advocate, the other side of this is, while it is annoying, nobody else ever has to really rush. It's not my problem that I'm so important that you need to know what I'm doing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, leave me alone. Let me do what I want to do. I guess where I take issue with it is it doesn't feel like this is just him still taking meetings and trying to make up his mind. I think most of the work was done weeks ago, and he's probably known for some time where he's going, and he's just not ready to admit it yet.
Well, just to that point, I'll piggyback for a second. It's reasonable to me to make an informed decision about where you and your family are going to live for a given time. You're going to go work and play somewhere. That's pretty reasonable that you want to take your time. But we know that's not what's happening. Despite what Shams said, which is probably which Rich Paul said first, and then Shams goes, let me finish writing that down. Got it. This is what they're doing. They're doing the thing, which they do behind the scenes. That one time with Miami, it was in the Hamptons, and it's been at various vacation houses, and wherever it is. They're doing the thing where they're trying to orchestrate the league, and I hate it.
The conversation we're having on the NBA is brought to you by Xfinity. all of our hoops discussions on the Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Before we went to break, put a bow on this. You were going to say like who you blame for basically this all happening.
Yeah, so basically the league has changed dramatically over my lifetime, and that always is going to happen. You look at baseball 50 years ago, you look at tennis 50 years ago, everything. The leagues change, sports evolve, and I understand that.
Everything changes.
Everything changes. That's a normal thing. So if you're angry that, God, everybody just shoots threes, you know what? Get angry at Steph Curry, right? As the whole league changed with his arrival. This part of basketball, that's not basketball. Basketball on the court, you still at the end of the day have one guy guard another guy, and it's beautiful, and it's the best.
Let me be clear, though. The part of basketball that you and I hate and would say is the worst part of basketball, a lot of people love it. The drama, the off-season, the where's he going to go, like who's got what shoe deal, all that stuff.
Off-season drama, that's the thing. That makes your interest. During the season, when we're still talking about off-season drama and people, contracts are not even worth the piece of paper they're printed on because guys can agitate and force their way to here, there, and everywhere because there's so few premium players, you blame this guy. It's his thing. And it's him and his super agent, Rich Paul. Give him credit. They built this super empire. But this is the game now. This is the sport, and I think it's for the worse.
Well, Rich Paul is the most powerful person, I think, in the sport. More so than any one executive.
100% agree
there. That's
there.
unequivocal.
Yeah.
But I would say he's more powerful than Adam Silver in some ways, honestly, in terms of the day-to-day business.
In a lot of ways that matter.
Of the NBA.
Yeah.
And he has basically the influence and power that, like, Scott Boras in baseball would want. Boras, who for a long time has been the super agent, not just in terms of deals negotiated, money earned, all that stuff, but the power he's got over organizations. When you have 7 members of the Nationals or whatever, and the ability to kind of pull strings with different teams, it's never been like this. Because the difference is the Atlanta Braves can just decide we're not going to have Boras players on the team.
There are enough great players.
We can field a roster of championship level baseball talent without it. In the NBA, the number of superstars is just smaller. There's fewer guys on a roster, obviously. The number of players is smaller. And so there's an outsized impact to a LeBron. And when you have LeBron, you have Draymond. And when you have Draymond, that doesn't change. You just keep adding. So you don't really have a choice but to do business with Rich Paul. And next thing you know, what you get is the main storyline about the Wizards and Anthony Davis at one point. Is he going to get an extension or not? Like, in what world should this ever be covered this way? But I was seeing some of the big-time national people that talk about basketball saying, Will Dawkins has to be careful not to cross Rich Paul, and he has to be careful about what he does here because Rich Paul could get upset. What? Like, that's a thing.
Yeah, and it's for the worse. So the best case in point for this, and again, I was yelling at the ocean, screaming at the ocean like a crazy person, and nobody else cared. 2024, the drafting of Bronny James. He lasted until the 55th pick, and you'll never guess who took him, the Lakers. They tipped their hand. In these professional sports, who someone is interested in who they're going to draft is guarded like state secrets. They keep that tight to the vest. The Wizards wouldn't tell anybody they're drafting AJ DeBonsa. They knew, but we can't tell. We can't tell.
That was an obvious sign of collusion, basically, where everyone just said, hey, LeBron wants Bronny. Make sure you don't take him. And Rich Paul's working the phones going, he's going 55. You can't take him at 52.
Imagine if you are the Memphis Grizzlies, who have been hapless and have had no chance. The Orlando Magic haven't been good since Penny hurt himself. You pick any of the dozen teams in a normal league. When you've let it known that you have to have this kid to appease this egomaniac so he can play with his kid. By the way, reasonable goal. I want to do that too if I was playing in the show. I'd love to have my son playing center field next to me like the Griffies did. But the fact that the whole league had to stop doing business to make sure that happened. If I'm Memphis, I tell you what I would have done is I would have gone with the 54th pick. Memphis selects Bronny James. How much is it worth to you? I'm not here to be cannon fodder for you. I need to be good. Give me something. 2 seconds. Give me cash considerations, whatever. It never occurred to anybody. It never occurred to anybody covering the league to even ask about it or bring it up. It's, this is understood. This is LeBron James and Rich Paul. They're more powerful than any GM in any team. Broken, wrong, disgusting, stupid, horrendous, embarrassment. Everyone should be ashamed. Hang your head, walk around, don't look at sunlight, dig a hole, and wait for the meteor. Everyone should be so embarrassed. And this is a continuation of that, where the league just has to go, yes, my lord. if you'd like to orchestrate a trade to alter several franchises, please, at your leisure. We offer Anthony Davis humbly. We're so sorry. He might be available. We'll take less than $1 for your transaction. 11 cents. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Thank you. Please have some shame. But it's gone. The toothpaste, out of that tube. Sorry about all the fart sounds in this little thing I'm doing right here. It's ridiculous.
Lots of fart sounds.
Way too many. But that's Rich Paul to me, that's what it is.
So the only pushback I would have, and it's not apples to apples, it's not the same. But like in baseball in the draft, okay? Scott Boras will strike a deal with like a first-round talent with a bigger market club that can pay him. So like the Phillies didn't have a first-round pick this year. They picked for the first time in the 30s. They get a first-round talent and paid him basically slotting money like he went 12th or something. It's not like nobody else wanted that player. Now, I guess in theory, they all could have paid him the money, but he steers players to certain teams based on striking pre-draft deals and then says, if he's got a deal, like, no, this guy won't sign with you. No. So it's not exactly the same. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure, and I hate that too, by the way. It's wrong.
There's a money element to it in baseball, rather, that's not with basketball. So I don't think it's completely like the Venn diagram, the circles are not sitting on top of each other, but there's more of the circle to that with an agent kind of steering to certain teams, telling teams what they can and can't do. But here's the bottom line, that what you're suggesting and what I'm saying is this has ruined this sport in a lot of ways. There's nothing wrong with player empowerment, but like so many things in life, the idea might not be terrible, and then you go to the way too far.
A piece of cake is fine. Eating 6 cakes a day, probably not the best thing for you.
The pendulum just swings too far. It's not the worst idea in the world to, say, I'm going to have an ice cream cone. But if it's all you eat all day long, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it's probably bad for you. And that's what's happened here.
Can we write that down and do that as a show bit where we have only ice cream cones for a day?
We actually should.
As a show?
Just to see how it goes.
Just an ice cream day?
We should do like a Morgan Spurlock thing where we do it for 30 straight days and see how it affects us.
I couldn't do that. I'd miss segments. You know what I mean?
I think you would.
I'd be in that room.
Lactose issue over there.
Yeah.
We got the tickets to Muse at 4 o'clock on the Fan. Next, our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan, both in DC and in Richmond, on the Odyssey app. Of course, you can watch the show on our 106.7 YouTube page as well. It's time for our double play, sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. They have set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical, absolutely the best. Danny, I wanted to take a quick look at the filmography of Matt Damon after starring in The Odyssey. He has put together a little Hall of Fame resume here, my friends. So Matt Damon broke out. His first ever movie, I guess, really wasn't his breakout. He hands a slice of pizza to Julia Roberts in the 1988 film
Mystic Pizza.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mystic Pizza. 1988. It wasn't until 9 years later, in 1997, that he stars in Good Will Hunting as Will Hunting.
That story, by the way, of how that movie gets made is one of the all-time great, underdog championing things that made multiple careers. Yeah.
Leads to him and Ben Affleck being up there with their Oscars on stage. And that was the coming out party. But he was the screenwriter involved and then stars in the film in 97. And he was, at that time, I believe, as I said, like 27 years old. He was born in 70. But that was a big year. It was The Rainmaker, Chasing Amy, Good Will Hunting.
He's great in Rainmaker, too, by the way.
From that point on, Saving Private Ryan, Rounders, Dogma, all in the next year, the heater begins. And it just doesn't stop. So if you think, I'm not saying every movie he's ever made is great. That's not the point. And I don't know that that's always the goal either. Sometimes you do a project for your buddy or for yourself or
you can hit doubles too, man.
Yeah. He's mostly gotten on base. But if you look at the Rotten Tomatoes audience scores for his movies, here is what we're talking about for Matt Damon. Good Will Hunting, which I think is one of the greatest movies. Like, such a fun. If it's ever on TV, have you ever had a bad time watching that?
I watch it every time. Cole Hauser's a 10 in a supporting role. It's funny. It's heartfelt. It's moving. Everything about it's good.
True Grit is second on the list of audience-reviewed performances and movies. Rotten Tomatoes, 95%.
Great flick.
Rating. Really good movie. The Odyssey comes in at third, which he just starred in, is going to win the Academy Award for, I would imagine. That movie itself is going to win Academy Awards like it's the Titanic. Saving Private Ryan in 1998. An all-timer.
Smash.
Just an absolute grand slam of a film. I don't think I saw, but it was really artsy and very much a Oscar grabby kind of thing. Behind the Candelabra. You remember that movie at all?
No. I mean, I know it happened. I'm aware of it. I've heard of it. That's a hard pass. I never saw it.
Yeah, I did not see it either. But a 94% score. I'm just going through now his highest graded movies. So we're still at 94% through 5 movies. At 93%, Oppenheimer. He was involved in the last Christopher Nolan epic that I've heard a few people talking badly about over the last week. I can't believe that. I loved Oppenheimer.
You know that's going to happen.
It is.
And anytime something everyone likes, there's got to be like, I'm swimming upstream.
The last time I was this excited about a movie like I've been over talking about The Odyssey and crowbarring movie discussions into our show a lot was what?
Oppie?
It was Oppie.
It was Oppie.
Remember how steamed I got for Oppie?
Outer third fastball, right center. You couldn't stop talking about Oppie.
I loved Oppie. 2023 movie, which Danny did not properly appreciate. There was Sleeping Here that was done in your household. Air. Air was the movie with him and Affleck.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah.
Where he played Sonny?
That was a really, really good flick.
Really good movie.
Ford versus Ferrari.
He is a 10 as Shelby.
He's good. Movie's good. 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. Then you get into The Bournes. The Bourne Ultimatum in 2007. 92% Rotten Tomato score.
Can Matt Damon win a fight with a book? Yes. Throat chopping people. Up and down.
Different kind of level of movie. If you like action films, though, if you're a Mission Impossible guy, if you like Liam Neeson doing throat chops, boy, do I have a series for you.
Yeah. Dude, I never remember which Bourne is which. I just know it's impossible odds. His mind is so quick, and when it comes down to it, throat chop.
2015, The Martian.
It's a great movie.
2006, my favorite movie of all time, The Departed.
The Departed.
My number 1 seed. These are at 91% still. I don't know what 2008 Ponyo is. Looks like it's a cartoon of some type, which means I didn't see it.
Okay.
91%. I'm guessing it was like him voicing something.
No idea.
The Last Duel in 2021. Did not see that. He had like long hair, and I think it was a ninja type thing, or I'm not really sure what that was.
Sergent de Carouge is his character's name.
I bet.
I'm sure it was.
85%. Contagion in 2011.
Sneaky good movie.
Awesome movie. The Talented Mr. Ripley in 1999.
Very good.
Now, there are other gems that we didn't even talk about from his filmography. This is just the list of movies that graded out basically 85% or higher on Rotten Tomatoes, and I just ran through 15 flicks.
Because there's tons of like eye rolls and some misses in there, but it's one of those.
We Bought a Zoo,
of course,
stuff like that.
But he does enough where it's okay. There's some swing and miss in his game. In other words, when you're super selective and you make one movie every 3 years, and if it stinks, everyone's like, oh, that guy just makes bad choices. No one remembers the Zero Theorem or Elysium or some of these other just nubbers that he's in, because he also did, as you said, like the funny guest spot in Thor Ragnarok, or he did the minor role in Eurotrip.
But here's always been my question about Damon. By the way, Scotty doesn't know. How funny was that cameo?
100 out of 10.
In Eurotrip?
100 out of 10.
He's also willing to do that. He does not take himself that seriously.
Yeah.
I think that's super important for him. But I don't know that he's a great actor, which is a funny thing to say. I think he's Matt Damon a lot, in a sense. Like I don't know what his range is.
That's interesting, because I think of that with Ben Affleck. Because I think Affleck is really smart, gets movies really well, but I'm going, there's Ben Affleck talking.
I've always felt that way about Damon.
Have you felt that way about Damon?
But I will tell you that I think he should probably win the award for this movie. I loved it. I'm not watching it thinking there's Matt Damon very often. But there's not a ton of range. My favorite actor ever, I've told you, if I could have 3 people sit down with me at dinner for like a night at a steakhouse, Denzel Washington would be one of them. If he makes a movie, I see it on opening night. There's never been an actor I've appreciated more. I wouldn't say Denzel has unbelievable range. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because early on he was doing a few different things, and they were like, kind of, hey, here's your channel. This no-nonsense, tough-talking B. Denzel turned up to 11.
Yeah.
And he crushes that.
But he's kind of Denzel in a lot of things now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Damon does that, but is in so many good movies and also additive in those movies, as is Denzel. So it's not that I don't think they're good as much as, I guess the word I'm looking for is range. I don't know that he has a huge range as an actor. There are guys that I'll watch and I'll go, oh my God, how did you do that? And I've never thought of you as the same person.
Like Daniel Day-Lewis lived and transformed himself in Abraham Lincoln. And then he also was Bill Cutting. And then he also was the guy that could only paint with his foot. Like, he did that stuff. Right. Whereas Matt Damon's like, I showed up for 2 weeks for Interstellar and was the bad guy.
He's Steph Curry. And I guess Matt Damon's more, he's Jermaine O'Neal. He's operating around the elbow.
There you go.
He's 20 and 10.
Out of the high post.
What a career he's had. Just unbelievable. Beltway Blitz is next. We'll give away tickets to see Muse at Meriwether Post Pavilion on the Fan.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Finally, we have our first taste of Commanders football tomorrow. Rookies, including Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams, report to their first NFL training camp. The veterans are slated to kick off their camp on Tuesday. Practice begins and the Commanders kick off their preseason against the Dolphins on August 14th. The Nationals have the day off after taking their second straight series following the All-Star break. They capped off their road trip with an 8-0 shutout over the Rockies in Colorado. They are firmly in the thick of the National League wildcard race, sitting just a game and a half back, and the Nats are back at home tomorrow to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in what's their most important series of the season to date. Arizona holds that third and final wildcard spot. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at our Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on the Fan.
Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Muse, the Wow Signal Tour. They're doing it with Block Party and the Temper Trap. It's Tuesday, July 28th, coming up under a week from now. Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contest. Congratulations to whoever wins as caller 10 right now. It is Grant and Danny. We are back live in the Navy Yard, a couple blocks from Nats Park. They're idle today. They're back in action tomorrow. And with that in mind, it is time for our Beltway Blitz.
Hit that Nats sounder. Yeah. Josh Wetzel was on the call for games this week. Nats Radio Network, Rochester Red Wings. I said that very poorly. Red Wings play-by-play. Joins us here on the Beltway Blitz. Josh, what'd you see in Colorado?
Well, I didn't see any mountains, unfortunately, but yeah, it was fun. The Nats had a pretty good series. Was really impressed with Cade Cavalli yesterday. He dealt with a little bit of traffic on base, but didn't let things get out of hand at all. And the Nats pulled away there late in the game. It was a good series, I think, for the Nats, and obviously a really good road trip where they needed to, I think, at least do what they did, which is win both of those series and go overall 4 and 2 on the 6 games.
Josh, I'm glad you mentioned Cade Cavalli because he's been marvelous. 6+ innings in 6 of his last 7, I believe. His ERA over those 7 is 2.75. For the year, he's top 10 in the sport in fielding independent pitching. He's got the ERA down to 3.5. I thought yesterday, just from a stuff and demeanor and performance standpoint, that's an ace. I mean, that's what he looked like, a number 1. That was a big spot. You got to win this series against a bad team ahead of the deadline. It would really have been a kick to the stomach if you come back after losing 2 of 3 at Coors, and he couldn't have been better.
Yeah, he was good. And, he was really good the first game after the All-Star break, too, in Sacramento against a bad team, an A's team that's got a lot of issues right now. But, the thing with Cade now is it seems like he's not letting things snowball on him, which I think at times has been a nemesis of him in the past. But he's not panicking when the guys get on base. He's able to manage his way through some situations maybe a little bit better than he was before and kind of take a breath and just get through some things. And, yeah, that's been really good. And I think it's impressive the way he's throwing strikes. He's not walking anybody, which on that road trip, those are 2 places in Sacramento and Denver where you just can't walk people and put people on base ahead of potentially some cheap home runs. So we did a great job of that.
Josh, I was actually texting the boys on the show here yesterday during the game. And I don't know if you noticed this, but Cavalli walked around the mound once after a delivery. And it wasn't a pissed off walk around the mound. It looked like a discomfort walk around the mound. Nothing happened. And he kept throwing and was really, really good. Did you notice that? And was that something that kind of ticked in your mind as something maybe to follow away for later?
I did not necessarily notice that. I've noticed, and keep in mind, I saw Cade pitch a lot here too.
Sure.
He occasionally has kind of weird body language where he'll react after a pitch. We're like, ooh, did he just hurt something? he just kind of had some strange body language, I think, from time to time on the mound. So I know there have been games in the past where he would flinch after a pitch, and I would think, I better keep an eye on him and see if maybe he tweaks something there. Then there was absolutely nothing wrong with him at all. Just it seems like that's maybe kind of the body language he has at times when he pitches to me.
So there has been this open door back and forth train from Rochester to D.C. in the bullpen, where constantly they're churning through relievers. I guess, what's your thought right now on the state of the bullpen after what you just experienced on the road trip? And then also, is there any help potentially coming with guys coming on at Rochester?
Well, it certainly sounds like they're going to keep churning through guys until they find what the right mix is. And certainly with the trade deadline coming up, there could be some additions through those avenues as well. I think Eddie Jean has looked good a couple of times. That was his return to the big leagues yesterday, and he did a pretty good job. He got a glimpse of Max Kranick yesterday, and Kranick has some pretty good stuff. I think the one of the names here, that's been impressive certainly lately is Jack Sinclair. And Sinclair is somebody that probably a lot of Nats fans haven't heard about, but he was a relatively late draft pick, I think, out of the University of Central Florida. And he's one of a lot of Nationals, especially relief pitchers, that have in the minor leagues this year picked up velocity. And in Sinclair's case, he was throwing probably 93, maybe 93, maybe 94 some last year. And then this year he's a lot of times throwing 97, 98, which is a pretty dramatic difference. And he's probably been the best guy consistently here lately in Rochester other than Eddie Jean.
Josh, I want to take advantage of having you on the show. And while I got you, I'm going to squeeze one in here. This is totally self-serving. I was a huge Robert Hassel fan and just thought the not sky was the limit, but this was going to be a really quality major leaguer, just a matter of time. This year just sort of seemed, could barely get his own shoes tied before, no longer being with the organization. You were there firsthand. What happened?
I don't know, Danny. I mean, I'm with you. I really like Robert. He was very nice to me. Really liked him a lot as a person. He came into, and I'm just looking at it as his numbers right now. He hasn't played yet for Indianapolis, which I think is interesting. He came into camp, weighing more. He put on weight, and my personal speculation is maybe he's trying to hit more home runs by muscling up a little bit in the off season and perhaps got out of his game a little bit. But he never got going this year. And I said to somebody else, it was kind of a consistent. He had 215 for Rochester this year. It was a consistent 215, if you will. He never really had a real hot stretch, but he didn't have an 0 for 30 either. It was just kind of a mediocre year. And I kind of kept waiting for something to happen. It just never did. And so hopefully things will click with him with the Pirates organization. And it is curious to me, though, why he hasn't played yet for Indianapolis. So I don't know what's going on there, but I'll try to keep an eye on what's happening with him.
Josh, thank you. We appreciate the time on the Blitz.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Josh Wetzel on the Nats. Let's talk NFL football. Really tough news out of Carolina. So they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. They started training camp a little earlier than a lot of teams did. And already in their training camp, we find out at today's practice that Nick Scorton, who's their edge, one of the guys that was linked to Washington when they were looking for an edge a couple years ago, he has torn his ACL going into his second NFL season. The 22-year-old will miss the entire year.
Brutal.
This is one of those early training camp things that's stomach turning. You just pray, fingers crossed, knocking on all the wood, whatever it is that you do, that Washington doesn't have to deal with injuries like this, because it completely changes the outlook of the season before it ever gets going. I said he's 22. He's actually still 21 going into his second season. He doesn't turn 22 until the end of August, but he had 5 sacks, about 50 tackles, 9 hits on the quarterback last year. Fairly quiet season, but came on a little bit at the end. And it should be a big leap season for him. And the Texas A&M product now won't get a chance to do that in year 2.
Just awful. I hate that. And it's, for every time that I'm always like, hey, just come to OTAs and please get better at football. Please take every opportunity you can. There's so little time on the grass, etc. Please practice hard. Please get ready to play football, etc. You get one of these. And that's kind of the See, that's why you don't do that. Now, again, I don't think it's apples to apples. There's certainly an inherent risk, and to me, it's always worth doing. But I just hate those. I think of Teddy Bridgewater, non-contact, or this one here with Nick Scorton, and there's been a million others you could probably come up with off the top of your head. It just makes you sick to your stomach to think about.
We're 2 weeks away from the Hall of Fame game, by the way. Think about that. 2 weeks from today, the preseason kicks off in the National Football League with a game in prime time. Are you kidding me? Let's do this thing together. The Ravens in the news as we hop around the NFL. Their new head coach is Jesse Minter. I love that hiring. I think he's going to be great for them. Good organization, good young coach. It's going to work out well. He said on Zay Flowers today, they're going to get him the ball in as many ways as possible, which isn't overly notable, but it's a way to talk about the fact that Zay Flowers last year went from about 1,050 to 1,200 yards. So his growth year after year has been year one, 850. Year two made the Pro Bowl, 1,050. Last year, 1,200 yards made the Pro Bowl again. And if you remember, I think 900 of those yards came against Washington when they were in Baltimore midway through the season when they last went to Baltimore.
Well, it was funny. It was the sort of case in point that I always use, and a lot of people did, for the season, where in the first half they went, we're going to stop Derrick Henry. You watch. We'll stop him. And Zay Flowers went 9 for 100-something.
He actually did literally go 9 for over 100, but then he didn't catch a ball in the second half.
Yeah, and then they go, okay, well, we'll try it a different way. We'll try to stop the pass. And then Derrick Henry ran for 1,000 yards. They were the plug the hole in the damn defense. They could do one at a time, but not multiple things. And it was a pretty pleasant disaster. But that's a really good player, man.
His targets didn't really go up, though. So his rookie year, it was 108. It was more down the field stuff. Last year was 116. And then this past season, it was 118. So it's been basically the same in 2 straight years. He's had more yards and more effectiveness in terms of yards per catch or whatever. But I don't know. I just think there's one more gear there. I think he's really, really good. I could see a 90 catch, 1,300, 1,350 yard season. I always point out that when you have a quarterback that runs around like Jackson, it's tough as a receiver because you lose some of the targets you might have gotten. Some of the plaster off schedule stuff is going to be Lamar tucking the ball and running it. But I don't think we've seen the best of Flowers yet. I think he's still getting better.
Yeah, 118 targets, though, is nothing to sneeze at, kind of to your point. I always try to figure out my comp for him. There's a little bit of Amon-Ra St. Brown because he's undersized, but there's a little bit of Steve Smith, also again because he's undersized and he's a little bit more physical, but he's got enough speed. He's an interesting player who I've always really liked. You're well served as an offense to never let the defense know where that guy is going to be. Right? It's slot one play, in motion the next, going deep one, working intermediate, having stacks and bunches and different things, because him with the football is better than pretty much everyone else you got with the football out there in space.
Jalen Waddle is a guy
that's a good comp.
Makes some sense for him possibly. But yeah, so good to hear that they're going to just try to involve him a little bit more. Lastly, in the news for the NFL, ESPN's Jordan Renan covers the New York Giants, says Malik Neighbors with that knee is, quote, expected to avoid the physically unable to perform list, will not be on PUP. Playing in week 1 is a realistic possibility. Little bit surprising because the last time we saw him, it was that weird video that came out when he was playing in a celebrity softball game.
Yeah.
And he was running, I'll use the air quotes, down the first baseline, and it looked like he'd never moved before.
He looked like me.
To me, it looked like it was an old man that just woke up and was stiff, or it was like a puppy trying to learn how to run. One of those two.
Yeah.
But he just didn't look right.
Yeah, like a giraffe on linoleum.
I'm guessing it was maybe just misleading. He had a weird gait or was probably just jogging lightly or something. Like this happens with Jaden Daniels sometimes where we overanalyze this stuff. Do you remember when he showed up at a charity event and he was walking? He just has this weird kind of waddle walk that he does. And everyone was like, he's hurt. I'm telling you. This was during
was it when he was hurt with the broken ribs?
It wasn't actually. It was like the time where we're trying to figure out if he was hurt or not.
Yeah.
And he was fine for them. Even if it was the broken ribs, it wouldn't have been because of that.
Yeah.
It's like, is his knee okay or whatever? And he's just he kind of has this gait that's a little different, but everyone's studying it. I feel like this is a weird way to say it. If you say any word enough and you really think about it, it sounds weird. If you watch anyone walk enough, you'd be like, that's a weird way that this guy walks. It's just something you have to not really overthink about.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I do, but my counter is Neighbors looked terrible when he was moving around playing dodgeball and jogging to first base or whatever. I hear what you're saying, and it's a good data point. But the other one that I'm going to offer is he looked awful.
That said, Michael Phillips does have the strangest gait I've ever seen.
He has a weird walk?
Weird gait. Hello, Michael. How are you?
That's true. He looked like, those robots that, like the humanoid robots in China, like that walk around. They're like, no, it's totally a human. Like, I don't know how you could tell. It looked like that.
Yes, that's very well said. Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond, and the Richmonder, ladies and gentlemen. Training camp is nigh. We've almost made it. So the kids report tomorrow. That doesn't really mean a whole lot, I don't think. The big date is the 28th, which is Tuesday. Everything gets going.
I'm excited. I'll be doing my show out there Wednesday. We have a very special show announcement on Wednesday, so excited to get out there, see everybody. As you know, my favorite part of training camp, we all sweat through several shirts a day as a 9-shower operation. Just makes us feel really good about living in Virginia this time of year. But I'm excited to see the storylines, excited to see the guys. I think there's going to be a lot of optimism. I think a phrase I've used a lot, probably overused. I think the vibes were off last year. And I'm not saying you can run an NFL team exclusively on vibes, but Dan Quinn came pretty close. Vibes and Jaden Daniels in 2024. Can he get back to that? I think there's compelling reason to believe he can.
So even in the wake of, Scorton getting hurt doing a non-contact thing and meaningless training camp practices, even with that, the backdrop here, Miguel, I'm going to say something. I am pre-mad that it's going to be the same Club Quinn where veterans are going to get like the second day of practice off and no one's going to have to work hard and it's going to be very relaxed and casual and I'll hear the virtues of walkthroughs and they're going to start off slow again. I'm already pre-annoyed about nothing doing, and that's how I feel like the vibe is going to be because that's who Dan Quinn is.
I am madder about the 3 weeks between cut day and the first game. I don't care. Do what you do in training camp. You learn the playbook. You're walking around, do walkthroughs, whatever. Last year, they just completely took their foot off the gas from cut day to the start of the season. And I don't know what the reason for that was, but we saw it from Jay Gruden too, and we saw him lose his opener every year as well. These are important football games. These are NFC East division games right out of the gate. You're in Spain. You got short weeks. You got travel. You got an opportunity to beat the Cowboys. You got a new coordinators and solid playbooks. When they go closed doors, when they kick us out and they go closed doors for 3 weeks after cut day, Danny, I want them working hard and getting ready for week one.
Michael, are there storylines that you think are overblown or things that you don't care about when it comes to training camp?
Well, I think everybody, and I don't want to stereotype. I don't want to say something that'll get me in trouble. But there's the people, Grant. Like there's a group of people. I love those people. But there's people who put out every play of training camp and react to it like this is like the Rosetta Stone of football that will help us to understand everything that's going on. I think it's very, very important to pre-say before we get out there, before we start sweating, before there's a highlight of somebody making a catch. They are not going to show 1 ounce of David Blau offense during training camp. Whatever you get to see is going to be like the vanilla of vanillas. Like they're going to make it extra vanilla during that time. They are not tipping their hand in any way on what David Blau is going to do. I think it's very important for people to recognize that.
How good is the defense actually going to be? We all agree improve, but how much?
It's funny. I was reading that ESPN was doing their one big question for every team going into training camp, and Cincinnati's was, hey, the quarterback's really good, but the defense sucks. But if the defense could be maybe a little bit good, they'd be fine and could make some noise. I was like, dang, if that isn't just us too. If the defense could be kind of good, I can draw you a path back to the NFC title game if Jaden Daniels is healthy. I think that's the big question here, right? We're not going to be able to answer the Jaden Daniels health question, I hope. I hope he comes out of training camp healthy, and it's just an unknown until he starts taking hits in a game. But I think we might get hints of being able to answer that defense question, especially during the joint practices, especially during the preseason games. They looked like butt last year in the preseason, and then they just kept being bad all regular season. I would love to see some improvement in these few weeks.
Looked like butt is an interesting way to put something. Have you ever written that in the newspaper?
Well, no, we were so conservative back at the Times Dispatch. I think they probably would have gone B --.
Wow.
I called something a crapshoot once, and it got changed in print the next day. I said, what was going on? They said, well, you can't say that. I said, you can definitely say
You can absolutely say that.
Crapshoot feels like a very acceptable thing.
Everyone knows it's not like the potty version of that, where like multiple people are, you know what I mean? No one's saying it's that. It refers to die or dice.
I felt like I was on pretty solid ground. Whoa, we don't do that. Like, what are there fourth grade? Like, are there fourth graders reading this and giggling? Like, what is going on here?
I can't believe crapshoot is a bridge too far. Like, I have to question so many things now. Like, what else is on the list?
Yeah, we came up with a list of things you can't say in the paper, like sperm whale. You can't write about sperm whales. That's out. Come on now. Like there's insinuations there. It was a very strange time in America. I think we're past that now.
Okay.
I think Jane Daniels' health is a crapshoot this year, and I think I can say that on FM radio with you boys.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Did you tweet that? I mean, tweet that is not the word I was looking for. You could tweet that, Danny. Did you dump that, Darius? He said crapshoot.
Out loud.
Yeah.
And then you just said it.
He had to dump again. We're going to run out of dump. We got to get rid of Michael in case we.
This is trillions in FCC fines. You guys are going to have to do a fundraiser in the next.
Goodness, we have a bake sale coming up next week.
We're going to do a radiothon.
My God.
Thank you, buddy.
Filthy.
Take care.
You think this guy knows the radio rules by now? What with him being a radio host?
He's a radio man.
You can't say stuff like
You
that.
can't say that.
There are kids listening, Michael. He's Danny. I'm Grant. That was your Beltway Blitz. Paul Taboni was on the Junkies yesterday, and he admitted that how well the Nationals are playing right now has, in fact, changed the timeline. But what does that actually mean? Let's look ahead to the deadline next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Oh, the summer sales event. She's in full swing at Ted Britt Ford. If you like hearing the word plus, you're going to love this. 0% APR for 36 months on a slew of new Fords, plus $1,000 towards your down payment, plus a 2-year maintenance plan. That's how you do a summer sales event. And in case you didn't know it, at Current Ride, that old busted joint you're rolling around in, it's worth more now than ever. And my crew over at Ted Britt Ford would like to show you just how much. Just bring it in, get a top dollar offer, and put that value towards something brand spanking new. And when you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get peace of mind for life. That's Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage. Anything less than 100,000 miles, you get it. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections. Is that it, Danny? No, there's more, so much more. They've been doing this for more than 65 years, making people just like you and me happy. I get my vehicles from Ted Britt Ford. I love them. You guys will too. Go see them in Fairfax and Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, tell them Danny sent you.
Second-round pick will seek a second opinion to confirm that is indeed an ACL tear. More in the NFL. Free agent wide receiver Tyreek Hill says he still has no power in his recovering left leg, indicating he could still be a long way from returning to the NFL. In the NBA, we have new intel from Shams Charania on the LeBron James sweepstakes. It was previously believed LeBron could be waiting for Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving to be moved somewhere before signing. Now, Shams says LeBron is not waiting for Davis to get traded anywhere. The Wizards have never expressed any public interest from moving on from Davis. He becomes eligible to sign a max contract extension on August 6th. Davis has yet played a game for the Wizards following the trade from Dallas in February. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober and the Fan.
Craddock trying to finish off a shutout. He's got McCarthy down, no balls, 2 strikes. And now the pitch on the way. Fastball, strike 3 called, and the game is over. That one right over the inside corner, and the Nationals complete the shutout and complete this road trip with a series win in Colorado. 8-0 the final.
I guess we shouldn't cry over spilled milk. Man, would a sweep have been nice if you were able to get another inning or 2 clean from the bullpen in the sandwich game? Well, but you'll take winning the series 2 out of 3. Cavalli was great yesterday, and C.J. Abrams, 4 more hits, has just carried this team on this road trip.
They're thrilled to see him leave Colorado. My God, that guy tormented them. But you touched on the second game. I know it's not the point of this segment, but they left a couple of runs out there, and I'm not mad at the offense. I'm just pointing this out. A couple guys thrown out at home, runners on third, less than 2 outs. They didn't end up scoring them.
They didn't play well enough to win.
But it occurred to me, my God, the pressure on this offense. They've got to be so unbelievably great that you can't afford to do that because you need the 10th run. And that kind of crystallizes this thing for me. Back to you.
They've caught the Marlins after the Marlins lost late last night after the Nats had played. So they've gained 4 games on Miami just in the last 10 days. And they are now even with Miami. They're 1.5 back in the wild card. And that's probably more important than the record. But I think both in their own ways are relevant. The Nats are 1 over 500. But they're 1.5 back of the Diamondbacks. Arizona is coming in here. So you get to control your own destiny with Arizona. D-backs are on a heater, by the way. They've won 2 in a row, 8 of 10.
They're good.
So this will be a telling series. If Arizona sweeps you, then Paul Tabone's probably thinking about giving some pieces up because you're 4.5 back and you get exposed a little bit as maybe not being on their level. But if you do what you did when you went out to Arizona early in the year and you beat them in a series and you hit the ball and score a bunch of runs and you take 2 out of 3, it changes the algorithm a little bit. The Cardinals and the Pirates are both 1 game above the Nationals and ahead of them, also on the outside looking in. So if you want to count the Padres, who continue to lose, lost again today, 2 in a row, 6 of 10, look like they could end up being sellers if they don't turn things around. They're 3.5 back. But I'm going to put them in a different tier right now, even though they're only 2 games back of the Nats, because I think trading Mason Miller is looking more and more likely to try to recoup some assets here. I think there are basically now 5 teams vying for 1 playoff spot. We could change that in a week depending on the Padres' results. But I think the Cubs and the Phillies are going to make the playoffs, or whoever doesn't win the NL Central and NL East. Those are good enough teams that 2 of them will be wild card teams. And then there's 1 spot for the flawed next tier. Is that the Diamondbacks who end up being the best and getting the hottest? Cardinals, Pirates, Marlins, Nats are the other teams. And it's going to be up to an executive making a trade or 2. We've heard the Pirates are willing to add, but they don't want to add salary. Makes it really hard to make a splash
how you going to add
then? The Marlins are really flawed. I don't think Peter Bendix and their front office are going to go big as buyers. The Cardinals are in year 1 of a rebuild, and they've overachieved. Sound familiar? They're probably not going to be giving up young pieces. So unless the Arizona Diamondbacks add a ton, or the Pirates maybe do more than we think they're going to and get a big bat or something to help that pitching staff, it would seem to me like none of those teams are really going to pull away. Maybe playing around 520 baseball gets you into the wild card. And the Nats right now are close to that at around 510.
Yeah, I think it stands to reason that most of these teams, and again, if San Diego was playing better, they're one of the teams that just damn the torpedoes always goes for it. But for the most part, you're going to be making moves around the edges in all likelihood. right? It's up to a true, honest-to-God contender with a budget. They're the ones that are going to trade for Mason Miller. None of those teams that you mentioned. It's not for the Cardinals or the Pirates right now, or some of these other teams that are, as you said, flirting around with 500 up one day, below the next, but right in that mixture that are at certain points of their build or rebuild, whatever you want to call it. Those are probably the more edge part of your roster. Let's fix the 23rd guy as opposed to let's go get the best player on our team for a playoff push.
The Nats have tiebreakers, by the way, over almost every team they're competing with, based on how they've played this season. Might be one or two of the 7 teams that's not the case, but for the most part, you think about the Padres and some of these other clubs, like they will end up actually head-to-head having a better record if they continue to handle their business because they've been so good in some of these series against these clubs. But that could change. You still play Arizona coming up this weekend. You've got San Diego again at their place, as you do Pittsburgh again, those types of things. But I guess I bring this up to say that Paul Taboni continues to suggest they haven't made up their mind. The team will do that for them. And the closer and closer we get to the deadline, when he originally said it, it was 1 month away. Then the next time he spoke, it was 3 weeks away. Then the last time we heard him talking on the Junkies a couple mornings ago, it was 2 weeks away. And now you're like closing in on being 10 days away, and nothing's really changed.
Yeah. Because this is who you are, too.
Yeah, this is who you are. It feels like it's who a lot of teams are. Everyone's waiting for them to win a bunch in a row or lose a bunch in a row. You know what I've said all year? Their lineup is too good to lose 7 in a row. Yet their pitching staff is too bad to win 7, 8 in a row.
Uh-huh.
So what you get is you win a couple, you lose a couple. Like the lineup's too good, is not going to let you get cold. The bullpen is too horrendous to actually let you rip off a long winning streak. So you know what you end up being? Right around 500. But Taboni said something that I wanted to really drill down on today. When he was on with the Junkies yesterday, right here on The Fan, and he talked about how good they've been this year and how you'd be crazy not to allow that to change your plan if you're running the team. And that he needs to acknowledge, and he did so in this interview, that the timeline has changed some based on this year. Listen to this.
No, what I keep going back to is it's this line that I really believe in, which is that we should be stubborn on the vision of what we're trying to achieve, but then flexible on the details of achieving it. And if we're projected to lose 100 games this year, that's a different dynamic than if we're doing what we're doing right now. So I think you have to be flexible. How much does it accelerate it? Those are conversations that we'll have, but I just, I think it'd be foolish to say that it's not accelerating our timeline by some amount. But we also want to be really disciplined so we do this right? So we're not winning 1 year and then losing 90 games the next year and then, just going through that.
That's Paul Taboni on the Junkies yesterday. And I love that quote. I loved his answer. Everything he said makes a lot of sense to me. You've got to be really careful not to get overexcited and possibly do too much too soon. And next thing you know, you're in a bad position where you're losing the following year. But for him to acknowledge that, this has changed how we feel a little bit. This has changed the timeline on winning, and I'm willing to look at this differently, I think is a huge thing. He says, I think it'd be foolish to say that it's not accelerating our timeline by some amount, but we also want to be really disciplined so that we do this right. How much does it change what they're doing? That's the question.
Yeah, where does the rubber meet the road? Because it's easy to say those sorts of things. Where you got to be crazy to not acknowledge it. Okay, well, what does that mean? Does that mean 4 trades at the deadline instead of 1? Or, you know what I mean? It's really hard to figure out how that's going to manifest. It's just his point about there's certain attributes, certain virtues, certain the paradigms that they're going to stick to. And rightfully so, by the way. That's good. That's how you get the thing that he's talking about. The previous regime did it too. They had certain paradigms and certain ways of building where you go, it's going to lead to the second most success in the sport over a 10-year period, give or take, them and the Dodgers. And there was some success there. Of course, we all know what happened, hard times, and now this group is here to put their imprint on things rather. So there are certain non-negotiables that have to happen. We're going to develop our way. We're not going to go, oh, this guy's ripping it at single A. We're going to put him in the majors tomorrow. That's, of course, an extreme example, but it's just there's a path. There's a way that we're going to do things. But also, the analogy that I would use is this never happens in construction, but bear with me. You're told, hey, it's going to take 10 months to build this thing. Turns out it actually only took 5. Well, we don't pause the rest of the construction around the thing. You just move the timetable up, and that's okay. But you're still doing this. You're still building the same thing. You're still building the same parts of it. You're not cutting any corners.
The fan base wants them to change direction a little bit and to actually push some chips in. What I want to figure out is how much so. And so this is a chance to touch you guys and have Nats fans chime in here. I'm very, very curious about this. I think this is the beauty of radio. If you're writing columns, you can't do this. If you're talking on local television, you're not able to just touch the people in this way. This is what's cool about our medium. But I want to get a feel for this fan base on how will you react if they sell? If they are tied for the wild card, a game up, a game back, what have you, roughly where they are right now, a game or so over 500, and they trade Foster Griffin and Luis Garcia, and they bring in kind of a middling reliever, and they said, look, we did both. And they added some pieces in the system, but you look at it, and they basically sold. It was soft, but they did. How will you react as a fan after watching this team lose every season since 2020, getting somewhat reinvested and excited, and then I would say to an extent having the chair pulled out from under you a little bit here at the deadline when they are very much in the mix? 800-636-1067. Let's see what people think about that. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Oh, I know. I'm very aware of the information. It's not needed.
Do you think that would be a thing, by the way?
I don't think it's going to be
It'll turn into my bet is it turns into a thing.
No thing. It's not going to be a thing.
It's a thing.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Coming up at 6 o'clock, as we're with you until 6:30. You'll hear a breakdown with Logan Paulson on the camp battle set to ensue next week. Where are their actual roster competitions, starting spots up for grabs for the Commanders? You'll hear from my guy Logan Paulson. Discussion we had on Take Command. Play an excerpt of it coming up at 6 o'clock here on the Fan. But right now we're talking about the Nats. The trade deadline is a little over a week away. August 3rd. We don't know if they're going to buy or sell. I think it's less binary, and they're actually going to do a little bit of both.
Around the edges, yeah.
But here's what the question is. If they end up selling important pieces, which does feel right now likely, Foster Griffin, I think the chance he gets traded is better than 50%. Luis Garcia has been talked about. I've been told by other teams there's a good chance the Nationals trade him. Now, they still can change all of this by winning a bunch of games, and even if they don't, maybe Paul Taboni just says, well, now we're a game up in the wild card. These other teams look really flawed. Let's just hold pat. But in a world where they sell, how are you going to react as a fan? That is the question.
Yeah, and 800-636-1067. I'll be in the minority on this. I'll be okay. In fact, I'll even like it secretly. So you guys know me. I don't really care about okay. I'm not a bites at the apple person. The whole point is to be great. And getting to a wild card and not really having much of a chance of being cannon fodder for somebody doesn't excite me. I don't care about being the Hawks or the 7 seed. I want to be great. And that's a path to greatness, is to turn a huge profit on somebody that's probably not part of your eventual greatness. That's how great teams are made. That's how you get a starting catcher when you go, you got worse because you traded Matt Capps. Yep, I got Wilson Ramos for half a decade, hit in the middle of my order. That's how these things need to go. You're turning an immense profit on a guy that almost didn't get tendered in Luis Garcia and a guy that you did the scouting work on in Foster Griffin for a bunch of pieces that you can either sell off later or to be part of your furniture. I'd be okay with it. I know a lot of fans would be really pissed, though, and I get that.
So this one's hard. You joke about press box Paulson. And so this is where I can wear two hats. And this is always the tough juxtaposition for me. Grant Taboni would ruthlessly operate in a way where I'm really improving my chances to win big in the coming years. Mm-hmm. But with this team, I am also I'm probably on pace to hit 70-some home games this year. You know what I mean? If they're home on the weekdays, I'm there, and me and my kid go to most of the Saturday home games. Like, I'm going to be at all but a handful of home games. If you do the math, it's 9 innings, 162 times, 1,458 innings. Danny, if I had to guess, I'm going to watch, 1,300 of those innings live. I mean, it's hard to be more invested and interested and locked in and living and dying than kind of how I am at this point in my life with this team. And so I can absolutely relate to the frustration and the animus of feeling like you're putting so much into this thing and they're so close and you got to be kidding me. You guys aren't even going to try. So I would get that response. It's hard to, without knowing exactly what's what, it's hard to answer this, but I guess here's what I would say. Assuming they make a valiant attempt, a legitimate attempt to sign Foster Griffin before they trade him in this hypothetical, no problem at all. But if they did not make a legitimate attempt, if they did not offer him 12 plus, 15 million per year, multi-year deal, a real legitimate offer, not like, hey, we'll pay you $9 million for 2 years at 18 mil for, a 2-year deal or whatever. A real offer, I can be okay with that. You trade him, no problem. I actually want to trade Luis Garcia. This is my own thing as Grant Taboni. I think this is the best he's ever going to be. I think he's on a heater. He's turned into Barry Bonds. He's actually cooling off right now. But he is a good offensive player. I just think I can find a way to replace him with what I've got internally. And I think I'll get more for him right now than I ever will in the future. He's got a year left after this one. So it's a year and a half of him, couple postseasons. So that's a guy I would dangle. So I can absolutely be okay with both. I'm not going to be angry if they sell, but it's a how question for me. It's a what led to it question for me. The other thing is, did you do anything to add? They have to add to the bullpen. If you trade Foster Griffin, but you don't add anything to the bullpen to fix this, I will not be happy. Not really even about Foster Griffin, as long as you tried to sign him. But It is malpractice to me if you just keep showing up at the ballpark every day in the suite and going, hope we win this thing. It's 4-2 in the 7th. You need to do something other than claiming some guy that got outrighted somewhere or bringing up a AAA arm for the third chance at the big leagues this year from Rochester who's going back and forth. And this is the time to do that. So the easiest way to answer might be my prerequisites. You need to try to sign Foster Griffin before you trade him. And they need to add bullpen help. I'm not asking for a Aroldis Chapman. In fact, I don't want a Aroldis Chapman. I don't want a rental. I don't want Mason Miller. I'm not giving up a ton. I'm talking about getting creative to add controllable, hard-throwing arms that you don't have. You don't have anyone who averages 98 miles an hour with their fastball. That is not okay. Go find me that guy and trade for him. In fact, I want 2 of them. Like, those are the types of things I'm looking for. I'm not going to be hard to appease or appeal to. Like, I'm team front office, team Taboni, team. I love everything they're doing. But you sure as hell need to add a reliever or 2. And you sure as hell need to sign Foster Griffin. And then if you want to sell a bunch of other things that aren't bolted down, no problem.
Smart way to put it. I mean, for me, I'm assuming there's, because Taboni's already referenced this, that they've been calling on some guys that just hasn't worked out yet. Again, the market is all fluid when it comes to that, so it may not be the easiest thing to do. I would love to find out about what almost happened or didn't happen. These type of things that we never actually discover when it comes to the trade deadline and the like. But as long as there's an attempt, because it takes another team willingness to part with some of those guys that we're talking about for you. But for me, on a binary yes or no, if they sell, I won't be anywhere near as upset. In fact, I'll kind of like it secretly.
All right, so I want to get to the calls on this. Sorry, we're a little long-winded there. That's on me. That's on us. But we will take the calls as soon as we return. So that's the question. This is about you guys next. 800-636-1067. If they sell, how will you feel? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nats have a big-time series at home beginning tomorrow. Sitting a game and a half back of the final spot in the National League wildcard, the Nats play host to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Both teams enter off a series win, and the Diamondbacks have been one of the hotter teams in all of baseball, winning 8 of their last 10. Nats President of Baseball Operations Paul Taboni said the team's performance during this stretch will directly impact what they do at the deadline on August 3rd. Little extra NFL news for you here. The Ravens waived quarterback Diego Pavia. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
Berg gets set to the belt. The slim right-hander now delivers. Breaking ball hammered high in the air to right center field. This is way back there. It's got a shot out by the fence. It is gone! Luis Garcia Jr. with a 2-run homer into the Nationals bullpen. 5-0 Washington.
The show is sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. For those of you wondering, I'm wearing a red Under Armour polo shirt with a black and red Nats hat, khaki shorts, and black shoes. I got Kizik's on. You're not going to believe this.
These are Gene Chizik's?
Yes, I've got black Gene Kizik's on.
So I've got newish Nikes, and I actually have my foot insoles to help with my plantar fasciitis. That's a thing. Red socks, for whatever reason. Not the Boston Red Sox, who can't lose. They may never lose again. Under Armour shorts, and a correctly named Colonials baseball t-shirt. That is a George Washington Colonials t-shirt.
You should cross that off and put Revolutionaries on it.
No. Colonials. It's right there across the chest. But I think everyone's fine. I hope everyone's fine anyway.
It seems like you don't agree with what the person listening agrees with. You're supposed to agree with them.
No, I'm just saying. Look, if you wanted a totally different nickname for a school you probably didn't care about until the nickname debate came up, then yeah, everything you think is right, I'm agreeing with you. Can you believe the bad thing? You believe that?
Also, Boston lost last night, so let's not give them that much credit. The Baltimore Orioles are angels sent from heaven, and they stopped that stupid win streak.
Darius is on Boston Watch, just tearing his hair out every time any Boston team wins.
Every time. I just was so furious watching this win streak.
15 wins in a row for the Red Sox to get to within 4 of the Yankees and get 2 games up in the wild card. But yeah, nightcap of a doubleheader last night. The streak is over. So you can rest your little head tonight knowing, Dan.
Long live the new streak.
That they will lose a baseball game. Speaking of baseball, we're talking about the Nats and the trade deadline. Paul Taboni says that the play this year being so much better than anticipated, the Nats overachieving, has absolutely changed the timeline. In fact, his quote is better than that and more uplifting than that if you're a Nats fan. He says it'd be foolish to say that it's not accelerating our timeline. Music to my ears. But if they sell, how are you going to react as a fan? Let's go to Zach in Alexandria. What's up, Zach?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, buddy?
Man, I've just been listening for a long time. First time calling in, but I've been listening all day. And for months, honestly, talking about this, what should the Nats do with the newfound kind of success? And, the trade deadline is a little bit of a different conversation. I just feel like, having won the World Series in 2019, I've been a lifelong fan. And not having had a winning series since then, or winning season since then, I don't see how you don't think about what the fans are looking at. Like, I'm tired of losing, for one thing. And this year you got to, I think I was on another show that y'all had on the channel with Toby Alhider, was saying that you crunch the numbers, and if the Nats even had a league average bullpen that didn't blow 50% of their saves and only, could save 67% of games, they'd already be ahead of the Braves.
Yeah, they could. I mean, in a world where you're redoing their season, something else probably would have happened. Like, it doesn't work that way that you get to fix all the bad stuff, redo the season, and be better, and now all the good stuff sustains. But yeah, there is some multiverse somewhere where they're even or ahead of Atlanta because they've got a really good bullpen. Now, in that world where you fixed your bullpen by spending money, you probably didn't add starting pitching. Not that the guys that they added have been good, don't get me wrong, but like Zach Littell had a really good month, and Miles Michaelis has made some really good starts. So maybe you have one fewer of those guys, or you didn't do something with some of the technology they spent money on that maybe has led to some of the home runs for some of these guys. So it's hard to play that game, but yes, it's as simple as the exercise is, what if they had a league average bullpen? Then they're not only comfortably in the playoffs, but there's a really good chance they are at the top spot in the division. His original point, and we talked about this on a recent show, is you've got to listen to the fan base. And I just categorically disagree that the fan momentum or general consensus should lead an executive at all. I think if you listen to fans and you're trying just to appeal to the people that don't have all the information, you're going to be wrong more often than you're right. But this is going to feed out of the same trough as that, okay? You have to care a little bit sometimes about the optics. And I don't just mean the fans. I mean the clubhouse. I mean just generally. You are currently a game and a half out of the wild card. You're not 10 games in. You've played well over 100 baseball games. You are 1.5 games back, and you've won more games than you've lost. If you add just a little bit to the caller's point, you have a chance to be better than you've been. And maybe you could make the playoffs. So to be in that position and to not try is just not a great look. Now, you can sell that as saying it's the first year, give us a little bit of time. But I can absolutely understand why a fan would be so upset after all these years of not competing at all.
And that's why I said I'm going to be in the minority if and when they sell, and I'll go, yeah, I get it, man. It's a bummer for the short term, but the whole point is something. It's another parade. It's not, hey, we're 3 games out of the 3rd wild card spot and nowhere near as good as the top 7 or 8 teams. But I think a lot of fans are going to feel the way that caller just did.
Let's go to Matt, who's in Luray. Matt, it's Grant and Danny. If the Nats sell, how will you react as a fan?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'd have to... I think they need to add a little bit just to show the players that they have their back, they have their support, to kind of reward them for a good first half. And then if it works out, great, they make the playoffs. But I'm worried that if it doesn't and they lose, they're about 10 games or so back, that next year they'll put too much pressure on themselves and they'll kind of think, well, do we have to be 10 games up at the trade deadline, or kind of what's the move?
So let's get into the psychology then of the player on the team. It's a good phone call. Thank you, buddy, and hopefully you'll make another one. I do wonder about the clubhouse after they make this decision if they don't help these guys. So let's go worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is probably that you trade Garcia, who's actually super popular with his teammates and just a laughing, big smile, happy-go-lucky dude. And you trade Foster Griffin, who's the one most consistent dynamite pitcher circuit to circuit they've had on the entire staff all year long. Looking James Wood and C.J. Abrams and Dalen Lyle and these guys in the Curtis Mead in the face and going, all right, guys, we still think you can win the division. Big series coming up in Philadelphia. Go get them. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's deflating. Some guy you'll never play with is in Harrisburg. He's arriving tomorrow.
You just cut our legs out from under us.
Yeah.
And we have seen this backfire. The Brewers a few years ago are a great example of this, where there was David Stearns, who now runs the Mets, who's like a really, really sharp analytics guy, was, I think, running their deadline at the time. And they just didn't have a whole lot of feel for the room. And the backlash was loud. I do wonder about that. Like, James Wood, C.J. Abrams, these dudes that are bleeding and sweating and playing through pain and playing through injuries and doing everything they can, you're going to walk in there and go, all right, guys, let's go get them. We still got a chance at this thing. You just traded your number 1 starter. You just traded one of your 3 most productive offensive players, and you brought in one guy who has a 4.7 ERA with the Rockies in the bullpen or whatever, you know?
Yep.
Like, what's that going to go over like in the clubhouse? I think about that a lot.
I wonder about those sorts of things again, but we've referenced these individual moments where dude gets called up from AAA, wears it, has to go multiple innings, gets sent down immediately. And you know, hey, that's probably doesn't go over that well in the clubhouse. They've got all those little beats and those added up moments, and somehow it seems to all have gone over okay with this group.
I don't know. First, I think this would be different.
This one is different, but I guess that's my point is this is your tester. This is your teaser trailer. This is your out-of-town preview. Let's do a fraction of this where Some dude who is everybody likes and went to spring training with comes up, has to go cover multiple innings because the bullpen stinks, gets his bleep kicked in, and then gets sent back down on a bus and won't be seen in the bigs for a couple of weeks. Guys are probably going, damn, that stinks. But they've been able to sell those internally as like, hey, we're all pulling the rope. We've all got to do what we can do.
I think they're great communicators. We've had multiple players tell us, I've heard other places, players say, even though they just cut me twice in the last month, like this is as good a team at communicating as I've been around, and I really appreciate that about them. I think they're also very normal, likable, decent dudes. They're young guys that relate to the players better. You know, it's different, I think, if you're having this conversation with an executive who's 65 and Paul Taboni, who's 6 years older than you, right? And Blake Butera, who's 4 years older than you. And Blake Butera is just normal and real a dude, just talking to him as you're going to find in the sport. You do not feel like you're talking to a big league manager when you're hanging around Blake Butera. It's just a guy who's hanging out at, the ballpark or something. And I think players can relate to them in the same way, and maybe that does help smooth things over in the clubhouse. I don't know. I just know what I would think if I'm James Wood. And if I'm James Wood, I'm already mad that you never help me. I'm already mad that I'm on a team that treats itself like it's a small market team. I've never had a good bullpen. I've never seen them spend any money on the rotation. They haven't added much in the way of offense to help me. Now, they're great at coaching power and some things, so like Curtis Meads come on and Luis Garcia's come on. But, like, how long do you want me to do this? And, oh, by the way, you're going to come to me at some point and say, stay here for your whole career? Earn that. Like, earn me wanting to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And now, finally, accidentally, I get to play important summer games. I'm James Wood. I've never done that before. I get to play important games in September. I might actually play in the playoffs. And you make it harder for me to? You put that block in front of me? Again, I'm speaking from a different perspective, from one that I actually believe in, which is building this thing up over 2, 3, 5 years, and I'm cool with that. But if I'm James Wood, if I'm C.J. Abrams, I don't
these are not
give a damn
automatons,
about
to your
that.
point. Yeah, these aren't robots.
I'll be gone if I'm C.J. Abrams, like when Paul Taboni's trying to win a World Series. By the way, they're probably trading me this offseason, and I know that. This is my shot to win something for this city that I've done so much and had so much experience in. Let's go to Bill in North Carolina. Hey, Bill.
Hey, fellas, thanks so very much. I'm going to break with the fans on this one. You know, we had a fellow named Dan Snyder run a football team as a fan, and we saw how that worked out. So I have mixed emotions about this. I hope they try with folks like Foster Griffin, but I see him testing the free market, and it's tough. If he goes, I call the Cubs and White Sox and say, hey, guys, what do you got? But as far as a bullpen and whatnot. But in the outfield, Jacob Young, I don't think we can afford in this division, a guy hitting 220 to 230. I say Franklin or Pinkley. Take your pick, bring him up, and welcome to D.C. In the infield, Meade Shapiro, I trade him. House, Brady House, welcome back. Garcia Jr., love the guy, but trade him. I say Yo-Yo Morales, welcome to D.C. It gets tough. The most controversial one, boy, CJ, I hate to say this, but if I'd ask him if he wants to play second base. If he flat out said no, I'd call Seaver King and I say, how comfortable are you moving to D.C.? So,
well, he's already playing second, but your point is calling him up. So just to work on a few of those, Meade, I'll disagree with you on. He's not going anywhere for me. He's 25. He's coming into his own. He was a top prospect. And there's reason to believe maybe it's not this every year, but he could possibly be a 20 home run third baseman.
It's an unbelievable value.
Yeah, there's just no reason at so little money to not have him as a part of the fold. But I can be talked into a Jacob Young deal because of the talent that you mentioned at AAA and here in the big leagues in the outfield. I am willing to trade Foster Griffin if he's not willing to do an extension, for sure. Although I do want to have a conversation in the future, Danny, about the qualifying offer with him. Because I don't know why they couldn't offer him the qualifying offer and get a draft pick back as compensation. How much better is the prospect you're going to get for a half a year of Griffin than a draft pick for Foster Griffin?
It's a smart point.
Something I want to talk about at a different point. You know, in the next few days, we got plenty of time to do it. But
so that's assuming he turns it down. If he doesn't, great. That's another year of Foster
exactly.
Griffin. Yeah.
Then you would add like a sandwich, like a top 50 pick for this staff that is a scouting and development monster. That's what they're building, right? That's a really valuable thing. Another pick, very high in the draft, could turn into another top 5, top 10 prospect. And you pick your own guy, by the way. You're not inheriting somebody else's guy. It's something to think about. But I don't think Abrams is getting traded until the offseason. Like, if they traded him at the deadline right now,
that'd be a stone cold stunner.
That would shock me. I think the chances of that are 5% or less. The only way it happens, it's funny to say this because I would hate it, if they do it, I guarantee I would end up being thrilled with the deal they got. In other words, the only way they're trading him is if they cannot turn the deal down because somebody just gave you something outrageous. Like the Brewers gave you 4 players, including the number 1 prospect in the game, Jesus Mate, for C.J. Abrams. Now, that's not happening. But I'm saying, in that world, all of a sudden you trade C.J. Abrams and you go, they shouldn't have traded him, but they just got $2 on the dollar.
Yeah.
So you had to.
Because somebody's desperate because they think they can go win a World Series with him.
800-636-1067. Mike is in D.C. Mike, how will you react if the Nats sell off some of their top players while in the wild card spot or in contention?
So I think it just depends on how they do. I wouldn't be so happy about Foster Griffin. I think we should keep him and at least sign him to another 2-year deal or so. Pitchers are known to sometimes hit their stride late. So I feel like even if he doesn't duplicate it, if he can be a back-end starter for the next couple of years, I think that would be good. Louis, I'm okay with Louis going. I think we got a lot of stuff in the farm system, and he can be replaced. He gets hot all the time. At first, he used to get hurt a couple of times, so that'll, throw him off. But he gets healthy, he gets hot, he gets cold. I think we can replace him. But when also we was talking about how would the players feel, no one is bigger than the program. Let's make the main thing the main thing. If we're not trying to win just for 2 years, they got to understand that no matter what we do in this free agency, we're not going to contend with the Phillies and the Dodgers. We're not there yet. So let's not be like the Commanders and think we're better than what we are because we're overachieved and then we, go get people with 1-year deals. No, just stay course. Let's make the main thing the main thing.
It's a great point.
Love that, bud.
I don't think you have to worry about them doing that, for the record. I mean, if anything, it's going to be the opposite. Like, they're not bringing anybody in for a year. The only thing I could see them doing from a buying standpoint, as an aside, it does seem to me, this is speculative, I haven't had good conversations with Taboni specifically or like high up people on this. This is just my perception, following it very closely, studying it. It seems to me like you're one of their guys or you're not a little bit. And what I mean by that is I get the sense that some of the guys that we've thought very highly of based on the last group telling us to and the way that they were treated in the past, maybe they don't. So the examples I'll give are Brady House, who was a first-round pick by the Rizzo regime, who flew through the minor leagues and got to the big leagues, who is back in AAA. He was killing left-handed pitching. They supposedly liked the matchup, right on left on right. He was doing some really good things. He was on pace to hit 25 to 28 home runs in the big leagues. They sent him down. He hasn't been heard back from since. Sitting about 300 in the minors.
He's just tearing the cover off the ball down there.
He's been
up and down. Yeah, that's exaggerating.
That's exaggerating. But the point is he's been very fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get the sense he's one of their guys, right? Yo-Yo Morales could not have done any more. They just kind of waited for him to cool off. In a million years, Danny, he never, in the Mike Rizzo era, would have not been in the big leagues with what he was doing for the couple of months to start the year at AAA. He's on pace to, I haven't looked it up lately, but let's say it's like close to 30 home runs and just a crazy AAA season. He cannot sniff the big leagues. Probably not one of their guys. Like, they just don't think that highly of him, right? Dylan Cruz was sent to the minors. We talked about it at the time. Yep. I don't think, Rizzo would have ever done that. I don't think they're as sold on Dylan Cruz, maybe. They didn't draft him at number 2, as the last group was. So my point would be, could they package the types of guys they're not as sold on for a big leaguer? They did this with a lefty pitcher named Sean Paul Lenyon, who was considered a top 15 prospect for them at the time-ish, for a random dude in Jorbit Vivas who's like at the back of your roster. That's what they did. They gave up a pretty good prospect for just a guy. It's because when I dug on that, I'm like, what the heck were they doing? That's a weird trade. You should be stockpiling young arms that are in AA. They're like, they don't like his profile. It's really good changeup, best pitch. Doesn't really have the fastball that they think's going to play. They look at him. They don't really see what a lot of people do. So they just didn't care as much about him. Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't want to be Yo-Yo Morales maybe, because maybe that's how you add your relief pitching.
That's the path.
Maybe they trade Foster Griffin for pieces, and they trade Luis Garcia for pieces at the minors, so we're calling it a sell. I'm going to make this up now. But maybe they trade Brady House and Yo-Yo Morales for like a controllable arm that's at the big league level. And now they've done a little bit of both. You get what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, so another example. Trey Lipscomb is killing it at AAA this year. No one ever talks about it because he's probably not a high-level prospect, but someone probably took notice and went, hey, this could probably help us. That's not something that's going to get you Mason Miller. That's not going to be part of any kind of huge return.
He's a great example, too, because he's completely blocked and not really part of the plans you wouldn't think and playing well in the minor leagues. So that would be viewed as a move where you're buying, but really it's just good business.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's got 18 bombs and hitting 275 with an 840 OPS at AAA. And no one has mentioned him for 4 months.
Right.
Like, just because there's no path for him up here, no place for him to go, not one of the more highly touted guys.
And honestly, because they have, in the infield, I would say 6 to 8 guys ahead of him in the pecking order in the minors.
Precisely. You know, some guys are there. Some guys, I guess they like Seaver King, but we'll prove will be in the pudding over the next couple seasons. But that's a great point. That's one of those, you're not really going to miss this at the big league level. We're talking the higher level commodities, the Griffins, the Garcias, et cetera, that are killing at the big leagues. This is one of those out of sight, out of minds where they're not as invested. I mean, you know, Abimelec Ortiz got the call up to play for that weekend. It wasn't Pinckney. It wasn't Lipscomb. They love Chaparro. Like, if it's me, it's not Chaparro, even though he had the greatest road trip in human history. But it's Morales. But that's who their guys are and who are not. I think it kind of speaks to that.
Let's go to Paul in the district on Grant and Danny. Good conversation here on the deadline. Paul Taboni says the way they're playing absolutely changes the landscape, but how much so is kind of the question. What would you do if they sell? How will you feel?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. I will feel the same way I felt these last few years. I will be really pissed because I'm trying to figure out what the focus is. You know, we can talk a good game, man, and y'all, as a matter of fact, y'all do a good game of talking as far as, you know, building them up. I don't have that much respect for them that you all do. I just see it just constantly since the World Series, man, that they just been going down, 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 trading prospects and everything. They always selling, man. You know, we got a good-looking nucleus here, and we got a bullpen and a pitching staff, man. What, they pretty much over 6, you know, put them all together. It's something, man, you got a 5-6 run lead. You go in the 8th and the 9th inning, man, and them bombs come in and they blow it and everything. So it's just, you know.
Paul, let me ask you a question.
I hear you, Paul.
Because you say we build them up. Who is they in that? Because you said
I'm talking about even you sometimes.
No. I get that.
But basically, the Rooster's real strong at that. Now I can't never get the Rooster to let them know that. Not to debate with them fellas because I enjoy the healthy conversations.
No, I appreciate it. But hang with me for a second because that's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying what media members build them up. Yeah. I'm asking. You said that you build them up.
I don't think we hold them accountable. I don't think. I'm gonna say you all. I'm not talking about.
No, you're missing my question.
Who's the object? We're the subject. Who's the object?
Them accountable. Who is them?
But I don't think they're being held accountable.
Oh my God, Paul, you got to help me, buddy. Who is they?
Do you mean the front office? Do you mean ownership?
Accountable. Who is they?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, the front office. Yeah,
but the front office has been here. You said for 6 years. This is a different front office.
Look, I'm starting with the owners. You already know now.
Okay, so the owners. There you go. Okay.
Thank you, buddy.
The owners working it all the way down. Yeah.
Got you. All right. So appreciate the call. So then, when you say they, if it's the owners, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of different ways to have Nats conversations, and depending on which day you tune in and what you hear, can be different. On a day-to-day, I'm not going to sit here every day as I'm talking about the Nats, and before I start breaking down the Rockies game, say ownership hasn't spent in several years, which is unacceptable, and they should spend, and until they do, none of this actually matters. Now, for the topic at hand, we could have done that with the Commanders for 25 years with 100%. Dan Snyder. That is the 10,000-foot view that I have on this team at the highest of levels, sitting at the lifeguard chair, is that until ownership re-engages and spends real money, you have no real opportunity. I think the Brewers are amazing, and Matt Arnold, who's the 2-time reigning executive of the year who runs Milwaukee, is as smart of a guy as there is in baseball. He has 0 championships. The Tampa Bay Rays do everything right. I love Eric Neander. I love that front office. They've never won a World Series there, okay? So if you don't spend in this sport, you don't really have a great shot. You can do things really well. You can cut corners. You can get more out of little, and a lot of people do. But Andrew Friedman, who's the sharpest in the game maybe ever at doing that, didn't win championships until he opened up his checkbook and played some checkbook baseball while doing that with the Dodgers, right? So, yes, I agree with you on they have to spend, they have to engage, and I don't think anyone has spent more time talking about that on the air than I have and this show has over the last several years. But there are other conversations to be had too, other nuanced discussions to be had as well on the state of the system. And where I've always disagreed, and that's okay if you don't like the cut of the jib, or if people aren't going to, they just want basically blood and like frothing at the mouth all the time on not spending. I didn't think they should have spent when they traded Soto, which I was up for, and wanted to do for all the prospects that they traded him for, because I love the return. But I didn't think they should have spent for the next few years. It doesn't make any sense. It's like the Wizards right now. They shouldn't have been spending the last 2 off seasons. I wanted to tank. I wanted to build. I was happy to do so. I wanted Jamer Candelario flipped for a piece. I want, Mike Soroka turned into Ronnie Cruz. This is what I've been advocating for. When I crushed them was last off season when they didn't add. When the rebuild, a.k.a. the Soto deal, went well, and then they didn't bring in veterans to supplement when they were worthy of maybe that opportunity to get over 500 to be in the wild card mix. I didn't think they should have spent this offseason because I thought they were going to lose 99 games.
Yeah, I had right around or even the under with the over-under win total. Egg on my face.
So that is a different thing, though, than the idea that they should never spend. And at the beginning of the call, he said, I don't know about these guys. You guys are way too high on them. Oh, my God. I mean, what haven't you liked? The minor leagues, it's night and day different. The power that they've gotten out of play everywhere from the most important players in their system, like Eli Willits, to just random dudes like Lipscomb, who you brought up, or Caleb Lomavita, who was drafted 39th overall as a catcher, who's found power, or Caden Wallace, who was a former college star. They've done it top to bottom in the minors. These guys know what they're doing. At the major league level, Jacob Young, Keibert Ruiz, Curtis Mead. I mean, over and over and over again. So
Garcia down the line.
I think they've proven they can coach. I think they've proven they can develop, and they're going to have to spend eventually. But I am impressed by this group, if that's the question.
Yeah, so beyond that, if the idea is that we didn't hammer the previous regime, I'd like to introduce you to the Grant and Danny program. Now, again, you always have to offer the caveat they were really good for a long time. They got away with some things, and eventually those things came home to roost. What were those things? The opposite of this. Non-development. The same guys in the major leagues making the same mistakes for 5 straight years, and Davey's saying, let's go 1-0 today. And it's really hard up here. And the same kind of cliches. Down in the minors, guys are toiling and no advancement. And the prospect bin is totally dry. The draft picks were terrible. No one was developing. That comes home to roost eventually, and it did, as this org went into this tailspin that this group is now getting them out of.
Well, they've also done something right, to suggest all they've been doing is selling, and they've been making mistakes for years. That is the voice of someone who probably despised when James Wood was acquired via trade, and when C.J. Abrams was acquired via trade, right? And when Mackenzie Gore was traded for the complete altering of the system deal that they made. They've done something right because they're back in contention, by the way, accidentally, without spending any money. Do you know how hard it is to be in contention without spending any money? So somewhere along the line, the Soto trade, they did something right because they're right back in the mix now. It was a good phone call, though. 800-636-1067. If the Nats sell, how are you going to feel? That's the question on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Listen, I've told you this before, but I'm going to tell you it again, all right? A little over a decade ago now. Gosh, maybe it's like 11 years at this point. The wife and I were car shopping. We had a little one, and we needed more space. We had a regular-sized sedan. We needed an SUV to drive the kid around and all the accoutrement you have to go. You can't go 5 feet without a pack and play and 17 blankets and a change of this and a diaper bag that. So we needed something big. We test drove the Explorer, test drove then Escape, and ended up settling on the Ford Edge. And we kind of braced ourselves for that buying experience. You know what I'm talking about, right? You've gone through going to a car dealership before. That hassle, that wear you down, you're there, it takes forever. The financing guy, the whole 9 yards. Just took awful. It's awful, right? Wrong. Ted Britt Ford got us in, got us out. It was the best buying experience, bar none, we have ever had. Both of us. On the drive home in our brand new Whip, I said to my wife, this is where we go from now on. They won my business. They will win yours. Give them a chance to do so. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, it's Ted Britt for life. That means peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspection, so much more. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. They've been doing it for more than 65 years in Fairfax and Chantilly. Let them know Danny sent you.
This sports update is brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. In the NFL, tough news for the Carolina Panthers as their promising young linebacker Nick Scorton is feared to have torn his ACL after going down in practice today. The former second-round pick will seek a second opinion to confirm if it is indeed an ACL tear. More on the NFL free agent wide receiver Tyreek Hill says he still has no power in his recovering left leg, indicating he could be still a long way from returning to the NFL. In the NBA, new intel from Shams Charania recently on the LeBron James sweepstakes. It was previously believed LeBron could be waiting for Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving to be moved somewhere before signing. Now, Shams says LeBron is not waiting for Davis to get traded anywhere. The Wizards have never expressed any public interest in moving on from Davis. He becomes eligible to sign a max contract extension on August 6th. Are you a road technician that is tired of outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Medcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
Thank you, Ben Strober. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The conversation we're having on the Nats and all things baseball on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Coming up in 25 minutes at 6 o'clock when you hear from Logan Paulson on the Commanders' camp battles. Training camp gets going July 28th in 5 days. So we'll talk left guard. I want to talk kicker because I'm Kicker Paulson, as you know.
You are obsessed with kicker battles. You love them.
Team
love
kicker.
them.
Kicker battles are so exciting.
It's the least exciting thing in the sport to me.
Oh my God, it's the best thing in training camp.
I just don't care.
I love them.
You know how many tweets are going to be? So Moody went 4 for 6 from inside of 47, but missed his only attempt from outside 50.
As long as Drew Stevens goes 6 for 6, I'm here for it.
Oh, I just can't stand it.
But when we do that with Logan at 6, Muse at Merriweather Post Pavilion, we've got 2 tickets for somebody. That's 25 minutes from right now. If the Nationals sell, how will you feel? What's your best prediction, by the way, right now, what they're going to do at the deadline?
I think it's just what we're talking about. A couple of pieces from the minors, maybe a reliever or two. I think it's going to be a very soft buy.
You think they're buying?
Yeah.
Because you do not think they trade Griffin at over 50%.
I'm still under. I just don't think the right offer comes together.
And you don't think they trade Garcia?
I don't. And maybe I'm stupid. There's a great chance of that. Don't answer that, listeners. Don't answer that.
I'm going to say 55, 60% they trade Griffin.
You've had a pretty strong pulse on that.
Yes. I've got people from other teams that tell me they think the Nats are trading Griffin. Now, that doesn't mean they're right. Sometimes having information doesn't actually make you accurate. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
But every time I ask someone with another team, are they going to trade Foster Griffin or what kind of a deal would it take to sign him?
It comes back like, yeah, obviously.
They're like, there's no way they don't. I'm like, oh, that's not the feel in town, but I'll take your word for it. So I'm just saying 55-ish. For Luis, I'm going to say 51% I feel like they trade him. And then otherwise, there's not a whole lot that I'm confident in guessing. But I do think they're going to add a reliever. Like the thing I'm most confident in is that they get a relief pitcher. Because I think what they'll be able to do is say, yeah, we traded these guys, but look, we're trying to fix the bullpen, and we think we can win now. I think that's going to be some of the messaging. Let's go to Paul in Silver Spring on The Fan. How would you react if they're selling off as a wild card team?
Hey, you guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
How are you guys? Good. Hey, I would be highly disappointed, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm a big, huge Nats fan. I watch games. I'm so committed to watching Nats games for the last 15 years. It's unreal. And what people, I think, fail to realize about this team right now is the offense. I mean, the offense is so powerful that you can put bench players in this lineup and they become a threat offensively. I don't think you should break this up. I mean, if people are saying, like Garcia, for instance, this is just a hot streak, which I don't agree with. I've watched every at-bat he's had since he's been with the Nationals. And I just think with the coaching and just with his understanding of the game, his own game, how he hits, I think what he is doing is sustainable. I mean, I would give Griffin an extension. I would at least make an attempt to. I think you got to keep Griffin. You got to keep this core of offensive players together. I mean, we're one game out of the wild card.
Yeah, and a week from now, you could be 2 or 3 up. And maybe it doesn't necessarily change what they do, which is interesting.
So here's the Garcia case, even if you're not quote unquote giving up. You are a 10 out of 10 on offense. What if you became an 8.5 out of 10 on offense by removing Luis Garcia from the lineup and replacing him with a replacement level platoon situation or whatever?
Malik Ortiz,
right? And Chaparro or whatever.
Chappie or Meade, and then you bring up, House or someone to play third.
Fill it however you want. You were then shoring up your weakest area by far in some capacity. You presumably would be trading him for pitching. So your area, your starting is probably non-Griffin and Cavalli division, a 2 out of 10. Your bullpen is a 1 out of 10. You have a huge number of innings covered by your bullpen. You make some of those areas closer to 5
but that
with that
assumes
view.
You get major leaguers back.
True.
It's very possible they trade Garcia for prospects.
And that would be the rub.
And then that guy who just called in, and it's a great phone call.
Is justified, yeah.
Yeah, now you're more justified in being annoyed. But I'm with you, Danny. I think if you can get a major league reliever with a 19-year-old lottery ticket arm in the minors, now all of a sudden that's more appealing. By the way, to his point on just how good this lineup is, it's so funny because about a month ago, they were starting to creep up into the top 3 or 4 in home runs as a team. And they were like close to the Yankees when the Yankees came to town. And I'm like, what a crazy thing. I mean, obviously they won't finish at number 1. They never have. They're currently 3 homers in the clear of anybody else after their road trip. Mm-hmm. Now, they went to the 2 places where you can hit them.
Yeah, they went to the launching pads.
But 150. The Yankees are second at 147. The Nats have the most home runs in the sport. The whole point of the sport is to score runs. They have scored 24 more runs than any other team. Remember when every day it would change a little bit? Like, today it's the Dodgers. Tomorrow it's the Nats. The Pirates are 2 behind you. They're 25 runs in the clear now. They're pulling away in these categories with this offense. Let's go to Brent and Gambrels. I used to know a guy named Brent Gamble, so it's hilarious when I see Brent and
that's
Gambrels.
wild.
Yeah. What's up, Brent?
I don't think you know me, but I definitely
you guys are longtime friends.
I love your show.
Thank you, buddy.
I would say I would be upset primarily for these reasons. I spent a good amount of time convincing my 85-year-old dad to put the money in his phone to buy Nats TV. If I had a crystal ball and I could tell that whatever moves they made would change the ownership in a few years, I would do it and it wouldn't matter at all. But since I have to go to see the Phillies and see them lose in a half an inning and see the Yankees and see them lose in another half an inning after they've won for 8.5 innings, they have to do something.
Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Bernie in Potomac Falls on the Fan. Bernie, how are you?
So, gentlemen, I grew because of where and when I grew up. I'm a Orioles fan and a Commanders fan, but I like the Nats. The reason I reference the Orioles were in this in 2022. They were a year early. 2023, they won the AL East. They had the number one minor league system. They were geared for years of success, and look what's happened to them since then. There is no guarantee that I'm a huge Orioles fan. And they're struggling this year. There's no guarantee you're back, right? If the Nats sell for minor leaguers, they're not just doing the fans, the team a disservice. They're doing baseball a disservice, right? They need to, and for me, it's easily identifiable. You noted the offensive stats. Go get pitching. Get somebody who can be a 4th or 5th starter, easily attainable, and then get bullpen help. You don't have to get a third baseman, a left fielder, this. You read the stats. It's too long of a season so far to say it's going to fall off the cliff. They need to get somebody. They got lucky to win in 2019, right? They had the ball hit to right field. They got past the guy. They're hitting foul. You see how hard it is to win if you don't spend. Go get talent that in September – that person is contributing to a wild card run. You're not going to catch the Braves, obviously, but you don't know when this opportunity is going to come again. The Commanders tried it. It didn't work out, but that shouldn't keep you from trying. And when I say about the Commanders, I mean when they picked up the corner, they picked up
Lattimore.
They went a little bit, they didn't go all in, but they certainly pushed some chips in. Thank you for the call. I don't care about doing right by baseball. He brought that up, but otherwise, that call, I think that is fantastic. You just don't know. Like
It's
this idea,
the definitive argument for the iron is hot, and you're going, yeah, it'll be hot again. You don't know.
The Orioles are such a good example. The number one system, which has turned into nothingness mostly. Like a lot of guys that disappointed, like Jackson Holiday. I love Gunnar Henderson's having a down year, but there's no guarantees here. So right now, accidentally, you've done the thing that a lot of teams have tried really hard to do and not been able to pull off, which is be pretty good. I'm not saying go all in, but you also can't do nothing. It would just be bad optics.
Deflating.
And it would feel like the wrong move. 800-636-1067 on the Nats deadline, which is just over a week away. We're taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. No need to use some AI chatbot thingamajiggy for your windows. Window Nation, they are the real deal, Jim Neal. Get replacement windows and doors without the Robert hassle. Act now before your energy bills really skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new, energy-efficient windows at a great price. I know that because they did that for my home. That Grant knows because they did it for his home. You could get 50% off all window styles, but that's not all.
Yeah, 50% off all window styles is a great start. How about 0 down payment and no payments of interest for 2 years? During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value, and me and Danny have benefited from that value for some time. Get the windows that you've seen on HGTV's Designing Spaces with installation, crew leaders averaging over a decade of experience. Window Nation, A+ rating, Better Business Bureau.
Hurry, the sale ends soon, so don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.